All right, midweek can start to change and turn the page over to the weekend, which is going to feature a huge game against the Chargers. A crucial game for both of these college football teams that we have here in town, CU and CSU, with, I think, real consequences for pretty much everything that's going to be on the slate this weekend. There's a concept and there's a sort of theme towards bad teams, good teams, great teams, horrible teams, all of that. We talked about a little bit of that throughout the week this week, is that it's about finishing games. This is what good teams do. They have another quality. It's being able to respond when things don't go your way. It is. When you have a set of circumstances that are, look, these are all self-inflicted. Sometimes they aren't. Sometimes you're just on the short end of the stick. And it happens to some teams more than others, but the Broncos don't have anybody to blame but themselves for how that game finished. Even if you thought it was a BS call on the leveraging at the end of the game. Doesn't matter. Sean Peyton, when he comes out in the post-game press conference and says it's the correct call, or was that yesterday? It was the correct call. And we messed up because we wanted to do X, Y, and Z and blah, blah, blah. There's not a lot of room for excuses after that. It's just kind of, it is what it is. But being able to respond is a completely other detail. There's a common theme between contenders in the NFL and kind of what they face. Most of them very, very rarely lose 2 in a row. Does not happen often. They always have that game where they bounce back and they get a dub against somebody. You know, whether you are Buffalo, Baltimore, Philly, whoever, they just typically don't lose 2 in a row because they will find a way to adjust and get things right. And part of me is so excited about what the Broncos have ahead of them this weekend, that they're facing a team that is now the presumptive favorite to win the AFC West. That you have a chance, a real chance, to turn some heads this weekend. And that more likely than anything, it's going to be a very close game. And how do you do in that situation? You know, if you want to be a great team, you can't lose 2 in a row. And all you're looking for is a solid offensive and defensive output for this weekend. Because if you really want to break down sort of the talent level, and this is where a lot of people disagree with where I think the Broncos are at, and I think a lot of people are wrong with where they have the Broncos. LA has the better quarterback. There's no question about that. Like, if you're just looking for in each position, who would I rather take from which side? It's not even close for right now. Justin Herbert is, I feel like Herbert's a 7th, 8th best quarterback in the league, somewhere in that ballpark. And right now, Bo Nix isn't sniffing that. They obviously get that one. Running back, I honestly don't know. I feel like they're like the same. They both have a veteran running back that they trust, and then they have a rookie that they're hoping bursts onto the scene. Now, I think J.K. Dobbins is a better back than what Najee Harris is. So as far as like the veteran thing, I think you get the check mark. Omarion Hampton's had a couple of nice runs throughout the course of the year, but nothing amazing. Let's say it's the sort of thing like R.J. Harvey. R.J. Harvey had the one huge run and then kind of nothing else in between. So I have no idea who's got the advantage at running back. At wide receiver, it's Los Angeles. which I never thought I would say. But Sutton's been obviously Sutton is your stalwart, your go-to. Troy Franklin is coming on. We'll see about Pat Bryant. I think the Chargers bringing back Keenan Allen is massive. Because you put him with Ladd McConkey, that's a pretty good 1-2. And then Quentin Johnston, if he's deciding to catch the football this year, which it kind of looks like it, he's a very fast, huge physical target that if he figured his hands out, then that could be a pretty dangerous group. Offensive line is the Broncos, especially with the injury to Rashawn Slater in the preseason. Tight end, it's another one where it's very hard to judge. And it's something I want to get to. Evan Ingram being basically missing in action for the first 2 weeks feels almost impossible to me. Like, really makes very little sense. You bring a guy in, he's getting paid $12.5 million a year to fix a position that you've sorely needed and missed, and yet he doesn't get targeted. And I'm
trying to find a goddamn joker.
Yeah. And then that stupid word that I was over immediately when the offseason started. Just like, find a good player. That's it. And Evan Ingram feels like a good player. Issue is, Evan Ingram doesn't get targets. Like, I go a huge portion of these games thinking to myself, is he playing or not? Did he get hurt? What happened? And he did get hurt in the first game. Left. I get that. Didn't think he'd be healthy for the second one, but it turns out he worked his way back quickly. And so we're waiting for the Ingram targets that just never came. So hopefully this is different. Now, when you go to like evaluate who's got the better tight end, the Chargers have Will Dissly and Tyler Conklin. It's not like those guys are great. They have a combined 4 catches on the year. But maybe it's about who's more willing to use them. I have no idea. D-line is Broncos. Linebackers is Chargers. And then secondary. Secondary's close, but it is Broncos. Like, this just feels like a very evenly matched game. I don't even, there shouldn't be anyone who's shocked by beating the Chargers. There also shouldn't be anybody who's shocked by losing. And when you have these sort of 50-50 type field games, you got to come away with some of those because you didn't last year at all. Last year was any opportunity that you got to really show a modicum of playoff caliber, championship level, division title winning material. You just couldn't close out. That is the next step here. You know, when I talked about expectations for the Broncos before the season started, there was a question that I asked, sight unseen of how you get there. You make the playoffs and you win a football game. Do you take it? And I said, yes. Do you just take the incremental step for what's next, or what would be an improvement? It'd be making the playoffs, winning a playoff game, and then losing after that. If you gave me that option, I would take it because it showed progress. And I still think the Broncos are in that category now. See, I don't need them to jump the line. I think they could be talented enough to jump a couple steps, but I don't need it. I just need them to get better. And what does that mean? I need Bo Nix to rein in the consistency a little bit more. I need him to be a quarterback that you trust every single week. I need your defense to be consistent on a week-to-week basis. I need you to find a much more consistent running game. Like, as long as you get those things all kind of stacking up, win a playoff game, I think that next year's the one that you talk about really making a leap. And here's the reason why. The Broncos will have cap space to work with moving forward. You'll finally be out from under the shadow of what Russell Wilson has left behind. You make the incremental step. You play a little bit better. Then it feels like you can push some more chips to the middle of the table because you've done that with your own guys. The chips you have pushed in have been for Benito and Zach Allen and Pat Surtain and Garrett Bowles and Cortland Sutton and all the guys that you felt like could be part of a winning formula. You haven't really had the opportunity to go out and spend big money on outside talent over the last couple of years.
It's spicy.
They did initially. They did with Ben Powers and Mike McGlinchey and Zach Allen initially. But since then, it's like, okay, Dre Greenlaw is a decent contract. Hufanga is a decent contract. Ingram, meh, decent contract. But not like, let's really go make a move. And I think you take that next step this year, that could set you up for it. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. So Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So there is a lot more to look forward to in this game. I want to get to some of the NFL overall with NFL stock up, stock down in just a second. Deion spoke a little bit at his press conference yesterday as well, which he has continued the I'm not telling you anything when asked about the quarterback position stuff.
Next question.
I think that's probably the right approach. If you have questions regarding that position, make your opponent prepare for all three. I think that's smart. It's not preferable. It's smart when you're in the position that you're in, but you would prefer not to be in this position. You would prefer to be in the position that most teams are in football, which is, this is my quarterback. Try and stop him. That's it. That would be the ideal approach. But we're 4 games into the college football season, and the answer is still a lot of he knows how he's going to handle it. I don't think he knows who's going to handle it for the rest of the year yet. Texture says, you have to view the Russell Wilson contract as the Bo Nix contract, because by the time the Wilson contract is off the books, you'll have 1 season before you need to have to pay Nix even more. I don't think that's true. Wilson's last year of his contract is this year. $35 million in dead cap is this year, and then it's done. And then Nix will have his 3rd year of his rookie contract and his 4th year of his rookie contract and a 5th-year option. That's 3 more years. That's kind of the point. It's why they sign guys like Sutton and Surtain and Bowles and Zach Allen and Benito, all to the same contracts. 4-year deals, which are essentially 3-year deals, meaning we have 3 years of Bo Nix's rookie contract to try and make a Super Bowl. If we don't, then we need to reevaluate some things because things have gone wrong. It's the whole purpose to setting up the contracts that way, including Sean Payton's, by the way. Same thing. They're all on the same sort of timeline. And if things don't go right, they're going to blow this entire thing up.
Come on. No.
That is how they have this set up, though. It is. So we'll get back to this in a little bit, but NFL stock up, stock down next. Every Wednesday following the NFL weekend, we take a look around the NFL with NFL stock up, stock down. And we always start with the quarterbacks and LA stock up. I'm going to give it to Baker. It's not that statistically he's been lighting up the scoreboard or the stat sheet, but what he has done, Baker Mayfield has lit up the way that people have talked about him over the first couple of weeks and really over the last year in 2 weeks. A 41 touchdown season last year. In the first 2 games, again, not going crazy from a numbers perspective. Like in this last game, he was 25 of 38 for 215 yards and 2 touchdowns. That's not anything crazy. What is, though, is the way that they've won games. Final seconds, drifting down. You got to find a way to get the ball in the end zone or get yourself in scoring position. And he's done that 2 straight weeks to open up the year, which has opened them up at 2-0 again. He's just a very, very fun watch. And he's somebody that I think most people root for. And for good reason. He's a fiery competitor that is going to do whatever it takes to win. And he's got a little bit of Russell Westbrook in him, where sometimes it's a interception, sometimes it's a fumble, sometimes it's an 80-yard touchdown, sometimes it's a scramble for a first down. Like, he does kind of everything. But Baker Mayfield, he's going to get the stock up. Let's go quarterback stock down. It's early. Still very early. But Caleb Williams is on such a weird clock right now, in that he's a second-year quarterback, but he's got a first-year coach, but he's got the pressure of Chicago on him. A lot of the reasons why they're not successful is because he's making bad decisions, but it's not his fault that his defense gave up 52 points. But he's certainly, you know what I mean? It's very odd. So last week in a 52 to something loss, 20, 21, something like that, Caleb Williams was 19 of 30 for 270 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. Part of his problem is that when he gets in the scripted plays, at least from the first couple of weeks, in the scripted plays of Ben Johnson's offense, he looks good. When it comes time to expand on that, I think both him and Ben Johnson don't really know where to go from there. And I don't know if you've seen some of the highlights. When he does make a mistake, the one interception he had last week was a horrible decision. 2nd and 32, he's got pressure, he's rolling out to his right, and he just absolutely moonballs one to the middle of nowhere downfield, which is picked off instead of thrown away. And the look on Ben Johnson's face in the sideline was just a slow shaking of the head, which a lot of times you don't see coaches react like that to quarterback mistakes. But he still looks uncomfortable in the pocket. He makes some wild decisions downfield. I think that this has got to show some signs of life in a hurry. I mean, we've seen it before. You wouldn't imagine giving up on a quarterback this fast, but Ben Johnson did not draft him. So he gets a stock down. Let's go non-quarterback stock up. Jonathan Taylor. I think that he's been fantastic to start this year. 25 carries for 165 yards against the Broncos last week. We saw it. He also had 2 catches for 50 yards. He's got 43 carries for 265 yards on the year. And without him, that leads the league, by the way. Without him, I think Daniel Jones' life is a lot more close to what it was in New York. If you remember, a little interesting factoid about Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones wasn't always awful in New York. He was seldom great, but not always terrible. He had times where he was actually decent. Do you know when that was? When healthy Saquon Barkley was in the backfield, as opposed to hurt Saquon Barkley. And I think Jonathan Taylor is providing a little bit of that punch for Daniel Jones that maybe he didn't previously have his latter years in New York. So, Jonathan Taylor, I still can't believe only 26-year-old, gets a stock up. Let's go non-quarterback stock down. So, a decision was made in Pittsburgh this offseason that they were going to let Najee Harris walk. Najee Harris then signs with the Chargers. They then, right before the season starts, give Jaylen Warren a raise. And in 2 games, Jaylen Warren has 25 carries for 85 yards. Kenneth Gainwell, I don't think, is going to take much time away from Jaylen Warren. But Jaylen Warren is, basically to let Najee Harris, who's never missed a game in his career, to let him walk, to give him this sort of, main role within the running offense, and to not take advantage of it is got to be disappointing. I know it's not helping Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is still capable of making some amazing plays. He made one last week, rolling out to his right and throwing an insane deep ball downfield, like 50 yards on the run at 42 years old. It's crazy. But he's going to need a running game throughout the course of the year, or else they're going to start teeing off. He needs some help. And Jaylen Warren is basically the face of that. He did have a couple of big plays in the passing game so far this year, but he needs to get it going on the ground. So Jaylen Warren stock down. NFL team stock up. I hate it because it came against our team here in town, but Indy. 29-28 over the Broncos. Should they have won that game? Probably not, but I don't think there's any question that the Colts are more impressive than anybody thought they'd be right now. That they look like a way better football team than you thought they would. I'm certainly surprised. Their defense is pretty solid. Daniel Jones is playing great football. They got an awesome running back. They have a killer tight end that I think brings another sort of wrinkle and dynamic to that offense that they didn't have last year in Tyler Warren. And bottom line is, guys, they're fun to watch. Like, had it not been against the Broncos last week, I think we would all say, hey, it was pretty fun watching the Colts do what they did. And you got to give them credit. Like, it's a surprise. I don't know if I buy this over the next 15 games, but for right now, Colts, get the stock up. Let's go NFL team stock down. It's the Texans. C.J. Stroud looks like a shell of himself. They can't establish a rushing game. Points are almost impossible to come by for that team. They have been for a while. This isn't some sort of first 2 weeks of the season get adjusted thing. This was C.J. Stroud's rookie year just sort of a fluke? Because he had one great year. Last year wasn't. And then these first 2 games, they can't even get close to the end zone on most drives. They've played 2 decent teams. I'll give them that. But they're 0-2. And they're 0-2 in a division that has the Colts at 2-0 and looking pretty good. They used to be able to say, well, who cares if we lose a couple of games because our division sucks and we're going to be the best team and the last team standing anyway. Typically, that's the case. This year might be not that case. Might be you chasing Indianapolis all year. And so these games are important, and C.J. Stroud has to be better. And so the Texans, they get the stock down. MVP stock up. Through 2 weeks, I'm going to give it to Jordan Love, and I'll do that for a couple of reasons. First of all, he's got 4 touchdowns, but more importantly, has no picks. He has limited the turnovers the first couple of weeks. He's hitting a bunch of deep shots downfield. And all of that is going to lead to him having some really good numbers. More than anything else, his team's awesome. Like, his team's just really good. And if your team is good and you're a quarterback that puts up numbers while not turning the ball over at the end of the year, you are absolutely going to be an MVP candidate. And I think that some voters are probably starved to get a Packers vote back in there. You know, Jordan Love is just another one in a long line of, like, what, 3.5 decades of the Packers just having a quarterback every single year. And credit to him. He's played well early in the season. MVP stock down. There you go. Jaden Daniels, he hasn't looked quite the same this year. Again, he's faced a little bit of what I would consider the CJ Stroud stuff, where played a good team last week in the Packers, and that's not going to help when it's, 50% of your schedule so far, but you did play the Giants in week 1, and he's just not putting up the numbers like he did through 2 weeks last year. He's got 3 touchdowns, but even the rushing numbers seem to be a little bit down. Their offense seems to be struggling a little bit more, and with no Austin Eckler now, it's going to be even more on his shoulders and his legs to make things happen. They got rid of Brian Robinson Jr. in the offseason. I actually like this 7th-round rookie that they have in Krosky Merritt that's probably going to take over in the backfield now. But I guess part of the concern that I have is your most reliable options on offense were guys who were like super vets. Outside of Terry McLaurin, but remember, Terry McLaurin he's not a spring chicken anymore. He's 30 years old. It's Debo. It's Zach Ertz. It's Austin Eckler. Like, those were the guys you were kind of relying upon on offense, and that could mean that some more injuries kind of come your way, so who knows. But just for the first couple of weeks, I'd have to take Jaden Daniels down a peg. Best game of the week?
Wow, bro.
I think it was Cowboys-Giants. That game was fantastic, start to finish. Big plays, huge touchdowns, back and forth. Hey, we're down 4 points with 50 seconds left. Russell Wilson, moonball to the end zone. Bam, got him. Now what? Oh, I don't know. Let's drive down the field and kick a 64-yard field goal to send this thing in OT. I thought it was just fantastic. Worst game of the week.
No, God, please, no.
Bills-Jets, and here's why. It was 20-0 with like 9 minutes left in the second quarter, and it felt like Josh Allen didn't do a thing because he didn't have to. They were so far and away better than what the Jets were. They were like, we don't even need to do anything. We'll put this like on autopilot, and we'll cruise to a 20-point victory regardless. Those games are just kind of the worst. It didn't help that Justin Fields left that game early. But worst game of the week is that, and that is NFL Stock Up, Stock Down. We do every single Wednesday. Speaking of, by the way, we talk a lot about evolution in sports and how guys get bigger, faster, stronger. It's been like that forever. You look at a genetic freak in 1960, and then you show them Jonas, they'd be like, what the hell is that? That's an alien. That's a cyborg. He was built in a lab. Just kind of how it goes. The people that we find to be freaks now, like LeBron James is one of the most genetically gifted people I think I've ever seen. 6'8", 250 pounds, super fast, jumps high, like quick, smart, does all these different stuff. And I bet you in about 40, 50 years, there's going to be a LeBron James at 7'2". That probably does the same thing. Like, it's just it's the way that things go, okay? Here's one I didn't see coming, though, because I don't know how the mechanics of this get this much better this quickly. Nelly. 8 years ago. 8. Somebody lines up for a 60-yard field goal. You feel like it's a joke, don't you? Like somebody's kicking from 64 yards. It's been made before. But you're like, well, nobody would just stop here. The amount of teams in the first couple of weeks that we've seen straight up give up on a drive and say, we're good from 60, we feel good about this, is crazy to me.
Well, and you remember the league recently, within the past, 5-10 years, moved back extra points because they wanted to make it more difficult because whatever the standard was before, that became a chip shot. That became something you do with your eyes closed.
It was a 17-yard field goal for an extra point. Now it's, I don't know, what is it, 38 or 40 or something like that?
Right. So the point is the league said, okay, these kickers are getting too good. Let's add a little bit more drama and move the extra point back. And now dudes are pulling up from 60 like it's nothing.
But it's more the surprise to me that, God, man, you're telling me you're just fine from there. That's what happened with Brandon Aubrey in Dallas. They could have thrown the football one more time. And instead, they ran Javonte up the middle for 2 yards. And then they let the clock bleed down to 3 seconds, and then they called a timeout. They said, nope, he's got this. And I'm just like, this is a brand new evolution of the sport that I was not prepared for. We're going to settle for field goals from 62 yards and be cool with that. Because there's been multiple examples over multiple years. Hell, Nathaniel Hackett might have been the guy who created it a few years ago when he had McManus settle for that. What was the number again? Was it 63, 64, 65? Whatever the hell the number was in Seattle. A long field goal. That's all I remember. But just bizarre to watch that play out in real time. Broadcasting for the Backus and Schenker Studios, serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Coming up next, at some point, a decision just has to be made and stuck with, but it's not going to be this week. Get to it next.
And the serious one is, and this is no setup, when you're evaluating the quarterbacks, what do you want to see and what are you hoping to see against
leadership and consistency. That's it. That ain't much to ask for, is it? Leadership and consistency. I look for that for everyone. Every man, every woman that's involved in my life, leadership and consistency.
I agree. Those are two very good qualities. Deion's right about that. You want to be a good person? You want to be a good father? You want to be a good coworker? Leadership and consistency. I say this especially in this business. This all you have to do. This isn't a hard job, okay? It's not hard. Bring energy and bring joy every day. It's not hard. It's the same thing like if you're a bartender. I've told you this a million times, Nelly. All I need to see out of my service staff, this is it. You can be learning on the job. You can mess something up. You can mess up my order. All of that's fine. You bring me things with a smile. You have a nice little personality. Tell you that's all I need. That's what I need from my servers. If I can tell you're having a bad day, we're having a problem because I didn't come in here to absorb your bad day. I'm trying to leave mine.
And this is no setup.
Hopefully, for everybody listening, just as an aside, hopefully you guys get that from Moser, Lombardi, and Kane and Nelly every day. Hopefully that's what we bring to you. That's what we strive for anyway. Now, to the quarterback thing. There are people, there are groups in which you are seen as sort of a tandem, a trio, what do you call a group of four, Nelly?
A fantastic four. A quartet.
A quartet, yes. Like Destiny's Child was a trio. But guess what? Beyonce was that one, wasn't she? NSYNC. What was that? What's a five? A quintet?
Quintet.
They were a quintet. Justin Timberlake was that guy, though. You all kind of knew it. And at some point, this quarterback room is going to have one of those. You're going to have a guy that emerges. Nelly, who's the best Jonas brother? Who's the most famous one? Is that Nick? I don't know the other names.
Personally, I'm more partial to Nick's musicality, but he was always kind of the cute one. Joe was the hot one, and then Kevin was the one that no one liked because he was already married. So whatever your taste is in that scenario.
I love how you described that like a 16-year-old girl with pinup posters in her room.
Hey, you may have been a little bit too old for the Jonas obsession, Brett, but
I was.
I lived it. I saw it in middle school, brother.
But I you know what? I enjoy the Jonas Brothers music. That Waffle House song is killer. I like which one sings the song Jealous? Jealous is a good song. I like that song.
That was a Nick Jonas solo hit.
So there you go. The point is, you got to find somebody that emerges. And guys, we're a third of the way through the season. You can't do this all year. Can't. And I don't know what the right choice of moving forward is. Prime was asked what's going to happen with his quarterbacks. Like, what do you have a decision made? I don't know what cut this is, Nelly, but it's, do you have a decision made? He goes, yeah, but I'm not telling you, which is fine. But I have a concern about that. If you aren't telling people who the quarterback is, it's because you don't really know either. You might know what your plan is going to be, like who you're going to plan to play. Maybe the plan is playing all three. I have no idea. But when you say something along the lines of, I know what the plan is, but I'm not going to tell you, if you have to quote a scene from the movie Beer Fest, if you have to ask, you can't afford it. And that's what the quarterback thing is. You know what? Sean Payton has never been asked for over a year. Who's starting this week?
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
Do you want to know why? Because it would be dumb. And he'd look at you like, what do you mean, who am I starting? I'm starting Bo Nix. What are you talking about? But there's another thing. When it comes to the Buffs, and again, having an answer at that position is one thing. Now, there was another sort of back and forth, and I can't tell if Deion just does this because he wants to have a fight with somebody, or if this is genuine, I honestly don't know. But he was asked about the identity of the offense because to me, it's a fantastic question. A really good one. What do you see your offense being? Because you all have some. Sean Payton has, obviously, an offense he likes to cater to. It's a lot of dump-off passes. It's getting the running backs involved out of the backfield. It's occasionally taking a deep shot. It's doing all this stuff. He did that with Breeze. Go back and look at the numbers in New Orleans. Breeze dumped off to running backs all the time. That's his offense. Kyle Shanahan has an offense he sticks to. We're going to run the football, and our quarterbacks are going to make throws when they need to. It's part of the reason why he has success with Mac Jones and Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo and whoever the hell else you put in front of him. That's why he does that, because that's the identity of his offense. Now, sometimes you need to cater your offense to something else. John Harbaugh is the best example of this. John Harbaugh had one offense for Flacco, looked at Lamar Jackson and said, he's so damn talented, I need to change everything. And that's a credit to him. But his brother Jim does the same thing everywhere he goes, whether it's Michigan, Stanford, San Francisco, or now LA. We're going to run the snot out of the football. We're going to be super physical and limit turnovers on offense, but also allow our quarterback to make some decisions. Like, everybody's got an identity. So, Deion, we've watched 2 years at CU of your offense under Shedeur Sanders that was sort of run and shoot, big play, deep balls, all of that stuff. Not seeing that anymore. What is the identity of the offense?
You don't want to say what things should be. I mean, because that just gets you upset when you walk out of here, what things should be. I should be probably 5 pounds heavier right now, but, you know, I had the little setbacks. We're getting there, and we're going to get there within the next maybe Saturday, maybe a couple games after that, but we're going to get there with the consistency that we desire. I can see it. We're going to get there.
So, working towards it. Was that the answer to the identity one, Nelly? So, because there was another one, too, and he'll find it in a second. Nelly will find it. But when you talk about getting things, having a plan, that's what an identity is. It's just a plan. And look, can you run the same offense that you could with Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders on the field at the same time? No. You have to change some things. But there has to be an overall theme to it. So he goes back and forth with Kisla towards the end of the press conference. This is what that sounded like.
Mark Kisla, Denver Gazette. Going back to the identity question, it's which comes first, identity or winning? Winning or identity?
Winning.
How much patience?
I don't give a darn what I did. First of all, I don't know coaches that seek identity. I think coaches seek wins. You could call it what you want. It looks the way it looks. I don't care what kind of car we pull up in. As long as we pull out of here with a W, I'm good. So I don't really get into the identity thing, not whatsoever. I would like to do some things better. We like to stop the run. We like to run the ball. We like to be consistent offensively and defensively. We'd love to do those things better, but I can't be narrowed down with, what's your identity? What does that mean? What does that mean, what's your identity? I don't even know what that means.
Okay, can we pause that for a second? Because this is long and we'll play a lot of this later. I don't think it's that complicated of a question. How about this, Nelly? If I ask Deion about himself, personally, Deion, about you, the human being, do you have an identity? Would he have an answer to that? I mean, Deion absolutely has an identity. He's brash. He's in your face. His identity is what? It's prime.
You're darn right I plan on winning.
Like, that's his identity. And it's what made him successful. And his whole life he's been that. Because he's played to it. He knew his strengths. It's one of his strengths. Is being very brash, very confident, and knowing how to put himself kind of out on a stage. I don't think the football schematic thing is much different.
I don't think we can hang our hat out. Like Ohio State won the national championship, right? What did they hang their hat on? Running the football. But they had two runners. You can't hang your hat on 2 running backs. That's not nothing to hang your hat on. It's got to be on.
Sure
Everybody got 2 running backs.
What do you mean? Hang on, pause that. Of course that is. Like USC back in the day when they had Reggie Bush and Lindell White. Just because they had 2, yes, you can stake your entire team sort of around that. I don't know. It's just another one of those where I feel like if this was asked to him last year, he wouldn't say, what does that mean? He would tell him, absolutely, our identity is Shedeur Sanders throwing the football.
That's a setup.
So we'll get back to this a little bit later. 303-504-0925. Oh, and there it is, the Jonas Brothers with Waffle House. You guys listen to this song and tell me this isn't a banger. Tell me. I dare you. Even if you're super anti-boy band. You know what? The first time I heard this song was when we were getting warmer weather, and then I got up this morning, it was 48 degrees, and I was like, ooh, we're making that change, aren't we? Watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. It's a Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get great deals and free delivery with the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio. Subscribe to the channel today and don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Song rules. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next. Moser is off today for some Avalanche responsibilities that he has. So we have called into the bullpen the head coach of Valor Christian, Mike Sanford, will join us this morning. Hey, Coach!
Huge, yeah.
It's a big, awesome, great good morning to you, Kaner.
Which I was just saying, Vic, I defy anybody to find me a high school football coach that puts in more hours than Mike Sanford. He was up this morning doing work, Vic. This morning, before the show.
Coaches work. If there's one thing in common with most coaches is the amount of hours you guys put in. It's the very reason why a lot of former players, Mike, as you well know, really don't want to get into coaching. Not because they don't want to coach kids. They don't want to put in the hours to coach kids. It's not an easy task. It never is. It never has been at any level. Hell, even in the pros.
As the old adage goes, those who can't play, coach.
Uh-huh.
It's because it didn't come easily to any one of us when we were playing. So you had to put the extra hours in.
I got to bring something just off the top, just real quick, Brett.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so my daughter goes to the University of Kansas. She's a sophomore there. She's taking a journalism class. I told her, I don't think you want to get into journalism. She goes, Dad, I really want to take this class. All right, go ahead. So it's a fundamental news writing course, all right? And so she sent me her latest assignment where they give her a bunch of information and you have to reassemble it into a article. So she goes, what do you think about this, Dad? I go, as parents usually do, I change things around. I was like, try this, try that. And I was like, in the final product, I was like, man, that looks good. She got a 49 on it. She got an F. And she showed me the grade. She goes, Dad, you looked at this. I go, let me tell you something. That teacher's a moron. Some of the comments that the teacher made about what's wrong with this, never lead an article with a quote. What are you talking about? And that very thing came to mind, Mike. Those who can't teach
are just going to start. Are you going to start mailing Emmys to the teacher and be like, "Yeah, I edited this. What do you think about that?"
I told her. I said, "You tell her that your dad is in the business."
Okay, well, I'm glad you're here, Coach, because I have a bunch of questions for you. Well, we've kind of had the last couple of days talking about the Broncos, and obviously a disappointing loss over the weekend. It's about time to turn the page and move forward to the Chargers. But we've been talking about finishing. Like, this is what great teams do. Great teams finish. And spent a lot of time on that because the Broncos over the last couple of years have not done that. They have been able to close games out against bad teams where you win by 14, 20 points, something like that. But they're 2-7 now in the Bo Nix era in one-score games. The two games that they've won, the Monsoon in New York last year, that was their only one-score win. And then week 1 against Tennessee this year, which
sure didn't feel like one.
No.
It was. And by the letter of the law, it was an 8-point game.
And if you kick the field goal on 4th down instead of trying to go for it, that's an 11-point win. Like, things change. There's another thing to this, too. Something I've noticed with great teams, and I'm sure you've noticed as well.
Heard this in the appetizer, and this fed my football coach's just soul the way you said it. Because it's the word I use probably more than any other word as it relates to football.
Down in my plums.
It's the old R word. Respond. When you lose, how many great teams lose twice in a row? Doesn't happen that often, even if it's against a tough opponent the following week. But go ahead. It fed your soul. Go ahead.
So you know pretty well, and everybody, at least on the air, knows my take, my evaluation coming out of the 2023 NFL Draft, Combine, Senior Bowl, all of the different things. I wasn't very high on Bo Nix, was I?
No.
Chance to watch him work and watch him navigate an NFL season. And it was that very word, the R word, that we're going to reclaim in a positive light.
Yes.
That Bo Nix personified on such an incredibly consistent basis. The dude is a responder.
Yeah.
He's a great responder. And you know what? A lot of times responding isn't just when it's bad. Because what did Bo Nix himself do from week 1 to week 2? After I'd call it a nasty performance.
Awful week 1. He played great in week 2.
I'd say the worst NFL quarterback performance in week 1.
Yes.
Just in terms of the numbers, analytics, and even the optics and feel of it. He won, but it was not good. He responded. But just as hard as it is sometimes to respond to adverse situations, sometimes it's hard to respond to good when things are awesome.
Yeah.
When you're riding high. And I don't know right now that the Chargers, Justin Herbert, can respond to everybody patting him on the back.
Yeah, what you think about that, Vic?
He showed some issues in that game against the Raiders. Of course, the Raiders kept giving the ball back to the Chargers in that game. But back to your definition of Bo Nix, you're essentially saying that his hard work helped him overcome a lot of the issues that you saw when you were evaluating him as a prospect. His hard work, his effort, and maybe the marriage with Sean Payton, right? Because if you marry any quarterback with Sean Payton, I think at some point that quarterback will be better than most. The toughest, and that's why I'm glad you're here with us, Mike. I need to know, feeding your quarterback too much information can paralyze a quarterback. Do you notice that at times with Bo Nix and Sean Payton, or do you think Bo can take on anything?
I think Bo can take on anything, but one of Bo's better traits as a quarterback is when he's playing freely, he goes into athlete mode. And that's what I saw in the second game, is that he wasn't bogged down and his bandwidth was eaten up so much by getting the play call in and out of the huddle, checking one of three options that were read in the huddle at the line of scrimmage. And then by the time he snapped the ball, I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
And if you don't think that's real, I'm going to tell you this. It's very real. There is a mental exhaustion that can come into play for a quarterback playing in a system that is that verbose.
Oh my God, he's still going. He's still going.
There's our guy. It was Stafford, wasn't it?
That was Stafford, yeah.
Talking
Please
with McVay.
stop. Yes, please stop.
Please stop. Please stop.
Bo Nix has lived that life. And in week one, Sean Payton, he overwhelmed his quarterback. What I saw in week two was, even if he took it down a notch, just say 100% was 37 words in the huddle, and he took it down to 18 words in the huddle.
Yeah.
It allowed Bo Nix to see what he was looking at pre-snap and then adjust post-snap and play like the athlete that he is. And that's the other thing that I do love about Bo is his athleticism when he's playing to a somewhat freely.
Yeah, I totally
he can go
agree.
do some things and create.
Did you hear my comp yesterday? I said that if Bo wants to aspire to be another quarterback in this league right now, a good role model would be Baker Mayfield. And a lot of people took that as a knock. Oh, my God, Baker Mayfield. That's not a knock. Baker Mayfield, you saw what he did the other night. Not afraid to use his wheels, especially in crunch time. A lot of quarterbacks, go back, longtime Bronco fans, all right? Go back, throw in a VHS tape into your VHS player and rewatch the drive against the Cleveland Browns. And tell me how many times in that drive John Elway rescued the Broncos with his wheels. Because if he didn't have his wheels, they don't win that game. They don't execute the drive. It's essential. If you have them, use them. And my only criticism sometimes of Bo is that I think he hears that little voice in his, or maybe that little person on his shoulder saying, stay in the pocket, stay in the pocket. Forget the pocket. Late in the game, go.
Vic, I gave you a lot of flowers yesterday on the morning sprint about that path forward, that journey for a Bo Nix, because Brad just talked about it. You've started out your career in one-score games, and your record right now is what?
2-7.
2-7. If you look at Baker Mayfield, were the statistics incredible through the first 2 weeks, particularly if you took out the fourth quarter heroics?
Nope.
But you know what he did, and this is a piece of the puzzle that I think lacks often for quarterbacks, is that Baker Mayfield has been the reason his team has won games. And that's the next step forward for Bo Nix, to not just be a good quarterback that is surrounded by good players, but in the margins of the National Football League where there are so many games that come down to the last possession, can you be the reason in crunch time?
Yeah.
And nobody's done it better through 2 weeks than Baker Mayfield. In fact, the first 2 weeks of Baker Mayfield has thrust him, in my eyes, into MVP conversations because he has led two unbelievably unlikely fourth quarter comeback 1 minute drives.
Yep. And I mean, don't forget, this guy led the league in touchdowns last year at 41. It's not like this is foreign to anybody who's been paying attention. I actually went back and I looked at Baker Mayfield's rookie season numbers. they're virtually identical to what Bo's are.
Let's talk
really
about,
close.
You mentioned, I loved it because it's my guy, Jordan Love, who looks fantastic.
Yeah.
His team looks fantastic. But let's just be very honest, Vic. Who's been more impressive through 2 weeks? Cushy Jordan Love with all the time in the world, throwing dots to wide open receivers down the field with a defense that just doesn't give up any points.
Right.
Or Baker Mayfield, where he has had to will his team to win in
grind it
back-to-back
out.
weeks.
Yeah.
Oh, it's like a different sport. It's almost like a different game. You're so right. It all depends on who you have around you. And the one thing I love about Green Bay this year, man, that run game too, when you have Josh Jacobs just pounding people in front of him, it makes Jordan Love's job so much easier, doesn't it?
Yes. And that's what I don't think there's any sort of surprise that last week when you committed to running the football a little bit more, Bo Nix looked a little bit better.
looked better.
I mean,
You mentioned
looked better.
You mentioned on the appetizer, Brett, about why has Daniel Dimes looked like almost vintage Daniel Jones. Vintage Daniel Jones that went to the playoffs with the Giants.
Daniel Jones wasn't always terrible.
No.
He had moments in which he was good, and they came exactly when Saquon Barkley was healthy in the backfield.
And now what does he have?
Jonathan Taylor.
Which takes the pressure off the quarterback position and allows you to dissect a defense because they have to fit the run.
Yep.
And if the Denver Broncos and Sean Payton can commit to employing these two very talented running backs, J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey are talented running backs. They're on the plus side of NFL running backs. I don't think you had that a year ago. You do this year.
No way. Yeah. Here's how I know that, though, Coach, is the three main running backs that you had in your stable last year aren't active on game day anymore with the Broncos. Two of them are gone entirely, and Jaleel can't find playing time over Tyler Bidet. And so, I think that tells you what he thought about the personnel last year. Here's what's interesting. We can get into this later. I think the Chargers and Broncos backfields are like the exact same thing. They both have a veteran running back who has been decent throughout their career. I think Dobbins is a better overall back than what Najee Harris is, but Najee Harris has not missed a game in his career, and that's what separates him.
Najee's a lot more fun on 4th of July.
That is true.
That's one thing that we know for sure. We can give that to Najee.
But Hampton...
Well, and dangerous.
Yeah. Hampton and Harvey are both two young running backs that have some promise and some burst that they're trying to figure it out. I mean, it's a very similar backfield between the two. But we can talk about that in a little bit. 303-504-0925. One thing I want to get to.
Quickly.
Hang on.
Sanford and Son, what do we refer to you as?
Hang on. Cut that off for a second. Vic, just reset. Hold on to what you wanted to say. Because you sound like a robot right now who is also delayed. So what I want to get to in a second, these are actually becoming some of my favorite days. And it's the show after Deion's press conferences.
Oh, gosh.
Deion is saying things in the press conference that I do agree with. Like, there's some things I do agree with. And then there's other things where he's asked a question and he does not answer it. And it almost feels like it's a defense mechanism because if he was asked the exact same question last year, he'd have a clear and concise answer. And it was perfectly on display from yesterday. We'll get to it next.
And the serious one is, and this is no setup, I'm just, when you're evaluating the quarterbacks, what do you want to see and what are you hoping to see against
Leadership and consistency. That's it. That ain't much to ask for, is it? Leadership and consistency. I look for that for everyone. Every man, every woman that's involved in my life, leadership and consistency.
Welcome to the college football version of speed dating, which is the Colorado quarterback room. I agree with him. Leadership and consistency are two very good traits for a quarterback to have. Very good.
Is that on the application to date, Coach Prime? Every man and woman?
It should be.
Excuse me, young lady, are you consistent? Are you a good leader?
Welcome in.
Then we might have a chance.
Yeah. We said, and we've talked about this a lot when it comes to that quarterback room. Like, here's what's tough. And, Coach, you've lived through this. All those years coaching, especially in college football. You don't really know what you have when the season starts sometimes. But you get into week 4 of the college football season, and this is a very dangerous thing. When somebody asks who's starting this week at that position, that's a scary thing. You know what hasn't been asked to Sean Peyton for over a year? Who's starting? It's like there's no point. You know who it is. And I understand the strategy. He said, I know what my plan at quarterback's going to be this weekend, but I'm not going to tell you. And I'm like, probably smart because there's some things, I guess, left for debate for the other team to prepare for. But the fact that you're asking the question is not a good starting point. You know what I mean?
I do. Here's the problem with the plan, the strategy right now. Just say, throw it out of the universe that your 5-star, the apple of CU Buffs fan base's eye is Juju Lewis. And you just say, we're going to start Juju and just go with the youth movement. Mm-hmm. What if it looks bad through 3 games? Really bad?
What if it looks really bad? What if it looks like it did in the opener when it didn't look right?
Yeah,
something didn't look right there.
Then what? What do you do, Vic? Where do you go?
Because if you're doing that, if you're saying we're to start him and he looks bad, that is waving the white flag on the season. You're saying we're done and hopefully this gets better. But you've kind of admitted that already, and then it doesn't look good. You're kind of in a place that, like, Vic, where Chicago Bears fans feel right now, where it's like, okay, so we're committing to the young guy, but it kind of stinks so far. So now what?
Coach, you don't think they're seeing things during practice? They had an entire offseason to see. I mean, I'm sure he's put stuff out there that gave them an indication on what to do from here. I'm sure they already have a sense of what to expect. But I have a deeper question regarding the quarterbacks and just how you address certain things. When you're the head coach of a program and you do these weekly press conferences, right, and you're asked every question under the sun, you're asked strategic questions, personnel questions, injury questions, everything. Is your main goal to protect the program and the playbook, or is your main goal to provide information? I'm just curious what your thoughts are.
Well, my part of the reason I'm not a coach anymore at that level where I have a weekly press conference is
you said too much.
Yeah, I tried to be real. Like I tried to be a real human being as opposed to
you said too much.
You told me that when you were at Western Kentucky, like you almost went out of your way to be extra to some of these reporters, right?
Well, I knew they had a job to do.
Yeah.
It was actually it was an industry that I had an interest in going into.
Right.
So I was always curious as to, I wouldn't say I was sitting there evaluating the questions as I was being asked of them, but there were certain journalists that you could see that you really respected. And even just people that showed up, gave the time and the effort to cover your team, especially at a place like Western Kentucky where like who really freaking cares on a national level about what's going on. These people are giving up their lives to cover your team.
And is Western Kentucky, is it located in Eastern Kentucky or Southern Kentucky?
It's a great question. Western Kentucky is nowhere near the western part of the state of Kentucky.
Really?
That's what I know. That's why I asked.
It's in South Central Kentucky.
What town is it?
Bowling Green, Kentucky.
Okay.
Just to give you a little context, it's 45 minutes north of Nashville, Tennessee. Does that sound like Western Kentucky?
Huh. Not really.
Yeah. So I've worked.
Well, it sounds a lot better than South Central Kentucky.
No question. But so Vic, the answer to that is that what you should do, which is what we all hate in the media, is when a coach gives you absolutely nothing, and we call it coach speak. Mm-hmm. Or we call it, this guy's just up there just biding his time, and usually what it comes across as to consistently lie. Have you ever been in a position, say when you were a youngster, and you get caught in a white lie?
Oh, yeah.
The deeper that you go into that white lie, the longer it goes. You know what one of your reactions starts to become? Anger.
Yeah.
It starts to become anger, and then it becomes proving to somebody else. I think they call it gaslighting. I think the cool kids these days call it gaslighting.
New thing.
I don't even know what the hell that term means.
I don't
My daughters
either.
always say I'm doing that, and I don't know what the hell it means. What do you mean?
Apparently, you and I have something in common, Vic. We are accused often of gaslighting, and we have no idea
What
what
is
it means.
that?
It probably means
Could somebody tell me what
yeah,
that
Vic,
is?
No, Vic, you know what it
Nelly,
means.
what is it?
Vic, you know what it means.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you totally know what it means. You definitely know what gaslighting is. Why are you acting like you don't?
Is he gaslighting me?
Yes,
he just defined it for us.
Yeah.
He just defined it for us.
Who do you think is the most successful coach that you would say is the most opposite of what you're talking about? Like the most honest and real coach that has the most success that you can think of right now?
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
I would say Mike McDaniel, but it also seems like he's on some type of incredible mind-expanding substance. So I don't know if that's real or if it's just alternate universe real.
Right.
I would say, you know what? I think that Coach Prime is attempting to be genuinely real in those moments. The reality is I don't think there really is a plan.
Well, can I play a piece of audio for you? For both of you guys with Deion, because it's
like, how can there be a plan?
Deion is, I think, much different, as all coaches are, when they're in the rut right now, as opposed to the large overall success that they had last year. And he is now navigating his way through, I lost my Heisman Trophy winner, and I lost my son, who is an elite quarterback in college football, and we're still searching to try and find how to make up for that. So he was asked a question about identity early in the press conference. We don't got to play this one, Nelly. But he just basically said, I think we're close to finding that. We're close. Good from a texter here. Vic, I'd say Bednar is pretty damn honest with us every single week.
Very good point.
Yeah, Bednar's pretty damn honest.
He's matter of fact honest.
Yes.
Would you guys
care less.
Would you guys also say that Adelman pretty dang honest, pretty insightful
from what we've seen so far?
God, he's reflective. He's actually one of my favorite press conferences I've ever listened to.
Yeah,
and it's
I've
probably
told him
why
several
he'll
times,
be.
I said he hits home runs in those press
He
conferences.
does, man.
Coach. He hits home. He doesn't single double. He hits home runs. You walk away going, "Wow!" Every time.
And we got a couple here.
For that very reason, I think that Adelman and Sanford are going to be a banger on Altitude Sports Radio in about 4 years together on the morning sprint, 10 to noon.
So
you can write this down. Hell, record this.
So just to
That's
get
a good line. I
to
love
it,
that.
I mean, Adelman and Sanford, what a show.
Just a couple coaches' kids, man, hanging out and being real, sharing our real dark feelings.
So where I was going with this was he was asked about identity, and he said, we're going to find it soon, maybe this Saturday. That was Deion's first answer. And then Mark Kisla, who's known to do some pressing, was pressing later. And he talked about identity with him again. And this is a long back and forth, so feel free to stop it whenever you want to. But Nelly, go ahead.
Mark Kisla, Denver Gazette. Going back to the identity question, it's which comes first, identity or winning? Winning or identity?
Winning.
How much patience?
I don't give a darn what I did. First of all, I don't know coaches that seek identity. I think coaches seek wins. You could call it what you want, or it looks the way it looks. I don't care what kind of car we pull up in. Long as we pull out of here with a W, I'm good. So I don't really get into the identity thing, not whatsoever. I would like to do some things better. We like to stop the run. We like to run the ball. We like to be consistent offensively and defensively. We'd love to do those things better, but I can't be narrowed down with, what's your identity? What does that mean?
All right, can you pause for a second? Pause right there. I think identities are pretty clear. It's what you think is the best way towards success. I think Sean Payton has an identity. Like, I know you can't run the exact same offense with different personnel. You can't do it. Like, you can't try and make Bo Nix Drew Brees. Mm-hmm. But the overall theme of his offense is still like, They checked down a lot to running backs out of the backfield when he was in New Orleans. Guess what they do here? Check down a lot. Jim Harbaugh has run like the same offense virtually everywhere he's ever been. It's like we're going to be physical and run the football, and then the quarterback's going to make a couple of plays. Like John Harbaugh is maybe the best example of somebody that ran one offense with Flacco and was like, Lamar's such a freak. I got to change everything I'm doing. But it's an identity. And I think this has been the last couple of weeks I've heard Deion talk. He's asked a question, and he'll, like, repeat it to you and be like, what does identity mean? What was the other one, Nelly, that he said? When he said, what does something else?
Gaslighting.
What does bolstered mean?
No,
That was
not
last
bolstered.
year.
Not bolstered.
No, quarterback. Who has a starting quarterback?
Who has an established quarterback or something like that,
established
right?
quarterback. Well, you know, let me
but-
defend him in this practice.
But Vic, just quickly, if he was asked the same questions about identity or solidified quarterback from a year ago, his answers would be wildly different because they would have an
Of course.
identity and a solidified quarterback.
Yeah. See, I've got a problem with the identity question for this reason. Shouldn't the identity of most teams be to have a balanced offense? Balanced. We can get you at the run. We can get you at the pass. We're just waiting to get you. Isn't that what the true idea? Like,
Well, Mike
Ohio
Leach's,
State won
Mike
a national
Leach's
championship
identity,
last year.
Mike Leach's identity wasn't that. That was spread them out and
Okay,
let the ball
that's
fly.
Mike Leach, though. That's Mike
Steve
Leach.
Spurrier wasn't, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. But most of the good teams
Yeah.
have balance.
You know what I'd say, Vic?
Most of the great teams. So the identity truly would be to have balance. That would be the identity I want, because you don't know what I'm going to do. I may hit you right up the gut. I may blast you with a play outside, and then I may hit you with the pass game. That's identity. What if you don't have a true identity? Air Force's identity is to run the ball by nature.
Yeah.
That's their identity, but it's not like they choose that identity because they know that they can't play a conventional style of football.
All right, hear me out on this and just humor me for a second. I believe that we are at a major crossroads in college football, at the highest levels of college football. We'll say Power 4, so where the CU Buffs find themselves in the Big 10, SEC, ACC, and Big 12. And this crossroads we're at is because of the NIL, because of the transfer portal. Is it about players or is it about identity and scheme? And if you look at Coach Prime and his own career, what do you think he himself knows as a player? Because it all came so dang easy to him.
Yeah.
Because he was the best on planet Earth.
Yep,
it was players. Players make plays. Players win games. And so what happened last season? Why did CU win football games last year?
Because Shador and Travis
They
Hunter
had-
made plays.
Yeah, they had two of the best players in the country.
They had erasers. You know what erasers do?
Yeah.
They cover
They
a
erase
multitude.
mistakes.
Exactly. They
Yeah.
cover a multitude of your own sins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now you don't have those two erasers anymore.
Well,
Hey,
here's
Coach-
go ahead, Vic.
I told these guys, I said, going into the season, that's why I looked at that Georgia Tech game and I said, they're probably not going to win that game. And these guys looked at me like, what are you talking about? I go, they're not as good as Georgia Tech. And I pointed to this, Coach. I said, you just lost a Heisman Trophy winner. You lost a record-breaking quarterback. And all of your receivers are in the National Football League. Good luck with that.
Well, here's my response. I was not expecting you to find Shador again. I was not expecting you to find another Travis Hunter. But here's what I was expecting. If Deion was billed on one thing when he got here, I wasn't expecting schematic genius that's going to X's and O's you to death. We knew that's not what we were getting. If you got that, then wow, what a bonus. He was billed as what?
A recruiter.
I'm getting talent here. I'm bringing Louis. And I look on the field right now, I don't see a lot of it. I just don't see. I asked Vic the other day, and I'll ask you, Coach, how many all Big 12 players are on CU's roster right now?
Jordan Seaton, left tackle.
And that feels like it, right?
I don't see anybody defensively. I will say this, to stand in there for Coach Prime on an identity piece. What is Coach Prime? What did he play? I mean, really, what did he play?
He played the cornerback position.
He's a defensive player.
And center field.
And he was an elite center fielder and base stealer. And could hit the ball, too.
Yeah.
Probably could have played in the NBA as well, if you wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
The identity of the CU defense since Robert Livingston has gotten there, defensive coordinator, has taken on what I would call the identity of what Coach Prime was as a player. Press man coverage. Extra defender in the box. Populate the line of scrimmage. And last year, at least, you stop the run and you limited explosive plays, and you didn't give up easy completions.
Mm-hmm.
So the defense actually looked like a Coach Prime defense, because what was Prime so dang good at as a corner?
Press man.
Locking you up.
Yep.
And so from a defensive identity, now here's the problem with press man and overpopulation of the box. Teams have answers for that. And if that becomes your only pitch and you're not good at any other pitches, and this is a little bit of the problem right now with Vance Joseph and the Broncos, it's a lot of pressure. They heated up Daniel Jones. You look at the advanced analytics, he heated up Daniel Jones as much as anybody got heated up in the National Football League.
Was it something crazy, like 70% or something like that?
Was at least a 5-man pressure. And you played cover one behind it.
Yeah.
Shane Steichen's a good football coach. He's the reason that Jalen Hurts is Jalen Hurts. He was the original coordinator for Jalen Hurts. He was the same guy for that extended Phillip Rivers' career with the Chargers. Same guy that got Justin Herbert on the map as a play caller with the Chargers. He has answers. So the problem is if you don't have your fastball, what's that second pitch going to be?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, football terminology can be misconstrued at times. You got to watch what you say. Coach saying overpopulation of the box. That's the only thing that rang through my head there when you. It's a tough term.
Well, take it easy over there. Better take it easy. Hey, if I asked
Can I
you,
explain my D now?
if I asked you, Coach, let's just do. You don't do weekly pressers anymore. I'll give you a press conference right now for Valor. Ready?
Yeah.
What's the identity of your offense?
In the history of football, I've never seen anybody win a championship that doesn't have a commitment to running the football, stopping the run, winning the turnover battle, and playing solid and sound special teams.
That's
Coach,
right.
who's your starting quarterback this week? Do you have an established quarterback?
Yeah, Dawson Olks, senior quarterback. Titus Heward comes off. He comes and plays the fourth series of every game. We have two quarterbacks right now. They're playing at a high level. You want to see something cool? 13 of 14 last week for our senior starting quarterback for 150 yards. 11 of 14 for our sophomore quarterback for 141 yards.
How about that?
291 yards, split almost identically even between two when we went to Vegas and played a team.
I was waiting for you to throw the question back at me and just say, what does that mean?
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
To be honest, it's a good little counter because I don't know if I ask you a question and you repeat the question back to me and say, what does that mean for something I thought was basic? It's almost like you catch me off guard. It reminds me of like, explain the color red.
Did you see what I just did though?
Oh, yeah.
In my press conference, I gave too much information.
Yes, you did.
And that's why I'm
You
here.
done did.
And it's probably going to get me excommunicated from the high school ranks too.
Who do you have this week?
Logan's probably listening right now.
Who do you have this week?
Got Mullen High School, one of the preeminent power programs in the state of Colorado.
J.K. Mullen, one of many schools that Dave Logan won a championship at. Think about that. Name a school in Colorado Dave Logan probably won a championship
Yeah,
there.
he didn't.
That's how
win.
crazy it is.
He was never at Arvada West. He never won one with the Wildcats. Oh wait, he did.
Yeah, right. Oh, he was never at Chatfield. That never happened.
Oh wait. He did.
Was he at Millard North High School in Omaha, Nebraska?
No, but they got the brakes beat off him by.
Yes, they did a couple years ago.
No, didn't they come and play? They played Cherry Creek. One of the Millard teams.
I thought that was a couple years ago.
They played him this year.
Did they?
I have one more question for Coach Sanford.
Logan beat him 49 nuts. Sorry,
We're
Coach.
still in press conference mode, correct?
Yes.
Coach, one last question,
Yeah,
please.
Vic. Yeah.
Are you worried this week against Mullen? Are you worried about overpopulating the box?
I am, because they have a tight end that's committed to the University of Michigan that's 6'6". So I am concerned. If we overpopulate the box, hard play action, 6'6" can run, power 5 type player. Yeah, I'm very nervous about overpopulation of the box.
Hey, Coach,
Oh,
here,
good job.
Steve Nelson, Altitude Sports Radio. Quick question for you. What that thang do?
Well, as it relates to that thing, relative to my thing, I say that your thing is a thing.
Hey, we've talked. It's a big theme on this show, Coach.
Was that a gaslighting moment right there?
A little bit, yeah. We've talked about this a lot on this show. You might not have heard it before. Vic gets very annoyed at genetics, that he thinks are out of control, and it's making people too big, too fast, too strong, all of those things. I didn't expect a genetics conversation to come up in this specific category of sports, though, that we get to next. Moser out on Avalanche responsibilities right now. So we have the coach, Mike Sanford, sitting in his chair today. Genetics. Vic hates them. He hates. And I can only imagine 40 years from now, if the genetic freak of the NBA is like Jonas, 40 years from now, is it going to be somebody who's 7'6" who runs like LeBron and can jump, has a 50-inch vert, and I don't know what it's going to look like if it keeps.
It's already happening. What are you talking about? It's already happening. They're already. I mean, what the hell is Victor Wembanyama? What is that?
Oh, I know, but
it's 7'4" guy who strokes jumpers like he's Steph Curry. What is that?
I never expected evolution in this part, though. You see it in every other sort of area of sports. Like football players are getting bigger and stronger and faster, and we know that. Even baseball players, like Aaron Judges, are here now. You're like, what is that? Coaches are now settling for 60-yard field goals to win games or tie games. What's that about? Because I never thought
that's
the
Brandon
kicking.
Aubrey.
Not just him. It happened in the game the Broncos played.
Yeah, but
Nate Hackett did that 3 years ago.
Shane Steichen was playing 4D chess. He knew that there was going to be a leveraging penalty. I mean, everybody knows that DeAndre Tillman loves to push off on the right guard on the field goal unit.
I'm kind of shocked because we've seen multiple cases of it. A coach is like, could I get closer? Yeah, but I think we're good. And it's just like the amount of trust that you have in some guys is just like a 64-yarder to tie the game, and you have time left on the clock, and you run the ball up the middle for 2 yards with Javonte Williams, and you say, all right, cool, we're in position.
Well, first of all, think about the evolution of the kicking game and how good kickers have become. Think about this for a second. In the olden days, the field goal posts were up. They weren't in the back of the end zone. They're in the front of the end zone. All right? Then they moved them back, but still they were wide. I mean, I don't know the number, but they were much wider than they are now. Big old wide posts. Not to mention, the high school and collegiate level, if you wanted to kick, you had a kicking aid that you got to use, a tee. It was like a black rubber thing that you placed on the ground. You put the ball on top of that, and it gave you a much easier way at kicking the ball up in the air. Yeah. All right? Much easier. They got rid of all of that. And these dudes are still blasting 60-yarders through tiny little, if you look, it's like a jail cell, man. They're hitting these dudes with, it's unbelievable. Brandon Aubrey, to me, that guy, he's the only player in the history of the National Football League to hit not one but two 64-yard field goals. The rest of the National Football League in its history is combined for two. He has two himself.
Vic, you remember when Elam hit a 63-yarder and we were all going bananas?
It was like the craziest thing you've ever seen.
It was crazy. Aubrey's 64-yarder the other day could have gone in from 75. He hit it that good. And he will hit a 70-yarder. It's only a matter of time.
Here's this other sort of factor in it, too. So Elam did that, and then I believe that Prater then broke Elam's record, right? Both of those in Denver, where you could say the altitude could have helped put a few yards on the ball. Yep. And I'm watching Aubrey boot a 64-yarder that looks like it's got another 10 yards on it.
What was the preseason
in
kick?
Dallas?
Was the preseason kick 66 or 67?
Something like that. I think it was 67.
Was it? And it was in a dome, or was it?
Oh, I think that was outdoors. No, I think that was outdoors.
There was a high school. There was a high school kid from Colorado. Look it up. I'm not going to Google it right now, and I want to say he went to Fossil Ridge, some school up north, who has kicked a 66-yard field goal. High school. By the way, Coach, are they still kicking off tees in high school? Or you on the ground now?
We do. It's funny you mentioned that because I'm not used to this tee life because I was a holder in college football.
Wait, like a field goal kick? Not with a kickoff.
It's like a 3/4 inch rubber mat that has like grips on the bottom of it. And it's legal only in youth football and high school. Not legal in college, not legal in pro football.
Right.
And it just props the ball up just a little bit. And probably some of that has to do with why it's still legal in high school is because of the inconsistencies of the playing surfaces. You might play on some field that's more like a pasture if you're playing out east in the great state of Colorado.
That and half of the high school kickers can't get it over the offensive lineman because they can't kick, Little lifts, the kind like I wear in my shoes, just lifts to help you get the ball.
Like the Pete Carroll lift. You ever seen Pete Carroll's shoes? He's got one shoe.
No.
He has vastly uneven leg length, So one
Does
of
he
his
really?
shoes is like a 5-inch lift shoe. It's one of those.
Yeah.
I coached against Pete Carroll when I was coaching at Stanford for Jim Harbaugh, and he was at USC. And I looked at him bouncing around. He's always walking up on his toes.
Yeah.
I look over there. I'm like, what is wrong with that guy's shoe? That's the biggest shoe I've ever seen.
It's got a little kick to it. By the way, speaking of kick, what we were thinking of in the preseason, Cam Little of Jacksonville hit a 70-yarder outdoors in Jacksonville.
It was 70.
The
70
reason
yards
why
in the preseason.
It's pretty simple. I had a long talk with Brandon McManus about this when he was here. We were hanging out, and I was just asking him about kicking, and he was a really good golfer, still is, a great golfer. He hits his 4-iron farther than most hit their drivers. And he's explaining to me, and I brought this up with the guys. You guys made fun of me. He said kicking is a lot like golfing. You know, you put it, you brace your lead leg, and you flip the hips. You got to flip the hips. If you're not flipping the hips, you're not going to get any power. The reason why you're seeing so many successful kickers today is because they're more skilled. They're more skilled because they start working at it at an earlier age. Hell, in Australia, they have punting colleges. That's why there are so many damn Australian punters, right? They have kicking camps. They have dudes that go around the country to teach these kids the proper mechanics of kicking. 40 years ago, those things were few and far between. Today, they're everywhere. They're learning how to get it done. And when you learn, you get better.
Vic, do you remember UCLA kicker back in the heyday, Terry Donahue for the Bruins? Much different than what you're seeing where their head coach just got fired at UCLA.
Yeah.
Chris Saylor. You remember the name, Chris Saylor?
I do remember Chris Saylor.
So Chris Saylor, for the last 25 years, has been running a kicking academy that travels nationally. And
it's
then
a very prominent one.
It's fantastic. And he's linked up with his old long snapper, Chris Rubio, that runs the largest long snapper and short snapping academy. And it has bred incredible talent.
Sure.
And in fact, Vic, you mentioned a 60-plus yard field goal in the state of Colorado. It was up in Broomfield, Legacy High School. Kip Smith, in September 4th, 1999, kicked a 67-yard field goal.
67 yards in high school? Where is this kid now? He's got to be in college somewhere.
Well, he is back in 1999.
He's
he's probably still in college. He's on the 14-year plan.
All right, here he is.
27-year plan.
I should say 14 years.
No, it doesn't surprise me, dude. I'm telling you, kicking has become a cottage industry, much like anything else. Every little position. If you have a chance to get a college scholarship in something, you're going to make a cottage industry out of it. You're going to teach it because you're going to make money because parents are going to want it.
Kip Smith ended up kicking at both UCLA and Oklahoma State, picked up as an undrafted free agent by the Philadelphia Eagles after the 2015 NFL draft. So 1999 seems a little off. That might be his date of birth.
Oh,
so he's
there have been a lot of
33
punters.
years old.
A lot of punters from the state of Colorado. Former Mullen punter still in the league. What's his name? J.K. something? Former Mullen guy.
The former guy from the Packers? Is that what you're talking about? J.K.?
Yeah.
I want to say Simmons, but that's the actor.
I want to say
Carlson. The Carlson brothers.
Carlson, from Colorado Springs area.
Yep.
Yeah, but there are a lot of dudes from the state of Colorado that, again, you get enough practice early. That I don't think genetics is necessarily the reason, because you brought up genetics to start this segment. That's more training and teaching, in my opinion. Training and teaching the proper method. It's not like that 8th grader we saw, Brett. Remember that 8th grader we saw in high school that he was playing football and he was 6'5",
280 pounds, yeah.
Brett, you started off this conversation talking about more the coaches in the National Football League that are just okay with kicking 60 to 65-yard field goals to win games as opposed to pressing the envelope.
Yeah.
I think there's two reasons why that's happening. Even Shane Steichen, if you listen to his post-game press conference after beating the Broncos on his decision to not throw the football on that third down, obviously Jonathan Taylor had been running the ball extremely hard. The other piece of the puzzle is this more punitive measure for the kickoff out of bounds, putting the ball at the 35-yard line. NFL head coaches are mortified of leaving more than 10 seconds on the clock.
Oh, yeah.
And kicking the ball out of the back of the end zone because you are so close to be able to get into chip shot range, which nowadays is about a 60-yard field goal in the NFL.
Mm-hmm. You're 20 yards away. Yeah, that's a very good point.
Well, I mentioned this after week 1. We can get to this a little bit later, that it feels like these new kickoff rules from what they made have added to scoring across the league. I don't think there's a doubt about it.
It's changed the math for end of game decision making
For
and time.
sure.
I mean, it's changed it all. And they're all talking about it. And the thing that these NFL head coaches have, and we all say, Shane Steichen's an idiot. You got to throw the ball there. He's got a full analytics team that's telling him exactly what to do.
Yeah.
And it's all based off the odds and percentages of what his kicker can do versus what Broncos kicker can do, how much time is left. If you do kick it and keep it in the field of play, the likelihood of Marvin Mims, all-pro kick returner, returning it for a touchdown.
But his kicker has never done anything more than 54 yards. What's his analytics team looking at? Maybe they were on the wrong Wikipedia page.
You brought it up earlier, though, Vic. Coach Prime has data from practice on his three quarterbacks, you know?
Yeah.
And now he missed it, so you're right. You're right in that moment. It wasn't the right decision.
See, isn't that funny? I'm sure you love these as a coach. You make a decision. If there's no leverage penalty, Shane Steichen is catching a whole bunch of heat. The hell were you thinking? You're an idiot. But because they got the penalty, they win the game. And now it's like, hey, great call. That's a dub for the coach. Nice job. Way to go. Don't you love?
It may be a turnover. It may be a missed shot, but it may be a steal. It may be a dunk. It may be a missed three. Maybe a made three. It's going to be all of that.
Don't you love when people play the result that way to judge your job? Don't you love it?
It's been my life. Still my life.
Hey, you said something to me earlier that you had a bold prediction that you wanted to make about the running game coming up this Sunday. We'll get to it next. Oh, yes, Vic.
I also, coming up in this next hour, I have a question I want to ask Coach Sanford about leadership. What a head coach sometimes needs to bite the bullet and take one for the team. And I've got an example that I wanted to get your opinion coming up in the next hour here.
All right, Coach Sanford in for Moser today. Here's the deal. You got this game coming up Sunday against the Chargers. It's a huge game. Like it does feel like sort of a crossroads game where if you win this, you're right back in the thick of discussions of division title and so on and so forth. If you lose, there's going to be some questions about where this team is heading and where is the ceiling and the peak of their powers. Here's what's funny. We've had a concern all offseason about what the offense is going to look like, and is Sean Payton going to commit to the run game? And in week 1, he didn't. It didn't look good, but you won. In week 2, I thought the offense was great, and they lost. And so it kind of gets swept under the rug. But you had a bold prediction about the running game heading into this Sunday, Coach?
And you were talking about the redundancy if you compare the two running back rooms of the Chargers versus the Broncos.
They feel very similar to me.
You have a veteran running back that's on his second or third team in both instances between J.K. Dobbins and Najee Harris. Najee Harris coming from the Steelers and J.K. Dobbins coming from where, Brett?
The Chargers.
In Baltimore.
But the Chargers most
yes.
recently. Really, he's been an outcast from not one, but 2 Harbaugh brothers.
Yeah. You know, it's funny. I think out of all the running backs heading into this weekend, I think I'd say he's the best one out of all of them.
I completely agree. And you know what else he has going for him this week when he plays his old team? The good old-fashioned chip on his shoulder.
Oh, yeah.
And you know what else? I think that Sean Payton loves pettiness.
Yes,
he loves narratives. He loves being the guy that says, I told you that this guy's really a good back, Jim. I think for the first time since January 8th of 2023, the Denver Broncos are going to have a 100-yard rusher, and it's going to be J.K. Dobbins.
I like it. I like that.
And it's going to be because Sean Payton is going to hyper-focus. And I think Sean Payton's got some hyper-focus tendencies where he locks in on one thing too much.
Yep.
First game against the Titans, man, it's my second-year quarterback. I can't wait to show the world he's ready for all of the playbook.
Yeah.
For all of the shift in motion and checking. And he couldn't get out of his own way in that first week. Second week, I think it was, hey, I'm going to let my quarterback play with some freedom. I'm going to let him go out there and operate the offense at a high level. Third week, and it's going to be great news for the Denver Broncos. He's going to commit to the run game, but he's going to commit to J.K. Dobbins toting the stone. He's going to get 100+, and it's going to lead to a Broncos win.
Do you remember the game, the opponent, the night that infamous, that Sean Payton had the words "run the ball" on his play sheet?
Same exact venue you're going to be playing this coming Sunday.
Exactly right.
Same exact venue.
Exactly right.
Same exact head coach that you're coaching against.
And I wonder if you're going to get the same exact note on the play sheet. Run the ball. Laminated.
I don't think he's going to have to. I think, look, he goes back, he watches film. That was it feels like the proper game plan for what this offense is what you did last week. And I like it. I like it that he gets hyper-focused on the revenge factor there. Dobbins is going to be very, very fired up. Because, again, I think he's the best running back on the field so far. Now, we'll see with Hampton and R.J. Harvey and, a month, 2 months from now, if those guys start to get it a little bit more.
And now that I've thrown out a prediction, of course, it's probably going to be that Tyler Bidet gets 22 carries.
Yeah.
But Dobbins,
probably Dobbins deactivated.
Deactivated. It's Jaleel. Yeah, something like that.
Sean Payton makes a move to bring back Audric Estime.
No. It's the Deuce Vaughn game. Deuce Vaughn gets the call up. I can't believe it's not Sproles.
So what does that say? Does that say run it? Is that what he put on there? Okay, run it with exclamation points. Okay, he has 3 exclamation points there. For this game, he's going to have 4.
I'd take 5.
He'll add another.
I'd take 5 just in case the game goes to overtime.
Okay.
Because I think that Sean Payton did it for 3 quarters. He forgot in the fourth quarter last year because he lacked an exclamation point on his call sheet.
There is I still don't buy this. I don't buy any of that. He needed a visual cue on his play sheet that he knew everybody was going to see and then still refused to do it. I don't buy that at all.
We all do it, though. Play callers. I write stuff all over my call sheet. Big messages to myself. Sometimes I put I put the names of each one of my children's and my wife on there.
Really?
fighting for my football life, man. I'm going off to war, man.
Please, God. Can I ask you a question?
Oh, negative? Do you have that on there
How
too?
long? I mean, Sean Payton obviously gets some assistance in putting that together. He's in the NFL. You're a high school coach. How long does it take to assemble a play sheet?
Wow. It is a long process.
Run it does not mean run the football. It could be a play that I like. Run it. Like maybe that's what it was, and we all just misconstrued it.
No, he's just a fan of the Chris Brown song from like 2007
exactly.
with Jules Santana.
Ooh, good call. Good pull there.
I like I like the prediction though. Like I could totally see exactly what you're talking about. Like I was trying to go through some of the just position battles. And I'll just ask you guys. Some of these are obvious, some aren't. Just position by position in this matchup. Because it does feel like a coin flip to me. I don't think the Chargers are head and shoulders above you. If I had to pick a team who's better right now, there's no question I'm choosing LA. But I don't think it's like some massive gap between you, and maybe this weekend can change things. The better quarterback is very obviously the Chargers, right? No disagreements from either of you two? No.
He's the more accomplished quarterback. That's for damn sure.
Running back room. I think this is a question mark, but if I had to lean one, I think I'd give it to the Broncos. I really do.
I think it's a push.
Talent, Broncos. Commitment, Chargers.
Wide receiver room, I think that's LA's. And I think Keenan Allen changed a lot of the dynamic through that. If he wasn't there, then I think it's pretty close. But you know what else is a surprise?
He looked good, didn't he, on Monday night?
Dude, Keenan Allen is like, it just immediately, it's like, oh, I got a sure-handed guy I can trust. Perfect.
I coached against him when I was at Sanford, which I don't know. My kids weren't even, I had kids that weren't born.
Yeah.
And they're like 11 years old now. Has he played that long in the National Football League?
Yeah, he's been around.
Did you guys see the pictures of his shoulders after the game?
No.
Oh, Nelly, look up Keenan Allen's shoulders.
Oh, does he have so many separated shoulders that it's just like there's
it
gremlins
looks like
coming out?
devil horns are coming out of his shoulders.
Oh,
it's disgusting.
It's the weirdest sensation of in football pplayers. So many of them have it.
What is that, an AC joint thing?
Yeah, when you just
or
keep
something?
having AC sprains, like it's a 1st degree, 2nd degree, 3rd degree. And I always look around. It's funny, like I'll be recruiting a kid or at a high school, mega camp, and I'll just look. Even like guys are wearing cutoff shirts.
You see that little?
I go, yeah,
little boost.
Couple AC sprains there, huh? Probably should have worn a sweatshirt today.
Nelly, once you find this, just throw it on the board behind us. But I think that he does change the dynamic of what that battle looks like because. Oh, and by the way, if Quentin Johnson doesn't have the dropsies anymore, like maybe he's a guy,
talented player.
Yes, because
he's always wide open. It seems, especially down the field.
He just couldn't catch, and now it seems like his hands are a little bit better this year, so who knows? Offensive line, I think, is the Broncos. Oh, yeah, Vic, look at this. Look at, okay, pause it.
No.
Wait.
No.
Look at that. That's both shoulders.
Take that off my screen.
Both shoulders have those.
You know what that is right there?
No.
That is Keenan Williams. Looks like Lady Gaga at a concert.
Keenan Allen.
Oh,
yeah, Keenan Allen,
Lady Gaga. Keenan Jones?
You said Keenan Williams.
Yeah. Oh. You called him every but Keenan Allen.
Look at those, though. What in the world?
No, that's not right. That's as bad as my bunion. I mean,
dude, that's worse
than
your
bunion. Show my bunion
bro.
just to compare and contrast.
Your bunion's bad, but having that on your shoulders has to be miserable. He's got
looks
bike
like
pegs. Bike pegs are on his shoulders.
It's almost like a Halloween costume.
Yeah. Dude, those are the same size as the Raider fan that's got the spiked shoulder pads. It's like the same height.
Coach, how does that not hurt? What causes that? What is that?
So it's when you separate your shoulder, your AC joint, and so it creates this, anytime you separate it, it's essentially there's like a buckling that happens where your arm bone slips and it creates a gap.
Yeah.
And then the gap gets healed and pushes the scar tissue upwards.
Ugh. Wait, so is it really hard?
Yeah, it's calcified.
Okay, calcified stuff. Yuck.
You know, if you combine that with what wrestlers have with those cauliflower ears, we got something going here. We got pure mutant.
Oh my gosh, that's gross.
Yeah.
Here's what I'd love to ask you about. Tight end. It's Will Dissly and Tyler Conklin that are the tight ends for San Diego, for Los Angeles.
Well, either one of those no-name tight ends might be better than Carmen Sandiego, who plays tight end for...
What's going on there?
Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego?
So Evan
You
Ingram...
remember Carmen Sandiego? Remember the game?
Oh, yeah. Yep, I know the game.
All right.
But Evan Ingram, I was annoyed 3 days into the offseason when I first heard the word Joker. I'm like, oh, God. Okay, fine. You're just looking for a talented player. That's all you're looking for. It doesn't have to have a name like that. You're looking for talent, okay?
Apparently,
find a goddamn Joker.
Yeah, there you go. Apparently, George Peyton shared that same sentiment with all of us.
But, so you get Evan Ingram, and there's no doubt that Evan Ingram is an immediate upgrade to your room. No question. But, it's 2 weeks into the season, and he has been largely unused. And I can't for the life of me figure out how that's even possible. Like, what was the whole point to this? You didn't, look, I know you didn't give him $25 million a year, but it was 12 and a half. Like, that's a big number for how many guys on offense make that money? Cortland Sutton? And who else from a skill position standpoint? Nobody, right? He's second highest paid. So what are we doing here?
Well, he ran routes. He played. He didn't get the ball. He didn't get targeted but twice in that game. So, is it a play calling thing, coach? Is it a Bo Nix thing? What is it? What thing is it?
The only justification that I have for Evan Ingram's absence from production, because he's been on the field, to your point. He's not been physically absent. He's been production-based absent, is that you have seen a little bit more of true man coverage and pressure in weeks 1 and 2. Titans tried to pressure Bo Nix fairly successfully, getting him off his spot at least.
Yeah.
And play man coverage. A tight end like Evan Ingram.
He created space, is what you're saying?
A tight end like Evan Ingram is really good at settling in zones and then the subsequent run after catch.
Right.
And when you don't see a ton of zone coverage, Bo Nix might have a tendency to look to some of his faster, bigger targets. That's the thing about Evan Ingram, guys.
I know.
He's not big.
Yeah.
This isn't a 6'6" tight end that you say versus man coverage. I'm just going to throw the ball
Sutton,
in his general
Franklin,
vicinity.
Bryant, they're all bigger than he is.
Yeah, he's
Taller.
a bulked up receiver.
He's a bulked up, like almost slot receiver, right?
Yeah.
Like he's a 6'2".
Yeah.
He's a 6'2", 240-pound guy.
All right, but hold on a second, Coach, because I saw the Indianapolis Colts use their rookie tight end, and I think he played 3 different positions. They played him in the backfield on that first big catch down the left side. They played him in the slot. They put him on the line. They put him outside. They put him everywhere.
You know what that sounds like?
He was a Joker.
Exactly.
The Joker.
He's the Joker. And that's the Joker that I wanted in the draft.
Me too.
I wanted to move mountains to go get that Joker.
Yep.
But you know what? To Vic, your point, what's different about Tyler Warren physically? His natural build. He's humongous.
He's bigger. Yeah.
I met him at it was Fiesta Bowl Media Day or whatever for the college football playoff. I was down there covering Boise State football, my alma mater. And I assumed because he's playing running back and wildcat quarterback, the guy's probably 6'2.5", 6'3", which is really what Brock Bowers is.
Sure.
Brock Bowers he's built a lot more like Evan Ingram. It's just that he's got juice and speed and unbelievable route running abilities. I look up at Tyler Warren. I said, "Are you kidding me? The same guy that can run power and counter as a tailback and get that knee bend needed to be able to find holes and push the pile. That guy's 6'6" plus, and I'm looking up at him. I want that guy on my team.
Yeah.
And you know what? He's changed the feel of the Colts offensive unit.
Totally. Like, I don't think there's any question that he is. Man, Daniel Jones he stepped into such a nice spot for, like, if you're trying to revive your career, get you a running back that's like top 3 in the league.
Bingo.
Get you an offensive line that's pretty good. Quentin Nelson, pretty
best
good.
guard in the game, probably. Him and Quinn Miners.
Get you a tight end that's super dynamic. And then you still got your Michael Pittmans out on the outside. Like, that's a pretty good spot to be in.
Adonai Mitchell.
Pretty good.
I mean, You're in good shape.
When the Colts have been dealing with Anthony Richardson for a year and a half, 2 years, whatever you want to call it, the Colts were the perfect fit for Daniel Jones, but Daniel Jones proved to be the perfect fit for what the Colts needed.
Get back to this. Go ahead.
Much shame on this show, Coach, because our friend Brett considered Daniel Jones nothing but a mirage and predicted that he would fall back to out of orbit and back to Earth.
I thought he'd be
and
dead
it didn't
after
happen.
last week. Yeah.
It's the Kane hacks. It's a real thing.
Still what? I'm not buying
Still
the Daniel
what?
Jones stuff. I'm still not going to do it. 2 weeks.
Great
Good 2
nickname.
weeks.
Great nickname, by the way, Indiana Jones. Love it. Indiana Jones. Daniel Jones.
In Indiana.
I think it's got to be Indianapolis Jones for copyright
No,
reasons, doesn't it?
we're not doing that because I made that mistake with the Pacers several times.
Oh, that's all I do. I can't call them the correct name.
All right.
Well, because they have two franchises, they give them two different names. Figure it out, Indiana.
It's like the Colorado Rockies and the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, but those are two distinct different names. But those are different names.
True.
These are the same names. One's a little longer.
One's got a polis.
Yeah. What if it was Coloradoapolis or something? That's
The
that's like a little
Denveropolis
too much.
Nuggets.
Yeah. Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Height Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willheightwins.com. That's willheightwins.com. When we return, another question Vic had for the coach surrounding, to be honest, Vic, I forgot. Were you going to ask Coach
Leadership.
earlier?
Leadership.
Leadership. That's right. Leadership. We'll get to it
listen.
next. All right, Mike Sanford in for Moser today. Vic, you had a question for the coach. Go for it.
Yeah, pretty simple question. We have a head coach in our midst here, so he's a guy who's probably used to taking one for the team. And I felt that the press conference Sean Payton held on Monday, where he described what happened and the closing seconds against Indy, and, of course, the personal foul, the leverage play, all that business. And we did the post-game show on Altitude TV, and you and I both referenced, hey, man, they got to do a better job coaching that up. That's Darren Rizzi's group. They had two special teams coaches last year essentially lose their jobs for what took place in Kansas City. And what happened in Indy just cannot happen. So Sean Payton goes there in front of the media on Monday and says, hey, that falls on me. That's on me. It's not on the player. It's not on the Darren Rizzi. It's on me. First of all, do you believe him? Second of all, is that what the coach is supposed to say in that setting? Is he supposed to take one for the team?
Well, here's what I'd say is that as the head coach, you do have to take some semblance of extreme ownership for everything that happens. And so I believe him in the sense that he is standing as the nearly $20 million a year employee of the Denver Broncos, where all coaching decisions do ultimately fall under his watch. However, was that not the same thing last year with Mike Westhoff and Ben Kotwica?
Yeah.
Yep.
This is the difference is that Darren Rizzi is his guy. And I think Mike Westhoff was his guy as well. But Darren Rizzi's his new guy, and he's a Saints guy. And he comes from the tree of where Sean Payton's guys come from. And it's also just game 2. But I'll say this, and where I'm at with this special teams unit, week 1, the offense for the Denver Broncos, buns. Straight buns. Was it not? It's bad.
Terrible.
Week 1, how was the defense for the Broncos? Elite.
Yeah, really good.
How was the special teams? Marvin Mims, muffed punt.
Muffed punt.
Yeah.
71
yard. Crawshaw was good. Everybody else struggled.
71-yard kickoff return that led directly to points.
Right before half.
Yeah.
Game 2. How did the offense respond for the Denver Broncos?
Good.
Great.
Good. Defense, how was it?
Buns.
Yeah. Special teams.
What's buns?
It's like Chiefs.
Booty.
It starts with me.
Special teams.
Sorry, Vic. Ass. How's that?
Oh, I didn't know I could say that.
I do it.
Special teams, how was it? How was it, Kaner? Week 2.
Well, you had
Buns.
the field goal miss, which was pretty crucial. Yeah. Pretty bad.
So the only consistent unit through 2 weeks for the Denver Broncos, offense, defense, special teams, has been the special teams unit. And I'll tell you this, if you lose another football game this season, in the National Football League where the game comes down to the margins, if you lose another NFL game where they're all going to matter significantly because of a special teams gaffe that you could attribute to coaching or the wrong personnel being in the position, Darren Rizzi deserves to lose his job because the precedent was set a year ago.
Yeah.
Well, what I don't understand, because after the game, Dondre Tillman said, we had a certain play called, and I'm like, play called? For a 60-yard play called?
Yeah, there's
even
5 different blocks that you can have.
Yeah, even Sean Payton acknowledged on Monday, perhaps we should have been less aggressive in that situation.
No question.
But you cannot tell me, and this is where I know Sean Payton was taking one for the team. I know he was. I know he was protecting his coach. You cannot tell me that Sean Payton, who is face deep in that play sheet most of the game, suddenly goes to his special teams unit and says, let's run Y chromosome on this last one. Yeah, let's go ahead and have stunt those two. He wasn't making the call. That wasn't his call. His special teams guy made the call.
Agree wholeheartedly.
So this is protection for his guy.
The only thing that I've done before as a head coach that's calling offensive plays is I will go to the special teams coordinator emotionally. Let's go after this kid. I don't want to see. I got to go after this one right here. And then I see it like, oh, wait a minute. If we rough the kicker here, or the punter, this is going to be a timeout. hey, let's go punt safe here.
Yeah.
Or hey, let's just go edge block, normal edge block.
You're so true though about games won and lost in the margins. That is the National Football League, where the final score is always within 6 points, no matter what. It's always within a possession, right? And you can only lose so many of those kind of games. You can't give those games away. The ones that hurt are the ones that you assume you've won, and then you don't because of a penalty or because of a block or because of something like that. Those are the worst. You add those up at the end of the season. Those, you just hope that loss to Indy doesn't cost you playoff positioning, maybe a home playoff game, because that's what's at stake when you lose stuff like that.
How about this? Denver Broncos career for Sean Payton. His win-loss record right now as a Denver Broncos head coach, 19 wins, 16 losses.
Mm-hmm.
Sean Payton cares about legacy. Do we agree?
Oh, yeah.
Of course he does.
If you don't have a special teams gaffe a year ago at Kansas City and you don't have a special teams gaffe this year at Indy, he's a 21-14 head coach.
Yeah.
Seems a lot different than 19-16.
It does. It really does.
Sean Payton's fighting for a Hall of Fame career right now.
Oh, sure.
If he wins one here, he is a guaranteed first ballot Hall of Fame head coach.
Because it's never happened. To be the first coach to win 2 Super Bowls in 2 different cities, 2 different franchises, of course.
Can I need to play a couple things for you guys. Number one, Vic, this is continuing. And I honestly think Pablo Torre might be the scariest human being on earth right now if you're in the sports world, because he's continuing to do this slow drip of information about the Kawhi stuff, and now he's added to that
there's more?
Well, he's got, I don't fully understand it. It's some sort of calming headband that guys in tennis wore, and I don't know a lot of the tennis people. Skinner, I believe, is one of them, but a few different people.
He's only among the best players in the world.
Yeah, it's not Skinner. Yeah. It's isn't it Sinner?
Sinner.
It's pronounced
Sorry,
isn't
Sinner.
It's pronounced
Sinner.
Yannick Sinner, yes.
Is it pronounced Sinner? Is it like?
Yeah, no, it's Sinner.
Okay.
He calls himself Italian, but man, I don't. Whatever.
He's a sinner. Italian.
But these headbands, I guess, they're made by a Chinese company.
Mm-hmm.
That here's the story behind them. They're supposed to bring a calming sort of presence to you, so it's like it's to make you calm before your competition. Sure. So tennis guys did it. It also measured your brain waves that the Chinese government harvested your brain data to put into an AI system to help train soldiers, I guess, in their military. So a whole bunch of people bought those, and that's what happened. So that's another story. Yes, that's another story that Pablo Torre was talking about. But
send him Moser's brainwaves.
That's what I was wondering. I said, first off,
confuse the hell out of
do
him.
we agree that Moser needs this? He probably needs to wear this, but the Chinese government would be mind blown for what happens
they go
in
to
that
war.
man's skull.
I got a hankering from Copenhagen and 7-layer burrito right now.
So Coach, one of the things that I was talking about with the Pablo Torre stuff about this aspiration tree eco company that Kawhi Leonard is reportedly, according to him, endorsed by.
I want to get one of these endorsements.
Oh, yeah, they sound great. But I said what's really smart about him is what these leagues like to do when they have a story like this is swat it out of the way and then ignore it forever and just be like, hope this leaves and nobody talks about it again. Shohei Ohtani is a perfect example. Shohei Ohtani got hit with that gambling stuff, the interpreter thing, and after about a week, that story just dissipated, never to be discussed again.
He had a great sword guy, didn't he?
Yes, he
Just
did.
fell right on that sword.
Here's what Pablo Torre's doing. Oh, look at this. He's got this circumventing of the salary cap endorsement clause because it looks like Ballmer or somebody within the Clippers organization is paying him out. And then they go, totally not true. Ballmer goes on ESPN. He goes, I have no idea what he's talking about. Adam Silver goes to a press conference and he goes, it's the first time I've ever heard of this aspiration company. And then Torre goes, oh, yeah, well, what about this? About a week later, having to bat it away constantly. So the latest is Adam Silver saying I had no idea about it. Here's the problem with that. When you have these sort of deals that involve NBA owners, Adam Silver said, I've frankly never heard of the company Aspiration before. Here's what Pablo Torre says about that. Is that he just obtained a copy of Aspiration's $300+ million founding sponsorship agreement, which, quote, must be submitted prior to its execution for NBA's approval and shall not be effective or enforceable until it is expressly approved by the NBA. He's basically saying, hey, Adam Silver, there's no way you didn't know about this. It has to cross your desk before this thing gets approved. And he's just waiting every week to drop another nugget of information to make them bat it away, which I think on his part is genius.
I again, when this story came out, I told you, I said, this is a ticking time bomb for the league. This is not only going to affect the LA Clippers, it's going to affect the league, the rules of the league, because there are so many things that are done sort of behind the scenes that are considered, we're just being cool. Remember, I told you, is it okay, like, picture this, Coach Sanford, is it okay for an owner when a player's wife's having a baby, hey, just use the team jet. Take the team jet back, go ahead.
Or my PJ.
Or
my
PJ.
PJ.
Are you circumventing the salary cap there, right? I mean,
there
are so many there are a lot of things that happen that, frankly, they don't want anybody involved in investigating those things because it's sort of commonplace. This goes a little too far. This one is freaking crazy. First of all, the business itself. A tree planting company that suddenly needs Kawhi Leonard's marketing help.
$50 million? Was that what it was? $50 million?
What good is Kawhi Leonard in helping people plant trees unless he comes and plants them himself?
And
what's he going to do?
What is he promoting?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How is he going to sell this business? What does he do to sell that? It sounded so fake from the get-go.
The worst detail of it, I think, came, was last week, is when he dropped that new nugget that they had to swat away, which was one of Kawhi Leonard's, I think it was something like his $1.75 million payment was late, and he was upset about it from this company. And then a co-owner of the Clippers made an investment of $1.99 million back into the Aspiration Company, in which Kawhi was paid immediately after that was put in there. And you're like, let's connect some dots.
You know what this sounds a lot like right here? Sounds like the Southeast Conference in college football. It sounds a lot like the shoe deals that were happening in college basketball with, remember, Adidas and Louisville and Rick Pitino?
Sure. Yep.
Who's the head coach? Bill Self? Or no, who's the guy at Kansas? Is it Self?
Bill Self, yeah.
Yeah, it's Bill Self.
He was involved in all this stuff.
Zion, I know it's ACC, Duke? But Zion goes to Duke, and then all of a sudden he's living in a mansion. He's like, what? I always had this money.
I laugh when I hear people say that the NCAA just, hey, it's all legal now. Recruiting is legal. They'll just put a salary cap on NIL.
Yeah.
You're not fixing anything.
You're not putting a salary cap on anything. Boosters are still going to booster.
They're still going to booster.
Look at my face. Boosters are still going to booster. No matter how much money a player gets, they'll make sure he gets more to go to their respective schools. Boosters will booster. That's why they're called boosters.
What does bolster mean?
No, booster, not bolster, booster.
What's crazy is some of these NFL owners, NBA owners, they're actually college football boosters as well. The ownership group for the Cleveland Browns. Help me out here.
Tennessee.
Big time.
Tennessee.
University of Tennessee donors. Big time.
Yep.
Gotcha.
Same people that are filling the coffers with some of those bags that are being delivered on recruits' doorsteps.
God, that'd be nice.
Hey, bro.
So they know the game?
Yeah.
In regards to the Kawhi Leonard stuff, right? By the way, I just read a report that the Golden State Warriors and the LA Lakers are two teams reportedly shedding cap space over the next two seasons to get in line to make a run at Nikola Jokic.
Yeah.
And I laugh.
Good luck with that.
Because how many times do I have to tell these people? Folks, he's not leaving Denver. The most money will be had here in Denver. I don't want to even talk about that. That's the last time I'll bring it up. He's not leaving Denver in 2 years. They just upped the team. They gave it a steroid shot, basically, with what they did in the offseason. Okay? He's not leaving Denver, number one. As for Kawhi Leonard and what's going on with the Clippers, I'm so tired of the Kawhi story. I'm so tired of the things he's given. Remember that big story that came out where he and Paul George were get certain allowances? They had private training rooms. They had private parties that traveled with them. Kawhi Leonard, you're not that good. You're a champion. You're an MVP. But give me a break, Kawhi. Who do you think you are?
It's just also a matter of, like, I can't believe people, well, I guess that's the price of doing business. We're so spoiled with Jokic because he would never do that, but it's like, if that's what you had to do to get a player here, would you do it? I mean, maybe. I guess maybe.
And then you hear about all the demands he made the Toronto Raptors.
Oh, I know.
To stay there. He wanted guaranteed sponsorship deals and all this stuff. I'm like, get out of here, dude. Get out, man.
Well,
I'm so out on Kawhi Leonard.
When we return, it's another edition of NFL True False next.
Dan Caplis Law has a motto, and that motto is very simple when practicing law. The truth wins. And in high-stakes personal injury cases, it takes a lot of skill, experience, resources, determination, all of it, to find and prove the truth. Dan Caplis Law has proven it's very good at finding and proving the truth, which is why it's won so much. Look at the track record. Unheard of 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. Only happens when your cause is true, and that's why Dan Caplis Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche, a serious firm for serious cases. Dan Caplis has offices in Denver Tech Center, Fort Collins, Loveland, and Greeley, and if you need their help, call them today, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Or hit them up at dancapluslaw.com. That's CAPLIS law.com.
Every Wednesday at 8:45, we play a little NFL True False. And here's how the game works. Coach Sanford in for Moser today. We start with the Broncos. We slowly zoom out to the full scope of the NFL. So starting in Denver. True or false, boys? Evan Ingram will have at least 4 catches Sunday.
True. Has to happen. He needs to be rediscovered. Jesse Minter, defensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Chargers, will pressure you, play more zone behind those pressures. Evan Ingram will be in position to have a minimum of 4 catches.
And I think Coach Peyton will force the issue. Last week in a press conference, he mentioned Pat Bryant. He said he wouldn't be surprised if Pat Bryant got involved in the game plan early in Indy. Guess what? He got involved. I think Evan Ingram will get involved.
True or false? Cortland Sutton, who had 2 targets on Sunday, will have at least 6 catches this weekend.
True. Wide receiver 1 needs to play like wide receiver 1. You can't be on a milk carton in back-to-back weeks on road games for the Broncos.
I think the number will be 5, something short of 6, but they'll target him.
True or false? The Broncos running backs will combine for at least 150 rushing yards.
False. You're going to have a 100-yard rusher in J.K. Dobbins, but it's going to be the lion's share of the rushing attack. I think you're closer to 130.
I say false, too. 150 is a lot.
True or false? Bo Nix, for the first time this year, will not have a turnover.
False. Disturbing trend that dates back to the last 7 games of the 2024 campaign. Bo Nix right now in his last 7 starts leads the National Football League with qualifying quarterbacks and interceptions.
How good is Derwin James, by the way, on the backside of that Chargers defense?
Does everything,
my
man.
Goodness, what a
Does
center fielder, what a hitter, everything well. He reminds me a lot of Ed Reed. Ed Reed did everything, right? Having said that, I think Bo plays it safe this week. I'm going to say true.
True or false? The Broncos will force a rare Herbert interception.
True. It's going to be a big response game.
Raiders got one.
3 last year.
It's going to be a big response game from the Broncos defense.
Okay.
I think Pat Surtain's second.
To get a Herbert interception, because he's usually pretty efficient with his throws, you got to get pressure. And they didn't get any against Indiana Jones. Let's see if they can do it against Herbert. I'll say true.
True or false? Justin Herbert will throw for less than 235 yards.
True. He doesn't need to throw for more than that. I mean, look at the games that when the Chargers beat the Broncos last year.
Mm-hmm.
True. There's going to be more game management, time management, chewing clock with this game plan for the Denver Broncos.
Okay. True or false? The Chiefs are the 3rd best team in the AFC West.
True.
3rd best? So then the assumption that the Broncos are the 2nd best.
Could be the best.
I don't think there's enough information to warrant an answer there. I'll say I'll withdraw.
No, you can't do that.
I'll say false then.
Okay.
Are they the best?
I don't think they're the best anymore, but I have no idea what the order is after that.
I don't think there's an answer other than the Chargers right now are the best until proven otherwise.
But if you go with until proven otherwise,
yeah.
Are we talking about the best regular season team or the best team?
Yeah,
because the goal is to get to the Super Bowl.
Okay, well, how about this?
And win a Super Bowl.
Another one with the Chiefs. The Chiefs are no longer a top 15 offense in the NFL.
That's true. Last year,
that's true as well. They look pedestrian.
Last year didn't look good either.
It takes them 15 plays to get a touchdown. Like, they have no explosion anymore. It's bizarre.
And everybody points to wide receiver 1 and wide receiver 2 are out injured. Who the heck has been wide receiver 1 and 2 since Tyreek Hill's been gone? And since Travis Kelce has looked like a shell of himself?
How much credit to give Vic Fangio when he was in Denver? He started running that zone where dropped everybody back and said, go ahead, try and beat us down low. We don't care. You're not going to beat us over the top. And that's what it seems like every team is doing to Patrick Mahomes.
And he just doesn't have the players that can turn that 4-yard completion of air yards into a massive gain anymore.
True or false, the Raiders will have at least one division win this year. They're 0-1 so far.
True.
True.
Okay.
Chip Kelly has not had a very impressive start to his tenure as offensive coordinator for the Raiders.
Yeah.
It looks like he doesn't know how to really employ both Brock Bowers and Ashton Genty. It's
Also,
a strange deal.
Geno throwing the ball out of bounds on 4th down as a throwaway, probably not a great look.
Not ideal.
Yeah.
Hey, what do you think Tom Brady was doing up in that coach's box?
I don't know.
Is he talking about, like, hey, I got some filler last week here. You might want to think about that.
That's probably more along those lines, Vic. Tom Brady.
If I move that, sorry, go ahead.
Tom Brady's not going to like Chip Kelly as his coordinator, and that's going to play out here in the next 3 to 6 weeks. I wouldn't be surprised if Chip Kelly's no longer the play caller.
If I move that number to 2 wins for the Raiders in the division, that means they go 2-3 down the stretch. Would you draw the line there?
I think they get 1.
Okay. Looking outside this, true or false, the Bengals can survive without Burrow because they started 2-0.
False. Burrow's special. And when you don't have special, Browning's competent. Jake Browning's a competent quarterback, but he's not special.
False. The Browns, they're 2-0 against
Bengals.
Excuse me. I was thinking because their first win was against the Browns. The Bengals' 2-0 record right now is probably just as misleading as the Chiefs' 0-2 record because of who they've played in those 2 games.
True or false, the Texans will miss the playoffs.
True.
Who will miss the playoffs?
The Texans.
Houston Texans.
Yeah, what is going on with C.J. Stroud? Why does he look nothing like the rookie quarterback that burst onto the scene? What's happening there?
You think the sophomore slump hits hard, man? Man, that
junior jumbles.
The junior jambalaya. Yeah. Gosh, he doesn't look good.
Well, they can't really run the ball right now either. They just aren't getting him a lot
can't
of
block
help.
for him.
And here's the one issue. Last year it was fine. He took a step back. We all kind of saw it, but it was fine because he played in a bad division. Colts might be all right. They might have another team, too, that we'll get to in just a second. That looks pretty good. The Jags are a potential playoff team. True or false?
True.
They're looking like one. Yeah, true. I'll say true as well.
I like their offense, man. They're fun. They got like a good crop of wideouts. Brenton Strange at tight end is an interesting option there. And Etienne's running the snot out of the football.
And Liam Cohen, he's a good offensive play caller. Comes from the McVay tree, but has his own little flavor to it. Did a nice job with the renaissance of Baker Mayfield's career in Tampa. I like Liam Cohen as a play caller. And I actually think that Trevor Lawrence is a more talented version of Daniel Jones, where people have forgotten that he's had good years in the National Football League. Really, but it's there,
right?
And there's a chance for success.
Duval.
True or false? Carson Wentz will look better than J.J. McCarthy this weekend.
I think in the short term he will because he's got NFL veteran experience. I think in the long term they're not going to get what they hope out of him. So yeah, I'll say true.
I got false. Because I still go back to J.J. McCarthy's first game in primetime in the fourth quarter. I thought was fantastic.
True or false? San Francisco can still win the NFC West without Purdy for a few weeks. By the way, the NFC West, if you're paying attention at home, 3 teams are 2-0. Niners, Rams, Cardinals, and the Seahawks are 1-1.
I'd say false.
That's turned out to be a very tough division, hasn't it? Just based on their records, and
I feel
the
really
Rams are
evenly matched between them two.
Yeah, I'll say false as well, based on the division.
Cardinals, you got to watch them.
Yeah, I think they were starting to rise last year.
Though.
It's Kyler.
Yeah, they always start great. They always scare you early, and then all of a sudden they come back to earth.
Well, and Steve Nelson knows exactly why Kyler Murray always falls apart roughly November on an annual basis.
Mm-hmm.
That's because there's a new edition of Call of Duty Black Ops.
Every year, you can start just hammering some unders on some point totals for the Cardinals once it releases.
You guys are speaking a foreign language to me. What does that mean?
It's a video game, and Kyler Murray is very into Call of Duty, the video game. And so usually around the time of the year when a new game is released,
Yeah.
It coincides with him taking a precipitous fall. Just a few ones real quick.
Sort of like when the new foosball table is unveiled at my house. You got to get on it.
The bocce.
Let's go! Exactly like
when
that.
When the bocce ball setup gets placed there, Vic, you're ready to go.
A few of these real quick. Aaron Rodgers will take the Steelers to the playoffs.
True.
Okay.
Steelers
he had that one throw, his rollout to the right, hit that bomb. I'm like, God, he can still do that, huh? You said false?
Well,
Vic?
now that I reassess their division, they're the second best. Yeah, I'll say true. I had to rethink that.
Okay. True or false? The Dolphins will be picking in the top 3.
True.
I think Mike McDaniel's suddenly on a hot seat, isn't he? I'll say true.
I'm talking potentially fired in the next 3 to 6 weeks.
Yeah.
That's a disaster.
Okay. So, to follow up with that, true or false? I think I asked this last week, but I'm going to do this again. True or false? Mike McDaniel gets fired before Brian Dable.
True. The Giants look competitive.
He did last week.
The Dolphins do not seem like a competitive football team.
Did you guys see Russell Wilson throwing for that many yards in the game?
He looks so good.
Did anybody see that?
Well, part of it. Who's out for the Cowboys? Deron Bland, I think, the really good secondary player.
But, you can't say that. I mean, the Colts are missing two defensive backs, a starter and a backup.
I just think the Cowboys' defense is bad. That's all. And look, Russ played well to his credit. Although what happened when they got to OT? He tried that moon ball that was a punt return for that safety for the Cowboys. Anyway,
that was just a gift.
Last one. I don't think we've been able to say this for a few years because the AFC has been really competitive. But the Bills are far and away the best team in the AFC. True or false?
I'm trying to think, if they played any team in the league, would they be favored in the AFC? And I would say true on that. I'll go true.
Did you use the descript? You said it far and away?
Yeah. I guess.
Did you watch
the
Ravens-Bills
Ravens?
game?
Yeah.
That was
pretty close.
As good as you could
Pretty
play.
close.
I just think they'd be favored in every game in the AFC.
I think you're probably right about that. Neutral field, they're probably the favorite. Now, there's another edition, NFL True False, when we return. There's a word that needs to be used this Sunday with the Broncos. It's the R word. It's a good R word. Get to it next. Coach Mike Sanford in for Moser today. I'm glad you are too, because we've been talking about, like, there is one thing that I think has been established over the last year, and it's a good place to be. You can be in a better place, but this is a good starting point, especially for where they're at. And I have to kind of remind myself, I don't know if you guys do the same thing. This is a team that was facing $50 million in a dead cap hit last year, $35 million this year. They had a rookie quarterback last year. They had, like, all these different challenges that were thrown in front of them. And to their credit, I think undeniably everyone would tell you the Denver Broncos are a good football team. They're good. Are they great? Who knows? But to me, the separator between good teams and great teams, there's a few different factors. One of them we've discussed earlier in the week, stems from the Colts game, dating back to last year as well. Finishing. Finish the game. Well, that's what great teams do. What did the Chiefs do basically 15 consecutive weeks last year? The game was close, and at the end, they just found a way to get there. And I think doing that year over year and that often is very, very difficult, and it's probably why they're 0-2 now to start this year. But
life finds a way.
There's another thing. Can you respond from a loss? And I think that's huge too. How many great teams do you know lose twice in a row? It just doesn't happen all that often. They do it, but it doesn't happen all that often. You respond the following game. Can the Broncos do that?
History tells us they can. Yeah, they did last year. The devastating loss in Kansas City, and that was devastating. How many of us wrote the Broncos off after that loss? They won 4 in a row after that, correct? 4 in a row?
I'll go back and check it again, but I believe you're right. Yes, they did.
Now, it wasn't, Baton's death march. It wasn't Murderer's Row, but they won 4 in a row. This is going to be a little tougher because you respond after a devastating road loss with a tougher road game. This is going to be tougher than what they faced last week. So to win this, and I said it, Brett, I mean, you win against the Chargers. In my mind, it erases what happened last week.
You take that trade every day of the week, right? Like, you would
100%.
give up the Colts loss for the Chargers win on the road immediately. Well,
as bad as it was.
Here's what's interesting, though, Coach. Last year, I wouldn't have guessed this. So they had 7 losses last year. They lost consecutive games 3 different times. Week 1 and 2, Seattle and Pittsburgh. Then they rattled 3 straight. That was Tampa, New York, and Vegas. Then they lost to L.A., 1-2 in a row. Then they got smoked by Baltimore. And then it was the Kansas City game that they lost the following week. Then, as Vic said, they won 4 in a row. And then when it was like, hey, you get one more win, you're in the playoffs. Lost to the Chargers, lost in OT to Cincinnati. And then you're like, oh, boy, thank God the Chiefs are calling off the dogs. Yeah. This will get us in. But they lost 3 times, twice in a row last year.
One of my strong takes on the Denver Broncos' path to a successful 2025 campaign has really come down to what this Sunday's all about, and that's the matchup with the Chargers. I have felt that if you get swept in back-to-back years by the Chargers, this is a massive failure of a season. Jim Harbaugh is in year 2 of a franchise build, trying to shed some of the stigma that exists. It's not just stigma, it's history. You can't get anything accomplished in the Chargers organization because you're just like the Washington State University Cougars. You Coug it or you Charger it, right?
Yep.
It feels like Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers are at the same time as the Broncos and Sean Peyton are fighting for that next team up supremacy. And you can't be behind them in year 3 of Sean Payton. While I do understand Justin Herbert's not in year 2 like Bo Nix is, Sean Payton can't be behind the Chargers coming into back-to-back years.
It's funny you mentioned that because all of our teams in town that we think are competitive, so we're going to leave the Rockies out of this discussion for the moment. They all got that team, right? That's like if they start to do something against them, it's a good indicator for where I think they are. So I think you're right. The Broncos, it's the Chiefs, but they've had
historically,
success.
But if you watched both the games last year, I realized the second one was a throwaway game.
Yeah.
But if you watched at Kansas City, should have won the game.
Yes. And so the Chargers...
They were the better team.
The Chargers were head and shoulders better than you in both games last year. Both of them. For the Nuggets, it's easy. It's the T-Wolves. That's for me, the Nuggets barometer right now is like, how are you going to match up to Minnesota? Because they got your number. What are you going to do against them? And for the Avs, that's also obvious. It's Dallas. Can you get past Dallas? Because every time in the past that you've matched up against them, when it matters, you've fallen short. I think they all have sort of a team, and I think you're right, Coach. It's the Chargers right now, and I think it's because of the style that they play. Like, I have such...
Slow drip?
Yeah, I have such respect for Harbaugh because, man, I think that is exactly how every team wants their team to play. Physical up front, win the battle in the trenches, and then have a quarterback that can do things like Herbert can do when you need him to.
Ironic that we're having this. Go ahead, Vic.
They're not playing fast break football anymore, right?
Yeah.
That's what the Chargers were known for. Eric Coryell, for a long time, fast break football. Phillip Rivers, let's go, let's move. They're playing balanced football. Balance, baby.
You tell us, Coach, you coached with the guy. Every team. San Diego State, Stanford, Michigan, San Francisco 49ers, now the Chargers, they all do the exact same things wherever he goes.
So we heard the press conference yesterday from Coach Prime. And the word that we were all talking about, and Coach Prime said, quite frankly, might not really exist. It's what?
Identity.
Is there any mistaking that there's an identity of a Jim Harbaugh coached football team?
He goes. Everywhere.
Physical, balanced football teams.
You guys want to know how it happens? I'll tell you the secret sauce. I lived it for 2 years.
Well, he puts his receiver gloves on first.
Yeah.
And then what?
Practice.
You told me the story. Please share this. You told me this off air once. I think I told you to say it on air, but repeat it. Your first day that you were there with Jim Harbaugh.
First practice of spring ball in 2007. Took over a team that was 1-11 the previous year.
Stanford
Cardinals. Cardinal, excuse me, not plural. We're out there, and our defensive coordinator had just come over from Western Michigan. Great football coach, very organized. He'd come from a detailed scripting plan, and every single minute of practice is accounted for. So as we were building up for our first practice, a lot of us who hadn't worked with Jim Harbaugh at the University of San Diego had no idea what to expect of our first practice.
But you don't want to be underprepared. You'd rather be overprepared.
Correct. So we had scripted every single play, and offensively, David Shaw is the offensive coordinator, and he's doing his best to put forth a good plan. We all kind of wait to see what the actual practice plan is going to be, and of course, it was very last second. Jim Harbaugh doesn't have staff meetings. He just yells down the hall. Hey, change period 12 is going to be inside run. So if you weren't within earshot, you had no idea. You'd be out at practice in period 12. You're looking for 7-on-7 drill, and it's inside run.
Yeah.
You're like, what happened? I told you guys. Did you not? You didn't hear me? I announced it. Down the hallway.
He needs an intercom system, is what you're saying?
So
a radio?
So we get out to practice, and Scott Schaefer, who went on to be the head coach at Syracuse several years later, we're going through what was a scripted period of practice. And it's the first, put the ball down, and it's, 1st and 10, 2nd and 6, 1st and 10, so you're working on situations. Harbaugh's over in his own world in the huddle with the Stanford offense that's on the field with the reps. He proceeds to just allow this drill that should have been like a 10-minute drill turn into a 73-minute move the ball live tackling period where Scott Schaefer had no clue what's going on. The personnels that were scripted are not matching anything that's happening in the huddle.
Right.
The situations, it's supposed to be 2nd and 6, and now, hey, guys, let's get some chains out here. Let's just put the ball down. Let's just move the ball.
So instead of doing specific practice drills, you guys just played football.
We played football, and guess what kind of football we played? Live,
physical,
tackle, football, and it would blow your guys' minds to know how infrequently that happens in the game of football.
Oh yeah,
nobody plays football anymore.
Yeah, because coaches and sorry to say this, you're among us, I think are too prideful in sharing their coaching rather than playing football. Some coaches, I gotta get all my plays out here. They gotta learn play football. so many games, as you mentioned, are won in the margins. Can you make the tackle or not? Are you tired in the fourth quarter? Are you fatigued? Are you going to fill that gap? That's football. All the coaching in the world can't fix that. You got to play football at some point.
Do you guys remember? I still remember this when it was the Hackett year, and it was just two-hand touch every single day. And I was still very new to NFL training camps. I just thought, I guess this is the way that things go. And then that first episode of Hard Knocks with the Lions dropped, and they showed the hitting that was happening. I was like, wait, is that what people do? Or is it? And most are like the Hackett training camp, where it's not a lot of tackling. I was just blown away by the dichotomy of the two.
In college, are there limits placed on how much physicality you can have in practice? How many practice days and shoulder pad days? Is there that?
There are a lot of limitations at every level, including high school. I just learned recently that you're allowed 30 minutes of live tackling at the high school level per CHASA bylaws, which is
governed. When did this come into? When did this happen?
Everything that has transpired over the last, call it, decade with regards to the research that's come out about CTE, and so that's real. But you'd be surprised if you use 30 minutes wisely to play real live tackle football. Yeah. That seems like a lot compared to the way that most people practice.
Oh, sure.
And I learned recently that 30 minutes of live tackle football that I'm doing right now is 30 minutes more than was being done before a week.
Wow.
And so, like, even then, it's to the players that haven't done that, they're like, whoa, this is physical.
Oh, it's 30 a week?
A week.
We're talking
about, just to be clear, we're talking about live tackle to the ground, real,
I thought
tangible, game-like.
A week.
A week. College
That is insane to me.
Oh, college football is been governed as well. The NFL, absolutely, with all the CBA.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. At least in the college ranks, Jim Harbaugh, do you think that he was reading the bylaws and memorizing them and applying them?
I would highly doubt it.
Have we seen anything happen surrounding Jim Harbaugh's teams that might err on living maybe outside of the lines a little bit? Do you think that Jim Harbaugh, when he was growing up in grammar school, Vic, do you think that he was coloring neatly inside of those lines in the coloring books he was given?
No, I could see it, and you're exactly right. That's why watching Chargers games, sometimes it's painstaking because you're like, yeah, what's the big deal about this team? And the next thing you know, they're just driving it right down the field.
Yep.
You know, you're like, what is this? Remember last year they had that running back? We couldn't even figure out his name. Who is this guy? And he's taking off on 6-7 yard gouging runs.
You know what's crazy is that when they had Brandon Staley, their offense was so fun to watch. And they are so much better now that they aren't that offense anymore. You know what I mean?
And the wild thing about it is what is Brandon Staley's expertise?
He was a defensive guy.
Yeah. You know what?
And they were terrible.
You know what he didn't do as
learned under Fangio.
You know what he didn't do as a head coach? He didn't establish an identity.
Yeah. Hey, by the way, speaking of defense, there's one thing that's really going to help, I think, the Broncos on Sunday that we'll get to in a second, along with, I think this is one of the most bizarre pieces of audio I'm ever going to play for you guys. And it's in victory. This is in celebration. But, I mean, a wild decision by this head coach. We'll get to next. All right, we'll get to this audio in just a second. It's bizarre, like incredibly. But in the meantime, just one last thing real quick while we get the coach in here. Mike Sanford in for Moser today. One thing that's really going to help. The Chargers for years had, when they were healthy, a very, very feared tandem, and that was Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack. So they let Joey Bosa walk, a lot to do with he just couldn't stay on the field over the last few years. They let him walk in free agency this offseason. Khalil Mack is the guy that they're like, nope, we're keeping him, though. Because Khalil Mack has been a beacon of consistency through his entire career. He takes that ugly injury last week. I didn't see the full sort of diagnosis yet. I'm assuming that he's going to be missing this game because that was gross. I mean, disgusting.
That dude's not playing.
No, dude, that looked like, that looked alien-like.
Yeah.
The way his elbow bent.
God, that's going to help, though. Like, if you want to find a way to buy some more time, if you're Bo Nix, not having Khalil Mack on the field is a huge advantage. There's no doubt about that. And you look last year at the top defenses in the league, guess where the Chargers always were? At the top. All year long. Points per game, yards allowed, all that stuff, because that's what Harbaugh does. But not having him is going to be huge.
Just a little glimpse behind enemy lines here. You know what Jim Harbaugh is doing right now with his team? I can say this because he did this all the time. Hey guys, we got there's no Joey Bosa anymore. No Khalil Mack. Just got a bunch of just nameless, faceless guys here for the Chargers defense.
Oh,
nobody knows who you are. Nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody. Hey, what's your name? Tuli Tupu Lulu Todd. What's your name? Nobody knows. He's gonna play up that card so much.
Feeds
man.
him into everybody thinks you're trash now. That sort of thing. Yeah.
He had to do the same thing when he lost Rashawn Slater.
Trash.
Lost Rashawn Slater in training camp. Had to deal with it, man. They've lost more. Think about it. They're losing guys, like legit starters, impactful guys. The Broncos don't have Dre Greenlaw. But outside of that, they've overcome more. They have.
Do we just see it? Does it seem, Vic, to you like there's so many injuries nowadays in the first 2 weeks of the NFL regular season?
They don't play preseason. That's not preseason. That's yogging. That's not even jogging. That's yogging. They're yogging.
Soft J.
Soft J.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why. The first 2 weeks, if you did the research, I guarantee the injuries just jump a lot more than they did, in years past. And that's the give and take. And that's what you have now. I do want to add, when's the last time you saw a team open a season with 3 straight division games? That doesn't happen too often.
Is that an advantage or a disadvantage?
They're 2-0
well, if you're
now.
playing great, it's a huge advantage. If you win those 3, you got a big lead on everybody.
If you didn't have the data of how they played in weeks 1 through 2, would you have gone into the season saying that that's a slight towards Harbaugh and the Chargers from the NFL schedule makers, or do you think that's a gift, a bonus?
Put it this way: I would not want that as a coach. You want to sort of.
I wouldn't think so either.
You want to get some tape,
yeah,
right?
But yet, right now, if the odds play out that Vegas is set, Chargers are going to have a firm stranglehold on the AFC West after 3 weeks.
Because what? The first tiebreaker is division record, right? I mean, that's the first one, or head-to-head and then division record.
Well, head-to-head.
Yeah.
And that's where the Broncos, that's why this
But
week,
Vic,
if you win this game.
If it's head-to-head and you're 3-0 against 3 different teams to start, you're never going to lose a head-to-head. You know what I mean? Like
True. But that's why this week is so important, and that's why if you beat the Chargers, a division game, it erases a non-division loss like you had last week. It just does, as bad as it was. It erases it.
Yep. So here's the audio I want to get to. A great story in the MLB this year is the Milwaukee Brewers. They have kind of like they got hot in the middle of the season and out of nowhere, climbed the ranks and just never looked back, continued to win. So Milwaukee has clinched the NL Central. They're at 92 wins, and they did this over the weekend. And so when teams clinch the division, I don't know if you guys saw what the Phillies did. I mean, Kyle Schwarber was drowning in booze after that game. They celebrate hard. So Milwaukee's in the locker room. They're celebrating. Their manager, Pat Murphy, says, hey, guys, I got a message for you. And if you remember Bob Uecker, who we all love from Major League, longtime baseball announcer, he passed in the middle of this year. Here's what Pat Murphy did after the game. Listen.
I got a letter today from Uecker. And before we toast, I want to read it. Thanks, Mark. Thought it was fitting. The last time that we celebrated, Uecker was with us.
So
Howdy,
pause for a second. He said, I got a letter today from Uecker. Bob Uecker. Bob Uecker.
Was it post-dated? Postmarked? What was it?
Nope.
Pony Express?
Nope.
Just arrived?
Just continue to listen to this. Hang on.
Never a doubt you would get this invitation. You did it by believing. Really miss you guys, and I wish I was there. Things are good. The God Almighty picked me to be on his team up here, albeit I'm the third catcher. It's a great league. No day games after night games. No shadows. But you got all the sticky you need to have up here. Told the big guy about you guys. You play hard every night. You're not afraid to play for each other. He's obviously very interested in the group with this uncommon goodness.
Okay, so pause again. I don't know if you guys want to listen to the rest of this. There's probably another minute left, Nelly?
About 40 seconds.
So what Pat Murphy did was he wrote a letter in the voice of Bob Uecker to read to his team, but it was his message.
Sure.
Very odd decision, I feel like. Very weird.
Oh, man, you're overthinking this.
Dude,
I think it's cool.
I think it's the weirdest thing I've ever heard in my life.
I think it's cool.
I think that's
I think you guys are weird.
Vic,
you guys are both weird. I think it's cool. I think it's a guy what?
He's playing
Nobody
God.
loved the Brewers more than this guy.
Hang on. No.
Nobody loved the Brewers more than you.
That's not the weird thing that Bob, if you said something like, hey, I'm sure Bob would have loved this moment, right? If you said something like that, it's fine. If I die, Vic, today, if I die, and the next day you're like, hey, I got a letter from Brett.
Just this morning.
I think from hopefully upstairs, I'd be offended. I'm like, don't you feel like you have my voice in your head? Don't you do that? I think it's weird as hell.
I think you guys are overthinking this. I think it's a cool gesture. It's almost like we're going to honor Bob in the most Bob Uecker way. Like the line about being I'm the third catcher up here. That's funny. That's something Bob Uecker would say. I think it's great. I mean, you guys seem offended. This world gets so easily offended.
It's not offended.
Here's another example.
It's weird.
It's
bizarre.
It's just really odd.
I mean, you have Pat Murphy, probably who had, probably had a few cocktails when he wrote this letter.
And Vic, he opened an envelope and pulled out the paper. It's real.
You want to know?
All right.
You want to know what makes it really weird? Okay, Vic, how would you say that you and former Notre Dame head baseball coach Pat Murphy, as you wear your Fighting Irish shirt today, Pat Murphy?
I knew Pat very well.
Pat's a great dude. I love Pat. 1988 to 2000 or 1994, he was the head baseball coach. Were you a student at Notre Dame?
Yeah, he coached my roommate my senior year.
So Pat Murphy's born and raised and culturally was a part of a different generation that would probably think this is kind of cool. How old's our guy here, Kaner? About 34, 35 years old?
35.
Mm-hmm.
He thinks that this is bizarre. Who does Pat Murphy coach? He coaches people that are Brett Kane or younger that think this guy is the weirdest dude ever for making up this letter from a dead guy.
Hold on.
To Vic's credit.
My counter. Hold on. My counter.
Yep.
He's also coached this team to the best record in the league.
Oh, that's great.
He's also pressed. Hold on, coach. Hold on, Brett. If he is so detached from what his players believe to be reality, how are the players responding to every button he pushes? Explain the record. Explain the success. Explain the party.
This is you were taking this in a direction I am not going, which is a commentary on his managerial acumen. It's not what I'm saying. This one act is weird. Now, Vic, you are getting a lot of people that agree with you. So I want to do something real quick.
Yeah, a lot of people.
Straw poll.
Yeah. Oh, man.
As we do,
I've wanted to be
often
a part
on
of one
this
of these
show,
forever.
we let the people decide. Was it weird? Yes or no? 303-504-0925. You team Vic or you team Coach and Brett? Which one is it? Because I'm trying to imagine if I was in the locker room and I got booze in my hand and I just want to play some music and celebrate we won the division. And he's like, hang on. I did a homework project last night. I want you guys all to hear this. I just think that would be an odd thing. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Now, Vic, again, you're getting a lot of people that are agreeing with you. We might be in the minority on this, Coach. I have no idea.
No, there was a silent majority of people that are just like me and you. We've heard already. This is the type of stuff, something that Jim Harbaugh would do in his locker room. Super weird. This is Moser-esque. We've already gotten one of those.
You guys could say whatever you want about what's weird and what's not weird. I thought it was a tribute. I thought it was a guy that was honoring one of the greats in that franchise's history who died recently and wished he would have been there. And it's it's his way to inject Bob Uecker into the story. And I have no issue with it at all.
And the fact
that you guys think it's weird is fine. It's your interpretation. You don't know what those players think because you don't know what's been said in that locker room.
Today,
hang on.
I do not apologize.
Again, don't make this an overall commentary on how his players responded. I'm saying for me, that seems really weird. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Because you haven't been a part of it. You know, to me, it sounds as if something like, going back to Notre Dame, it's like a coach would, hey, here's what New Rockney said. Remember the old New Rockney speech? Remember the Gip, win one for the Gipper? Remember that?
Well, how many times have you quoted him?
That was,
if you
I know,
quoted
I
him,
understand.
that's different.
I understand.
Ronald Reagan didn't read a letter from dead New Rockney. Okay?
You watch what happens tonight. You watch. When Mike Sanford trots his Valor Eagles out onto the field to take on Mullen, he's going to read a letter from some dead man somewhere. And it's going to work. And he's going to do it every week.
If you guys go out and if you do that and your team wins by 70, do you have to do that every single week now? Come up with somebody else?
Oh gosh. But in all reality, Pat Murphy's an awesome guy. I got to know him
hell of a coach too.
I got to know him when I was coaching at Notre Dame, and Craig Counsell was the skipper for the Brewers. He was his assistant.
Yeah.
And I was told by the Notre Dame baseball staff, hey, if you ever go to a Brewers game, those guys will take great care of you. I took my son to a Brewers-Cubs game. Ironically, now counts as the skipper for the Cubs.
Yeah.
And those guys took unbelievable care of me. Gave me a pregame tour of their clubhouse, and they're going through pitches. Who's the really good? There was a good catcher for the Brewers. He had like a Canadian last name, not like Croy. Oh, you would probably know him. He was a good,
how long ago was this?
About a decade ago. About 10 years ago.
I could see him. I could totally see. I know exactly who you're talking about.
Jonathan.
I see him.
I think it might have been Jonathan LaCroix.
LaCroix was
LaCroix.
I mean, yeah, he was.
So I had a chance. Like Pat Murphy takes me back. He's like, hey, whatever guy's name was. Hey, just tell Coach what you're doing right now. He took me through like all of the analytics he was going through with the pitcher.
LaCroix.
It was awesome.
303.
Oh gosh.
504-0925. No, that's
Some
okay.
of these texts
that's
are
okay.
ridiculous. Some of these are out of control.
Vic wants to play a piece of audio too, and Vic, do you want to set this up? Because you want to play something here from Sebastian.
Yeah, this is more general terms. It's again, you softies think everything is. You take everything, and I include you and Coach on this one. Even with this whole Pat Murphy thing, you take everything to heart. Like, oh, it's weird. It's just a guy trying to motivate. That's all it is. It's his motivation tactic.
Do that to me. You're calling me weird for saying it's weird. That's rude of you now.
You know what that is? You know what it is?
You're double rooting.
No,
me.
you know what it is? It's gaslighting.
Yeah, you're gaslighting.
Vic is gaslighting us.
I'm gaslighting you. I did not know this took place. I coached youth sports and obviously coach you practice right now is high school sports. I did not know this took place until, of all people, Sebastian Maniscalco tweeted this video last night, and it drove me nuts just thinking about this. I want you to listen to the audio, then we'll discuss. Go ahead.
I've seen it all. I'm at the basketball game. My son's team's getting his ass kicked. It's 14-2, right? So I looked at the scoreboard. It's 10-2 now. I said, what's going on? Why is the score going backwards? And one of the moms there is like, they don't want to make us feel bad, so they're taking points off. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry. This society sucks.
Okay.
Dude, I'm so happy. I'm so happy we got a drunk take on Wednesday.
Yeah.
That was really good editing back there by Nelly.
He's watching his kids' youth basketball game, and they're getting hammered to the point where they start subtracting points every time the other team scores. And I'm sitting there, and nobody wants to see a team lose 70-0. That's when you call the game. But to start manipulating the scoreboard, what the hell are these parents thinking? What are you doing to sports? What are you doing to everything that means everything to me? Competition, the final score. It's all about the final score. It's always been about the final score. That's why we play these games.
Run
I don't
rules
care
and
about
stuff are
exercising.
fine.
What's that?
I said run rules and stuff I think are fine. Like if you have those
Great.
limits, those are fine.
Those are great. Yeah. Shorten the game, right? Keep the clock rolling. Great. But when you start manipulating the score, when you start telling kids that, oh wait, we didn't lose 40-10. We actually won based on this score. We won. What are you doing, man?
Vic,
that's just so bad. It's embarrassing. Hey, you parents, whoever came up with this in California, you're an embarrassment to sports. Your kids should not be allowed to play sports. You shouldn't be around sports. You embarrass me.
Vic, as the gatekeeper of what's soft and what's tough and hard. Can I get permission from you to agree wholeheartedly with your take about this?
Mm-hmm.
While also saying that Pat Murphy is very weird for reading a dead guy letter that was never written by a dead guy.
I think I've told you this, Vic. Now I was in college, so there's no you don't take points off the board, nothing like that. I was part of a game where we were down in a baseball game. 34-11.
Was anybody drinking in the dugout?
Oh, God. You wanted to. Dude, I'm playing first base, coach, and it's like a merry-go-round. I'm just watching guys run by me, and I'm like, when is this going to stop?
Turnstile first base.
Yeah, pretty much.
Can you imagine now if the other team hit another home run, they lost points?
That's insane.
What's the point of competition? We are there to compete. We are there to win. We are there. Our team is there to win the game. If you're going to manipulate the score, why are we here? Why are we doing this? What is the point of all of this? Are you guys losers?
In this same spirit, Vic, will the two of you help me and free me from feeling bad if I try to score points when an offense is on the field in a football game, even if we have a lead?
Please do.
Can you free me from that guilt that I might have? That we just go out and play football.
Yeah.
No matter what the score is. We just play football.
I agree.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
Brett, young Jamal Cale is going to play sports at some point, softball maybe, in the footsteps of her mother. If you saw that take place, what would your reaction be? And let's say she was on the losing end. Let's say she was getting hammered.
I'd be pissed. It's just like, look, the score's the
Why?
score.
Why would you be pissed? What's the reason?
Because you learn from losing. You can learn from getting your butt kicked.
You learn from getting your ass kicked. You learn from going home embarrassed. You learn from getting teased about it. You learn. We are forgetting about that aspect of it. We're having parents take over and tell these kids, you don't need to learn from this. This is all make-believe. This is fantasy. Now go back to school.
Unfortunately, this is all very deeply baked into our current sports culture. Where I've seen it is when you have a big lead in a football game, you get officiated very differently.
Oh, I'm sure.
And I hate that. Call the fouls based off the fouls, not based off the score or the feel of the game.
When we return, fact checker, and I just received a letter from Teddy Roosevelt that I will read next time. Okay. So we did something during the break, or at least Coach did. Mike Sanford in for Moser today.
I didn't do this.
Well, you've done something.
I did not do this for my country.
So just quickly, I saw an update that according to Matt Zenitz, that it sounds like Caden Salter is going to return to starting quarterback for the Buffs this weekend. So we'll get to that in just a second.
Ping pong.
If that's true, and you ask Deion today, Deion's probably going to be like, yeah, they don't know anything. You didn't hear that. But the last time it was said Staub was going to start.
There.
I mean, he did. So anyway, Coach commissioned a speech for his team that he is going to have before the game.
You're incorrect in saying that I commissioned this speech.
Well,
in fact, Abraham Lincoln just penned me a speech to read to my team for pregame.
You guys are being jerks, man. The guy was trying to do nice thing in honor a late, great Milwaukee Brewer, and you guys are making it about you and how you feel.
Well,
that's weird. I don't feel right. You're making it about you,
Vic,
and that's what's sad.
Vic, I command you stop talking right now so I can hear what Abraham Lincoln has to say to his football team. Okay? I command you. So go ahead, Coach. Or go ahead, Abe. The floor is yours.
Man, I received this letter this morning from Abraham Lincoln. My fellow young men of valor, sons of Colorado and soldiers of the gridiron, tonight you stand upon the eve of a contest that is more than a game. You face not merely a team called the Mustangs, but the weight of rivalry, the pride of your school, the expectations of your brothers, and the honor of your families. I once declared in a different field of battle that a house divided against itself cannot stand. And so tonight I say unto you, division is the path to defeat. But unity, fierce, faithful, unbreakable unity is the foundation of triumph. Let not selfishness, nor doubt, nor fear take root within you. For you are bound together, not as strangers, but as eagles, soaring by one spirit, one person, and one fight. Now go forth, and may Providence smile upon your courage. The field awaits, your destiny awaits. Fly, Eagles, and let no Mustang tame you.
Let's go!
Thanks, Abe.
Now, if you were really brave, you would actually do that on game night.
That is a combo. See, I've never used this before. I know I'm going to eventually do it. I have never used ChatGPT. I feel like it's...
How do you use it? Is it an app?
Well, you can. They have a website too. You can just log on. You can say, "Hey, do this for me," and it literally just does it. From what I understand, now, I am holding on as long and as dearly as I possibly can, because I think this is going to stifle any creativity that separates us humans from every other animal. Like I really think it's the biggest separator is creativity. And if we are going to leave that up to the robot overlords, I think we're in for a big, big problem.
Speaking of that paper I helped my daughter write for her journalism class, right?
Mm-hmm.
The article that I essentially wrote.
Was that written by ChatGPT Vic?
The professor in the note says, this looks like AI.
No!
To which I told her, you tell her it's not AI. My dad wrote it.
Wow. Well, that's a big compliment,
yeah,
actually.
I was going to say, that means that you are absolutely brilliant. You're better than a robot. And I believe that to be true.
Well, it's right down my alley. It's what I do. You're right. You write articles. And now you got a professor in college that gave her a 49 on something that I thought was damn good.
Like, I'm a big movie and television guy, and that's all about creative juices and making a story that's compelling and keeping people wrapped up in it and blah, blah, blah. And then I just feel like 10 years from now, there's going to be like nobody writing their own purely original scripts. Like, I had an idea, I had some of it, and then I had ChatGPT kind of help me out.
They tried, though. Humor cannot be translated by artificial intelligence. Human humor cannot.
Yet.
Go ahead. Right. Get ChatGPT. Get what's it called? GBT.
I need to hear that one again, Nelly.
You what?
I need to hear that one again, please. That one. What is that? The dollar store brand of ChatGPT.
Get ChatGPT to do the humor. You can't do it. You can't replicate humor.
Were we laughing with dead Abraham Lincoln's speech to a high school football team? Vic, were we laughing?
Yes.
That's ChatGPT that wrote that.
I know.
But that was humor.
I wasn't laughing at the writing. The writing was good. I knew right away. I knew that. Sorry, with all due respect. I knew right away. And the references made, the specific Lincoln references made, I said, there's no way he pulled this up. He doesn't know history that much. I knew that. The point is,
he's a dumb football coach. Can't keep a job. But you know what I can keep? I can keep good relationships with Abraham Lincoln.
Yes, you can. Okay, so
get ChatGPT. Get
ChatGPT. Again, Nelly. Play it again.
Get ChatGPT.
I'm going to call it that from now on. Get that ChatGPT.
It's BEE hyphen CHEE, right? ChatGPT.
Yet.
Go ahead. Right. Get ChatGPT.
Okay, so just quickly here, a couple things before we get the fact checker. Number one, it sounds like Salter is going to go back to the starting quarterback gig this weekend. Now, not confirmed by Deion. I'm sure he'll deny it, but the last time these reports came out, they turned out to be true. How much longer can you do this, Coach? How much longer can you go quarterback this week, quarterback next week, quarterback this? I mean, what's the deal here?
My fear for the Buffs was that it was going to go to Juju Lewis and just say, hey, scrap the season.
Yeah.
We're just going to play for the future. What ultimately ends up happening when your team's just not that good, which right now you can't say there's evidence based off of the 3-game sample size to say that this is a good CU Buffs football team. Is it better than the 2022 team that I oversaw? Yes, it is. It is. But that was a horrible team.
I just wonder, when you start the wheels in motion of the quarterback rotation, right, this revolving door, when does the revolving door stop? Is it when you win? All right, you're going to win this week. All right, you're going to be one. You would think, right? You're going to win. Okay?
I mean, you hope.
Is Wyoming much worse than Wyoming or than Delaware? Is it?
Good point. But let's just say they do. The next rough water patch you hit, do you switch again? I mean, that's a tough stride, man. You're and that was willing. That was on. Nobody called for, and I know you liked it. Nobody said you had to make a quarterback change in week 2. You could have stuck with Salter for 3 weeks and said, let's just play this out and see how he does after week 3.
Or you could
have done that.
Or you can let Ryan Staub take the loss.
Yeah.
I mean, took the loss, and now we're back to Caden Salter, who still hasn't really taken a loss himself. I guess Georgia Tech, you just got ran all over.
Right.
There's really only one solution for how Coach Prime can select his quarterback on a weekly basis. You got to ask for some help from Chat.
ChatGPT.
From
What if
ChatGPT.
coaches start using ChatGPT to coach?
Hey, you know what?
What if
Actually,
they start saying,
I'm going to do this for the first time. Hang on. ChatGPT.
Get ChatGPT.
I'm going to go to ChatGPT real quick. Ask anything. Okay. Who should be the starting quarterback for the Colorado Buffaloes? See what they say here.
Bob Uecker?
Well, it said the first candidate that they would put up there is Shedeur Sanders, which, I think we all agree that Shedeur would be the best option.
You're stupid. Yeah.
Here's the options it's given me. Who should be the starting quarterback for the Colorado Buffaloes?
Ooh, I got it right here.
It said Shador and then JT Shrout and then Brandon Lewis. They're a little behind the times.
See, I have the real. You're actually using Chat BG. I'm using Chat GPT.
Okay, gotcha.
And it defines the current situation. Caden Salter named the starter. Ryan Staub came in. Julian Lewis is a freshman with high expectations, but he's still very green. My recommendation from Chat GPT, not Chat BG, which you used.
Yes.
The recommendation from ChatGPT is, I believe Ryan Staub
Wow.
should be the starter right now. Here's why. His recent performance was strong and showed poise. Against Delaware, he was efficient, made plays, and didn't force things. The offense looked better with him in, showing flashes that the QB play can be stabilized with him under center. While Salter has experience in dual threat, his performances have been mixed. To win in Big 12 matchups, Colorado needs a QB who can make safe plays, avoid turnovers, and finish drives.
The robots are smarter than we are.
Oh, okay.
Deion, take note. Fact checker, please, Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker.
Today's Fact Checker.
Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Earlier today, Hilltoppers legend Mike Sanford told us that the University of Western Kentucky isn't really in Western Kentucky. So let's go to the map here. Let's go to the board, as you'd say, and see how it's pretty far west, Coach. I don't know what you're talking about right there.
Well, first of all, can I fact check the fact checker? Because you just called it the University of Western Kentucky. Last I checked, their acronym is WKU for Western Kentucky University.
I guess I got confused because my alma mater is the University of Colorado, but they go by CU, and that makes no sense. So
that is weird. Touche, LaFleur.
Also a good call. Yep, also a good call. But there you go.
South Central
Hey, by the
Kentucky.
way,
Paducah's in real
South
Western
Central.
Kentucky.
Someone says that my rant about the backward scoring system is all about protecting the kids, Vic. You're missing the point. It's not about protecting the kids. It's about protecting the soft parents who instituted that rule because they can't stand watching their kids lose. Don't get it confused. It's about protecting the softies who are the parents there.
You don't like it? Ask ChatGPT.
GPG.
Have a wonderful, wonderful Wednesday, everybody. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, Kane. Thank you, Coach, for sitting in for Moj today. You guys have a wonderful Wednesday. We love you all very much. Goodbye.
Go ahead. Right. Get ChatGPT. Get what's it called? GBT.
Mark Kisla, Denver Gazette. Going back to the identity question, it's which comes first, identity or winning? Winning or identity?
Winning.
How much patience?
I don't give a darn what I did. First of all, I don't know coaches that seek identity. I think coaches seek wins. I can't be narrowed down with what's your identity? What does that mean? What does that mean? What's your identity? I don't even know what that means.
What you're known for?
Excuse you?
What you're known for? What you do best? What you hang your hat on?
I don't think we can hang our hat out. Like Ohio State won the national championship, right? What did they hang their hat on? Running the football. But they had two runners. You can't hang your hat on two running backs. That's not nothing to hang your hat on. It's got to be everybody got two running backs.
Two running backs can kick your butt.
They can't kick your butt without the line. I don't care how great they are. Without the line, they can't kick your butt. Like, I understand what you're trying to say, but winning is winning, man. It's not one thing you can hang your hat on. I would love to say, shoot, we could do this and we could do that, but you got to have consistency before you start opening your mouth and rambling off like that.
Good morning, Denver. When you hear Lupe, you know something's different on the morning sprint. You heard Coach this morning filling in for Moj. He's out at Avs Media Day. We can't beat that guy like a rented mule. He needs to sleep at some point. So Sanford's out. And the reason why you hear Lupe is because we welcome in our dear friend, Altitude TV's own, Christopher Dempsey. Demps, what is up, brother?
What is going on? What, you trying to get me emotional right at the start of the show?
Of course I am.
The end.
Of course I am.
It's great to be back to see you guys. I didn't get a chance to say proper what's up to KJ. I walked in and I've been here in many weeks. And so it's been great to see everybody here. It's great to be back on this program. So thank you for inviting me back.
Chris Dempsey, again, from Altitude TV. We are about a month and a week or so.
Yeah.
Maybe a month and 10 days from the Nuggets taking the court in regular season action as they open up the season against Golden State. So much to talk about today with regards to switching into week 3 with the Broncos going up. For me, it's the number one game of the week. I know we are here in Denver, but if you look at the rest of that schedule, that's the marquee game on Sundays, Broncos-Chargers. The Buffs on Saturday night, they're on ESPN. They have to get back on track hosting Wyoming as 13.5-point favorites. I want to dive into, because this is the first time that we've had you on the airwaves since, Melo gets inducted to the Hall of Fame. There's a little bit of healing there between Melo and the city of Denver, at least I think there is. And we will dive into Prime in his conversations regarding consistency and leadership at the quarterback position, because for the first time in Prime's tenure at Colorado, this is his first really questionable football team. He doesn't have these two superstar players in Shedeur and Travis to dig them out of graves that they have dug for themselves. This is the first team that could seriously underperform for CU if they don't get it back on track immediately.
Yeah, no doubt. Look, I think, Raj, this is such a unique situation. I spent a great big chunk of my career covering college sports and college football, in particular the University of Colorado, more so than anyone else. And when you're talking about a coach that comes in and takes over a program, there's usually an understood road to rebuilding that the fans know, that the coach comes in and really articulates that thing. Hey, we got a lot of work here to do. We're going to try to do it as fast as we can, but this is a And we back.
Nothing says welcome back like an EAS test, Dempsey.
No doubt.
As you were talking about Prime and
Yeah.
his early tenure here at Colorado.
Yeah. Usually there's a kind of a roadmap to building a program. Now, look, Prime came in, and the first thing he said was, we're winning now. I'm getting rid of all the players. I'm getting my players in. We're going to win now. First season, he didn't pay enough attention to the lines, and so that really put his son in a bad situation, running and scrambling, getting sacked all the time, and really derailed that first season. So the second season, he fixes the lines, right? The issue is that now, the second season, which was last season, you had to, if you were going to do the big winning thing early in your coaching career here at CU, it had to be last season, because you had the Heisman Trophy winner and you had your son, and they were both leaving the program after that season was over. You win 9 games, wonderful. And then you lose those 2 players and a host of other guys that were very important. And this actually really does signify the first actual season of a completely new rebuild situation. The problem is it's year 3. And by year 3, when your coach is making $10 million per year, we expect a whole lot more than what we're getting. And Raj, I'm here to tell you, I think this season's going to be, it's already rough. It's going to get rough. I mean, if they don't look, if you can't be Wyoming, I don't know who else on your schedule you can beat. And, so in that respect, it's just been, I don't know, it's been unique to me, because it's very rare to see the arc happen, like the team that should have done the thing in the second year, and then all the Bulls players go away, and now you actually have a real rebuild situation on your hands, except for the fact that the narrative that you had put out there is that we're going to win now. So just a lot of things, it's a lot of tug of war, a lot of comments at odds, and now you have a program that's just trying to get its footing.
8:15 at home against Wyoming on Saturday. You can watch that game on ESPN. You can listen to that game on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950, with a pregame starting at 6:45 p.m. This is what Coach had to say about his quarterback situation.
And the serious one is, and this is no setup, when you're evaluating the quarterbacks, what do you want to see, and what are you hoping to see against
leadership and consistency. That's it. That ain't much to ask for, is it? Leadership and consistency. I look for that for everyone. Every man, every woman that's involved in my life, leadership and consistency.
And according to CBS Sports, this from 247 Sports, 247sports.com, Caden Salter expected to be playing Saturday night as your starter.
Yeah, Raj, I think that's the right decision. Look, if you go back to that Delaware game when they just played the musical chairs with the quarterbacks, a lot was made of Ryan Staub's performance, and it was a really good performance. Caden Salter was 10 of 13 in that game for 102 yards, led a couple scoring drives. One of them was a touchdown drive. He did nothing in that game to remove himself from consideration for being the starting quarterback for this football team. And now that you've been through all 3 of them, I think that for Colorado to save their season in a winning sort of way, you got to put Caden Salter back in there, and then he's got to beat Wyoming. If he doesn't beat Wyoming, Raj, I think you got to put Julian Lewis in for the remainder of the season, because your season is over from a competitive, we're going to win 6-7 games and go to a bowl standpoint. Now it's, all right, let's see what the future, let's get this kid ready. Let's get him going so next season he can really hit the ground running.
And you have to prove to other 4- and 5-star recruits that if you come here, I'll play you.
You'll play. Correct. Raj, I think that's such a great point.
It's too easy to leave.
Yeah, I was saying this earlier prior to, after the first game of the season, and it just appeared, Deion, one of the things that when you hear him talk, this is the one thing I think that does bear itself out on the field. He just really loves veteran players, right? Older players. If he can put an older player on the field in lieu of a younger player, he will do so 99% of the time. And yeah, I think that's a really good point, which is you worked so hard to recruit Juju Lewis. You got him a sandwich up at the sink. You got him. He's got the big NIL deal. You beat teams that would most certainly have put him on the field from game one to him. And so now there could be a point here in the near future where you have to keep that guy. And why do you recruit these types of players if you don't play him? We watched Michigan play him. We're watching Notre Dame play a freshman quarterback. There are freshman quarterbacks sprinkled in that he was rated higher than, except for the guy in Michigan.
I was going to say, except he's not Bryce Underwood. It's so very clear that he's not Bryce. And one of the marquee games that we've got coming up this weekend is Michigan and Nebraska. If Bryce Underwood can walk into Nebraska and win that game, Michigan becomes very, very scary very quickly. Do I think the Cornhuskers are someone to be like really reckoned with in the Big Ten? No, I don't. But it's still a really difficult environment to play in for a true freshman. He looks like Juju, as compared to Bryce, are on completely different planets in terms of readiness to play right now.
Yeah, well, Bryce is like big and strong and like athletic. He's got all the tools, right?
Right.
And if you even look at the Michigan games, he hadn't looked all that great either in these games. Now, the competition's way better than what Colorado has played, so there's reason for him to not always look phenomenal, but he's had obviously more moments than Juju has had so far. Juju was the number 2 rated quarterback behind Bryce Underwood. Period. Full stop. And if that doesn't get you on the field at some point this season, then I don't know what does. And to your point, then what you do, if you're any other team in a recruiting battle for a high caliber player against CU, you just point to that situation and go, I don't know. Is he going to play you? Because we will. And that might lose you some recruiting battles that you wish you would win.
Chris Dempsey filling in today for the coach, Mike Sanford. You heard him on with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Happy to have our friend back. I want to get into to Melo in the Hall of Fame. I want to get into the craziness that's happening and has been happening with Ballmer and Kawhi and the Clippers, and get
that is so wild.
Your expert opinion on all of that. It's week 3 in the NFL. It's the week of the backup quarterback. The Broncos 1-1. Is the sky falling? Because you get to look forward here. Cincinnati doesn't look as scary as they were coming up in week 4. That and so much more coming up as Dempsey fills in for Coach on the Morning Sprint. 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, and 1 hour is where you can reach us. The Morning Sprint. Raj alongside not the coach today, but our friend Christopher A. Dempsey of Altitude Television. Filling in for the day. My friend been talking about CU and Prime and his conundrum with his quarterbacks right now. Who to play? Do you try and force wins early in the season to save a bowl, or do you just like hand the keys over to a 17-year-old quarterback and say, you're my 4 or 5-star recruit, go do your thing. You're my starter for the next 4 years, and if you can show a spark, maybe some more kids will want to come play. I want to get into the Clippers and Kawhi and Steve Ballmer thing here in a second. But, dude, it is nuts already that we are in week 3 of the NFL season, and it is backup quarterback central.
I know.
We have what was supposed to be an awesome football game between Cincy and Minnesota this week, right? It's supposed to be Joe Burrow coming up against a first-round quarterback and J.J. McCarthy, who's like essentially a rookie. Well, no, it's not Joe Burrow and J.J. McCarthy. We get Jake Browning and Carson Wentz.
You what?
Carson Wentz is
Carson Wentz will be starting in Minnesota this week against Cincinnati. If that's not enough, Tyrod Taylor is expected to play for the Jets as they travel to Tampa Bay and assumedly get smacked by Baker Mayfield and the Bucs. Mac Jones is quarterbacking for the 49ers.
Right.
And there's a possibility that Marcus Mariota could start for the Commanders.
You know, and in so many of these instances, too, the quarterbacks that were injured, these starters that got injured, were doing so trying to extend plays somehow, right? I don't know what you do about this in the NFL because there are already so many safeguards to protect these quarterbacks from, taking serious hits and trying to prevent serious injury. And yet, Raj, what I think we've also done at the same time is, all right, just follow me on this one here. You put in rules to protect the quarterback. The quarterback thereby feels a little more emboldened to take chances on the run. And thereby doing that puts himself more in harm's way, and in some of these cases is coming up injured.
Tom Brady's been very vocal about that over the past few years. He's like, I used to not take those chances, or I didn't put my wide receivers into those situations where they could get their heads taken off of. And now quarterbacks are leading wideouts into head-on-head collisions.
Yeah.
And while they're not the same, Palomalu and Atwater type like missile collisions in the middle of the field like they were in the 80s and the 90s and honestly even the early 2000s, quarterbacks are not, it's not penal enough for them to keep both their wide receivers and themselves out of harm's way.
They just can't do it. I was watching the Buccaneers at the Texans, and Baker Mayfield, you're just screaming. I'm just screaming at him like, dude, just get down.
Dude's getting upended.
Yeah, you don't have to take that hit there.
He's taking Elway helicopters. It's week 2. It's not the Super Bowl against the Packers.
Right. Just get down. You've done the thing, right? You've gained 7-8 yards. Just get down, preserve yourself. We just don't see it enough. And even if they do it, let's just say 5 straight times. Time number 6, they feel, okay, well, but just this time I'm going to just lower the shoulder, or this time I'm going to try to juke move. And it's a difficult situation. I don't know. I don't think the NFL can do anything about it.
It makes me rethink my thought process about, hey, do you dangle Jarrett Stidham out there during the offseason for a team that needs a bona fide backup quarterback?
Maybe. What kind of package are you getting back? It's probably a pretty good one.
You probably get a decent package back.
Yeah.
But with quarterbacks that are known to play outside the pocket.
Do you need to have Jarrett Stidham?
Right, that's the thing. It makes me rethink my...
Bo Nix runs.
It makes me rethink my stance on, go dangle him out there for a 4th or 5th round pick and see what you can do. Just deal with Sam Ehlinger as your backup now. But with all these QBs that are playing outside the pocket with J.J. McCarthy and Justin Fields, looking at quarterbacks like Jaden Daniels, Nix is of that where he is at his best throwing on the run. He's at his, what was the best play in week 2 for the Broncos? Best play was play action pass, scramble out to your left side, avoid the sack, avoid the pressure, find Troy Franklin on a scramble drill. That's where he is at his best. The other best play that Bo Nix had in that game was the 18-yard scramble right up the middle for a first down.
Yeah.
So he is one of those quarterbacks that's going to be put in harm's way. Now, Joe Burrow is not a scrambling quarterback. He just has, sheets of paper blocking for him.
It's true. It's true. It was a real problem for him last year. It was slightly better this year, but he had to move around. In the play in question, he had to move around and try to be elusive and try to extend it to see if he can get something downfield, and he paid the price for it. It's funny because these quarterbacks, you can get away with this in college. A great many of them can. They're faster than some of those. A lot of the defenders that are trying to kind of hunt them down in college, and in the NFL, that flips 180. You're not faster than those dudes, even if that dude is a 260-pound linebacker or 270.
He can still run 4.8.
He can correct. So it becomes it's really harmful to you to try to play a little bit of hero on 2nd and 3 in the second quarter.
Favorite things that you've seen from the Broncos over the first 2 weeks? It's been, an amazing defensive performance against a bad team in Tennessee in week 1, a terrible defensive performance in, as of right now, a now unknown commodity in Indy with Daniel Jones being at the helm. He's had 2 amazing games, but I think they've got a greater chance of being like New Orleans from last year than they do being Washington from last year.
Yeah.
And making like a true run. Now, is he better than Anthony Richardson?
Could they be Tampa Bay?
Sure.
Yeah.
Why not? The division is very similar.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. The NFL, insofar as we can always look at the league and go, in each conference, there's a couple of teams that did not make the playoffs the year before that will make it this year. There's a couple of teams that did that are going to be on the outside looking in. And, early returns on the Colts is they're putting themselves in pretty good position to qualify for the playoffs. On the flip side, the Kansas City Chiefs putting themselves in great jeopardy of really having to scratch and claw the entirety of the season long to put themselves in solid playoff footing. So, I don't know how good the Colts are. I think that there was a couple of seasons ago, they went into the season, the defense was lauded as being a pretty good defense. You have Jonathan Taylor, who was quite honestly one of the best at the time, and still
he showed it on Sunday. Yeah, it's a top 5 back in the league.
Correct. And, you draft Warren, who I loved to death, and then your wide receivers have been good, right? Pittman, they did have a lot of pieces there in Indy, except for the quarterback. And I don't know if Daniel Jones can do this for an entire season, but even if he can do it 12 times and put themselves into wild card contention, I think they would take that.
The crazy thing with the Broncos right now is that even at 1-1, both of those games you kind of scratch your head and look back on and go, there were a lot of things that did not go well, did not go the way that I thought they were going to. You're a win away from having sole possession of first place. Now you'd have the same record as LA,
Chargers,
but you'd automatically have that tiebreaker. You would be in first place in the AFC West with a win over the Chargers. Now, they look as good as any team in the AFC.
They really do. They really do. Raj, I just love the Chargers. They're just a lunch pail football team. That's what they are. They come, they hit you on both sides of the ball. It's not flashy, it's you got a veteran quarterback there in Justin Herbert who can do. Look, if you're trying to separate the Broncos and the Chargers right now, there's where you separate them. It's the quarterback. The defense is okay. Both teams have good defenses. Offensively, the Chargers are better right now, and it chiefly because their quarterback is
the skill positions
much
are
more
pretty
consistent.
comparable, right?
Yeah.
I guess Quentin Johnson has looked
better.
Really good over the first 2 weeks. I still don't know who he really is.
I don't think they do.
But I don't know if I take that wide receiving core over what Denver has, especially with the emergence of Troy Franklin as like a 1B.
Mm-hmm.
Troy Franklin looks great.
He's been great. Do you remember when he was a rookie
Skinny as hell, man.
Well, in the OTAs leading up to his rookie season, and he was being dressed down by coaches during OTAs, and it was just it seemed like it was really messy.
Yeah, like, did you just draft this guy because he was at Oregon with your quarterback? You know what it felt? It felt like the who's the tight end that they drafted for Drew Lock?
Alberto.
Okwebunam. That's what it felt like the first couple of weeks of OTAs was like, you're trying to Okwebunam this thing, aren't you?
Yeah.
And it's very clearly not the case. And coaches talked to us about, like, when we had to game plan, when coach was at CU playing against Oregon, he goes, you were game planning for Troy Franklin as a 5-star talent, future first rounder, and he just never panned into it. The first 2 weeks of the season, man, he looks every piece.
Yeah, he's a talented player, and it appears that, if there were issues of work ethic and discipline and those kinds of things, that he is actively solving them. And then when you do that, now your talent can come through. Just take care of the stuff that you can take care of, and then allow your gifts to rise to the top. And I think we're seeing that with Troy Franklin. And so if you're asking me what I like best so far in this Broncos season, not a whole lot, to be honest with you, but Troy Franklin certainly is one of them. Defensively, I'm not worried in the least. Especially if your offense is going to have kind of fits and starts, although they were really good in that first half, especially against
They moved the ball really well honestly, the second half wasn't as bad as you think. It was catastrophic with a couple of penalties, and obviously the Bo Nix interception.
Yeah,
they moved the football, man.
Yeah,
it's not like It's not like it was 3 and out. It was move the football, terrible decision to throw. It was move the football, get to the Indy 20, take back-to-back penalties, right, and then miss a field goal. So I'm not trying to explain away the loss. It felt like, and it was an unacceptable way to throw away a game. The offense looked better than the second half point production would tell you.
Yeah, I agree with that. When these seasons are so long, Raj, as you well know, it's very difficult. The Broncos are 1-1, and that's the best part of it for them. They're not 0-2 or anything messing around like that. But you see improvement from the offense from week 1 to week 2, and that's what we're just talking about here. All right, let's just be upwardly mobile with the trajectory of what we're doing offensively, with the trajectory of what Bo Nix is doing as a quarterback. And we did see that week over week. Now, the mental mistakes have to stop, man. They just have to stop, because you put yourself in position to win a football game. I think you noted this. I was listening to you on Monday, which was yesterday, or 2 days ago. And I think you noted 6 points that cost the Broncos the game. And, as you're ticking them down, I'm thinking, that is when you lose a game by a last second anything, whether it's a field goal or a 3-pointer or whatever, you can probably point at 2 or 3 or 4 other junctures within that same game that would have kept you out of the situation that ultimately got you beat. And so for the Broncos, you get the leverage penalty on the field goal. That was a 60-yard field goal. That was completely, he missed it by a wide margin, and then you just make it a chip shot for these kickers now, who are all making 60-yard field goals, it feels like. But there was more to the story there that the Broncos can get cleaned up. But the biggest part for them was, can they get their offense back on a better track? They did that. Now, can you keep that going against a team with a defense that's playing pretty good?
Is it more important that Bo Nix and the offense and the running game continues to take a step forward in week 2, or the defense bounce back against LA? Because they got shredded by Indy, man, and you're going up against a better offensive unit and a more dynamic quarterback.
It's a good question.
Daniel Jones and Justin Herbert do similar things. They have the same skill set. Herbert's ceiling is just 10 times higher.
Yep.
Herbert's got a better arm too.
Yeah. What did Indy score? Oh, that was 29.
Indy scored 29. Yeah. But they kind of did whatever they wanted to with the football.
Yeah, they didn't
150 yards for Jonathan Taylor.
They didn't punt it all either. Yeah, you know what? I guess I would like to see the defense
Like if you had to choose, offense has a good day or defense has a good day on Sunday?
Defense. Because I think that the Broncos in the exchange, especially with guys like Khalil Mack not playing, I think in the exchange they can be productive. Now, I think we're learning the names of players on the Chargers defense that might become household names that they're just not right now. Their secondary, their corners in particular, were pretty good against the Raiders.
Derwin James looked, I mean, you obviously know Derwin James
correct, yeah.
As a household defensive player in the NFL. Looks through 2 weeks as good as he has ever looked in this league.
Yeah. Number 20 comes to mind for me. Hart, I believe, is his last name.
Cam Hart.
Yeah. Look, they had 12 passes defensed against 12 in that game against the Raiders. That is an extremely high number of passes defensed in a football game. And so, there's some things that the offense. But having said that, I think the Broncos can find some openings in that defense. And if they run the ball a little bit more, can they run the ball a little bit more? Can they run it effectively? Take some pressure off of Bo. Make some play action situations a lot more tenable, a lot more effective when he is able to do those. So, but I would like to see not 29 points on the board for the Chargers.
Take us wherever you guys want to go today on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They are injury lawyers, and you can go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com. Chris Dempsey filling in for the coach, Mike Sanford, today on the Morning Sprint. On the other side, we got you in studio. I have to rack your brain about Melo in the Hall of Fame induction and the kind words that he said about the Denver area. Has that soothed your heart? You don't hold all that much resentment. You're not Mark Moser.
Right.
So is it soothed your heart, Altitude listeners, and the craziness that's happening with the LA Clippers and Pablo Torre for a guy who lives and breathes basketball and is a born and bred and trained journalist? The Pablo Torre thing has to have you.
Oh, it's amazing.
I can't wait to talk to you about it.
Such great work.
That's coming up on the other side.
I know everybody waiting on this next one. To the Denver Nuggets. In the city of Denver, you believed in me first. You gave me the keys as a 19-year-old kid. You let me grow, fall, fly, and become the man standing here today. Denver was where I learned the weight of the league, when I learned the value of sacrifice and the beauty of team. To every fan who filled the Pepsi Center, thank you. To the Mile High City, you'll always be a part of my foundation.
Those are the words of Carmelo Anthony when he was inducted into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. The morning sprint rolls along. Raj alongside, not the coach today, but Chris Dempsey of Altitude TV. Been talking a whole bunch about CU and the Broncos moving into week 3 against, that is the marquee matchup this weekend, is Denver and the Chargers. Like, the Sunday night game is the Chiefs and the Giants. And I would assume an 0-2 Kansas City team hammers New York on Sunday night.
I don't know. Let's let Russ cook, right?
430-something yards. The Kansas City defense isn't Dallas, but
oh my gosh.
I'm not going to knock on your Cowboys too much there. I want to dive into the NBA here, and a day after Aaron Gordon turns, was his 30th birthday?
Yeah.
Yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't spoken to you since Melo was inducted. One, how did that feel for a guy that covered Melo, and you've been very vocal about the impact that Anthony had, the positive impact that he had on this franchise. When he left, did you ever harbor any resentment?
I didn't, just because, just behind the scenes, look, it's. I think part of this, Raj, is that when you're in the journalism business for so many years, there's just things, nothing surprises you, and you're kind of desensitized to a lot of things. So for Carmelo Anthony to behind the scenes request a trade and obviously have that thing play out for the better part of the season until right after the All-Star break when he did get traded to the Knicks, it's just, to me, unfortunately for the Nuggets and unfortunately for the city, sometimes it's the cost of doing business in this league. If a player or the player's family doesn't want to be here anymore. Now, having said that, it does not change to me one iota what he was able to accomplish when he was here. Now, I narrated a video in tribute to that was posted on the Nuggets website, the social media. And one of the things I said in it was 7 full seasons, 7 trips to the playoffs, 3 50-win seasons, and a trip to the Western Conference Finals. That's what he did. Do you know what was happening with the Nuggets prior to that? Losing season after losing season after losing season for 8 or 9 straight seasons after the Dikembe season where they beat the Supersonics in the first round. They never even went back to the playoffs after that until Carmelo Anthony got here. And so from the standpoint of he helped usher winning back into the organization, he helped usher some respect around the league and for the city back in then. Yeah, I mean, he looked like a Hall of Famer by the time he was out of here, and so I am not surprised that he isn't. And not to mention what he did at Syracuse, because it's like you pointed out, it's the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame, not the Pro Basketball Hall of Fame. So you take into consideration his national championship at Syracuse, the litany of gold medals that he had as a member of the Olympic team.
You could make an argument he is, if you just have Team USA basketball, and that's the only resume, you could make an argument he's on like the Mount Rushmore of Team USA players.
Yeah, he's one of the most decorated ones. I think Kevin Durant just passed him or somebody. So, I mean, he's one of the most decorated, let's put it this way, international basketball players for Team USA in that program's history. So he's got an extensive resume that screams Hall of Fame. So I was glad to hear him say that about Denver. But you know what, Raj? I can see it from both ways here. On one hand, he certainly did acknowledge that he grew up here, that this, as he said in his words, provided a foundation for him. The Pepsi Center was full. These are just straight facts, right? And what I think that fans want from him more so than just saying facts of the matter is to look in a camera and say, I am sorry for how things went down.
Right.
I love you more than you ever thought I did.
Because you know what the statement of the Mile High City will always be my foundation.
Right.
You know what that tells you? After my time here in Denver, I was better than you. I didn't need you anymore. It's almost a backhanded compliment to that subset of fans, and I believe it's a large subset of fans, that still hate the guy, that still harbor resentment toward Carmelo Anthony. As you go, well, you just told us we weren't good enough. We were good enough just to prop you up for a little bit until the bigger and brighter and louder lights and sounds of Broadway came calling.
Mm-hmm. It is as complicated a situation as there is for a player that played such a prominent role in the history of a certain franchise. And, look, I think there was an article, I read part of it, on ESPN.com or Anscape, and it had to do, the question was, why wasn't, which I thought this was an unfair question, and it was, why haven't the Nuggets retired the number 15 for Carmelo Anthony? Well, obviously, Nikola Jokic has that, and that's going in the rafters as Nikola Jokic. But they did catch up to Josh Kroenke in the article and ask him about kind of a cooling off period. And I just thought he was very polite. It really did acknowledge what Carmelo meant to the Denver Nuggets, while at the same time not really going so far as to say, well, he's most definitely welcomed back with open arms, and he's going. So we're living in this limbo period with that situation right now.
You can't retire 15 with Anthony above it.
No, you can't.
You can't do it.
You cannot.
So what's going to be crazy is that you'll have a Hall of Fame player, right? Like you'll have, obviously you've got Joker, but like alongside Issel and Thompson,
English.
and English,
Yep.
you'll have an all-time great.
Yeah.
That should be up there in the rafters. Does he go up with just the last name Anthony and like a Nuggets logo there?
It's a good question.
Because you can't put 15 in the rafters, but he's a good enough player that he should be up alongside those names.
Yeah. Is there an instance anywhere in any sport, where there's a double number retired?
Don't the Broncos have a double number? Isn't 18?
Retired twice?
I'm almost positive. I think the Broncos have a double number.
So that would be the only thing that I could say you could do is retire a number twice. But I don't know that they would do that for Carmelo before they did that for Joker.
So Manning was allowed to use 18 after Tripucka. They re-retired the number, but did they re-retire it just as Tripucka? Or is it retired as Tripucka/Manning?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's probably just Tripucka, because Manning wasn't here that long.
Could you do that?
Yeah.
Then you put both 15s up there? Dude, that's weird.
Yeah.
It's just as weird as having 8 and 24 both retired
right.
for Kobe.
Kobe, yeah.
And I understand like the obviously like very tragic and sentimental reason why you're doing that, but like if Kobe was still with us here today, are both 8 and 24 retired? I would argue no.
Right. I'm with you 1,000%. But to me, there's only the only two options are Anthony with a blank jersey or a Nuggets logo, as you say, or a double number, or you never do it. And I still think that the biggest % chance of any of those three things happening is that they might never do it. And they would have every right to just go, we only retire one number and we don't retire blank jerseys, so it's Jokers.
The Yankees technically have number 42 twice.
Okay.
For league-wide Jackie Robinson.
Right.
And then some of the players were allowed to wear 42, and one of those is Mariano Rivera. So the Yankees technically have it retired twice for a player that never suited up for them.
Yeah. That's when I think about this situation, if it's hard to have a Hall of Famer not be retired in your arena. But they don't have to speed this through. They can slow play this for as many years as they need to slow play it. And and then come to a solution later on. So I don't know. I think that Carmelo Anthony great player, Hall of Famer for sure. I thought his speech was just fine from the Denver point of view. I can see where people would have wanted more for sure from that speech. But you know what? So I guess if you walked into the situation not really liking him, you can walk out with the same view. If you walked in saying, okay, he's fine by me, then you would walk out with the same view. So that's kind of how I would, basically summarize the entirety of his speech and how it resonated.
I think the best chance of this happening is Jokic gets 15 retired, let's say, I don't know,
immediately
12 years from now, 10 years from now, 15 goes into the Raptors for Jokic, and 5 years after that, Anthony goes up with 15 as well.
Right.
And you have those things side by side.
Yeah. Because look, I still believe this. I don't think that Jokic is a lifer here. He's not going to be in his 23rd season, Nikola Jokic. And so, he's got another contract that they're trying to, get him to sign, which he can do next season, next summer. And then that might be about it, man. So you can see that coming. And so now these other questions about, how do we celebrate these great players? I don't think that they're as far away, unfortunately for us with Joker, as it appears to be.
That's Chris Dempsey filling in for the coach, Mike Sanford. We'll roll into hour number 2, KJ's NFL Notes at 11:15 as we set our sights on the Chargers and Broncos game, 2:05 p.m. Chargers are 2.5-point favorites at home over Denver. CU and Wyoming, late night game on ESPN, 8:15 kick, 8:15 kick. On ESPN. You can listen to that game on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. Been teasing it for the past couple of segments. I want to dive into Pablo Torre and the LA Clippers and Kawhi Leonard. You got to walk us through it.
Super interesting.
It continued. I thought it was bombshell article, and then we would forget about it in a week. Pablo Torre is just laying down the breadcrumbs week after week after week. We'll get into that on the other side. Halfway through the morning sprint on a Wednesday. PhD's coming up next from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy on your drive home from 3 to 6 p.m. As a reminder, Altitude 92.5 is Denver's brand new and exclusive home for primetime NFL games on Westwood 1. Thursday kicks off week number 3 with the winless Dolphins visiting Buffalo and the Bills. You can start listening to that game at 6:15 on Altitude 92.5. Thursday night football on Altitude and Westwood 1. That's a must-win game for an 11.5-point dog as Miami, or a must-look-good game for Mike McDaniel. If they get boat raced by Buffalo and Tyreek throws a tantrum on the sideline,
yeah, might be fired before they.
I was going to say he might be staying in the frozen tundra of upstate.
You know who should go with him as the general manager, and I'm going to tell you why. Because that football team, look, Tua struggles to stay healthy. Has almost the entirety of his career. They never really addressed offensive line in a real way. They allowed Mike McDaniel's system to make up for the shortcomings of that offensive line. They can't hold up, but getting the ball out of your hands makes it so that it's not as bad all the time, except when your quarterback gets knocked out. And that continues to happen to him. Not as much this season, but now part 2 is all of that motion and that cute stuff that was so innovative just 2 seasons ago.
And the comments.
Yeah.
Being the almost too cool for school, or I'm the young, new, hip guy.
That's right.
I'm not going to be Mr. Football, run your head through a wall. I'm going to.
Super tan, looking like he was on the cover of Grand Theft Auto. Like,
sure.
The NFL has caught up to him. I mean, that is what it is. And if his offense is just not effective anymore, then I don't know where Miami goes.
The NFL has caught up to Mike McDaniel, needs to get a win on Thursday. It seems as though the misdeeds of the LA Clippers and Steve Ballmer are catching up to them when it comes to cap circumvention. So walk me through the Pablo Torre and aspiration, Steve Ballmer, Clippers being able to sign Kawhi, and him not doing a job but getting paid $24 million from a company that was dying. I know, Kawhi, I know. Bring me up to speed.
Oh my gosh, this is such an amazing story, actually. I need to preface this by saying the reason why this is very serious, and it's in the NBA collective bargaining agreement, one of the 2 or 3 most significantly bad things that you can do is circumvent the salary cap. And, it goes toward integrity. It goes toward unfair play. It goes toward integrity of the league. And I mean, all those things wrapped into one. You think the lottery system is like, oh, this is an integrity of the league. This is the story. That's why this has gotten so much airplay. So, all right, so let's walk through this. Pablo Torre, who's got a background in doing this kind of stuff, this is a great piece of journalism. It really is.
Harvard-trained journalist, Sports Illustrated, ESPN, Around the Horn type of guy. That's where you know him from.
Which you would have forgotten, because if you just watched him on Around the Horn, you're like, oh, he's kind of a funny guy, little quirky guy. He's smart about football and some sports.
R.I.P. Around the Horn, man.
Yeah.
That was my dream job. It was Reality's job. Just sitting by. I would have loved to have that job.
It was a fun show, and he was good on it, and he's great in this. However, and so the first headline is, did the Clippers know that, or were they did they have any knowledge of this company, Aspiration, paying their player $28 million to do zero work? $28 million over 4 years, which is $7 million a year, plus $20 million in stock options. So a total value of this contract of $48 million over a 4-year span to do nothing. He did nothing. He didn't do a commercial. He didn't write a word. He didn't say anything he just collected the money. Or did he? So the way this was to go down was Kawhi was to be paid quarterly, in quarterly installments of $1.7 million. So he gets the first installment, $1.7 million. Cool. Then the second quarterly installment, the month comes and goes. And the question is now, his uncle, Uncle Dennis, Kawhi's uncle, is now like, where's the money, right? What's happening? Well, back channel, what's happening was this company, Aspiration, was hemorrhaging money and couldn't even pay its own employees. The president of the company resigned. They ended up laying off like 20% of their, which ended up being like over 100 people of their workforce. More on that in a second. But they couldn't pay anything to anybody. And as the money is bleeding out, all of a sudden, December 2022, a $1.7 million payment is made to Kawhi's LLC that he set up.
LLCKL2, Kawhi Leonard, and the number that he wears on his jersey.
And so the question for this company and the employees in it, who were very scared of for their jobs and their salaries, was how on earth did they get the money to pay Kawhi $1.7 million, and while at the same time we are being laid off?
Yeah, and John Q, tree planter, doesn't have a job.
And let me just tell you, the same day that $1.7 million payment was made in December was the same day that they laid off all those people. And so you got both things working at the same time. Now, Steve Ballmer goes on ESPN and he says, listen, I've been duped. I was duped. We were all duped. I didn't know anything about this.
But there is a very, very tangible connection between the Clippers, Ballmer, and the company Aspiration, right? In 2021, Aspiration becomes a first founding partner of the brand new Intuit Dome that Ballmer just built. You know, the one with the fan, what do they call it? The fan wall.
Correct.
The Clippers fan wall. They were on marketing materials.
Correct.
Ballmer put $50 million into the company in 2021.
Correct. And in fact, they were the jersey patch sponsor of the team.
Didn't know that they were doing anything shady.
Okay, so all right, so look, this plausible deniability, which is what the Clippers are trying to work under right now. Look, you know, the deal that he made with this company is what they're saying. What Ballmer was saying was the deal that he made. I had nothing to do with that. I had no knowledge of that, or did he? So we're going to go back to that payment back in December of 2022. 9 days before that payment in December 2022, a wire is going in to Aspiration, an investment. The investment wire was for $1.9 million, $1.99999 whatever $million. To which then a little bit more, just less than 10 days later, they pay the 1.7 to Kawhi Leonard. The question is where did that 1.9 million come from? Well, the answer is a guy by the name of Dennis Wong.
A different Dennis.
Not
Uncle Dennis.
Not Uncle Dennis. Dennis Wong is a minority owner of the Clippers. That's what he is. He is connected with the basketball team in a way that would suggest, all right, there is a connection between Clippers knowing and improprieties here happening with Kawhi Leonard and how he is being paid. And that's where we stand right now. Now, look, the NBA had a Board of Governors meeting just a couple of days ago. And in that Board of Governors meeting, first of all, Commissioner Adam Silver did not talk about this at all with the owners in the room. He did not want this subject to come up, which is really weird. But
yeah, because if I'm another owner, I'm pissed off about what's happening right now. Although it is great text coming in. It's the most Clippers thing in the world to cheat like this and get nothing out of it.
Get nothing out of it.
But I'm still pissed off if I'm an owner.
It's true. And then Adam Silver stands up in front of the media and says, look, the burden of proof is on us, the NBA, to prove that the Clippers did something wrong. Now, look, there is an article in the NBA, in the CBA, the collective bargaining agreement. It is article article 13.2, and it deals with this kind of a situation. And what it says is, in order to prove it, you could have just circumstantial evidence.
It can just smell fishy.
Correct. Adam Silver is a lawyer by trade, so he's going to not want it to just be circumstantial. But this is also not a court of law. This is the NBA and a collective bargaining agreement. So, there's just a lot of moving pieces here, but this is going to take many months to investigate. The NBA has already hired a law firm to investigate this, and it's going to take a long time for this all to sort itself out. I don't know, Raj, what the penalty would be for this.
So the last time that the NBA had a cap circumvention issue
that was significant.
25 years ago. And that was Joe Smith and the Minnesota Timberwolves. And as you said, it was a hefty fine. It was a $4.5 million fine, but also a bunch of draft picks. $4.5 million to the 10th richest person in the world. That's what Steve Ballmer is, number 10. He has more money than the guy that created the company that Ballmer got all his money from. Bill Gates is number 13.
Yeah.
Ballmer's 10.
Yeah.
$4.5 million is nothing.
It's going to be a drop in the bucket for a guy like that. But the fine, if this is punishable that way, it will have to be steep. Now, also, what happened to the Minnesota Timberwolves back then was they got stripped of their next 5 first-round picks. The Clippers aren't necessarily in control of that many picks into their future, so I don't know what kind of opportunity there is for the NBA to levy that heavy of a penalty from a pick standpoint.
So 2026, the Thunder have their, of course it's the Thunder.
Of course it is. Yep.
Are you kidding me? The Thunder have it. 2020 or second round pick is owned by the Celtics. Third round pick, oh my God, I can't keep track of this. First round pick in 2027, the Thunder have a pick swap option. Either the Nuggets pick, protected top 5, or their own pick. They can then swap with the Clippers first rounder. There are so many.
Yeah.
They've done so much of this.
But do you see the point here? Do you see where their picks, it's not just straight away where it's like their picks are unencumbered and you can just take them away. So
no, I'm looking at the next 2 drafts in 26 and 27. Here are the teams that are associated with pick swaps or owning LA's picks. The Sixers, the Wizards, the Grizzlies, the Celtics, the Rockets, the Nuggets, the Rockets, the Jazz, the Hawks, the Bucks, the Pacers, the Nets, the Knicks, the Suns, the Magic, and that's just through the end of the 2026 draft. That's like half the league.
Yeah.
You can't do anything.
Yeah, so
you have to look at 2031, 2032, and 2033 and beyond.
You do, and maybe the NBA will do that. That's
That's like SMU death penalty territory.
Correct. And I don't think that Adam Silver necessarily wants to do that.
No, because it would hurt the value of the league.
Yeah. So I don't know, man, but it is a very significant story. It looks like the Clippers knew to whatever degree what was happening here in this scenario of paying a player. So the issue here is, how much can you pay a player? Well, you can only pay what your salary cap and the luxury tax allows you to pay a player. And so did you make a deal on the backside of this saying, you know what, I can get you $28 million more this way? That's the issue, because you can't do that. And so we'll see. We'll see. I mean, Pablo Torre, this is a really good piece of journalism that he has been able to unearth. And I mean, gosh, he's got bank statements and he's got employees on the record, with the voice modifying things.
And talk about plausible deniability. The opposite side of that is just like, hey, it smells fishy, we don't like this, and we want to punish your team for it. The history with Kawhi and Uncle Dennis goes back to their time in Toronto, where he leaves Toronto after winning a title and winning an MVP. And what does Pablo Torre find out? Kawhi's team wanted a piece of the Toronto Maple Leafs, and they said, screw you, there's the door. It seems as though Kawhi and his camp were just trying to find a willing suitor to find a way to pay me more than what the cap is allowed.
Yes, and Raj, here's a little subplot. This is not the first time the NBA has investigated Steve Ballmer for salary cap circumvention. They did so in I believe it was. This actually involved DeAndre Jordan.
It sure did. The closed door, like literally a broom handle underneath the door, locked each other in rooms.
Yeah. So he's got a little bit of a paper trail of doing this kind of thing. So it's, I don't know. I think, look, the journalist in me thinks this is a super interesting story. Now, I think we're to a point where we're in the wait and see mode. There's been so much that's come out that Pablo has unearthed, and some other
that he still seemingly has in his pockets.
Yeah, and some other news outlets too. I mean, it was a different outlet that uncovered the stock options that were also a part of that contract, and everything else. So it's just a wild story, man. It's a wild story, and I can't imagine what all those owners in that room at the Board of Governors meeting. That must have been one of the most awkward rooms in the history of that meeting. Nobody's saying anything. You got Steve Ballmer right there. You got other mad owners because they're like, this. You know, this is unfair,
right? Like, what's crazy about that though is Ballmer's the most powerful person in that room, without a doubt.
And he's on the NBA audit. He's chairs the NBA audit committee. You can't even make this stuff up.
Well, you know what? You know what you take out of this, Nuggets? Maybe when Nicola's contract is up, you don't buy him a horse or two. Let him do that with his own money. That's Chris Dempsey, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes as we wave a fond farewell to the voice of your Denver Nuggets, Jason Kosmiski. Just 17 days until the Nuggets take the court in preseason action, October 4th at home against Minnesota. So you'll hear that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio. And can't wait until Kaz is back on the call there. You were saying, when you see Kaz outside of an arena, it's like seeing Bigfoot.
It's like, oh, it's Kaz. Oh, Nugget season must be on the horizon.
Seeing a shaved dog.
Here.
Like, oh,
yeah.
Hi. Good to see you, buddy. Love you, Kaz. KJ, what's first?
Well, as we begin the process of putting a wrap on week 2, let's throw one last flower on the grave of the Broncos' gut-wrenching loss to the Indianapolis Colts. The Denver Broncos have now moved to 2-7 in one-score games since the start of last season. And as we transition to what those wins looked like, in both wins, the Broncos went over 125 yards rushing. Thus far this season, Bo Nix has thrown it 70 times, while every player not named Bo Nix has carried the ball only 43 times. So knowing that is the case, and knowing that the Broncos will be in a lot more one-score games this season, could the running game be the perfect alibi for Sean to limit Nix's turnovers?
Yes. Of course it is. Was it a bad throw from Nix? Yeah. You also didn't need to have that play call. You were within acceptable field goal range there. You hit that field goal, you probably end up winning the game. So I can have just as much fault placed on Nix as I do Peyton for calling that on third down and forcing him to make that throw. Just run the ball. You'll be fine.
Yeah.
I need a 100-yard rusher on this team. It's been too damn long.
It's been so long. I don't know. Is J.K. Dobbins mad at the Chargers for any form of reason? Does he want revenge against the team he played for last year? Because if he does, maybe that's a very motivated player for you this weekend. I don't know, man. I just think that the Broncos, they want to run the minimal amount. The essential, not the minimal, the essential amount, whatever that looks like game to game. And then they want to put the ball in the air. And maybe that's just where we are. And so if they have a 100-yard rusher, it's going to be 10 carries, like 12 carries, 100 yards, because
someone breaks a 50-yarder.
Correct, yeah. That's the way. It's not going to be because 19 rushes, 103 yards. And I don't see that in the future really at all.
15 attempts for Latavius Murray back on January the 8th of 2023 is the last 100-yard rusher for the Broncos. Can you tell me what team it was against?
Murray, jeez. January
8, 2023, 15 attempts, 1 rushing touchdown. He also had a reception for 15 yards.
Chargers.
The Chargers.
Yeah.
It was against the Chargers. So maybe this is the day. Because planets align and Mercury is in retrograde. I don't know if it is or if it isn't. Are my Mars moons in line? Do I have the right lexicon there, KJ?
You're in the ball. You're in the ball.
That's fine. If I'm in the solar system, I'll be happy with that.
We'll get you to a planetarium.
KJ, keep it going.
Today, I do not apologize.
Well, this morning the news came out that Chargers outside linebacker Khalil Mack will be out a few weeks with an elbow injury. They also placed inside linebacker Denzel Perryman on short-term IR with an ankle injury on Monday, and they're still waiting on the status of defensive back Elijah Molden because he's dealing with a hamstring injury, and they should know more today after practice. So despite all of the injuries on the offensive line and despite all of the injuries on defense, they're still ranked 7th in the NFL in total yards allowed at 282 a game, and Justin Herbert is still ranked top 5 in the league as he's passed for 270 yards per game. What percentage chance do you guys give the LA Chargers to win the AFC West? I know it's early, but they are cooking early.
Are you as high as 60% right now?
Yeah.
Again, we opened up the show with saying that if you beat the Chargers, you are in first place in the West.
Yeah, that's true. That's going to keep me at 60 just in case the Broncos win this game. Otherwise, I'd say 70.
Well, being 2-0, if LA wins this game, man, and you are 3-0 through 3 weeks, all against AFC West opponents.
Yeah, that's just about that for that. Just about.
You have guaranteed at least a split against your entire division as LA, and it's only, September 21st when that comes and goes.
And you'll have a 2-game lead on the Chiefs. And that's...
At worst.
At worst. Yeah, you have one now. You have a 2-game lead now on the Chiefs. Yeah, man, this is a very effective start for them, and they haven't even played a home game yet. This is their first home game. So, yeah, they're the leaders in the clubhouse. But I'm with you on the 60%, yeah.
The injury on the offensive line, who's their left tackle who got injured?
Rashawn Slater.
Rashawn Slater. So they've moved Joe Alt now over to the left tackle position. I thought that was going to be a bigger issue for them. When we did our NFL preview, I always hate when I'm like very chalky with my previews because it feels boring. So I was like, you know what? Big injury to the offensive line. There's a rookie toting the rock. I don't really believe in the Chargers to not Charger, right? Like they were a damn good team last year. And then, well, Justin Herbert has 4 turnovers in a playoff game. So I was like, yeah, the Chargers can't overcome
themselves.
They can't overcome the Rashawn Slater injury. They're going to finish last in the AFC West. And as the Raj curse is and continues to be, I couldn't be farther from the truth. KJ?
Today, I do not apologize.
Mike Garafolo of the NFL Network reported this morning that the Commanders are currently leaning towards not playing Jayden Daniels this Sunday after sustaining a knee injury in Week 2. Head coach Dan Quinn stepped up to the podium probably about an hour ago, and he said that Jayden did not practice and will not practice today. He threw, but that's pretty much it. He'll have a better answer on Friday as to what Jayden Daniels' status may or may not be heading into Sunday's game. The Commanders do play AFC West Las Vegas Raiders this Sunday. Would you guys play or sit Jayden this weekend?
If Jayden Daniels is hurt for an extended period of time as a result of you playing him too early in Week 3, you run the risk of not making the playoffs. I think that you can find a way to get it done with Marcus Mariota there. I would chill out if I'm them. I'm not putting him in harm's way because if you lose him Week 3 and you happen to fall to Vegas, you can get him back in Week 4 and you can go to Atlanta and beat the Falcons and a quarterback who's still like kind of a rookie in Michael Penix Jr. I would not rush him back.
1,000% with you. The bigger picture here is you need him for the long haul. You were just in the NFC Championship, for crying out loud, last season. So there is a bigger picture in mind here that this one game does not matter in the grand scheme of things. Will it drop into 1 and 2 if they lose it? Yeah. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. What matters is that Jayden Daniels plays the majority of the season, and I'm with you, Raj, 1,000%. If you aggravate an injury or make it worse, or now he's got something more significant and now he is missing a big chunk of time, that is the worst case scenario. So just keep him out.
You need him against Dallas.
Yeah.
You need him against Philly. That's who you need him against. You can run the risk of Marcus Mariota not being good enough to beat Vegas, but I mean, you're lucky you have Vegas this week, right?
Yeah.
You're lucky it's not the Chargers. You're lucky it's not Baltimore or the Bills or Philly. You're lucky that you don't have those types of teams coming to play you in Week 3, man. So sit that guy if you're Washington. You know what? I don't know if you're a Broncos fan, play him and he gets hurt, and then maybe he's hurt through Week 13. It's good for Broncos country. KJ?
Today, I do not apologize.
This evil Raj is just coming all the way out right there. That's just, cannot believe you're thinking like that.
I do not wish for players to get injured. If star players are injured when they're playing the Broncos, I'm not going to shed a tear over it, though. Like, Joe Burrow not playing in Week 4, do I hate it because he's my fantasy quarterback? Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
But as a Broncos fan, I am ecstatic that you get to go up against Jake Browning and not, arguably the most talented thrower of the football on the earth right now.
Just completely destroying my fantasy teams, Joe Burrow. He's on almost all of them.
KJ, keep it going.
The Vikings placed star running back Aaron Jones on injured reserve Tuesday due to a hamstring injury. So now that leaves former San Francisco 49ers running back Jordan Mason to take over the bulk of the carries, and they've re-signed two-time Minnesota Viking Cam Akers. So now this will be his third stint with them, which is unbelievable. But will this stretch without JJ and AJ knock the Vikings out of playoff contention by the time those guys get back?
It's not up to Cam Akers. It's up to Carson Wentz. That's the bigger injury here.
Well,
you're lucky because you get Cincy with a backup quarterback this week. You're lucky that you get Pittsburgh at home, considering Pittsburgh looks very mediocre. They look meh. And then you get Cleveland in week 5. You can win all 3 of those football games with Carson Wentz and without Jones toting the rock. Those are all mediocre, if not bad, football teams as currently constituted.
So one of the issues is, what's happening around you in the NFC. And look, the Commanders are not going to have their quarterbacks, and maybe they lose, and that keeps them in a space. Dallas, I don't know what to think about the Dallas Cowboys, to be honest with you, other than their kicker is awesome. The Detroit Lions looked way better.
Better.
Yeah, in the game number 2.
52 points.
Yeah, so, I would expect that they, would rise and challenge Green Bay a little bit for, or maybe not, just rise to playoff level, let's put it that way. And then you got the Atlanta Falcons. So, there doesn't actually seem to be a ton that's happening around the Minnesota Vikings. So if they can kind of tread water a little bit, I think there's plenty of teams that are 0-2, 1-1, and don't have great prospects for all of a sudden hitting you with like a 4-game win streak that they can survive this a little bit. But you don't want to go a big chunk of time without those guys.
No, again, those 3 weeks, Cincy, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, are all winnable football games. You should expect to win those games with J.J. McCarthy and Aaron Jones healthy. When they are not healthy and not playing, it's a toss-up, but still very winnable. It gets brutal after their bye week. Minnie has the early bye in week 6.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to their schedule coming out of the week 6 bye. Home against Philly. Thursday night at the Chargers. Sunday, November 2, at Detroit. And then they come home to face Baltimore on November 9th.
Wow.
That is a murderer's row of 4 games.
That's a problem.
You want to make the playoffs, you have to win 2 of 3 against Cincy, Pittsburgh, and Cleveland without J.J. McCarthy and Aaron Jones for at least one of those games.
Yeah. That's tough, man.
It doesn't get easy until you have Chicago at home in week 11. And then you have to go to Green Bay, who, as of right now, are they the best team in the NFC?
They kind of look like it. The Eagles keep winning games, but if you're just watching these teams play, Green Bay looks like they're better.
Yeah, they're scary. Yeah. KJ, one more.
Today, I do not apologize.
The Bengals were busy yesterday signing quarterbacks now that Joe Burrow is officially on IR. They signed Sean Clifford and Mike White to their practice squad and elevated former Bronco quarterback Brett Rippon to the 53-man roster to back up Jake Browning. So they have, in order, at Minnesota, at Denver versus Detroit, at Green Bay versus Pittsburgh versus the Jets versus Chicago bye week. About which week should we expect to hear chirping from Jamar Chase or T. Higgins about not getting the football?
I think those guys know enough that their success relies upon getting the ball into those players' hands. I actually don't think you're going to hear them chirp. I think those guys are going to get targeted like crazy. It's the only chance that Cincinnati has to make the playoffs is if those guys have the football constantly. Are you going to rely on Chase Brown? I like Chase Brown as much as the next guy. But the reason why he's so good is because, Joe Burrow's his quarterback and he has 2 big-time paid wide receivers on the outside. If they don't force-feed the ball to those wideouts, man, they have no chance. I don't think they're going to turn into divas. I don't.
Didn't Jamar Chase have 14 catches or something like that in the game? And you got the lion's share of that after.
And they're 2-0.
Yeah.
He had 165 yards in week 2, Jamar Chase.
Yeah. Cincinnati's offense is what it is, right? You throw it to the wide receivers, you throw it to the playmakers, you hand it off to Chase Brown every now and again just to keep the defense honest. And I think Jake Browning is more than capable of doing it. He's shown that. I think he had to play a little bit last year as well, and he showed that he can keep the boat afloat.
That's all you need to do is
the best
backup,
way
brother.
to put it. Yeah, no doubt.
That's all you need to do. KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Take a quick time out, wrap things up on the other side. Chris Dempsey filling in for the coach Mike Sanford today on the Morning Sprint. Wrapping things up here on a Wednesday, Chris Dempsey filling in for the coach Mike Sanford today. Alex Ryanemi alongside KJ Granderson behind the glass, live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Thursday night football coming up tomorrow. The Dolphins visit the Bills. Very much in need of a win. They are 11.5-point dogs headed up there to Orchard Park. You can listen to that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, starting at 6:15 on Thursday evening. Westwood 1 on Altitude 92.5. We've hit so many different things today. Deion and his quarterbacks, and the Broncos, the backup quarterbacks that are all playing around the league starting in week 3. We just had confirmation that the Jets will start Tyrod Taylor this weekend as Justin Fields is too injured to play.
Mm-hmm.
Talked about Melo,
yeah.
Clippers saga.
Yeah.
We are 17 days away from preseason NBA basketball.
Yeah.
It is right around the corner. What's your confidence meter on the Nuggets going into this season? Because Aaron Gordon has been raving, and he did so yesterday, raving about the additions that they have. And Jared Bednar just talked about the Avs. He said it's the deepest team they've had since 2022. Today's Avs Media Day. Do you feel the same way about the Nuggets? Moving on from Michael Porter Jr. and getting a boatload of players, not just in return, but as a result of making that trade with Brooklyn.
Yeah, this might be... Okay, I'm going to split this into two. This quite certainly is one of the deepest Nuggets teams ever. The play of some of the younger players will determine whether this is, in fact, the deepest Nuggets team we have ever seen. I think that what they did in the offseason really addressed the issue of what are you really doing defensively with this basketball team? You know, when you look at the playoff run last year and the amount of zone defense that they had to play, there's a little smoke and mirrors aspect to that. Right now, it worked a little bit against OKC, and they had to get that sorted out in a real way to be able to advance beyond the Nuggets. But what you really want to do as a basketball team is not allow spaces for shooting. And the best way you can do that is if the players on the court can guard their man. And then can you be switchable through some of these screening situations in a way that at times that you weren't last season? And so the Nuggets have addressed that in the realest of ways. When you're talking about Cam Johnson in your starting lineup, and if your starting lineup will be Jamal and Joker and Cam and Aaron Gordon and Christian Brown. Right off the top, 3 of those players are elite level defensive players, in Cam and Christian and Aaron Gordon. Jamal has his moments. He plays hard. He's switchable. He can get onto a guy, especially in late shot clock situations. And then you have Joker, who I think is an underrated defensive player, but you don't want him exposed at the level of the screen as much as they had to expose him to that in the playoffs. This allows you to be able to play him a little bit more down the floor, have guys that can get through screens, that want to get through screens. And then if there's small screens, now they can just switch it straight away. And now you're still in front of the ball handler. You can keep them out of your paint and then get a good hand up at the 3-point line. You address that with Cam Johnson. You address that with Bruce Brown. And now you are bringing like Bruce Brown and a Peyton Watson like off your bench you could put, now I don't know if they'll ever do this because this would involve taking both Jamal and Joker off the court. But you could put Bruce Brown, Aaron Gordon, Peyton Watson, Christian Brown, and Cam Johnson all on the court. And that, my friend, will be one of the best defensive fives that you will see in the NBA. Small. Aaron Gordon playing the small ball 5, which he has played in the past, right? But wow, you talk about a unit that could get after the offensive team, be very disruptive, get out into the open court, and then you have all these guys who are just high flyers, right? Bruce Brown and Peyton Watson. They all are. Christian Brown, how many highlight dunks did he have? So I think that the roster versatility here is quite honestly might be better than their championship team, to be honest with you. It might be better. And so I'm very bullish on this season. You know, obviously, knock on wood with health and all this, all the intangible things that we always talk about. I think this Nuggets team is super talented, is super deep, is going to be, I think, a top 10 to 12 defense, which is all you need to be. It'll be it's always like a top 5 offense. So that's just never a question. I think it'll be one of the better rebounding teams with Jonas Valanciunas now on your team. There is not an intangible area or a tangible area that they did not significantly address, unless you want to say, what are they doing from the three-point line still? But I don't think the three-point line has ever been, nor will it be, the lion's share of what they are about as an offensive basketball team. They will knock down the shots that they need to from the arc, and then they'll do everything else inside the arc.
Brown, Johnson, both guys that can hit from outside.
Yep.
Not to the same clip, like percentage-wise, as Michael Porter Jr.
Correct.
Tim Hardaway, how much do you expect him to play at 33?
I didn't even say Tim Hardaway.
What is his? Is he an 8 to 10 minute guy a night or more than that?
Well, it's who's your backup to? I think it's him. So I know there was a little groundswell for the Nuggets to sign a true backup point guard. Guys, it's going to be Bruce Brown. I mean, that's who it's going to be. You can put the ball. He was the Swiss Army knife guy when he was here before. He's going to be that again. He's the kind of guy that you can make your backup point guard. And because the Nuggets are so multiple on offense anyway, this is not traditional basketball here. Even Jamal Murray as the point guard, how much off the ball does he play? A ton, right? So, I mean, you're just talking about combo guards, right, with the ability to be on or off the ball. And then you're talking about your big man, who is actually a point guard, having the lion's share of the ball in his hands, with the ability of Christian Brown to initiate offense, Aaron Gordon to initiate offense, Bruce Brown to initiate offense. When you can do those things, when there are multiple people that can initiate offense and you can stretch a defense, then you're just much better off. So I just think that if you're thinking about this in a traditional sense, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it at all. I mean, they have the ball handling they need already on this team. So to further answer your question, if I have Bruce Brown backing up Jamal Murray, then I have Tim Hardaway backing up Christian Brown.
So then he's a 25-minute a night guy.
He could 15 to 22, something like that, depending on the night. Yep.
That's the sweet spot there.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I'm bullish on them. I think they're as deep as any team in the West is right now. Obviously, you have a huge hurdle to get over in Oklahoma City. They're going nowhere injury withstanding.
And yet they freely acknowledged that the hardest series that they played was against the Nuggets.
It feels like everyone says that when they play Denver.
Yeah, because you got to deal with the choker, man. He just scores so many points and grabs so many, he just makes so many meaningful plays, winning plays, that the Nuggets are a team that you literally have to slay them. They just don't beat themselves, for the majority, and then all of a sudden they lost the series 4-1 because they just couldn't get out of their own way. You have to beat them. And this season, you're going to have to do that in a real way. Now, having said that, Raj, the Western Conference, stacked.
Yeah, it's brutal.
Stacked.
It's just like the NHL is, man, in the Central. It's
correct.
If you get through that, you deserve to win. But you know who's waiting on the other side is a rested Panthers team. Or typically in the NBA, it's a rested and easily ran through the East Celtics team.
Right.
Not going to happen this year. It's going to be a battle for both the Avs and the Nuggets. Chris Dempsey, man, it is always a pleasure having you on these airwaves. I've loved having you on. Miss you all the time. We're going to have so much more of you during the season.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Won't be me for a while. Whenever I decide to get out of here or whenever the kid decides to come into this world, I'll be leaving. But when I'm back on the airwaves, I can't wait to talk to you weekly for your NBA Baseline Report.
We'll be here, my guy.
That is Chris Dempsey. For him, for KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next. Talk to you tomorrow morning at 10.
We got some news about the Chargers. We'll dig into that in a little bit. Broncos, Chargers, and we think we know who's going to start at quarterback for CU. Tons of injuries. Interesting article in the Indy Star about the blocked field goal, or not blocked field goal, penalty field goal. But that being said, first, I've got a huge question for Tyler, but we have to welcome back. Look what the cat dragged in, Scott Hastings.
Come on, boys!
Hey,
I'm right here.
There he
Welcome
is.
back. I'm like the cavalry coming over the top of the hill. Boy, look at you! I go away for 3 or 4 days. You don't shave.
I know it grows quick.
Does that mean you're getting a haircut soon?
Yeah, I want to combo meal it. Yeah, so I'm trying to not shave until I got to get the haircut.
Well, that's
too.
what you said last Wednesday. So are you going to start going to Tyler's guy and he could trim up?
Oh,
I
got
a guy.
He's
expensive, but I got a guy. You're about ready to go too, ain't you? No. I actually trimmed this up. Got to get the neck though. Oh yeah, I mean I got to shave that, but that's no problem. And that stuff growing out your back, you might want to. Right. I used to call them wolf whiskers. You got a lot of wolf whiskers.
I do. I'm short but hairy. Yeah. One thing doesn't coincide with another. That's right. Large feet, like
short and furry,
like Bilbo. Yeah. I got all those. I'm really, really popular in the Shire with the ladies. But first, we are big debate with Tyler yesterday, Scott.
Yeah, there was a big debate.
Big debate. Had not a lot of responsibilities. Could easily do it, but was invited to a concert last night at Red Rocks. Sturgill Simpson.
Yeah.
And
who was invited? Me.
This guy.
But I was kind of being typical me, like, it's a work night, do I want to go to a concert on a Tuesday night? Sometimes tough in the middle of the night.
Yeah, but we did explain the work night, by like 11 a.m. you got to be getting ready for it.
Well, I got to get up early. Show starts at 12. Yeah.
Right.
It's not that easy. You got to read a little bit, and you wound up for the concert. Sturgill, who it is? Sturgill Simpson.
Really? You're not familiar with Sturgill Simpson?
Oh, dude, he's badass. I might have heard him, but you would love him.
Oh, I'm surprised.
He's like yes, I did go. Yes, I
did go.
I did go. There
was a rain delay.
That Apple Music was full, or that Apple weather was full of 20% chance of rain.
No, sir.
Oh my gosh, it rained the entire concert.
Entire concert?
Pretty much.
Oh,
we
wow.
We had a lightning delay and everything, and
I saw there was a lightning delay.
Yeah, it was chilly, man. Yeah, at 8:00, around 8:00, a lightning storm hit the area. Oh yeah. Because I live out that area. Which I laugh about the lightning delay at Red Rock, but the rest of you people, like, where are you supposed to go?
Where are you supposed to go?
I mean, seriously, where do you go? There's nowhere to go.
Back to your car?
That's what they say. They say you can go back to your car, but nobody wants to make the hike back down to their car.
So I'll just,
you're hiking to the car, you're leaving.
So exactly. If I die, I die.
If you die, you die. Yeah.
He dies, he dies.
He is a badass, though. I mean, I don't know if you guys have ever gone down, but obviously you've not. But you should go down to Wormhole, Scott. He's like a country rock and roll jam band. I don't even know how to describe it. Like he old school country, but with rock and roll and a jam band flavor. It's pretty cool. I'm as I've gotten older, of less and less into jam bands. Well, he played for 3 hours, and it was just them. Yeah. So if you're going to play for 3 hours, you kind of got to do that, don't you?
Yeah. I hate jam bands.
Yeah, I'm kind of
like, I like the Black Crowes, and I went to see him, and I'll never see him again. Because, like, I don't need that. I've seen the Grateful Dead live. I mean, I won't see that or any version of it. Jam bands to me are,
the first one that turned into a jam band, it was weather-related, too. It was the Allman Brothers at Red Rocks.
Forget it. Would never go see them.
But I love the album.
I love the songs. Yeah. But I don't need to hear the 30-minute version of Jessica.
I'll bet you they only played 5 songs in an hour and a half.
Right, exactly.
It was like, but it was raining. Greg Allman's in a little tent over his organ,
Boring.
Yeah, it was one of the more boring shows. I was chilled to the freaking bone, though.
What were you wearing?
Well, I brought jeans and a long sleeve and a jacket,
all right.
But my jacket was supposed to be waterproof. Turned out that thing ain't so waterproof. Was that the one you bought at the show? Oh, no, not that one. Should have got that one. That one's made for when I'm sleeping in an igloo.
What made you, that one is fantastic.
Was it waterproof?
Yeah, that one's could survive anything.
Yeah. Yeah, you should have brought that one. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's like for 0 degree temperature.
Yeah, it really is.
I mean, you would have been warm in it, that's for sure.
Let me tell you what, live in Colorado, be up in the foothills, let it rain, and you get soaked and tell me you ain't in freezing temperature.
You could always throw in the back of your trunk.
Dude, I drove down from the mountains yesterday, and right about Empire, right before you got to Empire, I mean, a heavy rain came. My temperature dropped down to like 43. And I went, that's cold.
It's getting there.
So
what convinced you to go?
There was someone to see. There was someone to see. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
The influence is strong.
Yeah.
The pull is strong.
Yeah. The pull was very strong. Yeah.
Force is strong with
the
that
force
one.
is strong with that one. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, do you have a good time?
Why do we do anything? No, I had a great time. Ironically, there was two dudes, two ladies, and the guys had a great time. The ladies were miserable.
Yeah. So, did you leave early?
No.
Through the lightning
stuck it out,
delay.
man. Stuck it out.
Lightning delay. You stuck around.
Times you get home. Finish that sucker off. I don't know, close to midnight.
There you go. Party on, Wayne.
I'd already been asleep 2 hours.
Yeah.
Way to go, Tyler. So there you go. Not so boring. Not so boring,
No,
Tyler.
it was
Polumbus.
good. It was good. It was fun. I was glad I went.
All right. Well, good. That answers a lot of questions. I had some people trolling me when there was a lightning delay during the Rockies game as I was watching at home.
Still at 41, though.
They're still at 41. They gave it a good try last night. They're down 6-0 at 6-5, 2 outs. Hunter Goodman hit a rocket in the bottom of the ninth with the winning run on second and went right at the third baseman. So they're stuck at 41.
Tyler said this 2.5 months ago, 2 months ago. They're going to go ahead and make sure they don't have the record, and all it's going to make them is even more insignificant for having the worst record
we'll see.
in their team's history.
That'll be the big question in the offseason for sure. We'll see. They need one more, though. They got 11 shots at one more.
Can they?
I mean, they haven't lost more than 8 games in a row in this entire miserable season. So they would have to lose 13 games in a row to not get the one they need. So
I'm telling you,
it would be unbelievable.
How long ago did I predict that it's going to come down to 162?
You know, in all honesty, that would be amazing.
That would be great.
It would be so interesting if that was the case.
That would be thrilling. Literally, that would be actually fun.
Like, don't miss game.
Yeah. It would be against the Giants in San Fran. I might have to fly out there for it if that's the case.
Oh, sweet.
It's over the weekend. I could probably do that.
Well, there's plenty of places to sleep on the sidewalks.
I'm glad they make a spot available. So that's the Rock, but they had a lightning delay, and people started hitting me with like, "Where's Tyler right now?"
I know. I was getting all these tweets and everything. Like, "Hey, good thing you didn't go." No, I went. I actually went.
You're there. And it was Bark at the Park, so it was wet, smelly dog night with about 100 people at the end of the game.
You didn't go? You went to that?
No, of course I didn't go to that. I'm not going to.
You want to talk about wet and smelly?
Sturgill Simpson.
Well, talk about the lightning delay in the tiny little hallway where everybody tries to go in. Couldn't even stand in there. It smelled so bad.
Oh my god. What's the party? What's the overall smell at the Red Rock Sturgill Simpson Tuesday night show?
Well, you're walking out with a contact high. I mean, you know, You didn't need, if you're into that sort of thing, you didn't need to bring it. You were just going to walk out with it.
Second quarter, Folsom Field plus. Yeah. All right.
So a little bit off topic. I'll tell you how a little bit of my morning went today.
Let's go.
Got a FaceTime from the warden.
All right.
She plays in a little women's golf league every Wednesday morning.
Good for her.
She get a hold one.
All I got was this. She's on there. She goes, and with her golf glove on, and I knew exactly what that meant. Yeah, I guess she got her second hole in one.
Second hole in one.
That's her second. She got a hole in one.
Are you kidding me?
For her.
What's the distance?
I don't know, but it's a tough green. It's a big kidney-shaped green with a lot of trap up high, and it's kind of sinks down and rises up. It's not an easy par 3.
Okay. I mean, not that. I mean, 10 feet would be hard for me. Yeah, right. That's incredible.
Yeah, so
that's unbelievable.
She got a hole in one.
Unbelievable. She's got 2 of them things.
2.
Who was witness to it?
Yeah, I got
her mom.
Oh,
okay.
That's cool.
She's actually playing with her mom, and listen, the warden, you see her, she wears those black glasses, those Ray-Ban things, Meta Ray-Ban things she wears, but she can't swing a golf club with it because it falls off her face. I told her to get some croquis, and she, that's a little bit too far. So she didn't even see it, and she goes, "Oh, I hit that terrible," and her mom's going, "No, that's pretty good." Well, that's going to be close. And all of a sudden, her mom starts screaming because it goes in.
She never saw it go in.
No, Julia can't
see.
The Lord can't see it the length of her.
But her mom's freaking out.
Yeah, but the mom's freaking out.
That is awesome.
Yeah. So,
Oh, good for Julia, man.
to her. That's freaking awesome.
It's hard to do.
I got 0. None.
Oh,
Goose egg.
Yeah, no, I don't know if I'm even close.
I got to watch my dad hit one time. That was cool.
Do you have an eagle from the fairway?
An albatross. Are you talking about an albatross?
Doesn't have to be an albatross. Could be an eagle.
I do have an albatross. I do not have a hole-in-one, but I've got an albatross.
I've got eagle on a par 4. I hold out from about 170 on a par 4, but not a hole-in-one.
Yeah, I've done
have
that.
You done that?
I've done that a couple times.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
I mean, even
yeah.
that's like that's hard to do.
Yeah.
But it ain't like a hole-in-one's a hole-in-one. That's on a different level. That's awesome.
I got an eagle on a par 5 a couple times.
Well, yeah. I mean, okay. I don't know if we're bragging about.
I've gotten eagles, but I've never gotten hole-in-one.
I don't know if we're bragging about eagles on par 5s.
Well, you still had to blast it. I mean, I
get it.
I blasted it.
I understand, but
in fact, you know what? I take it back.
Who doesn't have an eagle that plays golf on a par 5?
Well, you'll like this one. This one was great tee-ball. Skull screaming line drive, terrible second shot. Hit like about 163 just up to get the green. Boom, 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 went in. So I got 3 after just a horrible 2, the second shot. Did that one time.
It's good to have you back.
Well, I'm glad to be back.
I'm curious
Turned into Golf Central.
What you absorbed and what you didn't absorb over the your
little
vacay.
Gosh, okay, got 2 minutes.
We had 2 hours and 45 minutes later.
I had my first venture into the red zone.
Oh, yeah.
And? Okay, he loves it.
No.
He loves it. You love it.
No.
I can tell you love it.
No.
It's obvious you love it.
You know what it is? It's convenient.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're sitting on Sunday in the cabin before, and they're Chiefs fans.
Uh-huh.
And both games started at the same time, right?
You're with your high school buddies.
My high school buddies from Kansas.
And your cabin is really like a mansion.
No.
Okay.
2,100 square feet mansion. Then
really.
Mansion.
Okay.
Anyway,
red zone's on.
So my buddy has
NFL Plus.
Yeah, on his YouTube. He has YouTube TV, and so he can sign up. And so he's got it on the TV. Now we watched the first half in there, and he could put it side by side, Broncos game, Chiefs game.
Okay.
On the TVs,
right.
which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
But we watched Red Zone for the morning game.
Yeah.
I could see the convenience of it. For people who aren't real football fans and don't have a long attention span, and are playing fantasy football and or betting their asses off, it's very convenient.
So it's good for people that are barely fans, really diehard fans, and basically everybody.
No, it's for people who really aren't fans.
Oh,
to be honest
except for no diehards.
Except for the diehards who gamble.
The gamblers.
The real fans.
Degenerates. Yeah.
Are those diehards or are they just degenerates?
Degenerates and I will say this. So I'm going. I've got him on my, on my fantasy team. Let's see if he can score. I need Warren to score.
Right. Yeah.
Now I will say this. Here's 2 things I hate. One, it gives you a headache after a while.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like boom, boom, and then this one, boom, boom.
Uh-huh.
And then the second thing I hate is you watch a play, and you get into the announcer explaining what was going on. Boo's going to hear it. I'm like, no, I want to hear what he said about the play.
Hey, I have some good news.
You learn absolutely nothing watching Red Zone.
I got good news for you.
It's just convenient.
All of your listeners right now, they all got off your lawn.
Oh,
when we come back,
it's a lazy man's way to watch football.
There's another cloud to scream at if you want. There's that fluffy one right up there to the left. If you want to get a hold of that one.
I come back and I feel like I'm being attacked.
I'm giving you a verbal
Tyler,
hug.
have I said anything stupid yet?
This is PhD on 92.5. It's time to take a look at the injury report sponsored by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of Broncos country. For the Broncos, we'll see. They're just getting going with practice today. But we know that Khalil Mack will not play for the Chargers as he got hurt about halfway or so through the Raiders game. Went through the Raiders-Chargers game today, and Khalil Mack is pretty good. At least he was. We'll dig into that game in just a little bit. But just to start off with that, what kind of impact do you think it will be for Khalil Mack to not be available for the Chargers?
Well, it's a good thing. I mean, listen, I'm not rooting for a dude to be hurt, but you lose Khalil Mack, and hopefully that helps you run the ball. It helps you pass protect. You know, they've got a really rock-solid – I think this is going to be the biggest challenge that the Broncos offense has seen in terms of defense. The Chargers defense is good. With or without Khalil Mack, that's a good defense. But with Khalil Mack, it's obviously a different story. I mean, he's been in the top of the league for a long time.
Would you say that the Chargers, since Harbaugh has got there, has developed an identity?
Is that where you want to go? That's fine by me.
Who wants an identity, Scott?
Yeah.
I don't know any coach that wants an identity.
That was good.
Was that good?
That's good.
But listen, the reason I say that is because Coach was filling in today for Moser. And I thought it was great. And he coached with Harbaugh when he was at Sanford.
Yep.
And he said this guy everywhere he goes, their team becomes physical. They become a physical team.
You know what's interesting about that, though, Scott? And you're not wrong. I mean, that's who Harbaugh has always been. He's letting his Ferrari play ball now, and his Ferrari is Justin Herbert. They're playing ball differently this year than they did last year, and they're letting Justin Herbert go out. I mean, shoot, if you had Herbert as your QB, I don't understand wanting to throw the ball 40 times per game, and that's really they're more of a passing team than they are a running team.
Well, but if you've also developed that mindset, physicality wise, defensively,
yeah,
and now all of a sudden you can let the offense go because the one thing that held them back last year, their offense for the people they had, you're like they should be better than what they were.
They are still a really big physical team, though.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, but he leads identity. You talk about identity. It's definitely size with Harbaugh and being physical. Now,
listen,
Herbert's a big part of that, obviously, and he throws the ball well.
And to go with what Coach said, and listen, I think didn't Harbaugh eventually coach Andrew Luck also? So it wasn't like he didn't have a pretty good quarterback at Sanford.
Of course.
But they were a terrible program. All of a sudden, they were one of the more physical teams of the Pac-12.
Yeah.
I mean, they were running the ball and blasting people. Christian McCaffrey, the stuff. I mean, that was a whole different turnaround to what Sanford was ever kind of known for, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I although they are throwing the ball far more this year, I agree with you. I mean, it's going to be a physical football team that you know that they know how to work hard.
I would say, although I thought Indy's defense got a little physical, especially second half, but this will be, you said, the biggest challenge. This will be the most physical team they'll play for a while this year.
I'll tell you this, though. I'm not that impressed with the Chargers. It's not that impressive. It's good. I understand why they're a slight favorite ahead of the Broncos. They are 2.5 points. But I don't know. Watching the game against the Raiders kind of in detail and going back and scamming the game against the Chiefs too, I don't know. This isn't like a blow you off the turf sort of team right now, offensively and defensively. It's solid. But I don't think
Were they that last year?
Yeah, but they don't have many weaknesses. So I get what you're saying, and if they're missing one thing right now, they're missing that killer instinct when they've got a lead. Shoot, they've only got 3 points in the second half against the Raiders. And if they would have gotten 10 points, 14 points, it would have been an absolute blowout. But because they slowed down in the second half, all of a sudden they gave the Raiders life. Their problem right now is that they're trying to figure out how to finish teams. Whereas I would say
playing safe late? Did they decide?
It's hard to put your finger on.
It's not even late though. I mean, it was the entire second half. Like they just didn't score in the second.
Well,
half.
And don't forget they didn't start off well. They got Geno Smith throws an interception on the first pass of the game off a deflection. They've got it like at the 25-yard line, and they couldn't do anything with it. And they only scored 3 points in the first quarter. So they had like a good second quarter.
But I would challenge you, what are the deficiencies? So maybe they're not blowing you out of the water in terms of being impressive. Where are they weak?
It's a fair point. And I know it's only 2 weeks. They're the number one team in red zone defense. Broncos are number 2, by the way. They didn't allow any scoring last year, and they're off to a good start in that department too. So they're a little bit bend but don't break sort of deal. They haven't found their way offensively yet, despite having so many, on the surface weapons. But Omari and Hampton, he's a bigger dude. Najee Harris is a backup.
He's bigger than I thought he was.
He's 220 plus.
He hasn't done much, though. I mean, if we're being honest, none of the rookie running backs, Ashton Genty hasn't done anything, RJ Harvey hasn't done anything, Omarion really hasn't done much.
Oh, Scadaboo's kind of the truth there in New York.
You were dogging him last week.
Oh, man, his game. Did you see him even on the sideline with the rah-rah stuff with Russ?
Yeah.
Holy cow, this guy is just.
I mean,
I don't know, man.
We're calling 11 for 45 the truth.
Kind of the way. Oh, you want to talk about who's going to be? If I had to have a hot take, if I'm having a hot take day right here,
you know what he was versus the Commanders? 2 for -3.
No, I get it. There's other.
But he is a
intangibles.
true fullback. What they got him playing, don't they?
He can hit people. Ashton Genty may be a bust in this league. He may be a flat out bust. He wasn't that big in college. He looks tiny in the NFL. He does not know how to block at all, meaning he is going to be a horrible guy in there. Meaning if he's on the field, it's clear for one thing and one thing only. So, maybe a potential bust. He doesn't even know football right now.
I saw him miss a blitz pickup.
Dude, how about the effort after that?
Got Geno killed.
And his effort to try to do something was pathetic. He's tripping over his own guys. He is tiny.
I think he's going to be all right. I really do. I think he's going to be all right. But it's been a slow start for all of them for sure.
I don't know. Hampton to me he's a bigger dude. He's solid. RJ Harvey's a small dude too, but he's already had some explosive moments, which is good, a little bit in the first game at least. We'll see with Genty. I mean, maybe if he can break away and find space, fine. But good luck in the NFL compared to playing at Boise. It's a different world. I left watching the Chargers. I understand why they're favored. I am way more optimistic about the Broncos' chances after sort of giving them a hard look, what's going on. So
you know what? You know what he's turned into?
I'm right here.
It's 2
you
weeks.
can say what you've turned into.
I'm talking with Tyler right now, and I just wanted to let you sip some coffee and relax. What's our cat from Animal House?
Ludo?
Everything's going crazy.
Right.
All is well. Stay calm. All is well. Meanwhile, there's a riot and stuff going on like crazy.
Well, he was the president of the House. That guy was the president of the House.
Was he the president?
Oh, yeah.
The Chargers are a beatable football team if you play perfect football, but you're gonna have to play great football. And I'm telling you, it'll be the biggest challenge that we've seen for our offense. That defense for the Chargers, that's the best unit that we've seen yet.
They're tough in the red zone, no doubt, and they've had over the past couple of years a history of not allowing their opponents to score. You're right about all that.
You better knock off the dang turnovers, Bo. Knock it off, buddy.
It's probably be a weird game. It's probably one of them weird 18-13 sort of odd, sludgy sort of type of games.
What'd you guys think of the penalty end? I wasn't here, obviously, Monday.
Oh, I have so much good stuff on that today.
I saw that article.
Well,
wasn't that incredible?
I mean, are you letter of the law guy or are you an intent guy?
So
right?
When I rolled back today, I thought it was ticky-tack. Still a ticky-tack call.
Yeah, I mean, letter of the law, it's the right call.
Because he touched him.
Yeah.
Well, it's not touch.
It's in theory launching yourself using
But he didn't
your
launch.
hands.
He touched the guy with hands, moved a half a step, and then jumped. He didn't launch with his hands on the guy.
Well, which guy were you looking at?
The guy that they called it on.
Tillman or Wazirike?
Well, whatever the guy just left to the center.
Originally they called it on Wazirike, but it was really Tillman.
You're looking at the wrong guy.
Oh, okay. Well, then the guy, that's who they said it was.
They fixed it. Yeah, originally. Tyler's right. So
I'd like to see the play again.
Here's what they were supposed to do. You're allowed to press down on a player, and what they were supposed to do is DJ Jones was supposed to press down on number 90, and Tillman was supposed to jump up, kind of in a gap. But what the Colts did is they switched number 90 with this guy, Dalton Tucker, that the Indy Star gives an in-depth article, and you want to talk about being outcoached. The Colts knew Rizzi at the end of games, according to this article in the Indy Star, goes for the jump block. And they're very.
But have we ever seen anybody do that?
Yes, they Sean has, and it was against him. It was Justin Simmons, if you remember.
He jumped over.
I gotcha.
He jumped over and got into the backfield.
But that has had a huge impact on how Sean sees that particular play at the end of games.
Well, go get you an athletic dude with a 40-inch vertical.
Well, they got it. It's DeAndre Tillman.
There ain't no 300 dude with a 40-inch vertical.
He's the best jumper they had, and according to this article by the Indy Star, that was a whole thing to identify who the leaper was going to be and to make sure you used a different technique. So Dalton Tucker, who barely played in this game.
Hold on.
Let me just finish. According to the article, used a different technique.
Educate me, because I was on field goal block my entire career. I literally have no idea what a different technique would be.
All right. I'll read it to you. Their special teams coordinator for the Broncos had shown multiple times last year and throughout his career that he's used a jumper. Sean Payton acknowledged that. The strategy is legal if it's done correctly. If you try to jump through a gap, you cannot. If you jump through an A gap, you have to cleanly jump through there, blah, 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 blah. What we did, if a player is going to jump up, rather than getting a running start to vault at the line, a team has a history of using the jumper, the Colts give their field goal unit indicators to identify the jumper based on the team's personnel and assignment. Tucker caught on to DeAndre Tillman's game right away. He identified where the jumper was, called it out pre-snap. Then Tucker went about the work of using Denver's strategy against him. If you identify the jumper instead of staying low, like you normally would in a field goal situation, it would be wise to then step up to punch the jumper. Tucker popped up, lifted his left hand, and forced Tillman to place his left hand on Tucker's back, just below the helmet, making it easier for the referee to see and throw the flag. I knew there was a lot of guys.
He flopped a call.
I knew there was a lot of guys in there trying to get through the gap. Tucker said, "Put my hand up," and went with it.
He just tried to flop a call because they knew he wasn't going to make the field goal.
Fine.
But here's another question for the NFL.
You understand, though?
Yeah.
They used Sean Payton and Darren Rizzi's strategies against them.
I got you, and that's great. And you're right, outcoach or just a smart coach. Oh, outcoach, that's a very smart.
Unbelievably outcoached.
If that's true, I agree. That being said,
lying?
That being said, it becomes a 15-yard penalty on something where a guy barely touches a shoulder. That's a little punitive.
It wasn't just touching the shoulder, though. It was jumping up. And this guy is saying, because I popped up, I didn't go low. Because I popped up, I didn't allow.
Except for that's a lie. I'm watching it right now, and they definitely does not pop up, nor does he throw his hand up. I don't know. I think they're just trying to sound cool. I really do.
Okay.
He looks awfully low to me. I don't know, dude. I don't know.
What can I tell you? That's the article in the Indy
big screen.
That's the article in the Indy Star today. And
wait, what number is Tillman?
Tillman is
92.
Geez, I'm not exactly sure. I can look it up though.
He was over 68, right?
I don't know what player Tucker was, but I can look that up too. I'm sure he's in there. He's a backup offensive lineman. Anyways, I know. I'm sure Dan will put it up here relatively shortly. Tillman's over the right guard. So it's DJ Jones, Wazirike, Tillman. That's your front three in that order. DJ Jones just pressed down on his dude. Wazirike did too. And right there, see, Tucker... popped up. You can go back here a little bit.
He doesn't pop up.
He doesn't go down, though. He kind of just is, maybe that's his version of popping up.
That's a ticky-tack call.
I agree.
Literally looks like what anybody's going to ever do on any field goal block. I think they're filling themselves up here.
Really?
Absolutely.
All right.
That's a ticky-tack call.
Watch it again. You tell me what technique it looks different than every other dude.
Sean Payton did acknowledge that Tillman wasn't over the guy that he's supposed to be on. Yeah, right there. See, he's got his hand on him, and Tucker is up. I don't see his left hand up. Tucker said he put his left hand up.
Tucker's right here, 68.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Well, look where Tucker is compared to the center and the guard, Tyler.
Well, yeah, because he's got a guy over his right shoulder. He can't do what the guard is doing.
Listen, this is what they said in the Indy
But
Star. What
again,
can I tell you?
the guy, he's not even the jumper. I thought the jumper jumped was over here.
No.
Right. Well,
this guy's trying to split the gap.
You were looking at the guy that they originally called it on.
70 or 92.
They changed
There,
it.
there it is right there. 92's got the forearm on there.
And he doesn't even have his arm on 92, by the way. He's got his helmet on 92. He's got his arm on the outside guy.
That's a ticky-tack.
They're just flossing themselves. He literally doesn't even touch him with his arm.
Well, you're right. His left arm is not up. He says his left arm is up, and it clearly isn't.
No. And 93's jumping, so there's your jumper.
No, but if you go back,
they're flossing themselves.
But unfortunately, had Tillman just did what DJ Jones did right there, he'd have been fine. But look where Tillman is. He's
over the top of the pile.
Yeah, and you can't get over the top of the pile unless you put your hand on the guy's back. You know, Sean Payton has said that it was the right call. Sean's not arguing with the call.
Still ticky-tack.
I think it's not.
No, it is still ticky-tack.
It's awful punitive for 15 yards.
Yeah.
It's not in the...
Although we had just missed a 45-yarder, didn't we?
It's clearly not in the spirit of the game. That being said, the Broncos did make a different call on that field goal block than they had been making the entire game as well. And if the Colts want to take a little credit for it, all right, well, so be it. And the problem is, in the NBA, Scott, we talked about this in the past couple days. If Dame Lillard's going to throw up a 40-footer, what do you do in the NBA? You put your hands up.
Don't foul him and hope he misses.
Exactly. And do the NBA refs call the foul, or do they let the guys play it out? For the most part, they let it play out. Yeah. But in the NFL, they can't wait to throw a flag. So it's not in the spirit of the game, even though technically it is a foul.
Well, and again, I'm going to go this. It's awful punitive. 15 yards?
I mean...
That's awful punitive. How big? How
generally
long was
speaking,
field goal
rules that regard safety, they are punitive with, and that's why the rule exists. Technically, it's a safety rule, but they're hypocritical with the rule, just generally speaking. Because let's think about this for a second. So it is legal for you to put your hands on the dude's back, pull him down, and let somebody else jump over him, right? So that's okay, but it's not okay for me to put my hands on his back, pull him down, and me jump. Explain to me the difference. I mean, explain to me what the danger would be any different than letting some other dude jump over than versus letting you jump over. It's a dumb hypocritical rule.
It's a wacky rule too because you can't take a running start. So you can push. So theoretically, what you could do is player A can push down on the guy in front of him, and you have to be standing at the line of scrimmage, and then just jump over him like. That is some sick athleticism if you can actually do that.
Well, that Simmons block was athletic as heck.
It was, but he got a running start for that. And that's what they used to do. Now you can't do that. You've got to be within a yard of the line of scrimmage. You cannot take a running start. But you still are allowed to jump up. But you cannot use your teammate or the other team to prop you up. Hey, Scott, I'm with you, man. I thought it was a garbage call. By the letter of the law, it's a penalty. Sean has acknowledged that. But in the spirit of the game and what the hell's going on there, give me a break. Had they blocked the kick or seriously done something to really injure somebody, I don't know. Maybe you could look at it differently then. But what a ridiculous way to lose a game.
I was looking at the other guy, and because they called it to the guy that was to the left.
They did initially.
He had his hands on the back for a while, but then he released it, took a quarter step to the left and jumped. Yeah. And he didn't elevate by pushing up.
Right.
And that's who they said did it originally. I haven't paid attention to that side till just right now. So, but still, man, you're blocking kicks.
But that being said,
why didn't their guy fall down like ours did in Kansas City?
Here's another one though. Sean Payton admitted if we're gonna do that, we should have done that on a short field goal attempt to take chances, not a long one. Yeah. Sean admitted he made a mistake.
Yeah, on a long one, you know what you do? Hike. Stand up, maybe wave your hands, whatever.
Exactly. You jump, you maybe make some initial contact and just jump up.
Yeah.
That's all you can do.
Dude, when I was
playing,
say
coaching cost that game?
Yes, unfortunately.
When I was playing, they used to have basically like the tush push of field goal block. So if I was playing right tackle or right guard, they'd put two defensive tackles on both shoulders. They'd put two linebackers with their hands on their hips, and you would have four dudes pushing on one guy.
Trying to push you back into the ball.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They banned that sucker because that was dangerous as hell.
Mhm.
You want to talk about a tough living. It was 1-on-4. One dude on 4.
The reality is these kickers are so good now.
Oh.
These 50 to 55 yards feels like
Dude,
a chip shot.
What's the Australian dude that Dallas has?
He's unbelievable.
This dude is blasting field goals. Like he hit that one that was 60, and it hit the net 15 feet up on the net.
Well,
or 64. No, it was 60.
They said that would have been good from like 80.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Look what Steichen said or believed, that he didn't make a mistake being conservative there. He just had faith this guy could do it. And this guy's never made a kick that long in a game, but he must be unbelievable in practice for them to analytically believe like, hey, we're good.
He didn't have the length or the direction. Now, that 45-yard one, he dead centered it perfect.
Oh,
right?
yeah. I mean, I think the nerves got to him a little bit. He certainly has the leg to make them. That dude in preseason was it Jacksonville? Outside. Hit a 70-yarder in preseason this year. And now the ball is going to start basically at the 35? I mean, it doesn't take much to get in field goal position these days.
And that was the cool thing with some of those early games, too, that they all went down. I mean, you're looking for guys, can you get it just to the 40? You know, and you're thinking, okay, now or 45.
Yeah.
They got chances.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah.
All right, when we come back, it looks like CU has made a decision on their starting quarterback.
They're going to have an identity?
It's
They don't want
PhD on
that.
92.5.
All right, guys and gals. Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, call my friends over at Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. They're going to get you fixed up right. It's only going to take one time, and you're going to love the results. Nobody can offer anything like the advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one. You're going to be in a calm, relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is absolutely legendary. The entire staff over at Advanced Hair Restoration is the best in the industry at what they do. And guys, I love the fact that Advanced Hair is going to give you a lifetime guarantee. They guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Matter of fact, your own natural hair, it's going to start regrowing the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
which comes first, identity or winning? Winning or identity?
Winning.
And how much patience?
I don't give a darn what I did. First of all, I don't know coaches that seek identity. I think coaches seek wins. You could call it what you want. It looks the way it looks. I don't care what kind of car we pull up in. Long as we pull out of here with a W, I'm good. So I don't really get into the identity thing, not whatsoever. I would like to do some things better. We like to stop the run. We like to run the ball. We like to be consistent offensively and defensively. We'd love to do those things better, but I can't be narrowed down with what's your identity? What does that mean?
Scott, you want to take a crack at it? Welcome back, by the way. You want to answer Prime's question?
If I were to be very naive and blah, 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 if you can't establish, and it may take a year or two or three, if you're not trying to establish who you are, what you do, and what you want to be, then you're not going to be any of them things. Not many people, I don't know, Tyler, maybe you know better than me. Not many people come in with, just win. And then they'll say, well, how'd you do it? Well, I don't know. We just won. you know. And listen, that was a knock during that stretch when the Broncos went 9 years ago. Well, what's their identity?
Yeah.
We ask that all the time.
I mean, I've been on plenty of teams that did not have an identity, but I've never been on a team that did not want an identity. You know what I mean? Yeah, we've had teams that we've struggled to figure out what we're good at.
Well, let's go to 3 Super Bowl wins here in Denver. What would you say the identity was for your Super Bowl team?
Yeah, I mean, all 3 of them are really the same. I mean, run, play, action.
Well, but I'm talking about, but for that team, your identity was a no-fly zone. That defense was going to keep you in the games right here. Don't screw it up offense. But, I mean, you were known for your defense that year, wouldn't you say?
Yep.
And then the 2 years they won with Shanahan, it was we're going to smash you in the mouth and run right down your throat, and nothing you're going to do about it. Oh, by the way, if you do load the box, we got a Hall of Famer back there that's going to drop it off. But we're going to smash you in the mouth with a run game.
I would say the physicality on those 2 Super Bowls was the identity and the defense in 2015.
That's fine.
Which is, that was not the identity when Peyton first got here. When Peyton first got here in those first couple of years,
it was Star Wars.
It was Star Wars. Ain't no doubt about it.
Their identity was Star Wars.
Yeah. The defense was cool, but it doesn't matter. We're going to score 39 points on everybody.
Until the X-Wing couldn't get through the Death Star, and the Death Star crushed you in Super Bowl 48.
That sucked. And then the cold temperatures got you against the Ravens. I think you win the Super Bowl that year if you could have got past the Ravens in that ridiculously cold game. That's starting in 2031 in Burnham Yard. You won't have that issue anymore because it's cold. Roof. We're good. But Deion saying,
"What's like that truck pull the roof with a big cord and chain?"
You got a big.
This roof closure is brought to you by
SRM
Ready Mix.
I was on the light rail the other day. We went to see Nate Bargatze down at Ball Arena. My wife and I were on the light rail, and she was like, "Where's the stadium going?" And I'm like, "Well, hang on. We're getting up to our 10th and Osage," and I go, "Right there." And guys, when you go past it, man. You have to have some imagination.
It ain't pretty.
Woof. To this is where it's going to be.
But they've already started leveling some buildings and stuff over there.
Okay, but again, people just have, and that concrete company, it's easy to see. That ain't hidden or something. It's boom, right there with Denver Water. So we'll see where all that goes. That being said, today, or at least there's a report that Caden Salter Prime's going to go back to Caden Salter.
Yeah, and I'm glad they are. I mean, I get it. Caden Salter did not light the world on fire, but he certainly was not terrible. I mean, we did kind of go neck and neck with Georgia Tech, who just beat Clemson. Caden Salter, for a dude that you gave $1 million to, I guess, in NIL money to transfer here, lost his job in a game and a half. That was a really quick trigger, really, really quick trigger.
Mm-hmm.
I can understand the argument of let's just move forward with Juju. I get that. The kid's just not ready. And no. I think right now you're protecting him more than anything else. Because you don't want him to go out there and just start seeing ghosts and start creating a lot of bad habits. Caden Salter is going to give you the best chance to win games. But the challenge is, can our play caller actually develop a game plan that is going to utilize his athleticism? Because that's the one thing that Caden Salter's got. So freaking use it. Use his athleticism.
Okay. Scott just catching up.
I do not like the musical chairs of quarterbacks, though. I mean, I don't like that. I don't know why they even opened it up, to be honest. Okay, it'd been one game. And by game 2, they're already opening up the quarterback conversation.
You know, the irony, if you look at Salter's numbers, they really weren't bad. I mean, you know.
His problem was when the game 1, he missed 3 or 4 wide open throws.
Yeah.
That could have been the difference in the game.
It wasn't.
I mean, wide open.
Caden was not pretty. The numbers might not look bad statistically speaking, but it was not a pretty performance. It also was not a terrible performance.
It is pretty funny to go back to Salter at this point. Hey, I'm glad he was patient enough to give Ryan Staub a start, and we go from there. But you can't be playing these musical chairs the rest of the season. No. I mean,
well, they probably will be, unfortunately. I mean,
okay.
I doubt if it slows down now. Outside of Caden Salter just solidifying things and them going on a run.
All right, so the original thought was start Salter, and every now and then give Juju Lewis a series just to get his feet wet.
Correct. The original plan was about 4 series per game for Juju, so about 2 per half.
Would you go back to that, or would you just be like, forget this?
No.
We got to just leave Salter there and let him go.
I would not, because you know what? You're running the risk of an embarrassing season right now. We need to get somebody to get in a rhythm. So, Juju, love you, man. You're the future, and I'm going to do everything in my power to make you feel good. And I know that I run the risk of alienating you by not playing you right now. But this team has got to figure something out.
Where are you with Prime these days, Scott?
Where I've always been. This may be his last year.
On whose behalf?
Well, I think it'll be a negotiation. Listen, I worry about his health. And I've talked to people that thought he looked tired after that game. Dude, we're talking about a guy 2 or 3 months out of getting a brand new bladder made out of your intestines.
Oh, yeah.
Walking in college football. No one's ever done that. So this isn't against Prime, the coach. I think that was a dumb statement. And I think he's great for the sound bites and all that stuff. Dude, I'm saying this with empathy. I don't know how he's doing it. I don't know how he's standing on the sidelines. I don't know how he's doing it with the health issues he's had.
Yeah, the health.
So I'm more worried about him as a human. I think as a human, man, I'm like, I don't know, man.
Well, you would certainly. You don't think? I mean, there's no chance he's going to get fired.
No,
I don't care what their record is. That's not happening.
No, because they owe him way too much money.
Yeah, that's not happening. You're right. He might just be exhausted. It might not be worth the money, maybe. And,
or there's a buyout, and, you know.
And if things really go sideways, whoever's left standing who's any good, who knows if they're going to want to stick around. We'll see. This Wyoming game, to me, looms
Let me ask you
pretty
this.
large.
I'm going to tease this. We can talk about it next hour. If Prime were to leave, and again, it's purely health reasons that I'm speculating on, not performance or anything else, because then given time, he'll get it back going the right direction. Purely health.
Yeah.
He leaves CU. What happens to this program?
Oh, you're in better shape because Pat Shurmur is your new coach.
Well, that's the first. You want to do the first thing you should do? You should fire Pat Shurmur tomorrow.
Probably.
And that should be the first thing you do.
Let Byron Leftwich call plays.
That's fine.
I think people forget that Byron Leftwich is on this staff. That dude was on the fast track to becoming a head coach in the NFL. It felt like.
Yeah,
well,
you're right.
But Shurmur needs to be off the program.
Yeah, Davis Webb call plays.
I'm okay with that too.
All right, we'll look at the Broncos and great news for Nick Bonito. Worth the money. Details next. Hey, it is DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. And every case is different. So if you're going down the wrong path and your love life just hasn't been what it needs to be or has been, let's get going. Let's get back in the game. And you can do so with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Their location in Castle Rock, oh my goodness. Guys, wow. Incredibly impressive. 4 other locations too besides that one. In Colorado Springs, North Denver, Fort Collins, Central Denver. They got you covered at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You get that appointment. It's just $99. You get the consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. So get with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's Ward looking to throw, under pressure, and down he goes. Nick Bonito, high money man on the money down, comes up for Denver.
We have some good news. Always good to share good news, right? Who doesn't want some good news in their life?
That's what we called Cliff Livingston, good news.
And because
he was always happy.
Oh, okay.
So we'd always call him good news, and then it became short, and it became news. So when I see
no kidding, really.
When I see him now, we say news, and I was soup, news.
Why were you soup?
Short for super sub. Started off as super sub, and then it became super, and then it developed into soup.
Okay.
Who else calls you soup these days?
I got my guys in Atlanta.
You're soup to everybody?
Most of them.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Should we start calling you soup?
Well, I always kind of liked that nickname until I met Jeff Campbell.
Yeah, he kind of ruined it for you, didn't he? Nick Bonito. Well, first of all, Khalil Mack. I mean, they're. It's funny reading the Chargers news. They're actually saying, "Hey, this is good news."
Right.
Because initially they thought he'd be out for the year, and now it's just going to be a few weeks.
Yeah.
So they're kind of like.
I mean, it looked pretty devastating at the time.
Yeah.
Khalil Mack has had some games against the Broncos, too.
Oh, my gosh. Khalil Mack's got to be in, year 13?
Oh, gosh.
He's with the Raiders forever.
He's been in the league for a hot minute. I know that much.
Well, I'm just getting an update from Adam Schefter right now. Chargers, Jim Harbaugh just told reporters Khalil Mack will go on injured reserve due to an elbow injury, but that's short-term injured reserve, I think.
Is that still minimum 4 weeks, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, yes, it's weeks. He'll be gone for weeks, so he'll obviously miss this game. Meanwhile, you have some good news, Soup, with Nick Bonito right off the bat. So is this real, or is this just a good 2 weeks? Edge, pass, rush, win rate. Number one in the NFL is Nick Bonito at 33.3%, ahead of Will Anderson Jr., who's amazing, at 31.7%. And Myles Garrett, 29.4. And Josh Uche, is that how you saying it? Uche? At 30.8. Trey Hendrickson at 29, and it kind of goes down from there. So this says that in terms of this pretty important metric, Nick Bonito is the best at this so far this season in the NFL.
Oh, dude, he's crushing it. Is it real? Yeah, it's real. Is that sustainable? It is not sustainable. By the end of the year, that number is going to come way down. Not just for Nick Bonito, but for Myles Garrett, for all those guys. You'll see those numbers coming down just as they have more reps and more losses that are along the way. But what Nick Bonito has been able to do in the first couple weeks of the season, dude,
sick.
It sure as hell makes you feel good about the money, right? I mean, I don't know anybody that was really mad about the money. Matter of fact, I don't know anybody because the numbers came in much more friendly than what I thought they were going to be.
Way more. We thought they were holding out for a
but this is why,
and
now Nick Bonito's probably looking at it like a little bit sick. Like, oh my gosh, if I just would have held out another half of the season, I could have been making $40+ million per year.
Maybe. But maybe getting the money that he got was his big goal. Who knows? I don't know. He seemed pretty happy about it.
Hey, he's set for a couple lives, you know?
Yeah, he's not going to be looking at many price tags on menus.
How many sacks does he have?
I think he only has one.
So he's tied for 30th.
Yeah, but sacks are...
But the point being, I've watched, I don't know why. Feels like I've seen, of any other team in the league, I've seen Cleveland play as much as anybody.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you, Myles Garrett, that dude is balling.
Yeah, he's incredible too.
I mean, he's balling. So I'm glad you got pressures. You ain't getting home.
Dude,
so that's a good analytic stat.
A lot of people would tell you, though, Scott, a lot of people would tell you the pressures are more important than sacks.
Well.
Because pressures are consistency, right? Pressures mean I'm in that dude's face.
That's true, but I've also seen a lot of great quarterbacks under pressure still make big plays.
Sure.
I ain't seen a lot of great quarterbacks make great plays when they're on their back.
All right, well, it's only 2 games, and we have some numbers to look at, and you tell me if you like these numbers or not.
And I think he's played great.
On sacks right now, the Broncos are 5th in the league with 7 sacks.
Yeah,
now,
Shenault's ranked higher than him.
Well, because Strnad got the 1 sack last week. He got it because nobody touched him on a blitz because other people were pushing the rush. I mean, he just, he ran straight and got a sack because he was unaccountable compared to everybody else.
DMac's tried to say he could have done that.
I'm not saying I could have done that, but I think a lot of linebackers in Strnad's position
I agree.
could have done that.
Well, yeah, if anybody's else in there, but
it was a good call based on pressure coming from other places. I think that's proven your point.
So that was a good call. What did you feel like they hardly blitzed at all in the first half?
Yeah, to some degree. And I think the Vance Joseph has got a tendency to do that with mobile quarterbacks. We saw it a year or two back with Lamar Jackson, and Vance is one of the most aggressive play callers in the entire NFL in terms of the amount of blitzes that he's going to call. And it feels like every time we go up against these mobile guys, he goes more to the box rush.
Yeah, I thought that was a very sit back and wait defense.
I mean, we weren't only not pressuring, we had 3-man fronts quite a bit.
Yeah, I didn't like our defensive scheme.
By the numbers, and I know we're only 2 weeks in, so you guys tell me if you care about these numbers or not. Let me just go through some categories, and you tell me if you like them or not, and we can compare them to the Broncos and the Chargers. Turnover margin.
Ain't going to be good.
Does it matter after 2 weeks or not?
Yeah.
Okay. Broncos -4, 28th in the league. Chargers +2, tied for 4th.
Okay.
The Chargers undefeated, right?
Chargers are 2-0. Yards per game, net yards per game. Care about or not care about?
Sure.
Broncos tied for 17th. Chargers 9th. Yards per play, care about it or not?
Sure.
Broncos 19th. Chargers 6th. Points per game. We care about that one?
Sure. That determines winning.
Well, the Broncos are 9th with 24 points per. The Chargers are 11th at 23, so it's kind of a push. They're right there at the same thing. Rushing yards.
How about points allowed?
We can go there. That's the defense stats. We can go back. We can jump down if you want. Points allowed. Broncos 14th at 20.5. The Chargers 15, which is 3rd. And they were really good in that department last year. They averaged less than 18 points a game last year.
This is far and away going to be the best defense that we've played. Far and away.
You want to call out some other ones? I got them all here for you. Anything else that rubs you the right way? Rushing yards, you want that?
Sure.
Broncos are 10th in the league so far.
I will be curious what the Chargers are because my gut tells me they're going to be far lower than what you would have expected.
25th.
Yeah.
85.5. However, they're 4th in passing yards. Yeah. That's where you're going.
Because they got a Ferrari and Harbaugh's smart, and he's driving that sucker.
And the Broncos were 25th, and Herbert has not been intercepted. They've only turned the ball over 1 time.
Right.
On a fumble.
That's I mean, the biggest difference you're looking at there is turnovers. That's probably the single biggest concern.
Yep.
And Bo Nix has just got to get that under control, man. I mean, for the last 7 games going into last season, it's not been good for Bo Nix with the turnovers.
Defensively, these teams are actually incredibly similar. The numbers are almost in every defensive category, even with the two teams.
Except for points allowed.
Points per game is significantly different. Yeah, I mean, it's 5 points, but yes, that is significantly different. Red zone percentage, the Broncos are 2nd, and that is the one thing that kept them in the game, despite, the Colts having some advantages. They're 2nd in the league. The Chargers are 1st in red zone defense. So the Chargers will – here's what I saw, Tyler and Scott. The Chargers defensively will let you dink and dunk and just sort of whatever. I think the Raiders had like a 18-play drive for like a field goal.
Yeah, at the end of the 3rd.
Right. 18 plays.
Yeah.
So the Chargers are going to let you just you want to mess around a little bit, whatever. But we're not going to let you beat us over the top. You're not gonna hit us for dynamic plays, and then we're gonna play really tough in the red zone. We're gonna make it really difficult for you. Okay. So do you have the patience just to sort of pick at them, and then can you finish? And the Raiders could not. They could pick at them because the Chargers just kind of allow that, but they could not finish. And
well, it's really
you can't turn it over.
I mean, as you mentioned, that's really not too far off from the story of the Broncos defense either.
Correct.
They had 6 the Colts had 6 red zone opportunities, and the Colts held them to a field goal on 4 of those 6.
Right. So on paper, this is I don't know, because mistakes happen and you can have explosive plays at any time, right? But on paper, this is a very kind of grinded out, you got to be patient, probably a little bit of punting going on here in this game, that sort of deal. And they have a great kicker. They got Dicker the kicker, who's, really good. So, there's always that. And they got Herbert, who runs and is a bigger dude.
I can't get over their weird start of the season. The schedule was just amazing.
So bizarre.
3 straight AFC West games to begin the season.
Crazy.
Which at the time, when you saw your schedule, you had to been ticked off. Like the schedule makers, they screwed us over on this. In hindsight, you go out to a 3-0 lead at the beginning of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Good luck losing the AFC West. Seriously, good luck losing.
Yeah, I was saying, in hindsight, if you win all 3 of those games, you put yourself ahead, especially with the previous 7-time conference winner starting the season 0-2.
Correct.
This isn't a must-win game. You're going to get another shot at the Chargers at home.
Well, last week was. Last
week hurts. Last week really hurts. Losing this game wouldn't necessarily hurt, but I'll tell you what. Winning this game, you're getting an uncommon win. You're getting an unexpected win. And getting an unexpected win at SoFi would be gargantuan.
It is last game the first time in 2 years they've lost a game they shouldn't?
No. But they lost the game against the Chiefs that they shouldn't have.
No. Yes, they did.
Dude.
They had a chance to win it, but on paper they weren't supposed to beat the Chiefs.
Oh, beat the I see what you're saying. Like on paper they should have won it.
Yeah, against teams that you look at and you go, if you're trying to get 11 or 12 wins,
I see what you're saying.
Well, last year we really did handle our business against all the bad teams.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So but are the Colts a bad team?
They're not a bad team. No, I'm definitely not convinced they're an elite team.
If they win their division, will that loss feel better?
Well, I just said that the other day, and you all scoffed at me.
We all scoffed at you?
Yeah.
Well, let
me ask their question.
I think they're the best team in their division.
Do they have a reclamation project going on at quarterback?
I mean, dude, he's like leading the league in many categories, so looking pretty good.
He looks great. His communication with Steichen looks fantastic. Their running back is top 5 in the league. Their rookie tight end is a true joker.
Oh, he is. Dude, would you not like to have him in a Bronco uniform?
We did talk about mock drafts a lot.
I know. And that was the guy we wanted.
Every time we heard the Star Wars theme, it was like the Tyler Warren theme.
Yeah. Would you rather have Warren or the guy they got in free agency?
Warren over Evan Engram? Is that even a question?
No, Evan Ingram's there, but he's going to be a joker. He's a Star Wars guy. What's he got, 2 catches in 2 games?
1 this week. I forget what it was. Is it only 2?
I think so.
I know he only had 1 this week.
Of course, I'd rather have Tyler Warren than Evan Engram.
Evan Engram, to me, has been a disappointment. Either how he's playing.
Do you remember how they were featuring him early on in training camp, too? Right. I mean, he was catching 7 or 8 balls a practice.
But once the game started, they didn't use him all. Remember, he didn't get any even targets in game 1, had 1 catch in game 2 for a big gain.
Mm-hmm.
We got some other stuff going on. The Avs had their media day today. Aaron Gordon made an interesting decision to go on national television last night, which was interesting. And a new job for Michael Malone. Plus, no dumb questions a little bit earlier today as we have Jeff Legwald at 1:45. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're feeling that brain fog and you're feeling just low and lousy, decreased energy, the workouts kind of stink, it just could be low T. And the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic are their experts in treating low T and other men's sexual health conditions. They've successfully treated many men for low T over the years, and they can help you too. Guys in their early to mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your T production every year. Well, okay. If you suspect that this might be the case with you, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take that low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no, just takes a couple minutes. You schedule a consult, they draw your blood and have your results in 30 minutes. They'll review the results with you, discuss your options, and you'll make the decision together with their medical team. It's only $99. And if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, the visit is free. So call them today at 720-440-7900. Their location in Castle Rock, man, it looks fantastic. There's 4 other locations as well. Find out all the details at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Okay. No dumb questions a little bit earlier today at 1:30 because we have Jeff Legwald at 1:45. So if you got anything for us, Scott returns. 303-504-0925, the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Twitch, YouTube, however you want to get a hold of us. That's fine. We'll do that coming up here in about 6 minutes. We do have some other sort of news. Gabe Landeskog, according to Jared Bednar, is good to go. Logan O'Connor should be back in early November. And there's a couple of other guys that are just Mackenzie Blackwood and a couple other guys are just dealing with some sort of nagging things. Camp gets going for the Avs tomorrow. They have their first scrimmage. They have 2 scrimmages. They have one with like the JV team, like at 2:30 at DU, and then at 6:30 at night, I believe it's Utah, I think. Something like that. So it goes quick. Like training camp for the Avs, it gets going tomorrow. There's a morning session and an afternoon session. They kind of have 2 different rosters. They kind of mishmash. They make the decisions pretty quickly, and they just move on forward. Hockey is fast in terms of what they get going.
We cup or bust for Jared Bednar this year.
Ooh,
are we what?
You saying he's on the hot seat? Bedsy on the hot seat?
I'm not trying to imply hot seat, but I do feel like there's a cup or bust vibe right now. Like, you know, it's we've been waiting around a little bit. We got ants in our pants. I'm not trying to imply he's getting fired per se, but yeah, I guess I'm asking the question.
Well, you are. I don't think so. I think Jared Bednar is good. I think he's solid. I do not think he's on the hot seat unless something like fails.
It feels like a cup or bust season, whatever that means.
He said today he thinks it's the deepest team they've had since they won the cup.
Yeah.
So
that's what we thought going into the playoffs last year.
He's putting the pressure on.
You got Gabe back, no restrictions. I mean, how many games do we expect Gabe to play?
All of them.
75, 80?
I don't know. I mean,
I think you probably limiting back-to-back early for sure.
You would think. Like you could still give the guy a break and he doesn't technically have restrictions.
He played back-to-back as an Eagle before he came back and played with the Avs in the playoffs.
In a limited sample size.
Oh, I don't know, man. I just assume Gabe's just like however he's going to be.
Well, probably. I mean, yeah, you're probably right. That's the way they made it sound today.
Here's Nature's talking about getting a long-term extension.
I think it was great, especially the way we play here. I think it kind of fits my game, and it was definitely a shock when I got traded. But then, about contract, we're talking. We'll see what's going to happen. Can't really tell you. I don't even know. So will be interesting, and it's more about my agent.
All right. Well, we'll see where that goes. It'll be interesting. A lot of debate about whether he even wanted to be here.
Who was that?
Martin Necas. Martin Necas. He's who we have instead of Mikko Rantanen.
Oh, Necas.
Necas, yes.
I thought you said Nate somebody.
No.
Necas.
Anyways, the Avs, here we go. Let's go, Avs. And we'll get it going, crank it up here pretty soon. Meanwhile, we see that Michael Malone has a new job, so he's going to lean into TV for a little bit.
Well, you're getting paid $10 or $12 million for a couple more years, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. So full-time, joining NBA Countdown, which is everything now is going to be ESPN, right? Isn't that NBC?
Yeah, it used to be. Yeah.
That's NBC, which is back.
Yeah. So do we know
Round Ball Rock with John Tesh is back, baby.
Do we know who that it is ESPN, or is it
NBA Countdown's ESPN? So he was doing a little bit of that yesterday.
Is that like a weekly show, or what is it?
NBA Countdown? I have no idea.
Or is that their new studio show? I thought the TNT folks were going to roll over and they're going to just keep that going.
He's doing ESPN Countdown or NBA Countdown, whatever the hell that is. He's going to be working TV. You're asking me questions like I know every single answer to something. I have no clue. I don't know. It's NBA Countdown on ESPN with Kendrick. He's going to be sitting alongside Kendrick Perkins.
That'll be
So have fun with that. Meanwhile,
pre-game, post-game television show on ESPN and ABC. So does that mean
he's going to be a high-profile guy next year?
So where are the boys on TNT going? I thought they were going to ESPN.
They are going to ESPN. Yeah. But they're going to be part of the pregame and postgame show. I think NBA Countdown is
That
their
says
own.
that's a pre and postgame.
I gotcha, but I think there's like a pre-pregame. I think there's all sorts of versions of this. Well, unless Malone's going to be right alongside Chuck and Kenny, and though maybe he is. I don't know. Maybe he's going to be right with those guys.
Oh, I doubt it. I don't think they're going to touch that show. I think they kept all their people together and
They
that
were
was the whole idea. Yeah.
I mean, weren't they more of a post-game show?
Well, they did pre.
Yeah, wasn't it like they're doing pre because it's a doubleheader and they're doing
Well,
something
they
between
did
games?
Pre-game of the first game, halftime of the first game.
All right.
If there was any time, a little in between.
Yeah,
but
so maybe he's working with them.
no, he ain't working with them. His countdown is with Stephen Smith and
He got himself a job.
He's on ESPN.
Yeah, he's going to be. We're going to see a lot of Michael Malone on TV. We wish him the best. He was at a Rockies game the other day.
Hopefully he doesn't shoot himself in the foot talking trash about Nikola Jokic with his first day on the job again.
Correct. Gets to work with Kendrick Perkins, and, I'm sure he'll have a smile on his face.
Yeah, SGA's the real MVP. Okay, coach.
Can have all those conversations. AG was on from Sardinia?
What's that?
Sardinia is part of Italy, correct? Okay.
I know he was in Italy.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's Sardinia. And he's on NBA Today, ESPN show. It was his 30th birthday. I don't know about NBA players being on TV while they're on vacation. He seemed very happy.
What are you saying?
I'm saying he, on his 30th birthday in a foreign country on vacation, he seemed to be in a very good mood.
how'd he look?
Fantastic. He's Aaron Gordon. They're showing highlights of like his dunks. Like, was this dunk better than that dunk? It was like, they're all pretty awesome. And it's a reminder of how cool Aaron Gordon is. And he looks like a model, frankly. Like you forget how good looking he is too.
Well, didn't he advertise had a cologne and they filmed it somewhere in the Mediterranean?
That makes
on a
perfect
boat?
sense to me.
So maybe he's doing another cologne.
He looks very European too. He looks like he fits right in. Aaron Gordon looks like he fits right in no matter where he is.
Yeah.
So anyways, here's a little bit of AG. What's this, Dan? What's he talking about here?
Malik Andrews showing him highlights of all his dunks, and he's picking which ones he likes best.
Okay.
Better alley-oop.
You gonna show me highlights on my birthday, Malika?
Come
That's what
on
I'm talking
now.
about. Bro.
Reverse here against the Wolves in 2022, or look at this one. Mid-air pose from your Magic days. Which one you like better?
I like the mid-air pose, you know what I'm saying? Like the easy. I mean, shoot.
We got the bleep button ready.
Like I said, he was in a really good mood, as he should be on his 30th birthday. But his best dunk of all time, and they went through and they showed it. The Christmas dunk over Sham. It was.
I thought that was average.
You gotta be kidding me!
No.
What?
I thought it was nearly a baby dunk. He barely got it in. That was a clutch dunk. You won the game. Blah blah blah. I got you.
Wow.
But was that more clutch than the one the Clippers in the postseason?
Does it have to be clutch to be a cool dunk?
He said he liked it more. Oh, you know what he said? They actually showed.
I don't think it has to be clutch. I get what you're saying, but
Actually-
I don't think it has to be clutch to be like cool.
You know what they showed? They showed the last second dunk in the playoffs, and then they showed the 3-pointer to win in the playoffs. And he said he liked the 3-pointer more than
Yeah, I
the
did
dunk.
too. Now I'll tell you a better dunk that I thought than that Christmas, because that was a Christmas Day on Sham, was that back and forth tough game against the Celtics, that lob up in the paint from Joker, and he catches and dunks it backwards.
Yeah,
late in the game. Now that's a monster freaking dunk. And at the time of the game,
here we go.
But he barely gets above the rim.
Dude, this was so incredible. And it is like overtime, and the
I don't
crowd
know,
is.
that's pretty bad. That's pretty BA
The crowd,
to me.
I have never heard Ball Arena louder than that moment right there.
Yeah. And it's an and one, and the dumb A official calls it a charge initially.
That was incredible. I mean, there are moments where the roof blows off that joint.
You know what? This tells you what kind of basketball player you are, that if you try to stand in and take that charge.
I give Shaman a little credit for that, but something else, man. All right, well, happy birthday to
you got to
AG.
live with that one.
See if you can find that Celtic dunk, though.
Well, though, the other play that they showed him just to celebrate Aaron Gordon on his birthday was the 3-quarter inbound pass dunk from Joker to him.
That's pretty good, too.
And AG just said that's the sickest play ever made.
Yeah.
He goes,
in Memphis.
He said that was just so ridiculous that it's beyond words. That, because they also showed that great behind the line pass that Joker
against Miami.
But he goes, that was kind of average. The 3-quarter one was ridiculous.
Yeah. Well, to be able to the pass to get there perfect, and the timing to jump on that long of a pass.
The whole thing was absurd. Yeah. Anyways, right around the corner for the Nuggets too. We're almost there with Nuggets and Avs. We're close. We're getting close.
First game I'm doing is October 4th.
It's right, just a couple weeks.
That really is.
Oof, like 3 weeks right there. Let's get to No Dumb Questions.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
I got a no dumb question.
Well, I was just going to go.
Welcome
Here you
back,
are.
I
Scott. The feature of this segment
on the NFL Network has last year's Broncos San Diego game.
Los Angeles, maybe?
Yeah, Chargers
Close
Broncos
enough.
games.
Same state.
Which leads me to no dumb question. I'll break in later. Can you remember and can you name it for me the last time Sean Payton's offense had 4 good quarters?
Oh gosh. I mean, they smoked the Chiefs. I know it was the JV Chiefs, but
forget that game.
So we don't count that game.
Yeah, the reason I bring this up, did you guys realize they were up 21-13, 24-13 in that game and lost 34-27?
You're talking about the Chargers game. No, I don't.
So, because it was, they just kicked our butt the whole way. No. For about 45 minutes, you were winning that game. And you get outscored 21-6 in the second half.
Yeah, you got to win the game.
Yeah, but again,
you're up by 8.
Your offense couldn't do anything second half. Is that because you get safe, or is it because people figure out and you don't adjust?
Well, everybody talks about both field goals. They talk about the field goal at the end of the game that we got the penalty on. They talk about the field goal that we missed with Will Lutz as the reasons why we lost the game. Well, at the end of the third, when you got a 3rd and 4 and you throw the out route to Evan Ingram and you can't complete, it kills you. When you've got a horribly timed interception at the end of the game when you're already in field goal range, it kills you. That being said, though, the offense did do a lot of really good things in that game. And if you graded it in halves, you're probably giving it an A in the first half and you're giving it a C+ in the second half, something like that. And it comes out to still a productive day. But you're right. When it was all said and done, the offense did not capitalize when they needed it the most.
Well, I just made me think, because I went back and looked at this one too. It sure seems like they'll have these great first halves, and it's just, we better try to hold on. Why is that, though? Do they get safe, or do they get figured out and don't make adjustments themselves?
Well, interceptions hurt you. I mean, even if you don't throw that interception, you walk away with 3, you probably feel a little bit differently.
I'll tell you, the Chargers puckered up a little bit in their fourth quarter, by the way, against the Raiders.
The whole second half.
Yeah,
they got 3 points in the second half, right?
They didn't finish that bad boy off the right way. They won, but,
What was the score at half? They killed them at half?
No, I forget what the score was at the half.
All right, here's
20-9 was the final. Hold on.
We can continue this, but we'll keep this question out there, too.
Yeah.
Do you screw it up? It
was 17-6 at half.
Okay.
Do you screw up calling the Chargers San Diego or the Raiders Oakland more?
Oh, San Diego. I do it. I did it earlier today.
It's because you got San Diego Superchargers.
I screw up San Diego.
I screw up
all the time.
because I just say Raiders.
Yeah.
I've always just said Raiders.
Yeah, the Raiders kind of Oakland. If I screw that up, I'd more likely say Oakland than LA. But
yeah.
But yeah, the Chargers I screw up all the time. Probably will screw that up all forever.
We were doing it this weekend.
But you know what's weird about that? I don't ever screw up the Rams. Ever.
No, I don't either. I don't know.
Why?
Because...
And they won a Super Bowl in St. Louis.
Yeah, I don't even remember. I don't know, man. Because growing up, they were the LA Rams.
Because you know why for me? I screw up with Arizona. I called them the St. Louis Cardinals. Because didn't they come from St. Louis too, right?
The Cardinals.
Arizona Cardinals came from St. Louis.
They were the St. Louis Cardinals.
Yeah.
And they were the Yeah,
And
you're
then
right.
They went
right.
to Arizona, and then the Rams went to
poor
St. Louis.
St. Louis. What are you going to do? What are you going to do, St. Louis? You got the Blues. You got Nolan Arenado. Be happy with that. You're good. No dumb question. Is SoFi Stadium basically a Broncos home game?
It can be. I mean, I remember going out there when the Chargers were playing in that soccer stadium.
How was that?
You know what? I thought it was a really interesting little test to see if the NFL could survive in the Midwest. Go survive in a small market. And I think the answer is yes, they could. It was a really intimate, cool spot playing in that soccer stadium.
Yeah.
But it was like 95% Broncos fans.
Yeah.
I mean, it was crazy how many Broncos fans
Well,
were
when
there.
they played in San Diego and I was calling games, it always
Qualcomm?
felt like a home
That
game.
was such a fascinating stadium because it was a hunk of junk.
Yeah.
And San Diego is such a beautiful place, but like the one area that was lousy is where they put the stadium in because it was like highways and overpasses, and it was just like
You should
Nothing.
you should have
Gross.
seen the locker room at Qualcomm.
I was there.
It was the weirdest thing of all time. You had like horse stalls, like literally like horse stalls, and every locker had like a 6-foot long divider between them. That I was just trying to figure out what's the point of this like 6-foot long divider.
It was brutal. Buffalo was bad too for the visitor stadium, and it could have been nicer. They
Man,
kept it lousy.
I can't even remember
Buffalo.
Buffalo's
in the old
terrible.
stadium, it was underneath the stands on that one end, wasn't it?
It was right across the hallway from the.
Yeah.
Well, the Bills are one of those weird teams that the stadium is their practice facility. Like everything is in their locker room. Visitors was just terrible.
Visitors, it was like the old Mile High's visitor.
But Qualcomm had like exposed pipes, like
Yeah, but
hanging out.
I'd take Qualcomm over Oakland's visiting locker room. That
I never
thing,
saw that. Was that bad?
Oh my God, that thing was just a sauna. I mean, it was like 100% humidity and just tiny, brutal.
As bad as the stadium was at Qualcomm, the field and the it was kind of cool because everything was right on top. However,
But it was super wide.
Super
Everything
wide.
was so far away.
and security didn't pay attention like late in the game. So the visiting fans could all sort of like, as the game progressed, sort of filter down behind the Broncos bench. So by the end of games at Qualcomm, it was wild.
Orange.
It was as orange as you would get for any road stadium. I don't know what your experience was there, but the couple of games I went to watch the Broncos at Qualcomm was like fantastic.
I remember a game when Broncos went in there, and the Raiders and Sale was still playing. The Chargers had gone all year without giving up a 100-yard rusher, and Terrell Davis coming in, and Terrell Davis goes over 100 yards sometime in the fourth quarter, and that place exploded. And I was like looking around, and it's just a sea of orange everywhere.
Yeah.
But they exploded because finally you got a 100-yard rusher against the Chargers.
I don't think NFL fans realize San Diego Chargers fans were the same human beings as Raiders fans. They were the same human beings. They like the exact same demographic, exact same psychos. Like it was just not a great fan base.
Except you got to live in San Diego.
San Diego's cool though, man. I always said if I could play anywhere, I would have chosen San Diego outside of Denver if I had to play somewhere else.
We'll catch up with where the Broncos are at this week. Jeff Legwell joins us next.
Hey, if you're out there looking for a new vehicle, go check out the best dealership in Colorado, Phil Long Ford. They've got the best prices, the best inventory, the best customer service. You're going to walk away a customer for life. Relationships matter to me in life, and that's why I continue to shop at Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle ever since my rookie year. I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. And I always find the vehicle of my dreams because at Phil Long Ford, they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle, you're looking for a pre-owned vehicle, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams at Phil Long Ford. You're going to get the best price. They're going to treat you with respect. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And you're probably going to become a customer for life, just like I became after I bought my first vehicle. Keep in mind, the Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that I sent you on over, and feel free to shop at phillongford.com.
Let's do it. Jeff Legwald is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with the job and end with a career. Jeff, thanks for joining us today. Not sure what you can say and can't say about things that you see out of practice. I guess it's kind of restricted, right? Like what you can say. I guess by following all the rules, because we would never break any of those, how are you feeling about Dre Greenlaw today?
Not awesome.
Okay. All right. Good enough. That sort of checks that box.
What a bummer, man. What a bummer. How different do you think
Also, not feeling awesome about Evan Ingram either.
Oh,
really?
Oh, okay. Okay, interesting.
Wait. Am I missing something? Did he get banged up again?
That's just me.
That's just you?
Yeah.
Is that just you in terms of Evan Ingram as a tight end or something else?
No. I'm just not awesome. Not feeling awesome about Evan Ingram's perhaps his level of participation today.
Oh, okay, gotcha. All right.
Till practice is over, we can't. We can ask the head coach. That's the way it goes.
I understand. So we'll keep an eye on that a little bit later. Fair enough.
Yeah.
What could and what will Greenlaw, when or if he ever does get back healthy, what will it change as far as Denver defensively maybe being able to stop the run a little better?
Yeah, I think even they were surprised, Scotty, that, now the Colts have expended some draft resources and some money on the offensive line, and it shows. They frankly had a little bit of the model the Broncos had when Peyton got here, but he would bring some physicality in the middle. I think, no Malcolm Roach, no Dre Greenlaw, and suddenly you're really your only true nose tackle and your probably your most physical inside linebacker are not on the field. So, yeah, run defense is not going to look the same without those two guys. And, for whatever reason, the Colts had the most rushing yards on the Broncos last season, and I would guess when this season's all said and done, they will likely have the most rushing yards on the Broncos defense once again.
Jeff, where did things go wrong for this Broncos offense in the second half against the Colts?
Yeah, Tyler, I think, I see a quarterback in a little bit of a hurry sometimes. I still don't think they committed more to the run this week, but I still don't see the real sort of involvement of the run game as a component, to all of it. And maybe that's down in distance. They don't feel good about their down in distance, but the Colts basically said, we're going to double Cortland Sutton, and we don't think you can beat us with anybody else. And yes, Troy Franklin had a good day, had a really good day, his best day as a pro. But the Broncos didn't beat them with anybody else. And I think if, Ingram had a low snap count in the game and was not a big part of the offense at all. And, I think it's still the book on the Broncos is still take Sutton out of the equation and see what they can do.
Jeff Legwold from ESPN, our guest, Broncos Insider. There was a running back switch between the Chargers and the Broncos. At least J.K. Dobbins, now as a Bronco, was a Charger. And the Broncos did not seem to be very interested in Omarion Hampton for some reason. That's a two-parter there. Why weren't the Broncos that interested in Hampton? Why did they favor Harvey over him? Because they could have had Hampton if they wanted to. And what were the Chargers thinking about Dobbins? Why did he fall out of favor there?
I've asked Dobbins that, and the Chargers even took the, not unprecedented, but a very rare step to make him to sort of put a tender on him as an unrestricted free agent. It happens very rarely. Teams don't often do it. And they did it to Dobbins, which basically meant if he had gone unsigned, the Chargers by a certain date, if Dobbins had gone unsigned by a certain date, the Chargers would have retained negotiating rights to him, even though they made it clear they didn't want him around. So he told me, a couple weeks ago that it stunned him and he didn't get it, and they didn't really get a good explanation of it. But yeah, when they signed a running back in free agency and then draft one in the first round, they're pretty much telling you they don't want you around. And he thought he had a good season for them, and he said he was as surprised as anybody when they told him they were moving on from him. So probably, just wanted to get younger with the draft pick and a little more physicality with Najee Harris. But, but he certainly was surprised by it. On Hampton, I think they wanted a little more explosiveness. He's a high contact runner. He takes a lot of hits, and a lot of times NFL teams are not big fans of of high contact runners in college football, because if you get hit that many times in college football, it doesn't bode well for a long NFL tenure. But they thought Harvey fit the offense better and would potentially, we don't know yet, but would potentially be a better receiver out of the backfield.
Hey, Jeff, the one catchphrase that's been big around these here hills the last few days has been identity. If I were to ask you to name what the Broncos' identity is right now and what you think they want that identity to be, what would you say?
Well, I think they left camp, thinking they would be, and, again, 2 weeks was not a trend to make, I guess, but that they would be that physical team that could manufacture explosive plays on offense as well. And they've been a physical team at times. Certainly the Colts, were a problem that they got to figure out, because the Chargers are one of the most physical. Their stats don't reflect explosiveness or anything, but physicality is kind of what the Chargers do. And I think the Broncos thought that would at least be part of their identity. Just the explosiveness on offense and defense. And they showed some of it on defense in the opener, but we have not seen that, I don't think, too much on offense yet.
You just mentioned the physicality of the Chargers, but what other takeaways do you have of this 2-0 Chargers team, and how do you think the Broncos match up against them?
I think they match up okay, Tyler. I mean, if we get the team from week one and not the team from week two, if they play with that kind of physicality on defense, it'll be the same kind of day for them in LA that it was in Indy. I'm charting the Chargers game, and they got plays with a 6 offensive linemen in, and the 7th guy is a 295-pound fullback. So essentially 7 offensive linemen in on a run play.
Yeah.
So they don't make any secret. Now, they don't run the ball particularly well, but they protect their quarterback, and when they have to put a few drives together, they do, because they just muscle up. They make no secret about what they're doing. I thought the Raiders had a couple busts in the secondary that cost them touchdowns, including the 60-yarder to Johnson was a complete bust by the Raiders in coverage. So, I don't think, you can quibble about the beauty of it, because they haven't been pretty, but the Chargers do have 2 division wins already, and if they beat the Broncos Sunday, they would have 3 division wins before October, which would give them a really nice inside track on the division race.
All right, Leggy, get in there and give Sean Hayton hell, just give it both barrels. Just let him have it, Don't back down.
I just stick to my identity. That's all.
Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Jeff Legwald, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. What if I were to tell you I found a CU coach who says the key thing they have to do is establish their identity? That just came out.
He must not have heard of Primes.
He's
doubt getting
it.
yelled at today, I bet.
Oh, my God. We'll have that for you in the big question of the day coming up. Khalil Mack will not go for the Chargers. However, their good news is he'll be back sooner than later, but won't be available for the Broncos game. I suspect Dre Greenlaw will not play, and it's maybe Evan Engram ain't himself either. We'll have confirmation.
Is he ever
going
to play? I mean, gosh, man.
How things are stacking up as it stands today. How you like the matchup right now with the Chargers and the Broncos?
I'm not afraid of them. I like if we walked in on Monday morning and the Broncos won, it's not like that's a world that I couldn't envision. But I'm probably not going to predict it, right?
Mm-hmm.
The Chargers just do a lot of things really, really well. It'll be the best defense the Broncos have played against. Justin Herbert is balling for the most part, but the one thing the Chargers lack, and they always have, is they lack that killer instinct, which is what could allow the Broncos to pull off an upset.
My quick take is I'm not confident, and this is going back and watching some games from last year and just watching that San Diego Chargers game from last year.
Yes.
5 or 6 more years, you'll get there.
And then I know, and then you look at this year, last game against the Colts. I feel like they get stuff going early, the other team adjusts, and we never adjust to what the other team adjusts to, and we get beat in second halves. And so I'm leery about that with their ability to, as I told you a while ago, they were up 24-13, ended up losing 34-27.
Here's my fear for the Broncos. I think they might have to win the AFC West to make the playoffs.
Ooh, that's a nice little hot take right there.
I wouldn't disagree with that.
Yeah.
So you can't lose this game.
So this game, although I guess in theory is not a literal must-win, if the Chargers come out the gates and they've already got a victory against all 3 teams in the AFC West, good luck, man. I mean, they could sputter. They could sputter big time and still win the AFC West.
And I believe that Chiefs victory, was that the one that was in Brazil?
Yes.
That was a Chiefs home game.
Okay.
Is that right? So they don't have to go to Kansas City?
They won't have to go to Kansas City when they play them again.
Okay.
At least that was what my Kansas City Chief fans were
they would know.
Complaining about. So now when you get them a second time, guess where you're getting them?
The game feels huge.
Not in San Diego.
I don't know if you guys feel the same way as me. I just don't know that the Broncos are going to be good enough to make it as a wild card team.
Yeah, they're not going to play any games in San Diego. Okay. What teams in the AFC do you think will sort of be rising up then if you don't see the Broncos making it as a wild card team?
I'll say this. Your opponent next week is Cincinnati. That game just turned different, didn't it?
Way easier.
That game just changed a whole lot.
Broncos are going to be favorites, and they should beat them.
Yeah.
That's how big Joe Burrow is.
What AFC?
Browning's fine, but you should beat the Bengals.
The AFC North is always dangerous for wild card teams, right? Because whether the Bengals figure out Joe Burrow comes back, and they reiterated today that Joe Burrow's not out for the season.
But like December, though, right?
I don't know what that means. Exactly. I mean, does he get back for the last 2 games? And who knows?
Right.
Who knows?
Right.
But the Ravens, the Steelers, Ravens probably win the division relatively easily if Joe Burrow is out for the majority of the season.
Great.
But the Steelers will win 10 or 11 football games.
Gosh,
right?
I don't think so, man. Really? They look
I
kind
do.
of. I think 8 games for them would be doing all right this year. They just kind of look lackluster, and I just don't believe in Aaron Rodgers.
They did the same thing. They looked pretty good in the first half, and then
DMac,
absolutely nothing.
They had a terrible special teams mistake.
Even if you think they look lackluster, they got the Browns and the Bengals in their division. Okay,
I bet the Browns win a couple that nobody sees coming. I bet the Browns.
I bet they don't
cause a problem for somebody. I don't know who their quarterback's going to be.
I know Miles Turner wanted to get out and play for a winner unless you just pay me a lot of money.
Miami's garbage. Jets are down. By the way,
AFC East does suck.
Do you think the Patriots are going to do something?
AFC South kind of sucks too.
Yeah, I think 10 wins gets the Broncos in the playoffs as a wild card team.
Maybe.
It's a big game. Listen, it's a big game. It ain't a must-win game. Nobody circled this one as like you got to have it.
But if you
we know what the challenge is.
If you lose this one, then Monday Nighters a must-win.
Well, nobody circled this game, but now you got to make up a game.
You
right?
do,
because we sure as hell circled the Colts as a win.
No doubt about it.
We sure as hell counted on getting a road win there. One of your 4 that you got to get on the road. So now where are you going to make it up?
You got to make one of them up. You're right. You got to get one of them. Last year, you got Tampa Bay and Tampa, which was like, wow, okay, didn't see that coming. You got to get one of them games. So, sure, this would be one of them, though, if you could. This would be one of them. You're not favored.
Really, you got kind of back-to-back games. Because at Tampa, both on the road,
You
Tampa
did?
Jets.
Nobody knew the Jets were going to be that bad last year at
Not
that
that early,
time.
yeah.
No. And they had Aaron Rodgers, and they were looking confident, and the Broncos were 0-2, shocked everybody by winning at Tampa, went on a retreat, the rainy retreat at the Greenbrier for the Sean Peyton vacation. But it turned out to be great. And they beat the Jets, and that just turned the whole season. It changed the entire season. And they went to the playoffs, had a winning record first time in 7 years, all that. Yada, yada, yada.
Do you think the Giants will be as easy of a win in Denver as you thought 2 weeks ago?
Well, Tyler is convinced, and I see what Tyler's saying, that Russell Wilson always has one of them games. It's not very consistent, but he always has one of them games.
Well, he came back to earth in overtime.
Okay, but I'm not going to put down Russell Wilson. The dude balled out. And Malik Neighbors is something else. And there is a certain spirit there with Cam Scatterbu. I guarantee you, if Cam Scatterbu was on the Denver Broncos, he'd be leading the team in jersey sales right now.
I mean, I don't disagree with it, but production has not been there. He had -3 in the first game, and he had 40 yards in the second.
He's just one of them football-playing guys.
Yippee-ki-yay. We're terrified of a dude that's got 40 yards on the season?
No. We're not terrified, and the Broncos should beat the Giants. But they're dangerous enough. Malik Neighbors is one of the – he's incredible, okay? And if you can just huck the ball up there, which we all know Russell Wilson can do, nobody ever doubted that he could throw the ball far. He made other kind of crazy mistakes. But no, you got to win that game. You come back from England. Hopefully you beat the hapless Jets, and you got to take care of the Giants. And then you got the Cowboys at home, though. And really, this schedule kind of shapes up like the Broncos schedule did last year, where if we can be 500, we got a 5-game stretch where we can go on a roll. And that is exactly what the Broncos did. They won the games they should have won last year in the middle of the season.
Yeah,
that is exactly what they did.
Just stay in the hunt, so by the time you get to December, you got a chance.
Yeah,
right.
That's it. And then we'll see how things go. And I will not be surprised whatsoever if the Colts win the AFC South. Will not be surprised by that at all if that happens. That they may be a lot better than anybody was giving them credit for, and they're getting a lot of credit right now. Actually, all right. We turn to see you here briefly. If you weren't around for the identity crisis of Prime, it sounded like this yesterday.
I don't really get into the identity thing, not whatsoever. I would like to do some things better. We like to stop the run. We like to run the ball. We like to be consistent offensively and defensively. We'd love to do those things better, but I can't be narrowed down with, what's your identity? What does that mean?
Okay. And then he goes on and on about identity. Here's Brett Bartoloni. Help me if I'm wrong here. He is the tight ends and passing game coordinator for the Buffs. And I do not know if he heard what Prime said, but here's what he said.
Again, execution. Like, we got to find our identity as an offense, who we are as an offense. Us coaches have to find that, and we have to get that out of our players. We got to solidify the quarterback position, right, and make sure he's comfortable and do things that maximize his skill sets. Once we find that, and I feel like we're truly on track in doing that, then we're going to be in a much better place.
So
he actually said both things.
Yeah,
he said the identify and a solidified quarterback. That was another comment from this week. Who's got a solidified quarterback?
Who does that? Who has an identity? What was Ohio State's identity? And now you have this guy, the passing game coordinator, say, we got to find our identity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody should have fired back a tough physical team that didn't beat themselves.
Well, actually, reporters did respond back to Prime in this case.
Well, because Kisla was there.
Well, it was a couple of guys, but Kisla was there, and he asked the question, so good for Kiz. But it did not go unresponded to. Like most of when Deion usually talks back to the reporters and they sit there, that did not happen.
Well,
there were a couple of guys that not shouted, but said things.
But again, I think because Kiz was in there, the old bull, so to speak,
good for Kiz.
Of not afraid of controversy was there, and that freed that room up.
He wasn't trying to get in Prime's face either. He was just like, what's an identity? Oh, what do you do best?
No, he kills you silently. I mean, He's your buddy until he's got it right.
Did this coach screw up? Did he?
Did anybody see the article he wrote?
I did not read his article.
That'll be an interesting article.
I saw what Sean Keeler wrote.
What did he write?
He's being critical, but not being as harshly critical. He's not like
He's not being personal.
No, he's not. But he's being fairly critical of it's not great coaching. to kind of sum it up, it's just disorganized.
Well, listen,
it might sound disorganized if your head coach says something about an identity and then your passing game coordinator
passing game
says we need it.
Like that's just like football lingo. When you're struggling, it's, hey, we got to find our identity. Every coach says it.
Well, Prime didn't even know what it is.
He did. Prime just feels an unnecessary need to push back on the media.
Okay. All right. I don't know what bolstered means.
I promise you Prime would like to have an identity, no matter what he says.
Doesn't every football coach just want to ram the ball down the other opponent's throat and be physical?
At the end of the day, as a play caller, life is freaking hard when you don't have a list of about 8 to 10 plays that when your brain is just farting and you can't scheme up a win and you can't think of what I'm going to do. Like, I got to have 8 to 10 plays that I just know I can call this and I'm going to pick up 4 to 5 yards.
What does that mean? Jonathan Taylor, if you're the Colts, if you're Shane Steichen, and you're getting 6.6 yards per carry.
Life is easy.
How great is that?
Yeah, hand the ball off.
Didn't they not want? Was it Taylor that they didn't? Like they almost tried to get rid of a year ago.
Yeah, they were in a major. Yeah, yes,
dude. That.
He's one of the top 5 guys in the league.
I'll take him.
Who wouldn't?
Right? What were they thinking?
I don't know. They didn't have a quarter. You play that quarterback carousel game, man, a lot of things get murky.
Do they have a quarterback now?
Yeah, they do.
They
do.
We'll see. Is Sam Darnold the dude?
No.
Okay.
They're 1-1.
Did Sam Darnold look like a dude for an entire season?
He did last year.
Exactly. That's my point. Like these things come and they go.
What's the difference for Sam Darnold?
I don't know.
He was under one coach, and they had to go to a whole new one, a new system. I think Darnold looks better than he's done in these first 2 weeks had he stayed in Minnesota.
I'll tell you this.
J.J. McCarthy ain't it either.
Because Daniel Jones is he can move around, man, and he can pick up first downs with his feet.
He's a big dude, too.
And he's a big dude. I don't know what Darnold in Seattle. I think they blew it with the Russell Wilson trade for what they got, for what the Broncos gave him. I think they blew it. I think the Colts are in unbelievable position because they do have a star as a rookie, as a tight end. They have a star running back. They've got a very good complementary wide receiver room, man. Their defense is okay, and they were missing a couple of, well, Javarius Ward, they were missing their top corner, and they still did okay. I don't know, man. They're kind of good. They're kind of good. And the Chargers, the Chargers should win the AFC West this year. They should. They are right now on paper the best team. But
it's going to be really, really fascinating to see if and when the Chiefs turn it on.
Yeah.
Can they just survive the first half of the season before they turn that light switch on?
It don't get any easier. I'm gonna bring it up, but I'm telling you, the Chiefs it don't get any easier for them.
Well, they pretty much got the same schedule we got.
But if it puts you in the hole early, what do you do then?
Yeah, I got you.
Well, they're on the road Sunday night to take on the Giants. They got to win that one, right? You got to beat the Giants. And the Giants...
they got big problems. They don't win that one.
Oof. Boy, that is going to be a sneaky great game. That's going to be a really fun game to watch.
Well, so it kind of goes hard, easy, hard, easy. So you're at the Giants, but you're 0-2 and you've got to go on the road. Then you got Baltimore at home.
Brutal.
Right? And then you got to go to Jacksonville. You should take care of that. Then you got Detroit.
Yeah, who became the Lions again this weekend. Listen, it's the NFL, man. That's why it's so hard to win games. That's why losing a game because of bad coaching like the Broncos did sucks. Let's football go. Dan Tanner coming up next. Oh, you got me on that one, Dan. Where's that from?
It's The Office.
Oh, okay. Jeez, wow. I didn't even see that. My bad.
You see they're making a new little spinoff called
looks
The Paper?
terrible.
I've watched it.
Is it any good?
It's the, comedy is in the eyes of the beholder, so I won't pass any judgments.
They're probably trying to be more politically correct than
No,
the old Office was.
a little bit. Oscar's in it though.
Yeah.
Like it's in Toledo. It's based in Toledo, and it's about the concept is that it is Dunder Mifflin, and they just continued on paper products, and they make a lot of money in toilet paper, and they inherited a newspaper. So the toilet paper office and the newspaper share the same office. It's all paper though, and you go from there. And then it's a little bit of a social commentary or where we are in the media, by the way. So there's a little bit of that. So a little
part
bit.
of you liked it.
I watched like 4 or 5 episodes. They got the whole thing up there, and then I just sort of lost interest. You know how that sometimes happens. You really know if you like a series or not because you'll want to go back to it. Like, I'll tell you this about Dexter. I don't know if you finished watching it, Tyler.
I did, yeah.
Sick.
Thought it was good.
It was right up there with the best of the Dexter seasons. And that's hard to do in like
Now, is this when
season
he's
7 or 8 or whatever it is.
Is this when he's a young guy getting started?
No. He's back.
This is
so this is
we're
like
full on
we've
Dexter.
gone to Alaska, we've done our whole deal, and now we're back in action.
Didn't they do a Dexter series? Like,
They did like
and I saw some little clip on that, and basically the dad was doing the same thing.
Yeah, I lost interest in the origin story, Dexter. I didn't even finish that season.
But it was like his dad was doing the same thing.
Yeah.
What he wasn't killing people. Is that what you mean?
He was teaching Dexter the code.
Yeah.
He was teaching him how to kill people.
Yeah.
Sounds terrible, but I thought Dexter was a banging episode. I loved it this year. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
The sequel to The Office isn't. It's not like that. It's not. I don't know. Judge for yourself. It's on Peacock, dude. You got Peacock, right?
I don't know if I do anymore.
Okay, let's go, Dan.
All right, let's start with the Broncos offensive line. Scott, welcome back. This is for you. You had concerns about the Broncos offensive line heading into the season. After 2 weeks, Pro Football Focus has the Broncos offensive line rated as the second best O-line in football. They say Denver's offensive line was once again outstanding in pass protection. The unit surrendered only 2 pressures and 0 sacks or quarterback hits on 31 pass plays in the team's loss to the Colts. As a result, the Broncos unit posted a 96.8 PFF pass blocking efficiency rating, which tied for the best mark in week 2 in the NFL. Wattenberg and McGlinchey each allowed 1 pressure. The other 3 O-linemen stayed clean in pass protection. Where are you guys at after 2 weeks in your confidence level in the Broncos O-line?
Yeah, I mean, I told you guys after breaking down the film, I was really, really impressed. I just thought the O-line played great. I thought they played good in the first game. I thought they played great in the second game. They were making holes in the running game. Their pass protected their butts off. Bo Nix had plenty of time, clean pockets. According to Pro Football Focus, and take it with a grain of salt because I don't put a ton of weight into their grades, but they've got Garrett Bowles graded out as the most effective pass blocker last week in the NFL at a 90.8. So a lot of good stuff going on with the offensive line, and the running game was there. I mean, I like J.K. Dobbins a lot.
Are you comfortable with him just getting the majority of snaps, and R.J. Harvey just gets in where he fits in?
I am, yeah. I mean, you'd like to see R.J. Harvey a little bit more involved than he is right now, but if you're looking at the end of the year and you told me that, J.K. Dobbins took 70% of the carries and R.J. took 30%, I wouldn't be all too bad.
All right, we're keeping our eyes out, too, for information out of practice because practice should be wrapping up here. It hasn't wrapped completely yet, but we'll give you the latest and greatest when we get it here in mere moments. Go ahead, Dan. What's next?
All right, just quickly, fellas. Chargers coach Jim Harbaugh did say on Wednesday that Khalil Mack will be placed on injured reserve, so he'll miss at least the next 4 games. He declined to specify the details of Mack's elbow injury. He said, quote, "He's like the Wolverine, one of the toughest guys I've ever seen. He attempted a tackle in the first quarter, but his left hand got caught between Chargers linebacker Troy Dye and Raiders receiver Trey Tucker." So what does the absence of Khalil Mack do for the Broncos offense?
I mean, it's certainly helpful. Khalil is, getting older. I think he's in year 12, if I remember correctly. Been around the block for a long time, but still a really, really effective pass rusher. Had 1 sack against the Raiders before he got hurt, and 0 sacks in week 1 versus the Chiefs. But he's a very streaky sack guy. He's one of those dudes that he can go 3 or 4 games without getting one, and then all of a sudden he'll explode for 3 in the same game. So helpful for sure. Unfortunately, the Chargers defense as a whole is rock solid, and I don't think it's going to impact their defense that much.
Yeah, this is his 12th season. Started his rookie year as 2014.
Yeah.
Listen, it's a loss. He's one of, he's a good guy, but he's not the same impactful guy he once was. So I think it's whatever. I think it's nice. Hey, the less good players, the better. But they are tough, and they're an interesting defense because they just don't. They let you take a lot of yards. They'll give you a lot of little yards. So I don't anticipate Bo Nix getting sacked or that being the issue. What I imagine being an issue is more interceptions, frankly, deflections, other things. Bo just trying to force a square peg into a round hole.
You better be careful with Derwin James because that's a smart son of a gun.
Yeah, that dude is there you go. That's a guy who's changing the game probably much more than Khalil Mack. You're right about that.
Going back to answer your offensive line question and compiling it with a little bit of what this one is right here. How many passes?
So judgmental there.
A little bit there.
Well,
yeah.
because I think stats. There's
bored a little bit.
Lies, damn lies, and statistics.
Okay.
Second graded out offensive line. How many passes did Bo Nix throw over 10 yards in the Colts game?
I don't know. What's that got to do with the line?
Because if you're only holding for about 1 second, how you getting any pressures or sacks, which now helps the quality of, they did a great job in pass protection. Yeah, the ball's out in 1.2 seconds.
Dude, they played well, though, Scott.
Right. But am I lying on that?
I mean, of course life is easier when the ball gets out, but it doesn't change the fact they played well.
5 passes he attempted over 10 yards.
Scott's got some butter on
5
his
passes.
So he's not, Scott, to answer that specifically, and I know you're done with stats, but he's 26th in the NFL in yards per attempt.
Okay. Well, there you go.
That helps.
There you go. Well, does that not help the offensive line?
Of course it will.
Yeah. So 1 of 5 on passes over 10 yards, and that one long one was it to Franklin down the left side, and one of those were intercepted. So he only attempted 5 passes. I mean, I'm looking at the chart right here, and this is by our boy, your guy's boy, Kelberman, Zach Kelberman or whatever.
Okay.
Boy. You got a blue check NFL guy, whatever.
All right.
But dude, all of his passes are
say what you want to say.
Pencil I just arms. Think
say what you want to say.
I think question about the offensive
here's
line,
my question.
Scott.
Say what you want to say.
I think Bo Nix and where he throws the ball helps the offensive line out a lot. I am still
so
not
the
a believer
offensive
in
line is overrated because they call
plays.
Overrated.
That's
what you're saying.
No, you're saying I said that. I'm saying that statistically they're looking outstanding and they're not put under a lot of pressure.
I mean, I'm not.
And I don't think you'll get sacked a lot because of that either.
I got you.
I'm really not talking about stats or anything. I mean, I'm just talking about watching the film, and you're watching dudes doing their job, locking dudes down.
He's telling you.
Yeah, but you're watching a guy block for like, oh, you did a good job.
Yeah, you don't know what you're looking at. That's what you're saying.
No, I didn't. Dude, now you're letting him do that.
You're not wrong that life is easier when the ball comes out quick. I got you, but it doesn't change that they're playing well.
Do you know how many passes he threw behind the line of scrimmage?
How many?
Out of 30 attempts?
29?
10.
Okay.
10. And it was 8 for 10.
Okay.
How hard is that to pass block? I mean, seriously. I mean, how hard is now he had a great percentage from line of scrimmage to 9 yards, it looks like. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 for 13, 12, 13, 11 for 13.
He did have 3 touchdowns in the first half and led the offense to 28 points, which could have easily been 31 points if there wasn't a doink. And if he doesn't throw an interception, could have easily been another 3 points for 34 points.
I'm not trying to bash Bo. I'm just saying that there's a lot of short passing is what this offense.
Well,
we asked identity. You know what their identity is? Is a short passing team.
I'll tell you this: the Chargers will let you have as many short passes as you want.
Well, then he should have what was his completion rating?
That's why I said
22 of 30.
I doubt he gets sacked by the Chargers. I don't think it'll really happen. I think Herbert will be a little bit different. Herbert might actually, like I saw against the Raiders, Tyler. He Herbert has a good sense of when to step up. And sometimes when you do step up, it's actually not the worst thing in the world. Now, you may take a sack, but it might be for like 1 yard or 2 yards. The quarterbacks that don't sense that sort of drop back. I know RG3 would do that. I know like Shadur would do it. As an offensive lineman, even if you allow a sack, but it's only 1 or 2 yards, you can live with that, right? But if your dude doesn't sense pressure and doesn't step up, and now we're what, a 10, 15-yard sack? Well, that drive's over. That's done.
Or you curl out the wrong way and you give up more yards.
Herbert doesn't do that. If he's going to roll out, he's going to get rid of the ball. You may get him a couple times, but watch. It'll be something that's, relatively non-impactful.
But it's not about sacks. It's about getting pressure when he does that.
I actually agree. Yeah.
That's why I said I learned something. Unlike your other partner on this show, I listen to what you say.
Thank you.
All right, next story.
I appreciate it.
Let's go positive here, guys. Let's hear from Deion. Let's go positive. Let's hear
Deion.
Let's hear from Deion. Because the Buffs are 1-2. Deion's talking 10-2. He says, "Why not us?"
Coaches, that was Sweeney, to ever sat on the sidelines, and he said the last time they were 1-2, they went on to finish, I believe, 10-2. Why not us? Why not us? Because there's simplistic things that's going on that we can fix.
What do you guys like the positivity there from Deion saying, "Why not us going 10-2?"
It's like Stuart Smalley. I'm going to look in the mirror. What did he say? I'm good enough. I'm smart enough, and gosh darn it, people like me. I think that's what Prime does a lot. It's a lot of affirmation, not a lot of coaching, and I think there is a role for it. But to me, they look like they need a coach right now, Tyler. They need some X's and O's, not just some way to goes.
Well, they need a quarterback. They need an identity. They need the things that we're talking about that the assistant coaches are acknowledging. Why not us? Well, I mean, if you wanted to know the why not, because you're in week 3 and you're trying to figure out who your starting quarterback is. So, roll with Caden Salter and let's just go. Like make a decision. Caden Salter's probably the best quarterback on the team, and let's ride with him. Whether you're frustrated or not, whether he's not as good as you thought he was going to be, develop a game plan that is going to amplify his abilities and his athleticism.
Ask me.
Why not, Scott?
Because you got Pat Shermer as your offensive coordinator. Boom.
Okay. Well, he's stuck up for him then. And if that change needs to be made.
It ain't going to be made.
He made it in the first year when Sean
Lewis.
Sean Lewis wasn't his boy.
He hired him.
Yeah, but it wasn't. I mean, Pat Shermer's like, there's something there incestual.
Well, Prime clearly loves guys with NFL experience.
Mm-hmm.
There's no doubt about that. And Sean Lewis did, not like Pat Shermer had.
Listen, you had the greatest suggestion a while ago because you're right. Is it Brian Leftwich? Who's
Yeah, he's the quarterback coach, Byron Leftwich.
And wasn't he doing something in Miami just a few years ago?
Well, he was the offensive coordinator with Tampa for a long time. And it felt like he was on the fast track to becoming a head coach for a minute there.
Yeah. So, hey, put that guy in charge.
You know what? When we're talking about different play callers and stuff in week 4 and we don't have a quarterback, it is all about identity. We don't know who we are, what we're doing.
What does that mean?
I don't know, Prime.
Look, it comes down to the most simplistic things. You can't run the ball and you can't stop the run. And until you can do those two things, good luck.
Hey, maybe it's 45-13 against Wyoming, and we're back here Monday and all right, fine, let's go.
They're favorited by, I believe, 13 and a half.
13 and a half. God, it should be even more. But put it on Wyoming. Put it on the Pokes. And we'll have a different conversation.
Didn't Wyoming in week 1 play somebody tough? That was pretty good.
They shut out the Akron Zips.
Oh, never mind. I was thinking CSU in Washington.
No, Washington. Yeah. Well, CSU played okay for a while there.
Yeah.
Then it got ugly. Well, you got to give me a little pat on the back that I knew Wyoming played the Zips. Do you know how I remember that?
Yeah.
Because we talked about the Zips
because it was
nonstop.
It was 10 zip. They played the Zips and the Zips didn't score. Thank you. It's PhD on 92.5. Scott, you are back from vacation. What stood out to you while you were gone? What was on your radar while you were away?
The red zone.
Red zone, which you thought was a little overload, right?
It can get that way.
You're not wrong about that, Tyler. I don't know how you feel about it. And Dan, maybe Dan would be more interested because Dan loves the red zone. But I do find when it's more than like 3 games, like when it goes quad box or more, I'll agree. It's a little much. I do like the fact that they go from one game to another, but sometimes when they're showing like 4 games at the same time, it's a little tricky.
Yeah, it's pretty rare they do that, though.
It is. I think they do it just to show off.
But even if they're not showing 4 games, they're just going from clip to clip. So you just don't like you don't know the storyline that's going on before or after the clip. You don't get the analysis.
I think that is the essence of the Reds. I think that's the best. I mean, I think that's what they do best. That's their identity. Just to use the identity.
Their identity is to get every score in.
Well, that definitely.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Identity, coach? Well, Prime. What they do best at the red zone is take you to the scoring plays as quick as possible.
Yeah.
That is what they do
at
best.
the cast or at the which got me a couple times, like all of a sudden you're getting part of the storyline or something and you're getting the announcer to explain something. Oh, I like this. All of a sudden, bam, boom. Let's watch a 32-yard field goal. So what?
I will tell you.
Who cares?
I don't know if you had this experience, and maybe it's different because you're watching the Broncos and you're focused on that game, but when you watch the red zone, it is a little tricky just to go and watch another just one football game. It's kind of like when you go to like a video arcade, you're playing video games and you're playing a racing game, and then you just go sit in a real car after you've been like playing a racing game for a little bit.
You're the only person that I've ever heard say something like that.
You got to be kidding me.
No.
Tyler, help me out on this.
I don't watch the red zone. I mean, I've done it. I've experienced it. But I've got the complete opposite feeling of it. Like, I feel like I can actually relax and focus on something when I go to the game.
When I was working on a morning show in Buffalo with Ted and Tom, Shred and Reagan, great guys, we used to, as a show, this was really fun.
Go to those guys on.
They're great. They're still in Buffalo. They're doing great. But we would go as a show once a week. We were young guys. We're all in our 20s. We would go to like this arcade place, and there would be like 5 of us with these racing games. Have you ever done that with your buddies?
And you could be all linked to one game.
Yes, and we're all sitting down, and it kind of moves around a little bit.
Yeah, I like the motorcycle one.
Okay, fine. But you know what I'm talking about. We would play that for like an hour straight. We would just go after it game after game. And when you got in your car to go home, it was a little like, I gotta chill out here a little bit. Like it's a little. That's what the red zone to me kind of feels like sometimes.
Yeah, I thought.
So you got that.
I could see the addiction of some people. There's no question about it, but you're not really a sports fan. You either got a lot of fantasy teams going. Dan, how many do you have?
I had 5. I have 4 now.
Okay, 4 for fantasy teams. Or a gambler, Spring.
Where you at?
Right there. Or ADHD, Kreck.
You think Kreck's an ADHD guy?
I don't know. Yeah, easier to focus on. I don't know. I can see why it serves its purpose, and you probably still got to have it. I thought I'd read somewhere that the NBA is trying to do something like that next year.
Well, the NHL's doing it, right?
Is it the NHL? And I see it. I get you, whatever. But I'd rather sit and watch a game I'm interested in than 8 that I don't.
I would love college football red zone. If they had college football red zone.
What are you talking about? You can just watch a game and see a score within 30 seconds.
I gotcha.
Flip to any channel, you'll see a score.
I know, but you have to flip to the channel. I mean, you're not wrong. And I was doing that a little bit. I was going with like, I don't know. I forget. It was like Georgia, Tennessee, and I was going back and forth between that and another one.
That was a good game.
That was unbelievable.
Why would you want to get off that game?
Because you get ants in your pants as soon as they go to a timeout.
There you go, ADHD.
Yeah. I forget what the other game was that I was interested in at the same time. It wasn't as good as that
Claremont
game.
Strait and Bozeman.
It might have been. I don't know. You just want that action. All right, what were your other vacation observations?
I am down on offensive play callers right now in the state of Colorado.
Okay.
In particular, Boulder and Denver.
Okay.
That's that.
Where are you? Offensive play callers. What's your beef with Sean Payton?
Dude, I told you I've gone back and looked a little bit. He'll go off, as you told, three touchdown passes by Bo Nix in the first half, and then you can't hardly complete a pass. Well, you do because you're behind.
He was dialed into the run though. He said he was going to do it, and he did it.
But it just feels like that all of a sudden teams adjust to you, and you don't adjust to the adjustment, and it just gets. Well,
What, do you want to hear a little, Sean?
Well, why not?
Couple minutes. Let's go, Dan. Sean Payton.
Their output. We're in the red zone 2 different occasions where, we come back home with a different result. So some games move in a direction, and then if it's a higher scoring game, then offensively you've got to
talk back to
you've got to match. And if it's a lower scoring game, then defensively. So, there were a number of things, and I pointed it out on the Monday call that you would look back on and say, all right, we have to get this cleaned up.
Coach, one of the things on that Monday call was you pointed to both offenses in the first week scoring on the first drive. Is that a game plan thing against the defense, or is that getting the players ready for?
No, I mean, different teams have openers. They've, we talk about starting fast, all those things. So, I think it's important where the field position is averaging right now. If you return the ball, it's a little plus than neutral. And so we always want to start fast. In other words, that's important. And we can look at it. There was a big play. Maybe there's 2 things when you look at that series that led to a field goal. But that's the objective.
Sean, the fact you didn't put Greenlaw on IR, did you expect him to be practicing by now?
We felt like he's kind of on our schedule, and look, we spend time on it because it's a little nebulous relative to the injury, and that's all I'll say.
What?
Can you say anything about it?
No.
Coach, with this being their LA's 3rd division game and your guys' first division.
All right. We'll catch up with Nate and Andy with the rest of Sean Payne. It is being reported. I'm seeing Nick Kosmider say, and we had an indication earlier this may be the case. Greenlaw worked on a side field, and according to Nick Kosmider, he did not see Evan Engram on the field at all. We got Mike Kliss saying Greenlaw, Evan Engram on the side. Thought he'd be practicing by now. Engram said after the game his calf was fine, but not out there. Woo! Okay, guys, concern levels here for Evan Engram?
I don't know. I mean, it's the same thing we did last week, right? So last week he didn't participate in either of the padded practices, if I remember correctly. Isn't that right?
He was listed as a full participant
on Friday.
On Friday for sure. I'm not sure about Thursday.
I'm fairly certain Wednesday and Thursday he was off to the side.
You could be right, but
so I mean, I'm actually not panicked about it because he's an older guy and he might just be on track for one of those seasons where he doesn't practice on Wednesdays.
But he's not even out there? They're not seeing him at all? He's not on the field at all?
During the media period.
Well, okay. All right.
Well, that's a good point there, T.
Could be an okie doke.
Hey, T-Bird, that's a good point.
Thanks, buddy.
All right.
Dog.
I
got a question for you. I got an NFL football question. Since 2023 regular season quarterbacks.
Okay.
Give me your top 5 as far as yards, touchdowns, completion percentages.
I'm sorry, what year?
Since the 23 regular season. So all the 23, all of last year, and then the first 2 games this year.
You want like stat
leaders?
leaders?
I'll simply question. What quarterback has been the best quarterback since the regular season of 2023?
In stats.
Probably
Joe Burrow.
I'll give you a hint. Lamar Jackson is second in pass touchdowns in that timeline with 71.
Okay.
Patrick Mahomes is – nope, I'll give you that. Josh Allen is second in total in pass yardage.
Okay.
In that time at 8,579.
All right.
Who do you think leads him?
Joe Burrow.
Baker Mayfield.
Oh, there you go. There's a little okey doke.
And I saw this on Twitter, NFL on CBS.
Oh, Tyler was –
And they asked the question, was Baker Mayfield turned into an elite quarterback?
Well,
dude, He's just a freaking dude. That's all I know. I don't know if he's elite. I really don't. But I know I love him as my guy, and I love the energy. What I love about Baker Mayfield is that's a football player that plays the quarterback position. It's the best compliment I could ever give to a guy. You know, like the energy, the passion, the spirit, the funk, all of it. You just love every second of it. Do you ever doubt in the fourth quarter that Baker Mayfield's going to be made of the right stuff?
No.
It feels like he's a guy that if you got a chance, you know, do you want him to have the ball?
He ain't scared of the moment, I'll tell you that.
No, the moments aren't too big for him, are they?
They never will be.
He leads in yardage since that time. So the 23-24 season, 2 games here, 8,926 yards, 74 touchdowns, and completion percentage 67.4. His rating is third. Burrow is 101.9. Lamar Jackson's 112.7.
In all honesty, for what the contract they have, and I know, what is it, Tyler? 37 for Baker, 33?
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that. I think it's a bargain.
Oh, he's got to be the best bargain in the entire league.
So he might have worked himself up. If we're considering, Tyler, I don't know, top 5 being elite.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't put him top 5, Scott, but
well, the numbers say he is.
Okay.
So if we're going to analytics like Darren wants us to.
I don't think everybody's going to fight you on Baker Mayfield, though.
Dan wants.
I think Baker Mayfield is widely regarded as an elite quarterback right now in the NFL. I don't know too many people are going to fight you on that one.
I just found that interesting.
He's really, really good. And look he's on his 4th team, right?
Well, he's one of those reclamation projects, right?
As it turns out, or he could have just been with lousy coaches. I think he was with a good coach with the Rams, but he just had a better opportunity. That's all. But Carolina obviously didn't know what they were doing, but Carolina sucks.
Yeah.
The Browns didn't know but the Browns suck. So maybe it's, the Rams definitely don't suck, but he was obviously just a fill-in while Stafford was
But you
hurt.
also got offensive-minded guys that may have got him a little bit. It would seem like your head coach with the Rams got a little Baker Mayfield personality, doesn't he?
Whatever they need there in Tampa, he's delivering on for sure.
Think about how dumb Carolina is, man. I mean,
So
all the quarterback problems that they've had over the years, and they had Baker Mayfield for free. They had him for free.
They did.
And they never even gave him a shot.
And they cut him.
Yeah.
They didn't even trade him. They got nothing for him. They just cut him.
They could have had their guy playing for free.
It's unbelievable. Unbelievable what they did. As Andy walks into the room, good to see you there, my friend.
Hi, guys.
Identity. KKSC FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder.
What's up?
He comes in the room.
Yeah.
Typical husband, by the way. Dims the light, but doesn't say anything.
Just hoping?
Just hoping.
You missed Saturday night, man. DMac's wife was all about it. My wife, I just was hoping was going to laugh at the comic. So
Nick Bargatze.
Oh, did you go?
Oh, my God. What a great show.
Really good.
20,000
Set
people.
records.
3 shows.
He set records.
3 shows all sold out. Friday night, Saturday
Is he the guy
at
that did
3.
the Emmys or whatever, too?
Mm-hmm.
He was telling, it was kind of cool. He was telling us about all he was going to do.
He was doing the shtick.
So.
He told us he was going to be 100,000 for the Boys and Girls Club. Every second over your speech, minus 1,000. Every second under, plus 1,000.
You would have loved him. You would have loved him. You would have loved all that.
I heard he's like a pretty clean comic.
Oh, yeah.
It was 2 hours and 15 minutes without one curse word.
No, I don't think any of the group.
None of them.
Nobody cussed.
Total, there was a warm-up guy, 3 opening comics in Bargatze, so that's 5 comics for 2.5 hours, basically, not one curse word.
The warm-up guy was really good, too.
Yeah. Good luck seeing that.
You got a wormhole guy?
Wormhole, yeah. Went
So
down a
his name
wormhole.
is? Okay.
Warm up.
Oh, warm up guy. I thought you said wormhole.
But 20,000 people to see a comedian, Scott, was surreal.
I know, that is kind of crazy.
And the way they did the videos and everything, they made it intimate. The production wise, I thought they did a great job, Andy.
They did.
So no matter where
Ball
you
Arena
were,
does a great show. I mean, Ball Arena, come on. What more could you want? Top venue in the world.
it was great. I saw Shane Gillis at Notre Dame Stadium. It felt weird. I think an outdoor place is not the same.
Are you guys going to be psyched when the new stadium goes up and then we get it like our first basketball game inside the arena?
Absolutely.
You really are?
NCAA Final Four? Denver would light up for an NCAA Final Four.
Well, they would.
Now, I hate them.
Right.
I'm being honest. Listen, my senior year, it's the last one I've been to. The Final Four, now it was a great Final Four. That was the Georgetown, help me here, Georgetown, North Carolina, Who made the bad pass to North Carolina?
Is that 83 you're talking?
82.
Worthy?
82.
82.
Okay.
No, so was the year. No, 82 might have been Jordan hit the bank shot.
That was
right?
83.
That was 83?
I believe he made the shot in 83.
Yeah, I went to 82. I think it was 82.
You were in the Final Four?
But is it? No. The College All-Americans have a All-Star game on that Sunday, right? Because they have the semifinals on Saturday. We're in the All-Star game on Sunday, and then they played on Monday.
Oh, I'm with Andy, though. I want the Final Four here. I hate basketball in a football arena.
I hate them.
Awful.
And I asked the question, why are you paying for the top row? That's like trying to go see a singer.
To say
you know
you're
what I mean?
there.
I guess.
To say you're there.
But if I'm just going to watch it on the big TV, I'm just going to watch it on the TV and keep my 200, my
Sightlines
2,000.
are weird. It makes the sport look weird.
And to play, listen, I played.
It's got to take from the atmosphere, doesn't it?
I played in an NCAA tournament game in the Superdome.
Okay.
That was weird. I mean, it's just you can't get any depth perception as far as shooting. And
someone said Sam Perkins. Is that who you were looking for? Made the bad pass?
No, because Carolina.
Okay. Let's do this. Here's what I want to know from you, because for some reason I didn't catch as much of your show as or when I did catch, you weren't totally talking Broncos. You and I didn't get a chance to do our Sunday thing because you had yourself a nice weekend in the mountains. We got a lot going on. We will do the hot mic tonight at 9 o'clock. But I am curious before we get there, how did you feel about things? How did you feel about that game? If there's a guy that stays even in the middle of the plane, you were middle of the road, Scott, as far as not pulling over to the left or right emotion there.
Yeah, here's my one big question. It's just a question right now. But I went back and we watched, or I got to watch that San Diego, the Chargers and Broncos game from last year in L.A. And everybody said, the Chargers handled the Broncos both times. Well, Denver's up 24-13.
That second game they were.
Yeah.
Had them right where they wanted them.
And you had them right there you wanted.
And the first one, Surtain did not play.
And you get outscored 21-6 in the second half.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it just seems to me, and I thought the Colts game is another example of that. Bo Nix threw 3 touchdowns in the first half. You're like, okay, this offense got something clicking. And you scored, 6 points, 3 points in the second half?
It was kind of interesting, really. Look at both teams' games from last week. The Broncos offense humming in the first half against Indianapolis, and then they went quiet. Same with, we'll go with it, San Diego.
Thank you.
Against the
it's got a cool song. Why would you go away from
against the Los Angeles Raiders? They were playing. Shout out to Louis Riddick.
So real fast, and I asked this question on my show though. Is it the Chargers or the Raiders you missed the town up more? Me is the Chargers by far, because I always just say Raiders. I don't very often say Oakland Raiders. I always just say Raiders.
Yeah, the Raiders have moved
They've
so
been
much.
vagabonds.
They're just the Raiders.
Right.
But the Chargers to me is still, and I know they've been
San
in
Diego.
LA for 4 years now, right, or something like that.
Longer, even I think.
Maybe.
But yeah, they were San Diego, and Qualcomm, while being like an outdated dump, was cool.
It was.
Yeah. It was a cool stadium.
And you did have Charger fans there. Now I understand it's a military town, and so people come in and out. And when I was there over the summer, because it's my favorite place to go on vacation, you see all sorts of sports teams represented in the town.
They had a hearty fan base.
They had a Bronco bar,
right?
But it's still, I've always said it. The league should have just built the stadium, knowing they were never going to pass any taxes to do it. You should have just built it and had the Super Bowls there, because it is a perfect Super Bowl town. It's got everything that you need, and you usually get some pretty good weather to play the game.
Yeah.
And the Broncos won their first one there, so why the heck did we move out of there?
Yeah.
But, all right, so seriously, are you –
Oh,
what's the thing that you're most concerned about?
The point was I was going to be, it feels like Sean Payton's offense comes out pretty hot and heavy. The other team makes adjustment at halftime, and I don't see you adjust to the adjustment.
You know, you'd fit in on this show because you said hot and heavy, and all I want to do is who's hot, who's heavy. Just going to Seinfeld. None of us can focus.
It's my new song. It's called Hot and Heavy.
Hot and Heavy. No, see, I'm with you. But to answer your question, they scored 7 points, I believe, on the first drive of the half, and then it was just sort of. Now, you can say you should have got your field goal blocked last year, and, that could have been different against KC. You should have had the field goal, but guess what? Field goal kickers are going to doink them. It's not like that's some odd occurrence that never happens. I'm with you. I'd like to see the consistency of both halves show up for the first time. Now, that being said, I've said this. Were you surprised? We thought they were going to have a pretty good defense. I was surprised there was so much bending in the D that Sunday.
Well,
that was disappointing.
We had Leggy on, and he pointed out two factors. Probably your best nose guy is Roach. He's out. And your best middle linebacker is out in Greenlaw that you paid for money. And kind of really in both games, even the game you won to start.
Well, and
right
you know
up the middle is where it's kind of bit you, hadn't it?
Get the old injury report read ready because Greenlaw's on the side field again today, according to Mike Kliss.
Yeah, Cosmiter's got this. By the way, we'll talk to Nick later in the show. Dre Greenlaw, quad, worked on side field. He added, I did not see Evan Engram today.
Yeah, and I wondered if he was
I didn't
hurt.
see him on Sunday.
Nobody did. Nobody. I mean,
I
you saw him.
haven't
Hey,
seen
you
him
saw
since
him
he's
all
been
way
here.
a block, right?
I saw him in the first 7 practices, and that's about it, to be honest with you. But here's another question I threw out to you guys, too. Jonathan Taylor was just fantastic.
He's good.
He's a really good back.
Really good back.
They were trying to get rid of him last year.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you thinking about?
Really good back.
Oh, he's unbelievable.
Yeah, he's absolutely special. He elevates the things that are happening directly in front of him. And again, I think the Colts might be a pretty good team. I think the Colts might be a pretty good team.
They could win that division. For
Absolutely.
Sure. They'll compete. We'll see.
Listen, they're in Denver's tier of things, aren't they? People may not want to hear that, but the Colts, again, if Jonathan Taylor doesn't toss the ball away before the goal line, it could have been the Colts that took your playoff spot last year. So you guys I feel like these two teams are battling in the same weight class right now.
I would say so.
Yeah. And it's not a bad weight class, by the way.
I tell you what, here's another team I would put in that weight class, and I know they're 0-2 right now, but I'd put the Texans in that weight class as well. The Texans are a team right now that offensively they're very uneven. Their defense, though, it's Broncos good. I mean, it's those guys rule.
So they're struggling.
Yeah. What? No, you know what I mean, though. It's Will Anderson is just an absolute star, and more credit to Baker Mayfield for the way that he played on Monday night because he was running for his life back there, and he was able to pull out that victory. But the Texans have offensive line problems. C.J. Stroud has been uneven. They have no run game to speak of. So that team is struggling a little bit right now. They're heavily weighted on one side of the ball. Again, I think right now in the AFC, there's a Bills and Ravens tier, and then there's a next tier, and that's probably where I would put Denver at the moment.
Is San Diego trying to decide whether they want to be in that
I would say
first or second?
Yeah, the Chargers are the team right now that's right at the very top of tier 2. Is where I would put them. Their defense has been outstanding. I would say their offense has had a good game and a half. They were not good in the second half against the Raiders.
With the Chargers, aren't you kind of sitting around going, yeah, show me you're going to do it the whole year, though?
Oh, absolutely.
Because remember, they were pretty good last year to start things, and then they just kind of faded.
Absolutely. Well, they faded and lost a playoff game.
Yeah.
That's
true.
Kind of the thing that they always do.
Is that charging?
I would say that's a
Chad
prime.
Brown said we had to get rid of the charging term yesterday. I'm not sure we do.
I think it's still.
Hold on.
When Khalil Mack's already missing time, I think that's another version of charging.
This isn't quite the same thing. It's the Pat Graham show today. So Pat Graham, we're going to play the audio a little bit later. We're talking to Connor McGahee coming up at 3:20 because some bold statements made out of Davs today.
Woo!
It's kind of caught me off guard, so can't wait to get his take on that. Pat Graham's phone rings because he was using, for those who don't know, a lot of the writers use their iPhones because there's a recording tool on it or whatever, cell phone, to record whoever they're talking to.
Nobody uses the dictaphone anymore.
There's no little tiny Dick Tracy
that
pager
little
thing.
that little microphone thing.
There's none of that going on.
Those are done for now.
So I had to laugh as Bo Nix gets to the podium. Pat Graham's phone rings and Gabe Landeskog answered it. And now as they're waiting for Bo Nix to come to the podium, Pat Graham has walked in front of the screen like 3 times, getting camera time. Pat Graham's just shoving himself in every place
Pat
today.
Graham, superstar of the AP, and he's also, if you've ever chatted with Pat Graham, he is a top 1% nicest person in the world.
Could Coach Prime... Could he have the mean back and forth like he did with Kislev, if you want to call it that? It was still fairly tame with Pat Graham. Or is Pat Graham just so nice, would he decide, oh, wait, okay, you're going to get it. He's going to save his anger because Pat Graham is so nice.
Too nice.
I don't think anybody gets mad at him.
Not talking about nice guys, you mentioned kids. Did it feel like the room temperature raised a little bit with kids in there asking questions compared to what we usually hear with Deion?
That's usually how it goes.
Right?
Yeah.
He changes the room temperature, doesn't he?
He does a little bit. That's Kiz's thing. Yeah. And we've all watched Mark Kisla have back and forths with every single coach.
Every coach.
He and George Karl used to just battle.
Okay, but have you
and
ever
the columns
seen him?
were always so good
He
afterwards.
doesn't raise his. What throws me off about him, I can't even get through a point. I'm going 9 different octaves.
I know,
and
Kiz
just stands there. He's just like, and I think it throws some guys off. Like, wait a minute, you're criticizing me? And he's like, yeah, I don't know.
Nonplussed. He's not bothered.
He doesn't get all. He doesn't change his body movement. He doesn't. He just stands there and unassumingly asks you why you suck.
Would you like to see Andy in one of those and a guy go back at him and let Andy go full Andy on the guy?
I would enjoy that. So years ago, I started as an intern, and the show I originally interned for, it was Tim Neverett with Jim Armstrong and Mark Kisla. Okay? And Jimmy did like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Kiz would do Tuesday and Thursday. So we did a giveaway, and it was one of those where it was like, you're not allowed to say which team the giveaway is for. We're giving away Denver football tickets. Okay?
Yeah.
It was the old, because they didn't want to get the C&D call from KOA. So it was we're giving away Denver football tickets. And Tim Neverett, ever the professional, is following the protocol, and Kiz just interrupts him, and he's just like, this is idiotic. What are we doing? It's the Broncos game. And Kiz just lays into it, and sure enough, the program director comes in at the commercial break and just lays into Kiz, right? And lays into both of them. And I'm an intern. I've never seen something like this. I don't know what's going on. The show ends, and then Tim and Kiz have to go have another meeting in the PD's office, and I go out in the hallway, and I see it, and there is the PD, and I can just tell this guy's red-faced and screaming at Mark Kisla, and Kiz looks over at me, and he's just like, hey, and just like laughing about it, and it was like right then, and then I saw Kiz the next day, and he was just like, oh yeah, I don't care, I get screamed at all the time. He's like that didn't bother me in the slightest bit.
That's great stuff.
He's like I'll be back in Shanahan's office getting screamed at later this week. Don't you worry about it. I'll worry about that.
Did you, before you leave, did you ever get the get over here from Shanahan? Did he ever give you one of those? I saw him do it to our guy Peewat one time.
Mike Shanahan, who's half the size of Scott Hastings.
Yeah. I'm over at KOA, and it was, we used to have Shanahan on Tuesdays or something like that. And somebody got hurt. The starting quarterback got hurt. Elway must have got hurt in the first half, and they had to go to the backup quarterback. And so me thinking, I asked a good question. Do you feel once you lose your starter, as far as calling your plays, that your offense has to be a little bit more vanilla for the second guy to go in there?
Yeah.
And he was good, and he answered the question. So we're going on the road, so we're getting on the airplane Saturday. I make it to the stop of the steps, and Shanahan is waiting on me. Scott, hey, Coach.
5 days later, by the way.
Yeah.
No, and has not forgot it. It might as well have just been said.
He goes, vanilla.
It gave you the disappointed dad look.
And I go, Coach, I couldn't think of another word. He goes, vanilla. And that's all he said to me. He said vanilla twice, and I said, I'm sorry. I didn't think of another word. I'm sorry.
Point made.
Point made.
Point made in one word.
So, yeah, I got one call in. So
Economy of language.
Like you said, 5 days later, and he was waiting for me.
Yeah.
Top of the step.
Yeah, top of the steps on the airplane, on the charter. Hey, Scott. Hey, Coach. Vanilla.
Not a how are you.
No.
Yeah.
I go, Coach, I couldn't think of another. He goes, vanilla.
I would have loved to have seen just Mike's list of grievances that he jots down as the week goes along.
Yeah.
Because a buddy of mine used to write the team program. Okay, he worked in the marketing department, and he wrote the team program. He didn't think anything of it, and one time, something that he had written, apparently Mike read the team program cover to cover every week. Cover to cover every week. And he got called into a meeting. And like 3 other things that he had written that year were brought up in this meeting by Mike Shanahan. Yeah.
That can't be fun.
And it was like, my buddy thought it was like a throwaway line about like Carl Mecklenburg or something that he had written. And Mike had serious issues with it. But that was how Mike Shanahan ran the operation.
All right.
He ran it all.
Yeah.
Now I got to know, 303-504-0925. Because I think Shanahan has done this to all of us, and you're the greatest example. With all due respect, who's the smallest person you're afraid of? Seriously. Mike is not the most imposing dude ever, and yet he's just got this death stare.
Intensity.
Yeah.
When I called the Broncos, when I was doing that, I would say Mike. I mean, he wasn't the biggest guy in the world.
There's not another coach that isn't. Well, I take that back. That day that who was our guy that went to Michigan? Mel Tucker, when he came out all frothing hot in the halftime in Nebraska, that kind of freaked me out. But
he wasn't
there's
a
not
little
another
guy, though, was he?
No,
he was a
mean,
big dude.
Dude, the intense. I've never seen a coach. Do you need me? No.
Coach, we're good.
I do, but I don't.
By the way, real quickly, the answer to that question, who is the smallest person I'm afraid of? My 7-year-old daughter. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're rolling with you here on a Wednesday afternoon. We're going to talk to Connor McGahey. We're going to check in with the Avalanche. My goodness, some of the things that were said today by the Avalanche. Oh, man. Don't make plans for June, folks. You're going to be watching the Stanley Cup Finals. I'd like to believe. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, let's talk about, well, how have you been feeling when it comes to the romantic side of life? You know what? We're hitting fall. Now's the time to maybe find that special someone before the holiday season is upon us. But if you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, you may not be seeking out a new relationship. You may be struggling with the one that you're in right now. You may be trying to turn down situations where you'd find yourself in a romantic situation. Don't do that simply because of erectile dysfunction. Go ahead and talk to the guys over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let them help you. Let them get get that old feeling back for you. Enjoy life to the fullest again. The first time that this probably happened where you failed to perform in the bedroom, maybe just laughed it off. You've been laughing it off for too long. Get in there. Don't put this off any longer because they've got treatments that work when pills and herbals fail and treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some will even have you lasting an hour or more. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. They know what's going on. You need to go talk with them. Schedule a consult today. It's $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll get a T and a PSA test. And if you're medically advised, you'll take a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, the visit's free, so there's no risk to you. They have an expert staff. And if you're like a lot of men, you could be back to feeling your old self the day after the appointment. 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, including up north in Fort Collins, also in the Springs. And there's a great location in Castle Rock under some new management there. It's revamped. Go and check it out today. Call them 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Since 2022, we had a lot of players leaving in the offseason. Some years, like last year, starting the year with significant injuries to a bunch of guys in our top 6 and key players. And I was looking at some of the rosters that we started the season with last year compared to what we have going into this year. We're relatively healthy. We do have a handful of injuries that will hamper some guys in camp, but probably the deepest team we've had since 2022 to start the season. Some of the key players that came in and helped us post-deadline last year and in the playoffs, Brock Nelson, we had Burns this year. Those signings were done relatively early. Kelly re-signed, Manson re-signed. So we feel like we're a deep team right now and starting healthier than we have in the past few years. So guys are all excited about it.
Oh, that's what we like to hear. Preseason opens Sunday against the Utah. Joining us right now.
What a crap name.
To just talk about what's going on. With those Avalanche, it's our pal, the voice of the Avs. You hear him right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, the great Connor McGahey. What's up, Connor?
It is not a good name, and their fan base hates me because I keep calling them out on that, and that's fine. I will die on that hill because, there are a billion other names you could have named your team, but you decided to just hijack next door. So I'll call them out. I'll keep doing it. I got no problem with that.
Connor, and by the way, the voice of the Avalanche should be hated by the Utah fans. So you're doing it right. That's very well done.
I sure would hope so. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yes. Well done, sir. Connor, what Jared Bednar said right there, and coming into the season with these guys, how important is it to go through a whole camp with Natchez, with Brock Nelson, with Jack Drury, all these guys that kind of jumped in midstream last year? How important is it now to go through this process to really see what this team can be maximizing those new talents?
Yeah, I think it's paramount, Nate, because, last year, even, with Jack Drury and Marty Natchez, that trade happening halfway through the season, I mean, that's still – completely uprooting your life, and you're probably numb for the rest of the season and into playoffs because you're relocating, you're just sort of playing by instinct, which always isn't the worst thing in the world. But I think now that everybody is settled, and honestly, being around the team, media day today at the Charity Golf Classic on Monday, as the kids say, I heard the kids say this. This is not something that I say, but the vibes are immaculate, apparently.
Are you not a vibes guy? You're a vibes guy, whether you know it or not there, Connor.
Well, can you imagine me, an 86-year-old man, saying the word vibes in any sort of fashion? No, I don't.
Well, when you get into your George Washington powdered wig mode, no, but I've been around you at other times where you're a pretty good time, so yes.
Connor, I also would like you to know that the moment that you said that out loud, I made eye contact with Mark Springer. That drop will be saved, and it will be played over and over and over again.
Drop of the year candidate, son.
The vibes are immaculate. Connor McGahey has already won a drop of the year. In fact, I believe, is he the defending champion? He is.
Yeah.
Still the defending champ.
We've got a hell of a one from Dempsey that I'm sure, because I know Connor's a P1. Dempsey throwing up for everybody is probably the leader in the clubhouse now.
Yeah,
but we'll see.
Oh, yeah, that's up there for sure.
But Connor has entered the conversation.
Oh, yeah, you're in there.
Yeah, this is a guy that he did not give us a disappointing second act after a championship.
Well, and on top of it, he hasn't even hit hockey season. God knows what we'll get before we get to New Year's. Anyway, please. The vibes are high there, Connor.
My answer to the camp question. What's that?
The vibes are high, you were saying.
Yeah, the vibes are immaculate. I just feel like the team is already cohesed, if that's a word. It is now. The team is cohesed.
Cohesed in Cambria, they write a pretty good record.
Exactly. Hey, welcome home, Andy. Welcome home. I just think that, Landy had the team building thing with all the Avs better halves at his house the other day, if you saw that on Instagram, and something like that goes a long way. I just feel like this team is gelling already. That will continue through camp and through the preseason. And, to what I said to you guys, a month ago, Jared Bednar sort of echoed today. He said, I get the similar feeling that we have now after 2021 when Vegas beat us in 6 games, and that was the fuel that propelled 2022. I'm not guaranteeing a Stanley Cup in 2026, mainly because the Central Division is just awful. But it feels very similar that you needed, a punch in the mouth like that, like the loss to Dallas, to propel you the season after, especially with a team that frankly should be winning.
All right, what makes them one of their deeper teams in the last few years? Because I guess for the uneducated yet on what the roster is going to look like, I guess I wouldn't have expected that to be tossed around today, but it was mentioned. So what makes them deeper, would you say?
Well, it's the blue line for sure. Brent Burns as a third D pairing defenseman, that's pretty darn good. A guy who's been obviously a top pair for a long time, top 4D in the National Hockey League. And, we joke that, we've spent so many years hating Brent Burns on the Minnesota Wild and the San Jose Sharks. But I met him on Monday, and it's immediately liked by everybody. He's been around. He's been at every skate. And so his abilities, deep in the Avs blue line. And then the second that they signed Victor Olofsson, that's when the Avalanche really got deep up front, because you really needed one more forward with NHL experience, a guy who can shoot the puck, whose defensive metrics were the best they've been in his career. And that's what happens when you leave Buffalo, is you start to play real hockey, which is a nice change of pace for a lot of players, and that happened to Olofsson last year in Vegas. So him being in the bottom 6 really is what makes this team pretty deep. And once you get Logan O'Connor back, it seems that he's ahead of schedule. That surely helps Colorado. And I think that they're just looking for someone to play third-line center. And Chris McFarland said, a couple months ago, he said, we're going to view this as a top 6 and a bottom 6 situation. So Jared Bednar will try wingers there. He'll see if Jack Drury's the fit there. But it's hard to break up that Parker Kelly, Jack Drury, Logan O'Connor line from last year that was so effective. So we'll see what other changes are coming. But as it's set up now, it's still, it's still a roster that can dominate on a nightly basis.
We're talking to the voice of the Avalanche, Connor McGahey. He joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Connor, speaking of the immaculate vibes that are going on over there, you got the captain answering reporters' phones. We got fun stuff going on all over the place. I'm not going to ask you for a medical diagnosis because you don't have a good answer to that question. But what does it say about sort of the way that Gabe is carrying himself around the team right now as maybe an indicator that this guy is ready to be back to being number 92?
Yeah, no, and that's part of the reason that he waited as long as he did, because he didn't want to come back and be Gabe Landeskog light. He wanted to be, he wanted to be the Diesel. We're not going out to the Stadium Inn and ordering a Key Light. We're ordering a Bud Diesel, and that's what we want Gabe Landeskog to be, is the Gabe Landeskog that we're used to. And I think that's why he waited. And he really, frankly, was the Avalanche's best player when he came back in Game 3 last year. So now that you have a regular summer for the first time in forever, Q frozen, for Gabe Landeskog, that will do nothing but help him. I mean, he's ready, and he said today, he said, I didn't come back to be part of a team. That's not why you put in all that work, just to come back and say, yeah, that I did it. Good for me. I'll take my trophy and my Capri Sun. I came back to win more Stanley Cups. And that sort of leadership is contagious. And, you can lead from the outside, but not effectively.
Yeah.
So now that he's on the inside, he's at the middle. It completely changes the dynamic of this team, having your captain actually be in a position to be a captain.
Connor McGahey, everybody. The Avalanche open up the preseason on Sunday against Utah, and then we're going, man. This thing is rolling, and the Avalanche will open up the regular season Tuesday, October 7th, on the road at Los Angeles. By the way, Bud Diesel. I always went Bud Heavy. I had never heard Bud Diesel before.
Bud Diesel, where do you get that?
I got to use that one now. That's strong, Connor.
So, Nate, you'll appreciate this. My college roommate was from Chicago. He was from Oak Park, and they called it apparently with their illegal drinking in high school, which you should not do, but apparently that was the thing. They called it Bud Diesel, apparently. So that's to my knowledge, that was a Chicagoland thing that apparently is news to you as well.
Yeah, that must be some South Suburbs stuff. Up in the Northwest suburbs, we called it Bud Heavy.
They were living hard there, all right? I don't know what this Cherry Creek Bud Diesel is you speak of, but
yeah, right. But we called it Bud Heavy in the out in the tough lands.
That's right, out in the boonies.
What are you going to do in 2 months when Bud Diesel pops out and it's coffee and Bud? Huh? You going to get a little piece of that action?
Yeah, I'm going to have to now. I've committed myself, unfortunately.
Maybe that's just something you can make on your own. It's the Dan Campbell Americano mixed with a good full-strength Budweiser.
Is the Bud Diesel the court gesture of beers?
It's the ultimate hair of the dog, right? You get some Bud Heavy in there with a cup of coffee.
Not sidecar, side on. That's right. Connor McGahee, everyone. Connor, excellent work as always, buddy. Thank you.
Hey, good to talk to you, boys. Adios.
Let's do this thing, man. Yep, Sunday preseason opens up. Brock Nelson, again, it's...
How about Zach Parisi? Did you see the note from DNVR?
What's that?
Zach Parisi, along with Devontae's, were huge in getting Brock to decide he would actually stay here.
Good. All right, well done.
Why not take one more little peek at Parisi? Like a bottom line player.
How old is he now?
He's really old.
Yeah.
His head fell off. No.
But Natchez, Nelson, Drury, okay, now we're ingrained in this whole thing. And again, I don't think it is any small thing that Gabe Landeskog is back and doing his thing. And like Connor said, you cannot lead from the outside. You got to be in the room. And oh, by the way, you think about it, Andy, like those dog days, December, January, we're on the road. We got to do this thing again. And it's like, if Gabe Landeskog is getting up and doing it, you pretty much have to follow, fellas.
If Gabe Landeskog can bring a joy back to this process, they desperately need it.
Well said.
Because Nate was still up there stone-faced looking serious, because that's Nate. I'm not asking Nate to change. He's the greatest player in the world, or one of them. I would say greatest, but whatever. Point is, I think they need some fun back in the room, and I think Landy looks like he's ready to bring that.
Yep. And Connor McGahee is ready to bring it. You'll, of course, listen to the Avalanche all season long right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, I got a Broncos injury report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. The updates from Bronco Land are kind of weird today. So, according to, and this is a tweet from Parker Gabriel, Denver Post, friend of the show, Dre Greenlaw quad side field. So, he will have the limited designation when we get an injury report today.
Does that feel like a good start to getting into play against the toughest run team you've faced so far?
No, it really doesn't.
Yeah, not psyched.
No sign. Oh, I think the Colts are the toughest run team they've faced so far.
All right, you may prove to be true because Jim Harbaugh, apparently, he's got a little of the old, he does truly love Justin Herbert. Let him throw it.
Omari and Hampton hasn't looked great yet either.
Not great, but again, I think this is a physical team that could do a little. I would not be shocked after talking to Chad Brown yesterday and him with his defensive eye noticing some shortfalls on that D-line. He thought they got pushed around a little bit. I wouldn't be shocked if the Chargers try to exploit that.
Parker writes, no sign of Evan Engram, who has dealt with a calf. Uh-oh. And Nate Atkins is back in action.
Yeah, Nate will be
another tight end to get more targets than Evan Engram.
Yeah, and some fullback activity.
Another tight end too.
What you going to do if Nate ends up being the Joker?
Nate Atkins is the Joker.
Nate Atkins, Joker.
The Joker nobody saw coming or asked for.
Yeah.
Nate Atkins.
Sometimes you don't get the hero you want. You get the hero you need.
Like, okay, Andy, based on Sean's definition of the thing, the Joker so far has been Tyler Bidet.
Okay.
He's the Joker. Again, I didn't have him on the list.
Yeah, that produced one 15-yard run, and other than that, it's been a whole lot of
Yeah, it's limited amount of catches on a limited amount of targets as of right now. The vibes are not immaculate with the Jokers currently in the Broncos offense.
I'd say
we need a Joker.
Okay, I thought you signed one.
I guess not.
Well, he's got to get.
He's got a calf.
What's the injury thing now?
He's got a calf.
Oh, I hope he's got two of them. We got a real problem. You tired of the Mr. Literal today? Yeah.
I'm not about to overlook cohesion in Cambria, which was very strong.
Yeah.
I have to say. I tell you what. Okay.
They just played Red Rocks, you know.
In honor of cohesion in Cambria, it's Prog Rock Wednesday
now,
the rest
hold
of the
on.
day.
Okay.
Nothing but progressive rock bumps today.
I'll deal with that. But you know what I was going to do? I forgot. Did you realize LA Guns is coming to Ball Arena?
Who?
We may have to. LA Guns.
I'm not familiar.
Yeah, well, you don't need to be. Okay. they're a Mark Moser classic 80s hair metal band.
Okay.
Yeah, the Ballad of Jane. What a shame. What happened to Jane? You didn't even know Jane.
Blank stare.
Anywho, tomorrow maybe we'll honor the great Mark Moser with a little more hair metal again. But today it's Prog Rock Wednesday.
It's Prog Rock Wednesday
That's right.
today. Yeah, you want some King Crimson in your life? We got it.
Hey, do you know Slaughter? Huh?
I don't.
Yeah. You don't know Slaughter?
I don't.
Do you know Warrant?
Cherry
They're
Pie.
all the same damn band. Okay?
Well, that's it's a part of why I don't
That's
know.
what LA Guns is.
Because it's, to me, 80s rock requires effort.
Sure. And you didn't want to give any.
I didn't like the music to begin with, so I wasn't going to put in any effort into
well,
it.
DMac can tell you all about it because that's all he played. All right, seriously.
I'm sure he can.
Seriously. Are we going to have to regrade this Broncos free agent class at some point?
Slow start.
I mean, 2 of the 3 right now.
I will tell you the one.
Hufanga's doing pretty dang good.
He's in the conversation. So far, Benito is head and shoulders above everybody.
Sure.
For the way that everyone has played so far on this defense. I have no problem saying that Talanoa Hufanga has been the second best player on the Denver defense so far.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
Based on 2 games, yes. Now it's early, but it's all we got to talk about.
It's all we have.
So guess what? We're talking about
we have actual evidence and a sample size directly in front of us.
Triggered my age group because all I'm getting is texts of bands I could throw in here. So
I just white whatever. There's a lot of bands
There's a lot of white bands. There's a lot of animal bands.
There's great bands.
Sure, everything was great.
There's a great white, in fact.
And
there was a white snake.
White lion.
Was there a white lion?
Yeah. Mommy's fallen angel. No, that might have been poison. There's some poison. The whole deal. We're going to get in trouble. Go to break. Let's reset this sucker.
Kreckman and Lindahl rolling with you here Wednesday afternoon. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
These guys are phenomenal live. We're so tickling the line today. Sorry. Trying not to.
So,
but these guys are a must-see show.
Some good stuff here from Mike Sando today in The Athletic, talking about this Chargers offense. So far, Andy, this is more Don Coryell than ground and pound Michigan kind of football.
Are you shocked? Is it just because maybe... Look, you and I weren't all hyped on them drafting Omari and Hampton to begin with, and let's be honest, we had enough people telling us they weren't going to do it anyway, so we never really bought it, right? Although, wasn't that the pick that Sean Payton's own daughter put in her mock draft?
She did.
I've always wanted to ask him, but I don't know Coach well enough, but I kind of want to go, did you not guide your daughter away at least from the wrong guy?
Did you lead her astray?
What happened there?
It's also, here's the other thing that I will say is also possible. That the fall of Jahdae Barron, because of where George Payton had him rated, might have just changed the plan.
Sure.
I think the Broncos didn't see a world in which Barron was going to be available because he was as highly rated a corner as there was on the board. The Broncos said they had him 10th, and he was still available to him at 20. That was what they picked? Yeah, 20. He was still available there, and it might have just blown up the plan.
Well,
the board didn't fall the way they thought it was going to.
Didn't Jeff seem to suggest to us they were more on Travion Henderson anyway?
Yeah.
Hoping he would get to their pick in the second round. That might have changed things in the second round.
Which, again, another kicker that's looked kind of okay so far. Or another rookie that has looked kind of okay so far running the football. Ashton Genty doesn't look amazing yet. But it's early. He just doesn't look amazing. And it's really easy at this time of year to look at it and say, okay, it's very early on in a guy's career, and the Raiders are still, personnel-wise, a little bit of a mess and trying to figure out what they are. And you got Geno, who's always looking downfield and trying to make big-time plays. But, I haven't seen a lot of phenomenal individual effort out of Genty so far. And it does beg the question, should you be taking it back at number 6? It's the age-old, does the value match right there? Is it so above what you would get taking a guy in the second round anyway?
But here's how I feel about it. Not everybody gets to be Saquon Barkley, okay?
Right.
Who came in and just had to feel right away.
But then he had a bunch of injuries,
right?
And now he's back. But
listen, all I'm saying is let's not chuck things on Ashton Genty just yet. He's got to get a rhythm with his offensive line. Let's be honest, he probably needs an upgraded offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
Compared to what they've been. I think we're seeing it with R.J. Harvey. It's just a feel thing. These guys go through the first month and a half of their NFL season being robots because they know what the coach is yelling at them.
Yeah.
And then sooner or later, they remember it happened with Clinton Portis. I remember it happening with Clinton Portis. Clinton Portis, it was like I'd have to go back and look. I don't want to give you a specific, but it just was like some point in his rookie year, bang, all of a sudden, he's running like the guy you saw at Miami, not the guy that's trying to do the play exactly how it's drawn up. I think it'll come around, and I think R.J. Harvey will fall into that too. Frankly, I really do like J.K. Dobbins. I don't know how you feel about him.
No, he's had a good start.
I hope this is the J.K. Dobbins revenge game, quite honestly.
He's a good back. It's also there's a pattern with J.K. Dobbins. Now,
sure,
he could break the pattern. He could be healthy for 17 this year.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah, I will tell you this. I don't like the chances of that happening with him getting 14 carries and then R.J. Harvey only getting 5. And not that Harvey was carrying the ball all that well, but again, it's like Sean had talked about. He wants more of a 50-50 split. You do have to try and preserve these guys.
All right. I want to get to these numbers from Sando, but seriously, dude, that's not enough carries, period. 25 to 30 carries minimum. Come on. Am I wrong in saying that?
I'd call you greedy.
Why greedy?
Well, 24 carries for the game. 3 of them were by Nix. One of them was the Troy Franklin jet sweep, which was good. Well, the reason why I say greedy is because I know who the head coach of the Broncos is. And I know who the play caller is of the Denver Broncos.
Listen, we've spent so much time talking about the identity of the Buffs because Deion said something, and so he brought it on himself. But
yeah,
I mean, does Sean really want the identity of this thing to just be short passes? Is that just what it's going to be?
Well, it's going to be this week because that's just what the Chargers do to you. I heard like Jesse Minter's defense is, and this is the way that they played last year. They'll give you the underneath stuff. They're going to rally to the ball. They're going to tackle, and they're not going to give you anything deep. I heard a great breakdown, and Dominique Foxworth was talking about this on Mina Kimes' podcast, and he was talking about the kind of the quarters coverage, the cover 4 coverage that the Chargers play. And what he said was it's not traditional cover 4, the reason being Derwin James is so damn smart. And essentially Derwin James pre-snap run pass recognition is so elite that you might look up before you snap the ball and you're like, well, I only got 5 in the box. Like we can run the ball right here. But Derwin James is going to know what you're doing. And he and the other safety will sneak up, and suddenly, boom, ball is snapped. It's a crowded box. And again, like if his ability to be able to recognize what you're doing in terms of either drop back or play action passing is just so damn good. Now you drop back to pass and you look up and, hey, it's traditional quarters, and there's bodies everywhere staring at the quarterback and keeping everything directly in front of them. That's what Jesse Minter's defense is designed to do, but it works so well because he's got elite safety play. And so this is one of those weeks where the Broncos are really going to have to be very efficient when it comes to getting the ball out, getting upfield. And you know what? Like 6 yards on first down, that's a good play. That's going to be a good play for the Broncos this week. Stay ahead of schedule and keep this whole thing going, because if you find yourself in 3rd and longs against a defense like that, it's just so damn hard to convert. So the Broncos have to really mind their P's and Q's. The thing that I took out of that Raider game, Andy, seriously, and I was talking about it yesterday, was like, yeah, Herbert's a very good quarterback, but like the Chargers defense to me right now is the thing. They really impressed me against the Raiders. I think that to me is the matchup in this game this week. I think those dudes are good. Broncos are going to have to move the ball, and they're going to have to find the points where they can get them, and I don't know, not doink 42-yard field goals.
So funny because, and I'm not picking on you for the use of the word because there's nothing else you can use right now, but you talk about being impressed against the Raiders. I don't know if I know. The only thing I think I know about this NFL season right now, because I feel like September has just become more weird than it's ever been.
Sure.
Because nobody plays in the preseason and all that other stuff. But are the Raiders good? I'm not sure.
Well,
maybe they're not going to be as improved as I thought.
No. I know what you're saying here. And I also think with the Raiders right now, like with Bowers banged up, their receivers aren't good enough.
Yeah, Jacoby Meyer is not.
He's fine.
He's fine.
But he's good when he has Brock Bowers out there for a defense to be able to focus on. I guess I say that because I know what Geno Smith is, and that stat we rattled off yesterday about the 0 for 10 on passes 15 yards downfield, like that's pretty stunning stuff because Geno hits those passes a lot of the time. That was what really surprised me about what the Chargers did to those guys was they did that to Geno. And I think some of that is a little bit independent of who his receivers were out there.
Oh, they're not.
Because he carved up the Patriots the week before that.
Let's save your numbers because it's getting short. Right now, if I gave you 2 minutes to tell me what you think you know about the NFL season, because I can tell you this, I believe the Packers are a really dang good team.
Yeah.
Trade Micah Parsons, I don't think is going to be a good idea for the Dallas Cowboys.
Yep.
But beyond that, like, are you even sure Buffalo or Baltimore? You sure who's better right now? I know they played each other week 1. But Baltimore's getting the better of it. Now, did they just Baltimore it the way they tend to do these recent couple years?
They also had control of that game in a 15-point lead with under 4 minutes to play, and they somehow lost it.
But like you said, we do know it's those two, and it feels like everybody else in the AFC is just trying to figure their stuff out right now.
Yeah.
Including the Chiefs.
I was going to say, I know the Chiefs are frauds.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. By the way.
Do you know who the worst team in the league is? Are you convinced it's New Orleans? Or are we going to get a couple more candidates before this is done?
I would say the Miami Dolphins would like a word.
And you know what? They're going to get it.
Yes.
They're next in the lobby.
Yeah.
The doc is with the Saints right now, but you're coming real soon.
Carolina looks messier than I thought they were going to be.
What? Well,
and I know they got back in that game last week, but they don't look like they've got it. Right now, I think that team's going to be challenging for a very high draft pick.
Okay,
right
after
now.
2 weeks, is Baker Mayfield a true MVP candidate? As Kyle Brandt lay out preseason?
He's really good. Well, And here's one of the reasons why I tell you he will stay in that conversation all year long. Because his offensive line is awesome. Their run game is really good. Like Tampa can straight up run the ball. Straight up, they can run the ball.
And he has good receivers.
And he has good receivers. And Godwin's not even playing right now.
Because Emeka Egbuka makes that not necessary.
Exactly. So, like, I think the Bucs... Tampa Bay right now, in the NFC, I'm going to tell you, Philadelphia and Green Bay are the two best teams in the NFC, and after that, you'll have a hard time convincing me that Tampa Bay is not number 3.
Okay.
That's where I'm at on that team right now. I think they're that good. That team can go to the Super Bowl.
Vikings make a mistake with McCarthy as far as committing to him as the starter this quick?
Very early. It's
very early, but man, the guy's had 7 bad quarters and 1 good one. And now he's hurt.
You are not wrong.
Are you excited for Carson Wentz back in your life?
I think they're going to be better with Carson Wentz than they would be with J.J. McCarthy.
I'm not surprised, but
yeah, it's early. Also, maybe along those lines, you asked the question before about who are the worst teams in the NFL. I think the Chicago Bears need a little bit of a mention right now.
How about Ben Johnson?
Maybe losing to Minnesota isn't going to be such a good look for those guys.
How about Ben Johnson saying we don't even know how to practice right now?
Ooh.
Should he be that honest? I mean, bro, you're the one running it. At least Vance Joseph was telling us they had good practices.
I will say this. Like, right now, he knows his guys aren't Louis.
Sure.
He knows it right now.
I get it, yeah.
And I don't think he's I think he's trying to set a standard for the guys that in his world, if they're ready to win in a couple of years, I think he's trying to set the stage for the guys that are still going to be around.
All right, then I'm just going to tell you real quick, you better be careful because you're getting some Josh McDaniel vibes going. That's all I'm going to say.
It's not helping
offensive genius you ain't with the Patriots anymore.
It's not helping him right now. That's for darn sure. Kreckman and Lindahl. We'll take a break when we come back. I got the concerno-meter, Andy. I got 3 Broncos. We're gonna grade them on the worry scale. Here, 2 games into the season. We'll do that next. Andy, it's time to scale the concern.
Do we have sound effects for this?
We'll see what Mark Sprague can come up with.
Did you not ask him for that?
Little live bebopping and scatting all over the place. No, I don't know if this is a regular bit yet. Maybe it will be.
Well, this year we may have to. Let's hope we're not doing it here in about a month.
We by the way, if anybody missed
the
5:45 segment yesterday, there is the potential for a new K&L bit, but it will all be determined by the outcome of Sunday night's Chiefs-Giants game.
Do we give it a dry run Friday? Just so people know what they're getting. Spring, you know what? You did such phenomenal work. Why don't we let people that miss, because it was so late in the show.
If anybody missed this, we know the audience turns over. We did it at 5:45 yesterday, but I guess we'll clue in the 4 o'clock audience to this. So Sunday night.
Tell your friends at 3.
A
lot of you people get home a lot earlier than you used to.
Tell the hour oneers that are already at home. Let them know. So Chiefs-Giants Sunday night at MetLife. Okay, Kansas City's 0-2. Russell Wilson just got done throwing for 450 and still losing to the Cowboys the other day. And so here is the plan. This is plan. The offer that we are laying out here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. And I would say it's a rather generous offer.
We should we need to get Jake Heaps.
Uh-huh.
Coach of
Oh yeah. That's your buddy.
Legend over there.
Your dude.
Because he knows Russ.
He does.
And just say, look, Russ, here's the deal. If you want to pay the ultimate revenge on a punk show in Denver.
Bunch of jerks
to you.
Yeah.
You're going to go win this game. Because then, if you win this game against the Chiefs and send them to 0-3 hell,
yeah.
Here's what Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl have to do.
This is what we're going to do every single week for the rest of the year. This is how seriously we're taking it. We'll
football
do this,
season or the calendar year?
Football season. Yeah, football season. We'll take it into January. Don't worry, they're not making the playoffs. But
you better get this out now, pal.
This is the offer.
Yeah.
If Russ and the Giants beat the Chiefs on Sunday night.
It's time to say something nice about Russell Wilson.
Wow. Come on, y'all. Russell Wilson. Holy. Very exciting.
Broncos country, let's ride. Broncos country, let's ride.
His name's Mr. Unlimited. Yeah, you gotta be unlimited. You gotta have a thought process of being unlimited.
I was doing high knees and working on my legs and everything else and make sure I'm ready to rock.
Be careful though. It's spicy.
You ever done anything dangerous? Ooh, jeez, that is dangerous.
Yeah. So if Russ can plummet the Chiefs into the 0-3 depths of the NFL standings, we have to say something nice once a week. About Russell Wilson.
We're going to say something nice.
And if Spring wants to, he can punish us with Russell Wilson quotes before we do it from his Wednesday pressers.
By the way, only 11% of teams that have started 0-2 in the Super Bowl era have ever made the playoffs.
Yeah, but the Super Bowl era doesn't account for 17 games. How are those?
It actually does. That's also in the Super Bowl era.
No, I get that. But okay, how many teams have the numbers skewed at all going to the 17th game is what I'd be curious about.
It's a good question.
Because you know why I'm dialed into this? Because I remember everybody having the panic attack about the famous Emmitt Smith holdout, and the Cowboys went 0-2, and then he came back, and they were just fine. Now, I don't think it's going to happen.
The Cowboys are one of the exceptions to the rule.
Well,
they won the Super Bowl that year.
Fair enough. I just listen. I don't think Hot Rod Racer returning is going to help them necessarily get back to being good.
Emmitt Smith ain't walking through that door.
Sure.
Okay. By the way, speaking of Rashee Rice, did you see? So the other day on Sunday, before the Chiefs played the Eagles, Travis Kelce and several other teammates were wearing T-shirts in honor of Rashee Rice that said free four. Free four. Okay? With pics of Rashee Rice all over the place, who was serving the second of a 6-game suspension. Well, now, the attorney of one of the Rashee Rice crash victims, he's got some pointed words. Okay, Mark Lenehan, a lawyer representing Catherine Kuykendall, ripped Kelsey and teammate Tyquan Thornton for wearing shirts in support of a player whose actions hurt other people, and noted that Rashee Rice has not paid any of a $1.1 million settlement owed to his client, according to a statement given to TMZ. Here's the quote, okay? He said, "I respect that Kelsey and Thornton support their teammate, but the gym teacher needs to talk with the history teacher."
You remember Taylor Swift called her fiance the gym teacher. She was the English teacher.
Rashee Rice isn't Nelson Mandela or Pepe Mujica, men who fought for what they believed in. There is evidence that Rashee was going 119 miles an hour in a $1,749 per day Lambo rental that had pot and a pistol in it on a highway on Easter weekend. Free Rashee? He already thinks he's getting away scot-free. He's not paid a single cent of his $1.1 million judgment he already owes our client, who is living anything but pain-free. He went on to add, "I get that Banks would seem Rashee as a bad risk, but Kelsey loves him like a brother, and I respect that. Kelsey could make that loan and not worry too much about how soon it gets repaid," talking about the $1.1 million owed to his client.
Everybody said on Twitter the minute they saw those shirts, it was a bad look.
Bad look. Yeah, if you just wanted to say, hey, we can't wait till our teammate is back, that's all you got to do. Free Rashee, though, well, that hints that you may think he's innocent, which we should add he did plead guilty.
Yeah. Because there was a lot of video evidence.
Yeah. As this guy endangered the public. Not a good look. Okay? And it's not as though this guy got suspended because he, took a supplement and there was something in there that he wasn't expecting. No, this guy was driving like a nut and putting the public at harm, and shocker, he hurt people. This is again, this team is a freaking mess right now, Andy. I'm telling you, this Chiefs thing is going bad, and I don't think Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid have a good answer for what's happening right now. Their pass game is a mess. You got Travis Kelsey volleyballing the thing over to the Philadelphia Eagles. They can't run the ball to save their life.
It'll be an interesting game against the Giants.
Russ can get these guys. That's all I'm saying.
And then he's going to get us.
I'm going to hate that bit after like a week. I'm going to hate it so much.
Is spring included? Do we just rotate through the three?
We'll I tell you what, we're going to have to find 16 weeks worth of nice things to say about Russell Wilson. It's going to require group collaboration.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to have to pitch in on this one.
Everyone gets their turn.
Some weeks we're going to be looking at each other just like,
We have to bring it into crosstalk. Hey, Scotty, say something nice.
Cortland Sutton, Andy. Concern-o-meter. Cortland Sutton. A catch for 6 yards on 4 targets last week. Now, he did drop a couple of penalties. That's certainly good to see. But Cortland Sutton is currently on pace for 60 catches and 570 yards.
Give me the range of this concern-o-meter. What are the numbers on it? Is it like a thermometer? I'm imagining kind of a thermometer, if you will, as the meter goes up and down.
1 to 5, like a Yelp rating.
I'll hang around 2 right now.
Okay.
Because here's the thing. He had a good first week, and Bo probably targeted him too much, so there's no surprise to me the reaction by the Colts was, all right, you don't get him anymore.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, my concern is if you can't find a way to bust him free after 3-4, because I'm sure he's going to get a lot of attention from the Chargers too. Now, Chargers are going to have to take note that Troy Franklin made him pay, I guess, for the attention on Cortland Sutton.
Sure.
But right now, I just think he's getting a lot of heavy coverage because that's what I've been told by people with eyes on the full game, not just the...
He's being bracketed, and I think what is absolutely critical here is that Troy Franklin has to keep doing this.
Or somebody.
Because Evan Engram is not doing it, and he did not practice today because of a calf. So let's have legitimate concern about Evan Engram, but we were looking at him going, okay, this is a 1-1A kind of situation coming into the year, and Engram's the Joker, and we're all enamored with this guy, and this guy can be what he was a couple of years ago in Jacksonville when he had 114 catches. Okay, cool. Let's do this whole thing. Well, it hasn't panned out so far, and as you saw on Sunday, Troy Franklin stepped up and had an excellent game, but Marvin Mims is...
It can't be one play and then we don't see you the rest of the game.
Well said.
He had a great touchdown, and Bo threw a heck of a pass on that.
Beautiful. Let's get...
We got to have a little more of it.
Get the ball in his hands a little bit more. Thus far, the backs aren't killing anybody in the passing game. Like, at the moment, the receiving options aren't awesome. Like, Cortland Sutton is just going to have to live with the fact of, like, guys are going to be hanging all over him. Now, again... Got a couple of penalties the other day, kept some drives going by drawing those flags. That's good. That's outstanding. But at least here in the early going, I mean, the guy's got 67 yards receiving through 2 games.
Yeah. Could you imagine a world where we get both Mims and Franklin to both have a game?
That'd be cool.
How sweet would that be?
That'd be good.
That'd be pretty good.
Yeah, we'll take
I'd
that.
one of those.
Yes.
That probably would free up Sutton a little bit.
Nick Kosmider has just wrapped up a day out at Dove Valley. He is going to give us the latest from practice, from Sean Peyton, from the Dre Greenlaw and Evan Engram respective situations, and getting you set for the Broncos and the Chargers ahead on Sunday. AFC West opener for Denver. Nick Kosmider of The Athletic informs, educates, and entertains you with Bronco Talk next. Nate Kreckman here to tell you all about my friends over at Roller Auction. We have got one more day. In fact, we have until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. on Roller Auction's tanning beds, fitness equipment, hydro massage, and more auction. That's right. Go to roller.bid right now and check out this auction. It's open until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Tanning beds, hydro massage, water massage beds, exercise equipment, and so much more. Just under 17 hours remain in this auction. You can go to roller.bid right now and get to bidding on this. There's some fantastic equipment that is available. I'm looking at these treadmills right now. They were available for less than $400. Get yourself in shape. And by the way, keep your wallet in shape while doing the same and pick up one of these treadmills that is available for less than $400. Go to roller.bid right now and make sure you sign up to bid and sign up for the email list at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude. You can win tickets. We're giving away Avalanche tickets right now. Sign up. One lucky listener is going to win just for signing up at roller.bid/altitude. Prog Rock Wednesday. Nobody planned for it. It just happened. Broncos Injury Report powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. 3 DNPs out there today, Andy. Evan Engram, Dre Greenlaw. Technically, they're calling him a DNP, even though he was working on the side. Justin Sternad was also a DNP. So that's not great. Really testing the depth out there at linebacker right now. Nick Bonito, Alex Singleton, Nate Atkins, all full participants. Talanoa Hufanga was limited with a chest. Nick Kosmiter, he also has a chest. He joins us right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. He joins us on the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, visit ramoslaw.com. Hi, Nick. How you doing?
I'm great, Nate. I always love your anatomy-based segues.
That's I see what I can do right there. Evan Engram not practicing today. Still no Dre Greenlaw. What's going on with Sternad? Give us the breakdown of what we know here on a Wednesday, Nick.
Yeah, I think obviously Dre Greenlaw going into today was going to be one that we probably expected him to, at the very least be limited again, right? Because that was his distinction on Friday. But this kind of follows a pattern where it's been something of an up and down in terms of his recovery. Like there's times where Sean Peyton has had a lot of optimism, about the progress that he's making and saying, we're getting close. And then you've had a couple times along the way where there's, just based on the status reports that we're getting, there is, you can only view as a step back. And I thought, Sean Payton used the word nebulous when he was describing, kind of the way that this recovery has been relative to his injury. Didn't dig into
Wait, hold on, Nick. Hold on.
He just did it to you, pal.
Wow, dude. Did you have listened to so much Sean Payton this year that you just dropped a relative to and you didn't even realize you did it?
No, that was part of the quote.
Oh, you were literally quoting him.
I was literally quoting him. Yeah.
I thought you were paraphrasing and you were just using it anyway.
No, nebulous relative to the injury. I'm not changing my vocabulary here. This is a quote.
You're not dropping relative twos in your sleep?
Maybe in my sleep I am. That's probably a fair thing. But so again, we've just seen this kind of like, vacillation with Dre Greenlaw. And so just something we continue to monitor. He didn't have any more details outside of that. With Evan Engram, we knew that he was dealing with a calf injury from week 1. But this listed on the injury report as a back issue. We did not see him out there. Greenlaw was at least practicing on the side field. But I heard you guys say like limited is based on what you do. Those practice distinctions are based on what you do in the team period. And so if you're not participating in that, then you get that DMP there. So like Hufanga, for example, he's at least participating in some of the team stuff. So we would probably expect him to continue to progress throughout the week. And then, Sternad was a new one with a foot injury that popped up today as well. So that'll be worth keeping an eye on because, potentially now, two of your top 3 linebackers not practicing today at a position where, obviously they struggled quite a bit in week 2. Certainly one to keep watching.
All right, Nick, you were at the game the other day. What went wrong as far as the defense? Because again, I was just so shocked that the defense would give up as many yards as they did. And I know you got to tip your cap to Daniel Jones because he was so accurate during the game. But what went wrong that they need to fix before they face the Chargers?
Yeah, I think the thing that was kind of stunning to me was just the volume of explosive plays. We haven't seen that kind of regularity. I mean, you had the Baltimore game last year where you saw, just kind of one big play after another. But when you're talking 4 plays of 41 or more yards, like that is a lot. Those aren't splash plays; those are tidal wave plays. And for the Broncos to give those up, that's a reason why the Colts had 6 trips into the red zone. And it's just like, well, you held them 4 times, but they were in there 6. And so that's how you end up giving up only 2 touchdowns, but 5 field goals. And you look at it, and I'm not good at math, but the scoreboard does it for us, 29 points. Like those are the mistakes that I think were kind of concerning, is that you have these breakdowns for a veteran team that's been playing together for some time that are, you just can't have. And really this idea that they've been unable to, match up with running backs out of the backfield who have pass catching ability has been one kind of consistent problem for this defense, even going back to last year. Really got roasted by Jonathan Taylor on 2 separate passes where there was nobody in his zip code. Like those are just the things that you can't have happen, especially, when you're talking about these games in the AFC that are going to be close. You can't give up that many free that much free yardage. And you look back up at it, a lot of that 473 came in these 4 giant plays. Some of them, Alec Pierce just beats Riley Moss. Okay, you tip your cap. That's a one-on-one win. But to have these breakdowns where you're just, not even in the zip code because you did something wrong pre-snap, or, you guys got mixed up on their responsibilities. Like, that's the thing that you really, if you're a Broncos fan, want to see make sure it gets cleaned up, because that's not even a talent issue. That's just doing stuff that a veteran team shouldn't be doing.
Nick Kosmider of The Athletic covering the Broncos. Nick, I can't believe I'm going to ask you about this guy, but we're going to stay on the defensive side of the ball. Patrick Surtain led the Broncos with 11 tackles. He was targeted 9 times. There were 7 receptions against him, gave up 63 yards. This was a week after he pitched a shutout, essentially against Calvin Ridley and Tennessee, at least according to the next-gen stats and the coverage stats for Patrick Surtain. Is it the injury? What do we make of this? Because he's not listed on the injury report. What's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, like, I am not worried about Pat Surtain. Like, if you had to make a list of things to worry about, I think it was just probably a confluence of factors that led to him getting targeted a lot more. Sean Payton said, like, they had the ability to they did so well on first down to the Colts that they had the ability, to play kind of short second and third downs where you're kind of dictating the terms a little bit and able to kind of sit back there and read through your progressions. And, even like the one with Downs on the third down that helped get them into field goal range, like, he had to cover Downs across the field. That was about the 5th read. Usually he's covering well enough, long enough to where that you're not even getting to that read. And yet in that game on Sunday, Jones was able to get to that based on the way the protection was going and all those other kinds of things. So I think it's a testament to just how much of a machine Pat Surtain is that, a game like this, you mentioned the stats, but, there weren't any explosives there. There was no touchdowns against them. It's just like the standard that we, expect out of him is such that, like, anything short of, really dominant is kind of alarming. And that's, it's heavy as the head kind of thing. I'm just not worried about him because I think that, like, there probably was some of the ankle stuff. He wanted to say it, but there were times where coming across the field, he might have looked just half step slow. So yeah, we'll just kind of have to see, make sure that is good. But to your point, wasn't on the injury report and said he's doing good. So I would expect, kind of back to normal for him this weekend.
Nick, I guess I'll preface this by saying that I'm not terribly worried about it because we saw it last year, but I did catch one of your quotes from Sean Payton and Bo Nix about making not much out of their little sideline exchanges, although I heard there were a couple of them, not just one. But what did they say? What did you make of they both burn hot, right? Is this just something Denver fans should get used to?
Yeah, I think so. I remember when Bo came here and you're reporting profile of him and trying to get to understand some of his background more. You talk to people from, his high school days where he was, of course, coached by his dad. And it was pretty rare the game that they were not kind of going at each other on the sideline, really just kind of coming from a very competitive place. Like that's always sort of how he's been, college sort of the same way where, he just kind of burns hot during a game. But his point was kind of like, listen, like when you're in that moment and you're trying to communicate something on the sideline where, they had just stopped us essentially and their crowd's going wild. You have to, sometimes like yelling to just talk, you have to yell. But again, I think so far it's been healthy tension, but yeah, it's always like that dynamic is always going to be, something to continue to monitor. Like they hope that it is a long relationship between Sean Payton and Bo Nix for this franchise, like that they're going to be kind of that duo at the top for a long time. And, relationships have to be kind of maintained. They have to evolve and all those sorts of things. So I think it's, it'd be disingenuous just to say, hey, nothing to see here, don't worry about it. But at the same time, I think it's not going to be an uncommon occurrence just based on what we've known Bo Nix to be. And certainly Sean Payton not being afraid to try to correct those kind of things in the moment. I think when you have those two, traits from those guys, you're going to get some of that from time to time.
Nick, I thought Bo played pretty well the other day, quite honestly, by the time that thing was all said and done. But what has been a little weird through 2 weeks for this offense has just been sort of how uneven a lot of the skill guys have been so far. What's your breakdown of it right now? And is some of this just symptomatic of an offense that is still finding its way?
Yeah, I think there's some of that. Like they're far too egalitarian right now. Like you have 11 guys catching a pass in week 1. You have 10 guys catching a pass in week 2. I think it was like 9 of those guys have at least 2 catches, but no, Troy Franklin's the only one with double-digit receptions. Like, they're just in a mode right now, perhaps where like they're kind of figuring out what can stick a little bit. And, from one aspect, like Sean Payton to a degree, kind of likes to be like this, wants to be a little bit more difficult to kind of have your bases covered against his team because he's switching personnel. He's getting more guys involved, putting them in different spots. But just to use Evan Engram as an example, like I think he is somebody that if you get him going a little bit early and maybe you just kind of make that a point, I think it tends to have, a cascading effect later in the game of just kind of how involved that he is. And, that's just something I think they need to kind of like focus on a little bit. I heard you guys' discussion about Cortland Sutton. I'm not super worried there. It kind of reminded me of that game that he had in New Orleans last year where didn't have a catch and I don't think was targeted maybe once. A different kind of game, of course, right? Like they didn't need him from, basically second quarter or, third quarter on. But he will come back around. The bigger question to me is, you talked about wanting these joker profiles. Like, can you get Evan Engram involved? And look, RJ Harvey ran a really nice choice route down in the red zone, catch and run, 16 yards. Like, you need to see more of that out of him. Like, that's the other guy that's supposed to help fill that role. I just think they have not been able to, I think, find anything consistent just yet, and that needs to be kind of a priority going forward.
Yeah, it's interesting. I just pulled up the stats from last year's game. Do you realize Devon Vele was the actual leading receiver when the Chargers showed up here last year? I'm trying to figure out.
Sounds about right. It wasn't that uncommon last year.
It wasn't, but it was, and then I look at the second matchup, and Mims was the leading receiver when the Broncos lost out there. I think they're going to probably try to take these guys away. Nick, what's one thing you think this offense needs to do a little more consistently, though? I mean, they've had the one good game, I don't know what you call the first week. The first game, I guess, was just all right. Like each unit's taken its turn to have probably a game they'd rather forget. But what would you like to see the offense get more consistent against the Chargers?
I think I'd like to see them consistently not have any of these kind of like weird mental flubs. Like the interaction that we were just talking about came after a couple plays after a failed drive near midfield in which like Bo Nix was dropping back and kind of going for a fake that ended up with the running back on the wrong side. This time it was J.K. Dobbins. His sack in which he lost the ball in week 1 came with the same sort of thing. That time it was R.J. Harvey on the wrong side. Like you're having, these literal mix-ups that are leading to like broken plays. There was the other one where R.J. Harvey seemed to kind of just stop after the snap and he may have been pointing over the side to say like, that was offsides or whatever the case might be, but really Quinn Miners was just sort of pointing to the linebacker. I want to see them avoid these kind of things. Like it just seems like they get this momentum going and then there's just this real element of like tripping over your own feet that they've got to avoid. Like they again, second year in the offense for Nix and then, a handful of these guys in their third year with Sean Payton since he got here, and it's just you're seeing things that are just costing you at critical moments. Like that's the thing, even more so than any kind of schematic improvement, because I think they're doing some things well. I think that they're running the football well. They are. We talked a lot about how they didn't have any explosive runs last year. None from running backs or only one from running backs more than 21 yards. They already have 2 of those this year. Dobbins and Harvey both have given them, I think, more juice. I do think that's going to continue. to improve as they get more and more comfortable with this, the different run schemes that they're doing. But I just think, man, you cannot have these moments where you're just like giving away plays because you're not in the right spot or you're having those kind of issues.
Well, Nick, the problem with that J.K. Dobbins 23-yard run, it only netted 18.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
A little
it ended
spike.
up being less. Yeah. I mean, that's, and again, another thing is that's, again, part of that equation of just like, you're down there, you're moving the ball, you get that to happen, and then you have your veteran tight end reach across the formation and grab somebody by the face mask and set you back 15 yards. Like, that's just the kind of stuff you can't have. Like, Sean Payton prides himself on having teams that are like super disciplined and don't do those kind of things. We've seen way too much of it, here in the early going. So that to me would be the biggest thing that you want to see on Sunday. Like, don't set yourself back, with kind of these self-imploded mistakes. And look, 2-7 the last 2 years now in one-score games. Like, you lose games like that because you're doing those sorts of things.
Yeah, you got to play as clean as humanly possible on the road, and that's where they will be again this week to take on the Chargers. Nick Kosmider, everybody, theathletic.com. Subscribe, read his stuff, subscribe to his podcast. It is called the Not Another Bucking Podcast, and it is terrific. Nick, great work as always, man. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas. Be good. Talk to you soon.
All right, so Nick Kosmider with us right there. Injury updates are kind of weird so far here early on in the week before the Broncos go to play the Chargers. Andy, a national talk show host made a declaration about Chargers head coach Jim Harbaugh today that you really need to hear. We will judge whether this is just hot takiness or if he's on to something next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
look, I worked with his brother John at the Eagles. Their father was a fantastic coach, and the two of them are fantastic coaches. So our league's better when Jim's in it. And I've said this before, out of respect. I mean, I'd rather him be in a different division, but he does a tremendous job with his team, and as does John. And that's. Think about that. At one point, there was a Super Bowl where the two of them were coaching against each other. I mean, we might go 200 more years before that happens again, and that's pretty remarkable.
Looking forward to that 22-25 Super Bowl when Archie Manning the 17th is coaching in the game.
You sure? The Arch Manning thing has been kind of interesting.
Not going great. Well, that's what I'm saying. He's going to have to get into coaching. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
And have 17 kids?
Well, it's generations.
Oh, would it be 15?
Yes.
15 more of them?
It was an exaggeration, but yes.
Well, if we're going to go 200 years, you may need 15 to get there.
Apparently, life expectancy is going to go back to the Middle Ages.
Sean's a lot more optimistic than Kyle Shanahan is.
We're all getting the plague, and we all live till we're 28. Anyway, that's a fun thought. Let's segue. Colin Cowherd, host of, is this show still called The Herd? Either way,
it is.
Colin Cowherd is on Fox Sports, and
Fox Sports.
Thank you, Gus. Colin Cowherd had a very strong Jim Harbaugh take. Today.
Now, that one I did not expect.
Is that Phyllis and Mulga?
Yeah.
So good.
R.I.P.
By the way, Cowherd, super nice dude.
Yeah.
If you've ever had a chance to chat with him, Colin Cowherd, extremely nice guy. But yeah, Cowherd was talking about Jim Harbaugh, and he made a declaration about Jim. And at first you're like, eh? And then he backed it up with an argument. And I want to listen to this, and I want to see if there is any credence, tape deck, or the credence, to what are you saying?
Football's different. There's the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and then there's the College Football Hall of Fame. But I was thinking this morning that if you combined it like basketball, and it was just, there was a Football Hall of Fame, you could count college and pro, I would make an argument today the greatest coach in the history of football is not Bill Belichick or Bill Walsh or Vince Lombardi. It's Jim Harbaugh, the greatest coach ever. Think about this. He's never failed. He's 5 for 5 at San Diego, Stanford, San Francisco 49ers, Michigan, and the Chargers. He's never failed. Saban and Urban, unbelievable college legends, struggled in the NFL. He's also not tied to a single player. What's Belichick without Brady? Not great. The only person that kind of compares to him is Jimmy Johnson.
That's interesting.
Yeah. You know, so number one, he's right. He has won everywhere that he has gone. Now, here was my biggest, well, does this detract from what Jim has done? Is that the stints are always short. They are successful, but they're never long. In fact, his stint in Michigan was the longest that he has ever coached in a single place. He was there from 15 to 23. And granted, he won a national championship and then bailed because he knew the hammer of the NCAA was coming down.
Thor fell on them.
Right, exactly. But, I mean, Colin's right. He wins everywhere that he goes.
Yeah, the closest thing he's been to attached to a player would have been Andrew Luck, I guess, at Stanford. But even then, he had some pretty good players after, right? Well, he had Christian McCaffrey there, too, didn't he? Did he have McCaffrey?
No, I think that was a little... Yeah, McCaffrey was a David Shaw guy.
That's right. He was Shaw's guy. Man. It's a heck of an argument.
He's coached in a Super Bowl, won a national championship. But does it hurt him that he has moved around as much?
No, in a way, because the winning goes everywhere he does.
That's
and
true.
Again, there's not a player that let's be honest. Mike Shanahan's top winning came with John Elway.
Yeah.
Jimmy Johnson, frankly, his top winning came with Troy Aikman and that group. Okay.
The other thing
Belichick
about it, too,
and Brady.
at a lot of these places, they were not winning before he showed up.
Correct. Yeah. That's a good point. Stanford football. I mean, come on. Stanford's had some nice moments, but wasn't he kind of the top of what they got to?
He and David Shaw.
Shaw was pretty good. Kept the thing going when they were done.
And they were quite good, and then it was down again. I guess I don't know what the San Diego Toreros were before Jim got there, but I don't follow all that much Big West football. But the Niners were they were in a down spot. Michigan was a mess. And then he left him a little bit of a mess. But
remember, Michigan couldn't beat Ohio State.
Right.
And all of a sudden, now Ohio State had a little bit of that problem.
Mm-hmm. That's ultimately like one of his greatest successes was his ability to beat Ohio State before he got out of there.
That's what's kind of funny is people get tired of him.
They do.
He's got a shelf life.
He does.
He needs to move around. So I don't know if he'll ever be like a 10 or 15-year guy somewhere, at least in the pros.
And maybe that's just he's a restless soul. I don't know.
And he's not going to go back to college, at least at this point. What did they give
imagine.
him? What was like the two band thing or something?
He can't go back. He
got doubled up.
Yeah, he will be there. And he's all I mean, the other part about it too is he's 61 years of age. Like, is he going to have another gig after the Chargers? Maybe, but you're stretching it a little bit.
This is, because everybody else's success, like how bad, we don't really get into it too much, but you want to weigh in 303-504-0925. Seriously, how much does it hurt Belichick watching everything that goes on now that he doesn't have Brady?
Right.
I mean, and just listen, other coaches have had problems once they've lost their great quarterback, right? It's not unique to any one coach necessarily. But Belichick, you talked about it. You had the weird thing. Mac Jones is supposed to be your guy, then he wasn't. You don't even have an OC for the guy. Now you're off in Carolina. You have one good drive in your opener. I don't even care what's happened to you since. I mean, it's been weird with him.
You're banning people from the Patriots can't come in. I'm not welcome, so they're not welcome. That whole thing. I got with Belichick. The Jordan Hudson thing and making the personal life bleed into the football stuff, it's like, where are your priorities, man?
Well, and it's super weird because it's exact opposite of what he was.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Meanwhile, Jim Harbaugh, I remember in the HBO interview, he identified his wife. He knew she was a winner right away. He was going to pick up some food. He saw her waiting in the restaurant. He looked at her. He knew she was a winner. That's a weird thing to say, but still, hey, Jim's kept it clean.
Kept it clean, likes his khakis. At least in his marriage life.
He drinks milk.
Yeah.
Extensive amounts of milk.
He likes to toe the line when it comes to NCAA rules, but
really likes Justin Herbert.
Probably makes Justin Herbert uncomfortable.
I tweeted a photo of him the other night in the Raider game, by the way. I thought it was
bold fashion choice is what Nate noticed.
Interesting, yeah. The sartorial decision that was made to go with the collared shirt underneath the hoodie, which, as somebody pointed out to me on Twitter, like, this is a very common golf course look. Well, yeah, but that's only because, like, it's either raining or it got chillier or whatever, so you put the hoodie over it. Like, Jim knew he was putting the hoodie on the whole time, and yet he had a collared shirt popping out from underneath it.
In an indoor facility, by the way.
In an indoor facility, which maybe just suggests that, like, he's so football-y, he's so focused on winning, he's not even thinking what's happening in his neckline right now. Which maybe that's the case with Jim Harbaugh, a guy that is known for, I don't know, like just taking his shirt off and then lifting weights with his khakis on.
Okay, so does he have the old Ward Cleaver jammies with the top and the bottom and the collar up? Is he just collared shirt guy?
I could see that.
Like when Mark Johnson shows up in a t-shirt, I'm almost thrown off because he's got a collar of some kind, usually a tie with it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Got the cowboy hat now.
Yeah, it'd be like if you saw like George Will in a t-shirt. You're like, where's your bow tie, man?
You want to know what really threw me off? I was giving Johnson crap the other day because in Houston, we get to the end of the night and it's humid as hell. Like it somehow got more humid as the night went on. You wouldn't think it, not to me. I thought as the night got cooler, we'd get better. It didn't. So I go up there and Johnson's got the humidity hair. No gel in his hair. Like I saw actual fluffy Mark Johnson hair for the first time. He's always got it like Pat Riley bulletproof look. the slick back thing going on when I see him.
The Texas humidity is undefeated,
If you look
Andy.
at Nate on Twitch right now, like Johnson's hair was popped up like that. I didn't know what to do with it. Remember when was it Elaine or was it Monica? I think it was Monica and friends. They went on their honeymoon and her hair just poof. That's what Johnson's did in Houston.
He's got good hair.
He does have good hair. I don't know why he slicks it down to the hair helmet.
I was going to say, I bet even poofy. I bet it looked great.
Oh yeah, but still it threw me off. I'm like, you got Bo Duke hair there or something.
Speaking of Mark Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Colorado will turn back to Caden Salter as its starting quarterback this week against Wyoming, a source confirms to CBS Sports and ESPN.
It's the only choice. I'm
have
sorry.
to. We said it yesterday. You've got to go back in this direction. You have, again, Deion said yesterday identity isn't a thing. No, you need to find an identity, and that identity needs to be born out of a run game that is captained by your quarterback.
But now here's what has to happen. I think you need to call some more plays that he is more comfortable with.
I agree.
Because it just feels like when last we saw him, he wasn't terribly comfortable with the game plan. Get him running. Kid, just get him running a bit.
Andy, this is what I said yesterday, okay? Run the speed option stuff. Get to Kalen Taylor out on the edge and run the speed option stuff, and just, especially against a team like Wyoming, who they will physical with you in the box, but if you can get out on the edges, you're going to out-athlete those guys. And that's what they've got to be able to do in this game. And work a passing game off of that stuff, but commit to it and stick to it, okay? Maybe the further away we've gotten from the Georgia Tech game, and maybe seeing that Haynes King is legit and Georgia Tech really is that good.
Yeah, didn't they just upset who'd they play? Clemson.
Yeah.
There you go.
Clemson.
There's a P in there, even though you don't see it.
There's a silent P, apparently. It's like
raspberry. There's a poppin' P that there's an invisible P.
Yeah, there's
Clemson.
A poppin' P that you don't actually see. It's the opposite of raspberry.
Yeah.
Raspberry? Anyway.
This has been Phonics with Nate Kreckman.
Caden Pasalter needs to run the football, and they got to stick with it. We'll talk more about that decision and a lot of other college football stuff with Danny Cannell coming up at 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. But up next, 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, latest on Broncos injuries, and we hear from Jim Harbaugh, the greatest football coach that's ever lived. Next. Danny Cannell talking college football 20 minutes after 5 o'clock. Plus, we're going to delve into some Bo Nix stuff with Danny Cannell. Very much looking forward to that. But right now, let's do the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We call it the High Five. I love a Wednesday high five. The NFL reconvenes on a Wednesday.
We're back.
We're back, baby. We got news. We're talking. We got a game tomorrow. By the way, Dolphins-Bills, you listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's do this thing, Spring.
Hey, the Broncos Injury Report is powered by Ramos Law, the official law injury firm partner of the Denver Broncos. For the Broncos, hey, Nate Atkins with his ankle injury was a full participant in practice today, as was Nick Bonito and Alex Singleton. They popped up on the injury report, albeit being full. Talanoa Hufanga limited with a chest injury. Justin Cernat did not practice with a foot injury. Evan Ingram did not practice with a back injury. And Dre Greenlaw did not practice once again with his quad injury. Sean Payton talking to the media today. He was asked, you didn't put Dre Greenlaw on IR. Does that mean you were expecting him to practice by now? And a note on Evan Ingram.
We felt like he's kind of on our schedule. And look, we spend time on it because it's a little nebulous relative to the injury. And that's all I'll say.
Can you say anything about Ingram?
No.
Nope, I can't. Nebulous relative to. Hold on. Give that to me again, Spring.
Relative to the injury.
Cosmider, he referred to this last hour. I thought Nick was paraphrasing. No, he was directly quoting Sean Payton. Give that
because
to me again.
It's a little nebulous relative to the injury. And that's all I'll say.
Relative. Wasn't Nebulous one of the Guardians of the Galaxy?
Good old Neb. Remember the Simpsons neighbor, Neb
Flanders?
Neb Flanders. Nebulous. In the form of a cloud or haze. Hazy.
Cloudy.
Unclear, vague, ill-defined.
Cloudy relative to the injury.
It can also be used as nebular.
Nebular?
So he's not getting, you know what, good.
That's the proper noun, nebular.
I guess so.
Uh-huh.
Another term for nebular. Yeah, you're right. Good for Sean Payton for pulling out the thesaurus today when we came to work. I did not know we'd be breaking down nebulous, but he used it properly relative to its definition.
The injury.
And the thing that stinks is that it still seems to be hazy 3 weeks later. That was one hell of a joint you all smoked there. When are we going to clear this up and get some idea as to what's going on with Dre Greenlaw?
They need that guy to play.
They do. And every week that's gone by, I mean, look, I don't know. Would they have brought up LaVale Bailey? I guess in some ways, has it really been all that big a deal? All Greenlaw has been is inactive, so it's not like it's cost you a spot or a player that you wanted or whatever. So I guess really no harm, no foul in this case. But, man, that guy needs to play.
There's good tight ends. Will Dissly's not a bad player, and Najee Harris has touched the football more than anyone else in the NFL over the last 5 years, and he's physical. And Omari and Hampton is, he's young, but again, like we saw what that guy was in the pre-draft process. Keenan Allen is catching everything that you throw to him because that's what he's done his entire career. Ladd McConkey is a legit star, and Quentin Johnson is catching deep balls now from Justin Herbert. This is 2 weeks in a row that guy has found the end zone. So, yeah, it would help to have Dre Greenlaw out there. There is no doubt about that. This is a legit opponent that you have got coming up right here. We'll have much more on the Chargers right now.
High five. Yeah, let's look at the Chargers injury report and a couple names popping up on it that you just mentioned, Nate. Tight end Will Dissly did not practice today with a knee injury. Wide receiver Ladd McConkey did not practice with a biceps injury. Now, Khalil Mack is not on the injury report. That's because he was placed on IR. You don't make the injury report when you're straight to IR. He has a dislocated elbow. He will miss at least the next 4 weeks, so he will not play on Sunday against the Broncos. Jim Harbaugh was asked today about Khalil Mack's dislocated elbow.
Imaging confirmed it was an elbow injury. He's going to miss some time. We'll put him on IR today, but won't be a season-ending injury. And he's like the Wolverine. I'm sure the rules will say 4 weeks, but we'll see.
Okay. So
now he's going to go get old Brian Dawkins upset because he was the Wolverine.
Okay, so this is you know what Jim Harbaugh just applied right there, the Pete Carroll school of injury designations. Okay,
all right.
So that's all right. There's a lot of different ways to do injuries when you're a coach. All right, Sean Payton goes with the I'm not going to
speak on it
at all.
Quit asking me.
Pete Carroll's move has always been, he's really going to miss some time. You know, this looks pretty significant. He's really going to miss some time. And then when the guy comes back and returns and plays,
he's a warrior.
He's got Wolverine blood.
Yeah.
I don't know how he does. He's got Wolverine blood right there. Yeah. So he's already calling Khalil Mack Wolverine.
Now hold on. As we get ready to say something nice about Russ. Didn't Russ talk about having Wolverine blood once upon a time? Wasn't that here that he had the Wolverine blood?
He got it from Pete Carroll. Mm-hmm.
Did he?
He did. Yep. That's where it comes from. By the way, Chargers next 4, which is the minimum amount of games that Khalil Mack has to miss. Broncos, Giants, Manders, Dolphins. I tell you what, man, if you're the Broncos, you want to know another reason you need to get this game? Chargers are going to win all 3 of those games. You have to get those guys this week.
You can't let them run away with this thing too quick.
Yeah.
Manders is interesting.
Yeah, what's Jaden Daniels
going to be?
To see.
Yeah.
Had a lot of quarterback injuries early.
Yeah. He going to play?
By the way, what would be better, Wolverine blood or the Wolverine skeletal system? Because if he had the Wolverine skeletal system, he probably doesn't get hurt.
Well, the blood is how he heals. That's his mutant power.
Well, what about
even before he got the adamantium skeleton, he already had the healing power. That was why they could use him for Project X or Weapon X. That's why they could use him for that, was because they knew he could survive it because he would heal. Thus, they fused adamantium to his entire skeleton.
See, if he already has the adamantium, then his elbow's not hurt or whatever's hurt, and then he's not out. Then he's missing 0 weeks.
Yeah, I think when you couple the healing with the adamantium skeleton, that's where you're really
the claim
a force.
by Harbaugh is he's already got Wolverine blood, yet he's still missing time. So I stick to if he had the skeletal structure, he wouldn't miss time.
You're not wrong.
Thank you.
That might be my favorite exchange in the history of this show.
I know my Wolverine.
You really do.
I really liked the X-Men movies.
Okay, good.
I thought they were cool.
I was a fan of the Batman one.
I thought the X-Men movies, they didn't bat 1,000. A few of them were a little
Listen,
off.
I'm already sort of ticked off because Joseph, who's got an accountant's name right in and goes, Andy, it's Ned, not Neb. I go, look, tax guy, I was playing with the word.
We clown on this show.
I understand that I owe you 12 cents.
There was a nebulous interpretation of that joke.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead,
Anyway.
Spring.
High five.
Relative to the conversation.
Nebulous, too.
Now the nerd texts are coming.
So, in anticipation of the big Sunday Night Football game, the Chiefs and the Giants.
It's a big game.
It really is.
Is this the biggest Sunday night game of our lives?
For you and me, yeah. It's relative to the next 12 weeks, yes.
I'm waiting all week for Sunday night. Forget all day.
If any of you had not heard yet, if the Giants beat the Chiefs at home on Sunday Night Football as a touchdown home dog, Andy and I have agreed to say something nice about Russell Wilson, one nice thing about Russell Wilson every week for the rest of the season.
Now, not each of us. Just
we'll take turns.
One nice thing has to be said.
By this show.
By the
collective
yes.
K&L.
By all of us.
Yes.
Some of you may get to text some in. We may use them.
We might need help. In fact, I know we will need help. Anyway.
First off, the victory has to happen.
Yes.
Well, maybe the Chiefs will get Xavier Worthy back. He was limited in practice today as he tries to come back from that shoulder injury after Travis Kelce ran into him week 1. He missed the Eagles game. Also, Patrick Mahomes did make an appearance on the Chiefs injury report with a right wrist, his throwing wrist, with an injury there, but he was a full participant. By the way,
was it nebulous, the injury?
It very well might be. It appears so, actually. Happy 30th birthday, Patrick Mahomes. Today is his 30th birthday.
And Patrick Mahomes was asked today, is this a meaningful birthday for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's meaningful in a sense. It's always hard for me, my birthday in general, especially this year with the losses. But being early in the season, you're so focused on football and trying to get us going in the right direction. But we celebrated in the off season, and we went down and I hung out with some of my friends. We all grew up together, and you see them, and like I'm a little ahead of them, but all of them, their wives are pregnant, and like they're getting they're finally at like their jobs that they're going to have for the rest of their lives and stuff like that. And so it is cool to see everybody moving on in life and building their own families, and see how we've came from Little League baseball to where we are now.
All my drunk loser friends figured out what they're doing with their lives.
Chances are those jobs aren't going to be for the rest of their lives, but good on you.
Automation is going to get everybody.
Not everybody gets to be you, Patrick, where they just, want you there as long as possible. I, for one, though, would like to tell Patrick Mahomes, I can't wait to celebrate your 40th birthday.
Will Brittany Mahomes throw a party and only half the team comes?
Well, do they have 27 bathrooms? What do you get him? Like, again, what are you getting that guy?
Mahomes?
Yeah.
Somebody that can catch the damn ball? That's probably what he wants right now.
Just walking around the house at tight end. Here you go. Now, what are you getting him? Punch bowl? Poker set? Wine of the month club?
I was going to say, just sort of re-gift him a thing of, I don't know.
How about a throat lozenge?
A rally sausage.
Why
there you go.
I never understood that joke that Spring just made. I never got, people always make fun of his voice.
I kind of like his voice.
He's got a voice.
I don't know. What do you get the guy?
I don't hear anything notable about the voice. Does he have a funny voice?
Kind of, yeah. It's a Muppet sounding.
Every time I hear him talk, I do kind of like,
hey, he gets the growl going. It sounds like he's in Fraggle Rock, but okay. Is that another show you didn't watch? You missed Hair Metal and Fraggle Rock just passed you by?
I did not watch a lot of Fraggle Rock. No, I also missed that one.
Oh my gosh.
Uh-huh.
He sounds like it could have been out of the Dark Crystal.
Just some Jim Henson deep cuts
all
here
sorts
today.
Of people just smoking a few doobies and making some children's programming. I mean, why not?
Got any David Bowie
Hey,
Labyrinth
someone said
jokes?
give him a walk. How about a good electric walk for Mahomes?
An electric walk?
See, Dominic says get him some Malort. I like that because I once heard our guy, the unemployed wine guy, say when you want to unfriend someone in person, Malort.
Well, yeah. Been there before. Let me tell you.
Do you need to give me some Malort in front of Sammy?
My favorite Malort tagline was, "Tonight's the night you fight your dad." That one always got me. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Let's get him some Malort. Let's do it.
Let's
send it to the facility.
I mean, he's got the beer gut already, so
Malort ain't gonna help. You think he's drinking more? He's spitting that out.
That's what I'm saying.
You just try to poison me.
He'll
I
roll.
might have.
He'll roll. Danny Cannell, we're doing quarterback talk next. Getting you set for Broncos Chargers on Wednesday. Kreckman and Lindahl. Let's get all quarterbacky right now. Our next guest is brought to you by betonline.ag. Check it out for updated college football playoff, Heisman, and college football week 4 lines. This guy was a college football legend in his time at Florida State, but you recall him as a Denver Bronco for 2 years from 03 to 04. The great Danny Cannell of Sirius XM and CBS Sports joins us right now. Danny, welcome to the show. How you doing, sir?
What's up, fellas? How's it going? Yeah, never quite made Denver Bronco legend status, unfortunately. I wish I had, because I absolutely loved my time in Denver. What a great organization. Loved living in that city. Still come back quite a bit. We usually go out to Vail in the summertime. So always back through Denver. Love my time out there. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. You know, that was the tail end of your professional football career. But what did you take away from being a quarterback that had Mike Shanahan as his coach?
Oh, I love playing for Coach Shanahan. He was awesome. I mean, he was a player-friendly coach. He was a quarterback-friendly coach. And I love playing in his system. You know, him and Gary Kubiak had probably the best game day play calling relationship that I had seen, because, you know, sometimes you get in those situations that can be uncomfortable. Egos get involved. Who's calling the plays? But they really did have a back and forth communication that really was more of a partnership, and probably the best partnership I've ever seen. And then you pair that with two great offensive minds, and it was close to perfection. Now, Coach Shanahan was extremely demanding, which I think is what every great coach should be. But he demanded a lot, put a lot on his quarterback's shoulders. But if you could handle it, it would put you in a position to succeed almost every single time. So I loved it. I probably learned more. And the thing that bummed me out towards the end of my NFL career, that was the last time that I ever played, was with the Denver Broncos. And I got cut. And it was a time when it really hadn't started yet, because most teams kept 3 quarterbacks. And I'll never forget, Mike Shanahan called me in and ended up cutting me. And I was like, well, who's going to be the third? And he's like, well, we're going to roll with 2, because they had run some studies and said the amount of times the third quarterback was actually called upon was like slim to none in a game. And sure enough, it had never happened hardly at all. And even to this day, it's very rare that you see a third quarterback. And so at the time, I felt, because I had learned so much from those 2, I was a way better quarterback and a way better professional than I was for the New York Giants when I was starting, and they paid me a big contract. I was in way over my head. I didn't know how to prepare. I didn't know what was happening. I was not ready for the NFL. And at that time, I felt better. And then all of a sudden, my career's done, and I'm looking for work, and I never got another job. So that was the only thing that bummed me out, was I didn't get an opportunity to play longer out there.
All right, I've got a question for you, because we didn't intend to go here, but since you brought it up, you talked about the great partnership between Shanahan and Kubiak. And, you know, Danny, maybe you saw it, maybe you didn't. Oftentimes, Kubiak was kind of the shelter for some QBs. Like, you know, even with John and Mike, right?
Yep.
Kubiak's the guy that's in between. Feels like Davis Webb is that guy right now for the Broncos. Now, we're going to play the sound later on. We don't need to get to it right now, but both Sean and Bo addressed, you know, another one of those sideline deals. Can you just give us a realistic, you've been in there. I know it wasn't here in Denver, but I'm sure you've had a couple of coaches that you didn't want to talk to at the time you came off the field. Just talk about what those moments are like and how often maybe it occurs.
You need to have some sort of buffer between the head coach and the quarterback. And I'll give you a great story, because Koob was a great example of that. And he was somebody who played the position at a high level out there in Denver, so he kind of understood the pressures you were going through. But Mike Shanahan had video cameras in every single meeting room that, they were there to kind of keep an eye on everybody, but also to coach up players that had come there. And, we'd be kind of complaining, or with just the quarterbacks, and Kubiak, who was, our quarterback coach and offensive coordinator. And we'd be voicing our displeasure with maybe a game plan or the way the game plan unfolded the previous week. And Coobs, he would shut off the camera. There was a switch that you could shut it off. And he'd be like, all right, here's the scoop. Here's what Mike's thinking. Here, kind of and he would let us vent even more potentially, or more specifically, let Jake Plummer vent a little bit more, kind of give an explanation of where Shanahan was thinking, and really was that go-between. so that you could vent your frustrations. And you know what else he did? He advocated for the quarterbacks. He would take what we would tell him and go back to Mike Shanahan and kind of explain our point of view. I do think that buffer is imperative to have somebody that you can kind of sound off on, as opposed to what you see play out a couple times now publicly where it's a bad look. And I think Sean Payton likes it. I think he wants a fiery quarterback. I think he wants a young quarterback who's not afraid to stick up for himself and get back at you and disagree with you. But I don't think it looks good. Optics aren't great of that from the fans' perspective, from the national perspective, and even potentially from the players' perspective, because there's a lot of players on that team that can't go to Sean Payton and disagree with him like that, or they'll find themselves cut or benched. Because you're the franchise quarterback, you really can't do that. So you've got to have somebody else that you can kind of rely on, and that also you can vent your frustrations and maybe in the heat of the moment says, hey, here's what Bo is seeing. Here's what he's frustrated about. And it just kind of helps have a healthier relationship. And I think you're 100% right. That's what a Davis Webb is there for, so that you don't have those kind of uncomfortable sideline interactions. It's going to happen, but you don't want to see it become a trend.
All right. So I got to ask again, you read quarterbacks well, and I'm just guessing, but I get the vibe, Bo Nix, and I'll go to the Kay Adams clip you may have seen towards the end of the summer. I get a little bit of the feeling like it's almost like Bo's the coach and Sean's the player, where maybe Bo's had enough of hearing his coach talk about how good they're going to be. Do you think that plays in any of the mood early in the season?
It possibly could. I do think that is pretty interesting, because Sean Payton's been one, when he made the comments about him being top 4 in the league, I was like, man, for a second-year player, that's pretty lofty praise. But I did think it wasn't that crazy, because there is an elite level that, is clearly it's Burrow, it's Josh Allen, it's Lamar Jackson, and who's the fourth one I'm thinking of?
Probably Mahomes.
Yeah, Mahomes. Sorry, yeah, duh. Can't forget about Patrick Mahomes, even though his play has dropped off a little bit. But there sort of is that elite 4, and then there's a pretty wide open field of guys that, like 15 quarterbacks, that can challenge that. I think clearly Justin Herbert has stepped up. He's starting to challenge that. Some other young quarterbacks are going to challenge that. But I think Peyton's thinking was, why couldn't it be Bo Nix? Why can't he challenge that? And I appreciate the optimism, but I'm sure Bo Nix is like, man, do I really need more pressure than already being a first-round draft pick of massive expectations? The way I was always coached and by guys like Bobby Bowden in college was, you downplay everything, set the bar low, and then over-exceed, over-deliver on those expectations, as opposed to, after an incredible rookie season that Bo Nix had that surprised even me, let's just let this thing play out and let's surprise people, as opposed to getting on everyone's radar. And then, you got a target on your back. I'm sure he's getting all kind of, smack talked in his face on the field, because players hear stuff, they hear things, and they're going to use any type of ammunition they can get against you. So, yeah, I think you're right as the way that unfolded.
Danny Cannell, our guest, CBS Sports, Sirius XM, Dusty and Danny in the morning, College Sports Channel 84. Danny with us, courtesy of betonline.ag. Get the updated college football playoff Heisman and college football week 4 lines right there. Danny, I'm sure, you probably did some of Bo's games in his time between Auburn and Oregon. You've watched him closely as, I don't know if you've ever heard, he made 61 starts at the college level before getting to the NFL. But Danny, what is your read on what Bo Nix has been so far this year? What were you looking for out of him in terms of a progression from year 1 to year 2, and what have you seen so far this season?
So I was one who thought that Bo was potentially overdrafted, it was a little bit of a reach. But then I'm fully aware that everyone's been overdrafting quarterbacks, because if you don't have one, you have to take them. And I thought he was sort of a later first-round pick, so it wasn't an egregious situation where I was like, I can't believe they took them. And I actually thought it was a great fit, and I thought it was huge that he goes with Sean Payton. What I wanted to see from him, and I still think you could see, is how do you do after a first year where all of a sudden everyone's got an entire season of game tape on you. Every single defensive coordinator has watched you, has looked at your tendencies, and has done, their best to take away, what you do well and force you to approach your deficiencies. They want to make sure that you can make the throws vertically down the field, that you can be more than somebody who gets the ball out quick. And I think the one thing that probably was surprising, and I heard this from a lot of people, They were like, oh, I didn't realize Bo Nix was so mobile. And I'm like, well, you clearly didn't watch him play much in college because he does have great athleticism. But I thought maybe that's something that the teams would adjust to. And I think they've done a better job of sort of forcing Bo to stay in the pocket. And I think it's led to some frustration early. So I think it's going to be sort of an evolution of Bo Nix, where I think you might be seeing a little bit of a sophomore slump early. There was the late interception against Indy, which was an ill-advised throw, maybe pressing a little too much, finding yourself in a game that wasn't supposed to be close, and all of a sudden it is. But I think we have to remind people, like, it is a process, it's an evolution, and we can't expect every player to go out there and be the next Patrick Mahomes. You've got to go through some of those situations, and now you've got to adapt and adjust because defenses have adjusted to you. And that's what I'm seeing from a lot of teams that are facing the Broncos this year early.
Danny Cannell, what about Justin Herbert, the guy that the Broncos are going to see coming up here on Sunday? He's looked good to start off this season, but with Justin Herbert, it's just a player that has always probably left a lot of people wanting a little bit more. What do you think he is right now, and is this season kind of an inflection point in his career?
Yeah, absolutely. I was somebody who's followed him closely because I'm a Miami Dolphins fan, and I thought the Dolphins should have selected Justin Herbert. Instead, they go with Tua, and that's very much up in the air right now about what his future holds. Justin Herbert is uber talented. He's got every single skill set you would want. He's mobile. He's got a cannon for an arm. I think he's a very smart, cerebral quarterback, and I expected him to make a big jump forward this year with Jim Harbaugh in year 2. Like, Jim Harbaugh is somebody that clearly wants to run the football, and I think he realizes what a special talent he has in him. And it was a concern when they lost Rashawn Slater early in the season. You know, they just paid him, and it's one of their best offensive linemen, sort of impacted their ability to be so physical up front. But I think it was interesting because Herbert's numbers dropped off a little bit, but I don't think Jim Harbaugh cares about his numbers. But now that you have been able to run the football a little bit better, it's really opened things up. But Justin Herbert can play great in the regular season, and he can play great in some games. What I would like to see is two things. One, get more consistent in the regular season, and two, have the postseason success. I mean, that's really sort of the barometer when you start playing and when you're a franchise quarterback, which clearly he is, and he's the quarterback of the future and the now for the Chargers, is you've got to start judging yourself against the other great quarterbacks. Like, if you want to get into that elite level, which I wouldn't put him in yet, but he does look like this is a season that could be potentially a breakout year for him. Now he's got to maintain the level of success, and then he's got to prove that he can do it in the playoffs. I mean, it's sort of the same thing that Lamar Jackson's going for. Now, with 2 MVPs, he doesn't have a lot of question marks about what he can do in the regular season. Now he's got to prove it that he can do it in the postseason. But we've seen everybody go through these evaluations, and any quarterback who's become great has had to overcome those challenges early in their career. I mean, I remember when Peyton Manning couldn't get through the postseason. He couldn't win the big one, and then all of a sudden he does, and sort of the rest is history. But it didn't happen overnight. It took some time for Peyton, and I think it's about that time though where you're starting to look at Justin Herbert and say, all right, now's the time.
All right, we'd be remiss if we didn't let you at least weigh in on the quarterback situation up at CU. They go back to Caden Salter, at least that's the reporting, but I do the sidelines for the games. I don't know how you make any other choice because Juju Lewis just doesn't look like he's quite ready to do this thing just yet. Are you surprised by the QB carousel? Do you think Salter's the right move? What are you getting there?
Yes, I would say this. Like, this is the first time for Deion Sanders, for Coach Prime, that he has a quarterback that is not his son. Like, he coached in high school with Shedeur. He coached at the junior college levels, the HBCU at Jackson State with Shedeur, and then he had him at Colorado. And there was never any question mark how good he played, how bad he played. He was going to be the guy, and he was going to stick with him. And Shedeur played great, so it never really became an issue. This is really the first time that Coach Prime has had to manage quarterbacks, and it is a unique position that can be delicate. And I get a little bit concerned because I feel like he's treating it early like you would a lot of positions, like different positions. If a receiver's not getting done, you're getting benched. If a defensive back is not getting it done, you get benched. Quarterbacks are unique because it's such a mental game. It's such the mental aspect of the position. And if your confidence is fractured, it really makes it difficult. We're seeing that unfold before our eyes with Arch Manning at Texas. His confidence is completely shattered, and it's affecting his ability to go out there, and he hasn't been benched. So I wish he would have given Caden Salter a little bit of a longer run. I think he's the more mobile quarterback that can can actually help in the run game and help them become more effective running the football. I was a little bit surprised that after just one relief appearance that Ryan Staub just went ahead and got the start. I get it. He looked really good in the second half of those 2 touchdown passes. But then you saw somebody who looked clearly overwhelmed versus Houston. So now you're kind of going back to the well. The one thing I would question is Coach Prime has said we've got a plan. And by the looks of it from the outside, the plan is we're just going to roll the dice and see who gets hot. That can't be the plan for an entire season. At some point, you got to find one and stick with them.
Yeah, it's well said. Sounds like Deion's throwing darts right now. Danny Cannell, everybody. Sirius XM, College Sports Channel 84. Dusty and Danny in the morning. CBS Sports, get him right there. And thanks to our friends at betonline.ag for throwing Danny our way. Danny, great stuff, man. Thank you so much.
Really appreciate you guys. Nate, Andy, great catching up.
All right, Danny Cannell with us right there. Andy, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, I want to revisit this Evan Engram injury, and then I want to hear both Sean Payton and Bo Nix reflect on the sideline kerfuffle, tete-a-tete.
It's just kind of their love language right now, or at least it's Sean's. I don't know if it's Bo's, but you know.
We'll listen to both of them react to the CBS cameras catching them sniping at each other on the sidelines. We'll do that before we get out of here on a Wednesday edition of the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Going old school. Prog Rock Wednesday. King Crimson. Taking it back to the 80s on this one. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're dorks, we know. Good stuff at Danny Cannell. He was fun. I like that. Got real granular on the quarterback talk there. Great stuff on him and Coobs, by the way.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You need the buffer. That's why I do think Davis Webb's terribly important to this operation.
Not even just but like, and sort of to Danny's point right there, like buffer huge, and then also like, what about a world where additional voices have valued input the way that Kubiak did with Mike Shanahan? That's another one of those things of like, how much do those relationships still exist in the age of the celebrity play caller, which is like a real thing in football?
Mike Shanahan was one of the OGs.
He sort of like brought in that as a world, and then his assorted pupils, Kyle, Sean McVay, LaFleur, like these guys are Mike McDaniel. These guys are all over the NFL, and they're all whizzes, and yeah, like they're gonna have gigs forever. Sean Payton he's another one. You would call him a celebrity play caller.
That's why the people that wanted him here wanted him bad.
And he wants his plays run a very specific way, and when they are not, he can get a little bit irritable, as was captured by the CBS cameras on Sunday at Indianapolis when Sean Payton and Bo Nix had what appeared to be a terse interaction on the sideline. So they were both asked about it today, and I'd call them differing responses out of the two parties. Let's start with the coach. Sean Payton explains the in-game exchange between he and Bo Nix during the Colts game. So it was just excitement, Andy?
Yeah, Bo didn't look too psyched to be talking at that point, but that may just be Bo.
Just excitement. That's all. It was a series where they ran the ball well. They were pumped about it.
Yeah, I'd say the body language suggested otherwise.
Yeah, just excited. That's how people express excitement. They have very short conversations and walk directly past each other and don't make eye contact.
And then when I'm called and told to come back, I come back and I give you the, like I'm hammering with my hand and I get big eyes at you.
I kind of feel like, excitement, maybe throwing a fist bump, maybe a tap on the rear, maybe something that's okay. But
although I will say, whatever Bo said to Sean seemed to satisfy. Like, it wasn't Sean walked off, still hacked off. Bo, I feel like what it looked like from what we got to see on TV. Bo explained the read. This is why I made the decision. That's what I saw. And Sean was like, all right, fine. And walked away.
Just excitement.
Just didn't feel like Bo wanted to talk about it really right as he got off the field.
Nothing but excitement. Bo Nix, how would you characterize the interaction? Stop looking at it. You guys do realize you're starring in the most popular television show.
It is the television show on TV.
This is, at the end of the year when the 50 highest rated shows come out and 49 of them are NFL games, you guys do realize you're being watched in every interaction that you have. By the way, he didn't characterize it as excitement.
He didn't.
No.
But he did say, I explained to him what I saw on the play, and that was that.
And I simply had to do so loudly.
Which I buy that part. They were all fired up. So.
Yeah, it gets loud in the stadium.
The Colts crowd was in a bit of a fervor at that point.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe they're playing the thong song. I don't know what they're playing inside the stadium. I have no idea.
But see, again, this is where Bo has to understand the history with his head coaches. He's not just done it with you.
Right.
He's been caught screaming at Russ a couple of times, So Sean Burns hot. They wrote a story about it last year about why Sean Burns hot. And so, and frankly, we're starting to find out, Bo, you got a little hot water coming out of you too.
Let me ask you again. We don't know how it went, but you may have heard this offseason that Bo Nix and Drew Brees convened.
Yeah.
Spoke.
Yep.
Do you think it's possible that at some point in the 4 or 5 days they spent together that Bo Nix ever asked Drew Brees, hey, what's that guy's deal?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Just at some point.
I'm sure they shared a couple of laughs akin to the conversation that was described to us by Danny Cannell about Gary Kubiak.
Yeah. Yeah. There was a long-time Denver sports radio program director that everybody has worked for.
Yes, because he was in town a long time.
And we all,
including the two of us.
Every guy is just like, how'd it go for you?
Yeah, how about this? Or how about that? What about when this happened?
What was it like for you? Uh-huh. There's probably something along those lines. It's shared experience. I'm willing to bet you that Sean Payton is not the easiest guy in the world to work for.
Again, we had an article confirming it. I think Sean even knows it.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Speaking of the thong song, Dwayne Kuiper, the legendary voice of the San Francisco Giants. Giants were at Chase Field playing the Arizona Diamondbacks. Kuiper, apparently, he's had enough with the in-stadium entertainment in the ballpark.
He's had enough with this season, probably.
They're at Chase
It's that time
Field.
of year.
Roll it, Spring.
All right, turn it off. Thank you.
This music sucks.
I got it.
If you've spent the last 6 months inside baseball stadiums and you're just broadcasting for, I believe an exactly 500 team in the San Francisco Giants.
I think they were winning today, but yes.
It's gotten old.
Yes.
It's gotten old.
You know what? I don't want to go full old guy. I kind of get where he's coming from. That thing was a little, all right. It's a baseball game. Just relax.
Okay.
Just relax.
By the way,
see, Giants, where are they? I swear they were playing. I got to go through the scores. But yeah, I you know what? I didn't think I was going to be Dwayne Kuiper, Team Dwayne Kuiper.
Oh, I love Dwayne Kuiper.
But I feel like, yeah, you know what? I got you. You're right. Yeah. That felt like a bit much.
I love that Giants.
We can go ahead and tone down that music for a second.
One of the things I appreciate is, Andy, I watch a lot of late West Coast baseball, and MLB Network picks up the local feeds. I love when I get a Giants game. I think those guys are great. They're a lot of fun.
They did win an 11-5-1 over Arizona.
By the way, speaking of West Coast games, see what Big Dumper did last night?
What did he do?
Number 55 and number 56. So he surpassed Mickey Mantle for the single-season home run record by a switch hitter with 55, and then he tied Griffey with 56 for the Mariners record last night. And yet, he's somehow not going to win MVP. Somehow, Aaron Judge is unbelievable, okay? But a guy that catches every day, like, did you see? So last night, he also took a ball in the dirt, and it got up under his mask, hit him in the neck, and he homered after it.
Was he wearing a pretty good scrape or something, though?
Yeah, after the game, he's talking about it was like a welt on his neck.
Yeah, that can't be fun.
If a catcher is hitting 56, and I know Judge is incredible, but a catcher is hit 56, it's one of the great achievements we've ever seen. Before we get out of here, let's hear Kyle Freeland from last night. He had another rough one. Rockies lose to the Marlins. Still one win away from surpassing the 2024 White Sox. Stuck on 41 victories, but they lose 6-5